Hey everyone, it's me here again. I hope you're all doing well and I wish everyone a happy new year. And of course, please subscribe if you enjoy the video. Bye. The story begins with a man standing at the edge of a cliff, known as the Cliff of 10,000 Miles. Facing the abyss, he reflected that this place reminded him of ancient times, especially the days when he dreamed of becoming the god of martial arts. It was an extremely ambitious dream, but one he wished to achieve with all his strength. Whenever he spoke of his ambitions to others, everyone considered him crazy. Even so, he trained day and night to prove that he truly was crazy enough to pursue that goal. For a long time, he believed that training alone would be enough. However, at that moment, he realized he had been mistaken. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. It was the left arm of the leader of the demonic cult, who stated that he had already wasted too much time and should immediately hand over the celestial pearl he had stolen from the cult. The man, known as the Mad Demon, asked whether he was not listening to his monologue. The reply was cold and direct, making it clear that nothing he said would change the fact that he would die that day. He had fled for a long time, but he could not escape there. The Mad Demon then asked if the enemy wanted the pearl. He brought the object closer to the edge of the cliff, suggesting the possibility of dropping it into the abyss. Faced with this, the cult's left arm asked for forgiveness and allowed him to continue speaking. The Mad Demon turned his gaze back to the cliff and stated that he was an expert in mind games, deception, strategies, traps, and lies. He also commented that he was good at drinking, and even better at the luminous body technique. The cult member mentally refuted these claims, and the Mad Demon continued, explaining that he had never fallen for sexual traps because beautiful women were literally incapable of forcing themselves to like him. Because of that, his enemies had tried to lure him using the most ordinary woman they could find, something everyone knew. After that thought, the two stared at each other in silence. The Mad Demon then insinuated that the other seemed very interested in losing the pill, provoking him once again. The left arm asked for forgiveness again and let him continue. The Mad Demon explained that, in order to become the god of martial arts, he decided to train in an insane way, learning a bit of everything, because that had always been his nature. The demonic cult group remained silent until someone pointed out that he had already spoken too much. The Mad Demon made it clear that he was not finished and stated that, after facing that situation, everything seemed to lose meaning, including the time he had invested trying to bring justice to the world. Next, he commented that the cult's left arm was also on the Murim Alliance's most wanted list, even ranked above him, despite being a member of the demonic cult, which raised doubts about how that was possible. Once again, the Mad Demon suggested throwing the pill away, causing the other to apologize for irritating him. The Mad Demon observed that, for someone to be restraining himself so much, that pearl must truly be very important. He recalled that he had killed more than 100 elite soldiers of the demonic cult during the pursuit, and yet the left arm was still holding back. The cult member replied harshly, indicating that he should not abuse his mouth. In response, the Mad Demon concluded that the other truly wanted to kill him and commented on the intense bloodlust he felt. He stated that he would respect the final decision and end the fight, but that before that, it would be better to get rid of the pearl, since it would be troublesome to hold it during combat. The left arm asked for forgiveness once again, claiming he had been carried away by emotion, and tried to suggest a conversation. The Mad Demon replied by reminding him that he had been chased for days without rest, under the use of the net of the heavens, without being able to eat, sleep, or even have a moment of relief. He emphasized how miserable it had been. The left arm considered that this had always been the purpose of the net of the heavens, and asked what he intended to do now. The Mad Demon stated that he would make all of them suffer in his own way. Then he swallowed the pill in front of everyone. The left arm of the demonic cult became extremely nervous, to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. The Mad Demon commented that the taste was unexpected and that it reminded him of peaches. Seeing the enemy's reaction, he concluded that he had made the right choice. Furious, the left arm ordered that he be killed immediately, commanding that his body be ground to pieces, but that his head be preserved and sent to the cult leader. When everyone charged forward, the Mad Demon merely assumed his fighting stance, his back to the precipice. He easily dodged the first blade strike, and a single punch was enough to send the assassin flying. Then he countered the following attacks with palm strikes, as if his hands were made of diamond. Each impact crushed his enemy's chests, broke ribs, and destroyed internal organs, brutally wiping them all out. Finally, the Mad Demon turned his attention to the left arm of the demonic cult and asked how long he intended to keep watching his men die like that. He had spent days wasting underlings to weaken him, and now that the decisive moment had arrived, the left arm still did not move to attack. Faced with this, the left arm stated that it was fine, and that he would face him himself. He then ordered his subordinates to retreat. The Mad Demon remarked that he was thinking too highly of himself. When the left arm advanced, concentrating his chi, the Mad Demon did the same and provoked him to come with everything he had. The Mad Demon was already weak, and just by gathering his power, his old internal injuries reopened. Even so, he decided that he would take that damned enemy with him to the very end. He used the martial arts of the Lands of Steel, and when the two collided, palm against palm, energy against energy, a massive explosion engulfed the area. The Mad Demon was thrown off the precipice, and as he flew through the air, he acknowledged that the enemy was too strong to be faced with his body in that state. The left arm himself was also severely injured, and thought that the Mad Demon was stronger than everyone had imagined. Even so, seeing him being thrown off the precipice did not satisfy him. As he fell, the Mad Demon thought that this reaction was not so bad to witness, and wished that the leader of the demonic cult would end up killing all of them, hurling his final taunts before disappearing into the abyss. As soon as the Mad Demon fell, the leader's left arm ordered that they immediately descend the precipice to find the body. During the fall toward death, the Mad Demon reflected that at least he had managed to fight before dying. He had killed several elite members of the demonic cult and had even stolen and consumed a sacred item. His life had been interesting, but now that did not seem to matter much. Still, he thought with a certain bitterness that he had never managed to date anyone. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place that looked like paradise. Soon after, an old man appeared and remarked that he had eaten something containing a soul without hesitation, saying that he truly must be crazy. Just by seeing the old man, the Mad Demon realized that he was an extremely powerful being. The old man replied that this was not important at the moment, and explained that the pearl he had consumed contained countless souls of great martial artists. According to the old man, now that he had eaten the pearl, all the souls that had failed to ascend would be bound to his own soul. If he slept, the souls would wake him. If he ate, they would share the essence of the food and cling to everyone he touched. The Mad Demon thought that this did not sound good at all, but the old man explained that his power would increase uncontrollably. Hearing this, the Mad Demon became even more convinced and said that he liked the idea. The old man thought he was a bit slow, since he truly believed that entering a state of overload was something positive. Even so, he asked why he had swallowed the pearl. Just from the old man's gaze, the Mad Demon realized that this being could easily kill him, as his power was beyond any comprehension. The old man then asked him to answer honestly. The Mad Demon explained that he had not eaten the pearl out of desire. He had consumed it to ensure that the leader of the demonic cult would not eat it, because he hated the cult and everyone who belonged to it. To him, those people did not see others as equal human beings, and if someone like the leader became even stronger, he did not even want to imagine what could happen. The old man then commented that if he disliked the leader precisely because he did not see others as humans and had eaten the pearl to prevent him from becoming more powerful, then that was a good reason. The Mad Demon felt relieved as the pressure from the old man eased. The old man continued, saying that the lifeline he had given was the last one and that he could not help him anymore, as he would be receiving his punishment. Confused, the Mad Demon asked what he meant by punishment. The old man replied that, in truth, this was the best choice he could give him, the greatest gift he would receive in his entire existence. Then he focused his power into something that looked like another pearl, and a blinding light enveloped everything. When the Mad Demon woke up again, he was inside a house. He immediately recognized the place as the inn where he had lived as a child. At that time, he was not yet known as the Mad Demon. His name was Yi Zaha. Confused, he wondered what had happened and remembered that he had been about 20 years old when he lived there. Then he realized that he could start training his martial arts much earlier than before. Since he had already gone through all of this once, he could become stronger and improve much faster this time, becoming even more powerful. However, shortly after, he noticed that his body hurt intensely, as if it were on the verge of collapse. He had a cut on his mouth, and one of his eyes was swollen. It was clear that he had been beaten badly. When Yizaha returned to the courtyard of the inn where he lived, he found everything destroyed. Seeing that scene, he immediately remembered the time period he was now in. During that time, two people had passed by the inn and talked with him. One of them had asked why he saved so much money. Yizaha could not say that he was desperate because his parents had died, so he chose to answer lightly. He commented that he dreamed of hearing a song by Chai Hyang at the Plum Blossom brothel. However, when the rumor spread, that simple joke turned into a major piece of gossip. The rumor claimed that he had said he wanted to sleep with Chai Hyang, which supposedly explained his obsession with money. At the time, Yizaha had only made a joke involving Chai Hyang, who was beginning to gain fame in the province. But the story had been completely twisted. Looking at the current state of the inn, he confirmed that he had truly returned to that era. Everything was destroyed, and just remembering the reason filled him with rage. He had been beaten, and his inn had been ruined over something he had never done. Before deciding what to do next, Yizaha decided to check the condition of his own body. He sat down and began to meditate. He started by relearning the art of the Lands of Steel, the same one he used in the future when he was still known as the Mad Demon. During the process, he sensed the presence presence of chi within his body, and it was not a small amount. This was strange because at that time he did not possess such energy. He did not know the reason, but he understood that it was something extremely positive. He continued cultivating his martial arts and spent the entire night meditating. Even though he was already accustomed to extraordinary situations, he was surprised to realize that he had reached the first stage of the Lands of Steel at an absurd speed. At that moment, he remembered the gift left by the old man and understood that the energy flowing through his body must be related to the pearl he had swallowed. Less than half of that power had awakened, but it was already a significant amount. With it, he could become much stronger and much faster than he had imagined. After some time, he felt hungry. His stomach growled, and he realized it had been a long time since he had last used the heart technique. He then decided to go out and observe Ilyang province. He walked through the busy streets at night, passing by shops and businesses as his memories slowly returned. Some people on the street recognized Yi Zaha as the inn's errand boy. Everyone had heard that he had been beaten days earlier, and yet they continued to treat him like a loser. To him, it was exactly as he remembered. People had always mistreated him for being just an errand boy. It made him furious. Without hesitation, Yi Zaha headed straight for the Plum Blossom brothel. He clearly remembered being beaten by the staff of that place because of the rumors. They said he wanted to sleep with one of the girls there, specifically Che Hyang, who had even watched everything without intervening. This filled him with deep resentment because he had never said any of that. Even so, he had returned to the inn beaten, with everything destroyed, without having done anything wrong. He reflected that even demons went through moments like that. However, now the situation was different. He had returned to the perfect moment to resolve everything in his own way. But a man approached him, asking what he was staring at, and calling him an errand boy. He mocked him, asking if he was planning to set the brothel on fire, calling him a loser who could not even light a campfire. He said he had seen him getting beaten a few days earlier, and that it was surprising he was still alive. He added that if he had been beaten that badly, he should have stayed at his own inn. Yi Zaha, however, bothered to reply and asked, "What was his name again?" The man immediately became furious and charged at him. Yi Zaha easily sidestepped the attack with a small step to the side and countered, knocking him out with a punch to the chin. He then asked why the man had gone so crazy over a simple question, pointing out that he still did not even know his name. When Yi Zaha approached the brothel, one of the guards who had beaten him the previous night asked what he was doing there and ordered him to leave at once. Yi Zaha asked if that was any way to speak to a customer. When the big man rushed at him, he retaliated by grabbing the enormous bodyguard by the face and slamming him to the ground using his own weight, leaving him unconscious. In the end, Yi Zaha remarked that the guest service at that place was terrible and that they had no sense of proper customer treatment at all. Then Yi Zaha entered the place and asked what everyone was doing, demanding that they receive a customer. He stood there with his arms open and a wide smile on his face. The people around were stunned when they recognized him and began to wonder if he was not the little errand boy from Zaha Inn. Some commented that he must have gone mad after the beating he had taken. One of the guards asked if he had finally lost his mind and wanted to know what exactly he was looking for there. Yi Zaha calmly replied that he was looking for a place to drink, since that was precisely why he had come. The guard raised his hand, thinking he was completely insane, but another person intervened and asked them to let him enter. It was Cha Sung-tai who spoke, the manager of the Plum Blossom brothel, stating that they could not drive away a customer who had come there to drink. To him, a customer was a customer. Yi Zaha provoked the guards, saying they had heard correctly and he was allowed to pass. In addition, Cha Sung-tai ordered them to prepare a good table of drinks for him and to serve him in the best possible manner. Yi Zaha was led to a VIP room on the second floor, one of the best rooms in the establishment. A guard asked what he would like to drink. Yi Zaha replied that he had never been to a place like that before and asked for the best drink they had. The guard complained about the way he spoke, making it clear that he did not like taking orders from the inn's errand boy. Yi Zaha told him to listen properly and reiterated that he wanted something alcoholic. The guard became furious, but withdrew. Soon after, the table was very well set. Yi Zaha asked the woman attending him what kind of drink it was. She explained that it was a high-quality Dukwang liquor and served it carefully. Yi Zaha then asked if Chai Hyang was there. The woman replied that the owner would be furious, since everyone knew Yi Zaha had been beaten because of rumors involving her. Yi Zaha asked whether the entire province knew he had been beaten and told her not to worry, asking only that she call Chai Hyang. After sighing, the woman agreed to fetch her. While he was alone, Yi Zaha examined the drink by its smell and color and concluded that it was not third-rate liquor and was not poison. Shortly after, one of the guards entered the room asking if he had completely lost his mind. Yi Zaha asked whether it was really so wrong for a boy to drink in a brothel and showed that he recognized the man as Dongguak. He invited him to sit and have a drink. Dongguak replied that Yi Zaha must have eaten something spoiled that day and commented that they had hit him very hard on the head. Calmly, Yi Zaha poured a cup and handed it to him. Dongguak said that he should stop putting on a show, finish the drink, and leave. In response, response, Yizaha merely displayed a mocking smile, which infuriated Dongguok. He slammed his hand on the table, but Yizaha drove a reichi straight into it, leaving him unable to react due to the pain. Yizaha asked why he was acting that way, saying that he only intended to drink peacefully and check whether Che-hyang was still there before leaving. He remarked that everyone was barking uncontrollably. At that moment, Che-hyang herself appeared and told Dongguok to wait outside. She pulled the reichi from his hand and dismissed him, ordering him to leave. When Che-hyang sat down, she asked why Yizaha was smiling. He replied that there was no particular reason. She asked whether he found all of this amusing and warned that her brother Sungai, or the brothel owner, would not stay idle. She explained that the drink was very expensive and that the medicine to treat Dongguok's injuries would also cost money. She said this for his own good and advised him to pay everything and leave. Yizaha thought that this was the first time he had seen her from so close. Che-hyang then made everything clear, stating that even if he brought an entire sack of gold, she would not sleep with him. She worked there, but that did not mean she was a prostitute. Yizaha placed his cup on the table and replied with the same frankness. He said that he had never claimed he was saving money to sleep with her. All he had said was that he wanted to hear her sing because she sold art, not her body. It had only been a joke spoken at the inn, but the rumors had twisted everything. He made it clear that he had never had such intentions, that he had no money, and that he had never been interested in her that way. The only reason Yizaha had sought out Che-hyang was to say that. After that, he made it clear that she could leave and disappear from there. Che-hyang became extremely nervous at the way she was treated, and the situation worsened when 3 more guards appeared. One of the guards made it clear that Yizaha was asking to die and suggested settling everything outside, since it would be troublesome to clean blood inside the establishment. Even so, Yizaha remained calm, poured another drink, and asked to at least finish his cup before leaving. He acted as if he were certain that those men truly believed they could kill him, and so he decided to enjoy his supposed final moments. The guards only laughed at his attitude. They removed Che-hyang from the room, sat near Yizaha, and said that this would be his last drink, so he should enjoy it. One of the guards commented that Yizaha was truly a man, since he had come there proudly and had even called for Che-hyang, showing courage. The shorter guard said that now that they knew this, they could beat him in the most appropriate way. Even so, Yizaha calmly asked if they would like to drink. The shorter guard became irritated and said that since everything was over, Yizaha should go outside immediately. Ignoring the provocation, Yizaha poured another drink, drank it, and commented that they were selling something as if it were high quality, but it did not seem special at all. One of the guards began to wonder why Yizaha was so relaxed, imagining that he had gone mad after the beating he had taken earlier. Yizaha, however, simply finished what remained in his cup and asked his old acquaintances whether he truly was nothing more than a joke. The guard confirmed that he was and said that Yizaha was an idiot. He added that everything could have ended with that beating, but now Yizaha was going to die. Meanwhile, the other guards began to draw their swords. Yizaha already felt the alcohol rushing to his head and started laughing, and soon the guards began laughing as well. The laughter continued until 2 of the guards charged with their swords. At that moment, Yizaha lifted the table and kicked it toward the 3 of them, knocking them down and smashing the door open as well. Then he climbed onto the table and made it clear that he wanted to know whether he was still seen as a joke. When another female employee returned to the room, she was horrified to see Yizaha trampling the 3 guards on the ground. Noticing her presence, Yizaha demanded that she bring more of that cheap liquor. The woman became indignant and said that it was not third-rate liquor, but Dukwang liquor, considered one of the finest. Yizaha replied rudely, telling her not to try to deceive him, and made it clear that he avoided hitting women who did not practice martial arts, advising her to think carefully before speaking. After that, Yizaha observed the condition of the guards he had defeated and asked why, if he was a joke, they were no longer laughing. He wanted to understand where the humor in that situation was. That was when Cha Sungtai, the manager, appeared. Seeing the entire scene, he concluded that Yizaha had gone mad and that if he continued like that, he would end up dead. The 2 stared at each other for a moment, while Yizaha maintained a smile on his face. When Cha Sungtai advanced with a palm strike, Yizaha easily dodged and, still smiling, smashed a jar of liquor directly into one of his eyes. The porcelain shards also struck the other guards nearby. Yizaha asked if anyone else wished to fight, but all he saw were frightened guards who did not dare take a single step forward. Cha Sungtai, bleeding, declared that Yizaha truly wished to die. However, when he tried to reach for his sword, Yizaha warned him, making it clear that if that sword were drawn, death would be certain. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Cha Sungtai, making him realize that Yizaha was not lying. Yizaha then asked whether anyone even minimally socially competent in the Iliang magistrate's office could understand what was happening. He questioned whether they truly believed that the 3 guards were covered in food and drink merely by bad luck, or if they thought the injury to the eye had been caused so simply. Out of pride, tried, Cha Sung-tai refused to admit the truth. Yizaha concluded by making it clear that if he did not wish to die, he should think very carefully before taking any action from that point onward. Yizaha asked what his decision would be, whether Cha Sung-tai intended to finish drawing his sword or not. Cha Sung-tai realized that this was no empty threat, as he could not even follow Yizaha's movements, which made him even more tense. Because of that, he sheathed his sword and ordered all the guards to stand down. After that, Cha Sung-tai asked what Yizaha was planning. He made it clear that Yizaha did not seem like someone who would simply leave after a drink, and he asked whether Yizaha was waiting for an apology for what had happened. Yizaha replied that this would be the bare minimum, and that if there were to be an apology, the owner of the place should come personally. Cha Sung-tai agreed and said that he would call the owner. Yizaha then asked whether the blow had affected Cha Sung-tai's vision. He replied that fortunately it had not. He then remarked that Yizaha also did not seem to have lost his eyesight, and asked whether he was truly concerned. Yizaha explained that, in fact, he had thought he would die when he had been beaten by the lackeys of that place in the past. In response, Cha Sung-tai ordered one of the attendants to prepare a private room with a table beside it. He explained that if Yizaha did not intend to kill those men, their injuries would need to be treated. Yizaha, extremely calm, agreed without showing any change in expression. Soon after, Cha Sung-tai ordered the guards to collect the bodies of those who had fallen and left the area, remaining alone with Yizaha. He asked the reason for the sudden commotion and wanted to know whether Yizaha had obtained some kind of luck or special gain elsewhere. Then he began to serve a genuine, high-quality liquor to Yizaha. Yizaha asked whether this was not the same cheap liquor from before. Cha Sung-tai explained that a low-quality bottle had been served by mistake, claiming that the establishment needed profit after all, since it was still a business. He commented that drinks brought in more money than women. Yizaha told him to cut the talk and demanded that Cha Sung-tai take the first sip to prove that the drink was not poisoned. Cha Sung-tai complied and showed that there was no poison. After that, Cha Sung-tai asked whether Yizaha had always been so skilled in combat, saying that he had never heard of such ability. Yizaha replied that he had restrained himself before because his father had asked him not to fight. Cha Sung-tai, however, clearly knew that this was a lie. Even so, Cha Sung-tai apologized for what had happened earlier, stating that his subordinates had embarrassed him. Yizaha drank his cup, thanked him for the understanding, but made it clear that he was becoming irritated. The way Cha Sung-tai was apologizing bothered him deeply, and he commented that perhaps breaking a few bones would resolve things better. Before Yizaha could grab another bottle, Cha Sung-tai knelt before him and bowed deeply, stating that this was the first time he had ever knelt to a guest like that. At that moment, Che Hang appeared and was extremely surprised by the scene. She realized that Cha Sung-tai was kneeling before the former errand boy and wondered whether he too had lost to Yizaha. Cha Sung-tai ordered Che Hang to control herself and serve the guest. Che Hang approached Yizaha and poured him a drink with trembling hands. Yizaha commented that even an errand boy could have a pure love. Che Hang seemed relieved for a moment, but Yizaha soon made it clear that those feelings had never been directed at her and ordered her to leave, saying that she was ruining the mood. Che Hang was deeply shocked and left the room in tears, clearly dissatisfied. Cha Sung-tai remarked that she was crying just from hearing that. Yizaha told him to stop speaking so rudely, as his half-lidded eyes made him even more uncomfortable. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Yizaha stated that he had been served politely and that this was acceptable. After another drink was poured, he asked when exactly the owner of the place would arrive. Cha Sung-tai explained that if the proprietor was receiving the experts of the Dark Mystic Society, it would be difficult to see him immediately. Yizaha asked whether that society was not made up of unfaithful and unjust people. Cha Sung-tai confirmed this and explained that the society was to be established in Yang Province, which was why the proprietor was personally accompanying the visit. He then raised the possibility that, because of what had happened that day, the Dark Mystic Society might become directly involved in the matter. Yizaha asked whether that meant the society would intervene on its own. Cha Sung-tai confirmed that this was a real possibility. Yizaha then asked what Cha Sung-tai expected him to do, whether he should simply drink calmly, accompany the owner, and leave, believing that this would resolve everything. Cha Sung-tai replied that it would not, and asked what Yizaha wanted. It was then that Yizaha stated that the entire brothel should serve him as if they were all his subordinates. That way, the Dark Mystic Society would have no reason to interfere. Cha Sung-tai made it clear that they were not very willing to accept such a proposal. In response, Yizaha remarked that perhaps he himself himself should create a sect in the province and asked Cha Sung-tai what he thought of that. He further questioned whether it would not be better for everyone to join him as subordinates. The idea left Cha Sung-tai confused. He tried to understand what it meant, but Yizaha explained that he was giving him a chance to make a wise choice. If he believed that the Dark Mystic Society would emerge victorious, he could remain by the proprietor's side. Otherwise, he should join him. As he listened, Cha Sung-tai wondered inwardly what could have made that young man change so much. In the past, he had been nothing more than an errand boy, the son of a poor family, yet now he spoke openly about creating an entire sect. Soon after, Yizaha stood up to leave. Cha Sung-tai asked why he would not stay a little longer, but Yizaha made it clear that he was not running away. Cha Sung-tai replied that he thought exactly that. In response, Yizaha asked whether he was asking to be beaten again. Without saying anything more, Cha Sung-tai simply lowered his head, wished him a safe return, and stated that he would cover all the expenses for that night's bill. When Yizaha passed by the guards, he ordered them all to make way. A corridor immediately formed. Even though they were dissatisfied, no one dared to stop him, and he left unharmed. On the way, the doorman began to regain consciousness. Yizaha remarked that it was good he had woken up at the right moment. The doorman tried to attack him again, but received only a backhand from Yizaha and was thrown to the ground, losing consciousness once more. Yizaha commented that all of this could have been avoided if they had explained the situation from the beginning. He made it clear that he did not expect any consideration from that place and continued on his way. As he left the brothel, he thought that the former errand boy had enjoyed himself quite a bit that night, leaving the place with a faint smile on his face. On the way back home, Yizaha made a detour to the blacksmith's shop. If he truly intended to come into conflict with the Dark Mystic Society, he would need proper weapons. The one who personally received him was Guak Yang, the vice master of the Draconic Forge, who asked what the boy of the Zaha family was looking for this time. Yizaha replied that he wanted to buy a few items. Guak Yang asked whether they would once again be ordinary utensils, such as kitchen knives, but Yizaha explained that he was thinking of fighting the Cho family and therefore needed real weapons. Guak Yang advised caution, reminding him that Yizaha had been beaten only days earlier, and stated that acting in the heat of the moment could make him risk his life foolishly. Even so, he agreed to show the available weapons and asked whether he preferred a light sword, a whip, or a sharp dagger. When Guak Yang asked if he intended to use all of them, Yizaha replied that it depended on the client's preference and questioned why he should not respect that. At that, Guak Yang ordered them to bring the Black Dragon sword, the White Dragon whip, and the Cloud Dragon dagger. While they waited, Guak Yang commented that he loved the taste of the chicken soup made by Yizaha's grandparents, although he admitted that his own was terrible. Yizaha replied that he did not think that was an appropriate moment to talk about chicken soup. Guak Yang then asked what they should talk about, even mentioning the unification of the marine world, as if he were still speaking to the old errand boy. At that moment, the weapons arrived. Yizaha took a quick look and said he would take all of them, as he was in a hurry. Guak Yang informed him that the total price was 90 nyangas, even with a discount. Then Yizaha made a counteroffer. He suggested paying 50 nyangas to borrow the weapons, promising to return them once he finished what he needed to do. Guak Yang reacted immediately, making it clear that this was absurd. To him, borrowing weapons for 50 nyangas was practically the same as theft. At that moment, a much larger man appeared. It was Chul Yang, the master of the Draconic Forge. Guak Yang approached him and explained that Yizaha was planning to fight the three Cho brothers and still wanted to borrow the weapons while paying only 50 nyangas. Chul Yang observed Yizaha closely and asked whether he was not the grandson of the owners of the Zaha Inn. He commented that for a long time he had enjoyed the chicken soup made by Yizaha's grandparents, but made it clear that the soup prepared by Yizaha tasted terrible. Guak Yang confirmed that he had already said that before. Next, Chul Yang asked whether Yizaha was truly thinking of going to war against those men. He explained that if the Cho brothers were merely causing trouble, he could make them stop. If they did not obey, he himself could protect Yizaha there at the forge. After all, there was a bond with his grandparents, and no reason to worsen the situation. This genuinely shocked Yizaha. In the past, no one had ever taken his side, and he did not remember Chul Yang ever making such an offer. Perhaps this was yet another proof that history had changed after his return to the past. Even so, Yizaha sincerely thanked Chul Yang for his consideration, but made it clear that he preferred to handle everything on his own. Chul Yang then asked what exactly he intended to do. Yizaha suggested gathering all the blacksmiths in the region and establishing the Steel Dragon sect. Chul Yang showed confusion and asked him to explain more clearly. Yizaha stated that if the Cho brothers managed to establish a society in that province, they would end up extracting even more money from common people. Therefore, he planned to create a federation of sects in Ilyang province, ensuring that the Dark Mystic Society would not be able to dominate everything. He explained that the brothels would also belong to their own sect. The blacksmiths would be part of the Steel Dragon sect. The architects would form the Chook sect, and other professions would be gathered into new sects. All of them would be equal, with no fees charged, with the goal of preventing hard-earned money from being stolen. Chul Yong thought for a moment and admitted that although it seemed like a disorganized idea at first glance, it was a very good plan. He asked what the name of this great alliance would be. Yizaha thought that it would be a place for outcasts, an impure refuge, and concluded that the name should reflect that as a great marginal sect. Even so, Chul Yong questioned whether Yizaha truly believed he could face the Cho brothers. Yizaha replied that he did, and that he would prove it. At that, Chul Yong decided to hand over the weapons for free and stated that they would continue that conversation later, if Yizaha survived. Yizaha thanked him and left the forge. When he returned to the Zaha Inn, his moment of introspection was interrupted by strange sounds. Outside, some people were digging a grave. The one responsible was Cho Igul, the middle brother of the Cho family and the true mastermind behind the whole situation. He commented that Yizaha had arrived at the right time and that he intended to call him as soon as they finished digging the hole, telling him to sit down in the meantime. Cho Igul stated that it was a great day for all of them. The Cho brothers had obtained approval from the Dark Mystic Society to establish a society in Ilyang province, but an imbecile like Yizaha, who could not even make a decent chicken soup, had caused a scene at the brothel. He demanded 3 reasons to let him live before they finished digging the grave. Yizaha replied with nothing but a laugh. Cho Igul asked whether he was laughing at the situation. Yizaha returned the question, asking if he was supposed to cry instead. In the very next instant, when he was attacked, he realized that his dagger was no longer on the table. He had taken it earlier, and in a swift motion, he drove the blade into Cho Igul's hand. Then Yizaha stated that he also had a question, a single reason for Cho Igul to stay alive, just one. At that moment, Cho Igul finally began to understand why that boy had caused so much trouble at the brothel. One of the subordinates warned that the grave was almost finished. Cho Igul ordered them to dig deeper and commented that Yizaha must have gone through some kind of enlightenment. He even congratulated him, but when he tried to attack again, he was stopped. Yizaha moved with precision, cutting several tendons in Cho Igul's body at the same time. Then he pinned his hand back to the table and asked what that hole was for. Cho Igul replied that it was just a threat. Yizaha made it clear that this was a lie. He pulled out the dagger and demanded that Cho Igul give a single reason to stay alive, just one. When Cho Igul did not answer, Yizaha concluded that not even he himself could think of a reason. Yizaha explained that there was no reason at all for someone like Cho Igul to continue living. He was not only involved in human trafficking, but also killed people without any mercy whenever things did not go his way. One of his victims was even someone Yizaha knew. Cho Igul tried to threaten him, saying that if he were killed, his brothers connected to the Dark Mystic Society would never forgive him. However, when he looked away, he realized that the dagger was already embedded in his chest. Yizaha made it clear that he had asked for a reason to let him live, not a threat. Shortly after, Cho Igul fell dead onto the table. Seeing that the men were still digging, Yizaha ordered them to stop immediately. The guards were terrified at the sight, but Yizaha questioned why they were so surprised, saying that Cho Igul had only been playing with a knife and had injured himself. The subordinates asked who he was. Yizaha replied that he was just an errand boy from the Zaha Inn and asked them to remove their masks to see if he recognized any of them. When their faces were revealed, Yizaha said that he had never seen any of those men before and asked whether they belonged to the Dark Mystic Society. One of them answered no, explaining that they had arrived recently in Ilyang province and were working at the Plum Blossom brothel. At that, Yizaha presented a simple choice. Either the 3 of them would die right there, or they would bury Cho Igul and return to their hometowns as if nothing had happened. One of the men agreed immediately and assured him they would do exactly that. Another, a bald man, said he could not return because of personal problems, but swore never to approach Yizaha again. The third said he would do the same, as long as his life was spared. Yizaha replied that he did not care what they did, as long as they took care of the body. One of them asked whether Yizaha needed someone to work in the kitchen, since he would not be able to make money away from the brothel. Yizaha asked if he was a good cook, and whether he knew how to make a decent chicken noodle soup. The man assured him that he did, saying that it was basic for him. Yizaha replied that it did not matter, and stated that from that moment on, he only needed to worry about surviving. After that, Yizaha turned his back and left the men to handle everything. When he entered the inn again, he realized that Cha Sungtai was already there. Cha Sungtai asked whether he had really defeated Cho Igul and commented that he had heard his eyes were fine, then asked why he was wearing an eye patch. Cha Sungtai explained that it was part of his plan. He had deliberately injured his own eyes and observed the entire situation afterward, making a detour to the doctors. Otherwise, he would also have have been digging that grave. He said that this proved how useful and perceptive he was. Yizaha admitted that it was true and acknowledged that he had done a good job. Cha Sung-taiki said that he had Yizaha's gratitude since he had no choice but to act that way to survive. He then asked what Yizaha planned to do about the other Cho brothers, since once they learned of this, they would surely seek revenge. Yizaha replied that he would kill them as well and leave their bodies scattered, which would make Ilyang province suffer even more. Cha Sung-tai said that he understood, since Cho Il-sum was the worst villain in the province, but warned that Yizaha would need extreme caution when trying to kill him. Yizaha, however, completely changed the subject and asked Cha Sung-tai to buy some snacks for him, commenting that there was liquor but nothing to go with it. Cha Sung-tai asked why that was. Yizaha replied that there were not enough ingredients at the inn. Cha Sung-tai then handed him money, but Yizaha said that he also had no money at all. Cha Sung-tai commented that the inn was famous for its delicious soup and wondered how the place had declined so much. Yizaha replied that it did not matter, since it was just to buy ingredients, and that he could choose some he liked. If anything was left over, he could eat it the next day. Before Sung-tai left, Yizaha asked whether he was taking a stroll, since he was walking so slowly. Sung-tai replied that he really was an idiot, and quickened his pace toward the city. Even so, Yizaha kept urging him on, until Sung-tai broke into a run, complaining that Yizaha was an unbearably annoying hell. After that, the two of them were sitting in front of a very plentiful meal, with many dishes spread across the table. Yizaha told Sung-tai to make sure to eat well, since everything had been bought with money he had earned through hard work. Sung-tai replied that he was enjoying it while he could. Then Yizaha commented that the money came from exploiting young girls and tricking people into buying that cheap liquor. He told Sung-tai to eat a lot, provoking him even more. Yizaha noticed that Sung-tai had become nervous and asked if something was wrong, questioning whether the food was not good. Sung-tai grabbed a shot of cachaça and drank it all at once. Yizaha asked if he was angry. Sung-tai admitted that he was, saying that the food he had bought tasted terrible. Even so, he explained that his real concern was the Dark Society. At that, Yizaha replied that if he was so worried, he should just train and become stronger. He was always saying he was worried, but never did anything. He kept repeating that he did not know what to do, which deeply irritated Yizaha. At that moment, Sung-tai himself snapped and questioned who Yizaha really was, stating that he was not a Zaha and was certainly in disguise. Yizaha reacted in a threatening manner, making it clear that perhaps those questions would be answered when Sung-tai passed on to the afterlife. Sung-tai fell silent for a moment, then said that they could go there and kill those damn members of the Dark Society. Yizaha agreed, saying that this was much better. He would just finish his drink and then go kill Cho Yusum. Since he had no idea where the youngest brother was, he decided to deal with Yusum first. Sung-tai remarked that Yizaha spoke as if it were something simple, like going to the bathroom after drinking a beer. Yizaha replied that if he was going to kill him, it was better to do it quickly. The real problem was Cho Sampyeong, since they did not know where he was. Sung-tai noted that it was almost time for Cho Sampyeong to return home. Yizaha then asked whether Sung-tai thought he could kill him alone. Sung-tai answered yes, stating that he was confident he could handle someone like him without help. However, he admitted that because of his injured eye, it might make things a little harder. Yizaha pressed him to decide quickly, asking whether he could do it or not. Sung-tai said he would do it in his own time and try to use the terrain to his advantage. Yizaha had never heard of Sung-tai as an assassin, but he brought up something more important. Yizaha asked whether, if the three brothers were killed, Sung-tai would be able to take over the three brothels. Sung-tai asked if Yizaha had never heard of their reputation. Yizaha replied that he knew very well and called Sung-tai an idiot. Yizaha explained that, since there were people who made their living through the brothels, it would not be possible to get rid of them entirely. The best option was to make sure everyone received their payments properly, prevent people like them from selling cheap liquor at abusive prices, take care of the sick when they needed help, and allow anyone to return to their homeland if they wished. Sung-tai said that this would be difficult. Yizaha replied that they had to do it anyway, and asked whether he was a man or a rat. Sung-tai asked why, and Yizaha answered that it was better than simply killing him. Yizaha ordered that everything be done the right way, and made it clear that if anything went wrong under Sung-tai's responsibility, he would make sure Sung-tai met the Cho brothers in the afterlife. Sung-tai complained, saying that every little thing turned into a death threat, and commented that maybe it would be better to retire and flee to the mountains. Yizaha replied that he could go ahead, explaining that if he succeeded, he could manage 3 brothels, otherwise they would find someone else. At that, Sung-tai declared that he was volunteering for the job, saying that it was still far too early to retire. Finally, Yizaha finished his last drink and began taking off his own clothes. Sung-tai asked what he was doing. Yizaha explained that he was going to wear Sung Tae's clothes. Sung Tae cursed, calling him a thief, but Yi Zaha stared at him in silence. Trying to correct himself, Sung Tae said that he was talking about Cho, that well-known thief. Even so, Sung Tae admitted that, on second thought, Yi Zaha was far more clever than he had imagined. Yi Zaha had not expected that drawing attention by entering the brothel wearing red clothes would be so obvious. Even so, he looked at Sung Tae, observing his thin body, and soon after was already wearing Sung Tae's refined clothes. Sung Tae commented that Yi Zaha looked spectacular as always. He said that Yi Zaha looked like an errand boy, but at the same time not. Seen from that angle, he was even better looking than Sung Tae had imagined, since before he always wore ragged clothes, looking like a beggar or a homeless man. Dressed like that, Yi Zaha truly looked elegant. In response, Yi Zaha slapped the back of Sung Tae's head and told him to shut up, calling him an idiot. He said that Sung Tae's old habits were coming back, since he was being far too friendly, and made it clear that he expected him not to make that mistake again. Then he said that he would be back soon. When Yi Zaha left, Sung Tae told him to take care of the clothes. After Yi Zaha could no longer hear him, Sung Tae wished that bastard good luck. Yi Zaha calmly walked to the doors of the Pear Blossom brothel and asked whether the owner Cho was present. The guard asked where exactly he was from. Yi Zaha replied that he was from the Dark Society and demanded to be taken to Cho. The guard asked for his name, but Yi Zaha answered by slapping the guard across the face, telling him to stop talking back and take him there. With no choice, the guard obeyed and led Yi Zaha to the owner's office, saying he would call him and telling Yi Zaha to make himself comfortable. Yi Zaha truly made himself comfortable. He sat in the owner's own chair and commented that the place was quite impressive. He thought that Cho must have planned to receive the Dark Society in that room to gain their approval. When Cho Il-sum finally appeared, he said that it was the first time he had seen him and wondered how that brat dared to sit in his chair. He did not even stand up to greet him and asked what Yi Zaha's rank within the Dark Society was. He questioned who had said that Yi Zaha was from the Dark Society, adding that he had heard it from one of his subordinates. Yi Zaha asked whether he really did not recognize him and said that it was also the first time he had seen him in person. Cho Il-sum then realized something and commented that he was not the errand boy from the Zaha household, asking whether he had finally gone mad. He then asked how Yi Zaha was still alive, since his brother had left, saying he would kill him. Yi Zaha replied that Cho Il-sum should be able to deduce with that big head of his that if he was there alive, it meant his brother was dead. Cho Il-sum was utterly shocked and questioned how that was possible, asking how a mere errand boy could have killed his brother. Yi Zaha calmly confirmed it and said that he had decided to pay a visit before ordering more people to dig a hole. Enraged, Cho Il-sum rushed at him, but his palm strike was deflected by Yi Zaha, who sent him flying. Although Cho Il-sum managed to remain standing when he landed, he felt intense pressure in his arm. He had clearly lost in the clash of internal energy. Yi Zaha commented that, considering how famous he was much weaker than he had imagined. Cho Il-sum could not understand how that had happened, asking himself how a simple errand boy could do something like that. Yi Zaha noticed his hesitation and commented that if he was not going to attack, then he would. The next advance truly terrified Cho Il-sum, and a single palm strike sent him flying out of the room. That had been nothing more than a casual movement from Yi Zaha. Spitting large amounts of blood, Cho Il-sum asked how that was possible and how Yi Zaha was using those techniques. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the neck. Yi Zaha commented that it was good for bastards like him to train techniques, but asked whether that was also forbidden for boys like him. He said that Cho Il-sum did not deserve such a privilege. As he tightened his grip around Cho Il-sum's neck even further, Yi Zaha said that he was sloppy. Despite having ruled that village for years and exploited other people's livelihoods for his own gain, he was still weak. Then Yi Zaha slammed him into the ground with such force that the entire building shook. The guards realized too late that their lord was under attack. By the time they arrived, Cho Il-sum was already purple and gasping for air. Yi Zaha coldly asked what they thought they could do. He declared that the leader of the Dark Society had changed his mind and decided to postpone the establishment of a sect within Ilyang province. He said that Cho Il-sum would serve as an example, and that anyone who questioned this decision already knew what would happen to them. Finally, Yi Zaha ordered everyone to get out of his way and walked slowly through the place. While all around him, people wondered whether he was not the former errand boy of the Zaha household. Hearing all those murmurs, Yi Zaha confirmed that yes, he was the former errand boy. The guards were visibly irritated, but Yi Zaha asked why they were suddenly so angry, questioning whether it was just because they now knew knew who he really was. No one had the courage or boldness to take a single step forward. Even so, one of the guards asked why he had killed the Lord. Yizaha returned the question, asking whether any of them had ever had a good reason for all the people they had killed throughout their lives. Faced with silence, as an answer, Yizaha simply turned his back and returned to the inn. When he got back, Sungtae asked whether he had not gone to kill Cho Il-sung, since he had returned far too early. Yizaha calmly replied that he was already dead. Sungtae said that this could only be a lie. Yizaha stated that he could check for himself if he wanted. Sungtae thought that only moments had passed since Yizaha had left, and that he still looked perfectly fine. After the deaths of Cho Il-sung and his brother, Sungtae could not understand how that bastard had become so strong in such a short time. Yizaha, on the other hand, simply told Sungtae to make sure to clean the inn before leaving. That irritated Sungtae, who wondered how he dared order him to clean the inn, thinking about where the broom was. Meanwhile, Yizaha returned to meditating. He could do that now, since he had already dealt with the urgent matters. He recalled the counterattack he had suffered earlier, and realized that he was becoming much stronger, much faster than he had expected. He could not let that opportunity slip away. Thus, Yizaha concentrated his chi even more, and remained that way until the next morning. In the meantime, rumors began to spread through the city that Cho Il-sung had died. They said that the one who killed him was the former errand boy, something that seemed almost impossible. Sungtae heard all of these rumors as he returned to the inn in the morning. By then, Yizaha had finally achieved mastery over the wood domain and was approaching the dark domain. Even though he had already reached this level in his past life, the speed and depth of his understanding were now far greater. He was certain that he could become even stronger than before. The problem was that he had made quite a mess of the room during the process. The floor, the walls, and even the ceiling were covered in soot caused by his power. Yizaha deduced that this had happened because all the impurities in his body had been burned away by his chi. The smell in the room was horrible, but it was also a clear sign of progress, indicating that his body was far purer than before. When Sungtae arrived, he immediately sensed the odor and asked what that smell was, saying that it reeked terribly. He asked what had happened, and when Yizaha appeared, Sungtae joked about whether he had gotten dirty, before running off, almost vomiting. He complained that the smell was unbearable and nearly got sick right there. Later, Yizaha tried to get rid of that terrible smell in a bathtub at the Plum Blossom Inn. He remembered how Sungtae had almost vomited near him and had even drawn a knife to keep him away. Yizaha wondered whether he had really done that just because of the smell. Despite his irritation, he admitted that the situation really was bad. He stayed in the tub for quite some time until Che Hyang appeared, saying that she was there to help him bathe. Yizaha was puzzled and said that he had not called for anyone. Che Hyang explained that Sungtae had asked her to come and that if he did not want help, she could at least rinse him off at the end. Yizaha refused and said that she did not need to come back again. He commented that he would talk to Sungtae about it later. He also said that she herself had already stated that she was not a prostitute who sold her body, so she did not need to act that way. Yizaha thought that that damn Sungtae kept asking for things he had never requested. Che Hyang was left speechless, but she thanked him and apologized for what had happened before. Yizaha said that it was fine and that the past was already behind them. She commented that she had heard he was very strong and asked why. Back then, he had chosen to be beaten instead of fighting back. Yizaha felt a little awkward since that decision had not been made purely by choice. Even so, he apologized and said that he needed to be beaten in order to have a legitimate reason for revenge. When it came to a gentleman's revenge, 10 years was not a long time, but when it came to a boy who had nothing, everything began at the very moment he was beaten. Che Hyang asked whether there really was such a saying. Yizaha replied that there was not, saying that he had just made it up. Then he sank back into his thoughts while relaxing in the hot bathwater. He thought about how they dared to try to use a woman's beauty as a weapon. At that moment, he remembered someone who had tried the same thing in the past, the left arm of the demonic cult. Yizaha reflected that the reason using women against the mad demon had never worked was simple. He was not attracted to ordinary women, the kind that most people considered beautiful. That was why they had needed to use other methods, and even then they had failed. Soon after, Yizaha wondered why he was even thinking about that bastard. Before he could delve deeper into the thought, Sungtae suddenly appeared, saying it was urgent and that there was a fire. Yizaha asked why he was so frightened by that. Sungtae explained that the fire was coming from Yizaha's own quarters. At that moment, Yizaha realized that the situation was truly troubling. The Zaha Inn was engulfed in flames. People from all over the province were watching the fire, completely consumed by the chaos. Amid the crowd, Cho Sampyung declared that from that moment on, he would personally kill anyone who helped or hid the former errand boy of the Zaha household. Someone remarked that his brother's grave was located behind the inn and questioned whether it wouldn't be better to retrieve the body before starting the fire. Cho Sampyeong asked who had said that. At that moment, Yi Zaha pushed through the crowd and stated that it had been him. Cho Sampyeong demanded to know who the hell he was and whether he had the nerve to set his quarters on fire without knowing who he was dealing with. Then he recognized the name and asked what had happened to that former errand boy. A man standing beside Cho Sampyeong commented that he had said he would build an entire province in Ilyang, yet now he was getting personally involved over a mere errand boy. The same man added that he was still thinking about founding a sect, and that if Cho Sampyeong had to draw his sword over such an insignificant errand boy, the entire Murim world would laugh at him. For that reason, he suggested that Cho Sampyeong handle it himself. Cho Sampyeong showed hesitation, but the man dressed in black said that if his skills were truly that weak, perhaps joining his dead brothers would be the better option. In response, Yi Zaha agreed, saying that he needed to have some sense and stop ordering others to do his dirty work. He stated that Cho Sampyeong should fight personally and declared that the loser would be burned to death by the flames. The man in black remarked that the errand boy had an enormous ego and then introduced himself as Nyung Jiseok from the Black Hurricane Castle. He said he would serve as the witness to that fight to the death. Soon after, space was cleared for the confrontation. Cho Sampyeong drew his sword, but he was visibly overwhelmed by fear. He wondered how his brothers had lost to that damned errand boy. Meanwhile, Yi Zaha reflected that Nyung Jiseok was quite intelligent. Although he seemed to be giving Cho Sampyeong a chance to fight, he was actually just evaluating his abilities. Seeing his inn in flames only made Yi Zaha even angrier, and he stared at Cho Sampyeong with clear killing intent. Cho Sampyeong told him to draw his sword already, but Yi Zaha replied that he didn't need a sword to deal with someone of that level. That was enough to provoke Cho Sampyeong, who charged immediately. His blade strike was easily dodged, and he received a direct punch to the ribs. Fallen on the ground and trying to get up, he heard Yi Zaha tell him to stop exaggerating, saying it had only been a light punch and that he hadn't even used real strength. Desperate, Cho Sampyeong tried to attack again, but Yi Zaha commented that he was extremely sloppy. He blocked the strike with just one hand and added that his brothers had been just as careless. Yi Zaha thought it would be better if all three died at once. Without hesitation, he took Cho Sampyeong's sword and slashed his chest. Cho Sampyeong collapsed immediately, without even needing to tea in the flames. His lifeless body fell to the ground in a dry, final manner. Everyone around was completely shocked by the outcome of the fight. They could barely believe that the boy was truly a descendant of the Zaha household. In the stunned silence, Yi Zaha asked why they had burned the inn and what crime it had committed to deserve such treatment. Nyung Jiseok stepped forward and commented that Yi Zaha did possess some skill. He said that if anything happened, they would surely meet again soon. Hearing that, Yi Zaha asked where the man in black thought he was going and questioned whether he really dared to leave like that. Nyung Jiseok replied that he didn't care who Yi Zaha was and that he would die there, just like the others. Yi Zaha responded that if he knew who had tried to kill him and had even set the inn on fire, he would never let it slide. Even so, instead of fighting, Nyung Jiseok attempted to flee. Yi Zaha used his speed to catch up to him in an instant, closing the distance without difficulty. Nyung Jiseok tried to defend himself with a pressurized wind blast, but the attack was cut in half as if it were nothing. That was not the only thing that was split. Nyung Jiseok himself was also cut in two. Yi Zaha showed no reaction as the body fell to the ground, as if it were something simple and ordinary. The Zaha Inn was already in ruins. The people around watched in disbelief and horror. Sungtae realized that even Cho Sampyeong had died and that Yi Zaha had also eliminated a powerful master. Then Yi Zaha turned to the women of the Pear Blossom brothel and asked who had ordered them to burn someone else's home. He questioned whether they also wanted their own houses burned down. They all knelt, apologized repeatedly, and begged for mercy. Even so, Yi Zaha asked again who had given permission to burn another person's house and demanded an answer. Sungtae raised his hand and commented that perhaps they had decided to burn the inn because of the terrible smell. He said that when he smelled it for the first time, his initial impulse had also been to burn it. At that moment, Yi Zaha seriously considered killing Sungtae. Instead, he called him closer and ordered him to gather everyone involved and force them to rebuild the Zaha Inn. Sungtae asked why he still had to manage the brothels. Yi Zaha replied that he had been very kind to him over the past few days and asked whether he had become too confident. Sungtae thought for a moment, assessed the situation, and decided that he wanted to stay alive. He said that since they were going to rebuild, they could make something better than before. He commented that there was plenty of space and that they could turn the inn into something truly impressive. Yi Zaha agreed and said that he also wanted to build a wall around it, create a gym, and set up a proper training area. Sungtae asked whether it wouldn't be easier to just build a cult instead of an inn. Yizaha replied that he wanted a training space, but one that also functioned as an inn. Sungtae accepted that and said he would keep it in mind. He suggested calling the place the Zaha Training Inn. Yizaha agreed and added that while construction was underway, they should look for anyone who showed talent. Sungtae asked what Yizaha would do about the Shadow Society. Yizaha replied that he would handle it personally. Sungtae commented that if he was planning to go to war, their organization would also need a name. Yizaha said that it was already decided. The name would be Howl. He explained that it had been the first organization he had ever belonged to in his past life, so he would use the same name again. Sungtae asked if he could call him the Master of Howl from now on. Yizaha replied that yes, everything was fine. Even so, Sungtae remarked that over the past few days, it had already become clear that Yizaha was no longer the same person he had known before. Then Sungtae asked Yizaha why he had allowed that man to live. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. He concluded that Sungtae was still useful and moreover an interesting toy. Sungtae was somewhat shocked by that conclusion, but he accepted the situation, since it was better than dying. Once again, Yizaha remained in meditation. He needed to strengthen and build his internal foundations, as he knew how important that was in order to save others, something he had learned in his past life. Time passed while Sungtae took care of everything around him, organizing matters and rebuilding the inn. Suddenly, Yizaha's meditation was interrupted by Sungtae himself, who reported that men from the Shadow Society had arrived. The brothers had always treated those men well, so Sungtae asked how they should be received since they had always maintained good relations. With that, Yizaha stood up and decided to greet them personally. Sungtae asked whether he was not planning to fight, showing some concern. Yizaha explained that they would pretend to ignore the fact that he had killed the brothers and would only demand payment of the debts. In addition, they would probably suggest that he join the Shadow Society. Sungtae asked what he would do if such a proposal really came up and whether it would not be difficult to deal with them afterward. Yizaha made it clear that this might be difficult for Sungtae, but not for him. He then asked whether Sungtae wanted everyone to die. He stated that the members of the Shadow Society would try to kill him before anything else. Of that, he was certain. Even so, he was also certain that he would not die. Shortly after, he met the guests in a suitable room, while Sungtae firmly closed the doors. The first visitor was an affiliate of the Golden Peak office of the Shadow Society, named Jeonpung. The second also came from the Golden Peak office and was called Han Go-wook. The third, Ye, did not even introduce himself and merely observed everything in silence, which irritated the first two somewhat. Jeonpung commented that he had heard Yizaha had killed the Cho brothers. Yizaha confirmed without hesitation that it was true and asked why he was asking. He also questioned whether they were relatives of the dead brothers, but it soon became clear that they were not, as the Cho had merely been adopted. The two members of the Shadow Society exchanged glances, uncomfortable with the arrogant attitude of that boy, wondering where such confidence came from, perhaps from his abilities. Sensing the mood, Yizaha asked what was wrong and remarked provocatively that he knew he was handsome, but that simply staring at his face would make things awkward. That caused some discomfort, but nothing more. Even so, Yizaha was surprised, as they were calmer than he had expected. Jeonpung then explained that the Cho brothers had received permission from the Shadow Society to establish a sect in that province, but Yizaha had killed them. If this were reported to the Shadow Society, the situation could become quite troublesome. Yizaha stated that he already understood everything, saying that they wanted him to continue paying bribes in the same way the Cho brothers had done before. Jeonpung acknowledged that he had grasped the situation quickly. Next, Yizaha suggested that everyone have a drink first. He called for Miss Sun and asked her to bring dukwang liquor and some snacks. The young woman confirmed that it was the award-winning dukwang and said she would bring it right away. Han Go-wook, however, said that the alcohol could wait, as he preferred to have the terms clearly defined before leaving. Yizaha asked why he did not just focus on the alcohol. That deeply angered the two, who stood up in fury. Han Go-wook said he had had enough and asked whether Yizaha truly thought he would leave there alive. Yizaha replied by asking whether he really wanted to bet his own hand in a fight, which made both of them even more nervous in the face of the boy's confidence. Yizaha then asked whether they truly believed the Shadow Society could appear there and save them without losing anything. He emphasized that if he were afraid, he would never have killed the Cho brothers. At that point, the two were already visibly terrified. Yizaha acknowledged that they had greater skills than the three Cho brothers, but warned that if they did not make a decision before Miss Sun returned with the alcohol, they would receive nothing but a one-way ticket to hell. At that moment, he heard her footsteps approaching and remarked that it seemed Miss Sun was returning. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the four forced and submissive smiles on the faces of the Shadow Society members. Hango told her not to worry, assuring her that they would speak well of Yi Zaha to the society. Junpeng confirmed this, addressing him as Sir. Yi Zaha said that this was excellent. Jung commented that, in fact, it was even better that Yi Zaha had killed the Cho brothers, since they had never liked them. After that, they exchanged false laughter simply to avoid dying. Soon after, they left the inn in a sloppy manner, staggering, almost running, as if they were fleeing. Sungtae asked whether Yi Zaha was sure he should let them go like that. Yi Zaha explained that if he killed the two of them, the Shadow Society could use it as a pretext to return to the province. To them, it did not matter who controlled Iliang, as long as someone was willing to obey them. He thought that, in that area, the only person he truly needed to be cautious of, now, was a master of the 12 palms, known as the Butcher. Even so, there was no need to attract his attention at that moment. After that, Yi Zaha informed Sungtae that he would be training for some time. He ordered that all the assets of the brothel owners be confiscated and managed directly by Sungtae. In addition, Sungtae would also temporarily assume the position of clan administrator, making it clear that he would be removed immediately if he attempted to embezzle any funds. Sungtae asked what would happen if he were removed from that position. Yi Zaha replied that it was simple, the punishment would be death. Sungtae commented that this seemed a bit unfair, but Yi Zaha made it clear that the decision was his, since he was the leader. Before finishing, Yi Zaha even congratulated him on becoming administrator, saying that he had succeeded in life. Even so, Sungtae left extremely irritated, complaining that it was very hard to make a living in Jianggu. Later, Yi Zaha met with Chul Yang. When he entered the restaurant, the attendant asked whether he wanted a bowl of noodles, and Yi Zaha confirmed that he wanted a good, delicious bowl. Chul Yang, however, went straight to the point and asked whether he had really taken care of Yusum, Igu, and Sampeng. Yi Zaha confirmed that he had. Then Chul Yang raised another concern, saying that if the Shadow Society came after Yi Zaha, many young people in that region could end up dying. Yi Zaha wondered internally whether Chul Yang had always been like this. Thinking back to his past life, he remembered that Chul Yang had also opposed paying protection fees to the Cho brothers. With that in mind, Yi Zaha replied that the Shadow Society would not come after him yet, and that even if a confrontation happened in the future, the others would be fine, since he was the one who had killed the Cho brothers. The blacksmith then asked whether Yi Zaha intended to bring down the Shadow Society by himself. Yi Zaha confirmed that he did, which made the blacksmith comment that it was unexpected and hard to believe. He even joked that it was unbelievable that the former errand boy of the Zaha Inn had killed all the Cho brothers, adding that it looked like he himself would have to pay for the meal and thanking him for the noodles. Yi Zaha asked whether he was exploiting a poor errand boy. The blacksmith replied that he was no longer that boy, since he was now the leader of the Howl clan. The owner of the place asked whether the Zaha Inn had founded the Howl clan, and Yi Zaha explained that he was part of the clan as well. Duxu became confused and asked what that meant, since he did not even remember enlisting. Yi Zaha explained that everyone he knew was automatically enrolled. He then commented that Duxu should start providing free noodles to the sect leader from now on. Duxu, however, immediately refused, saying that was not how things work. At that moment, someone outside called Yi Zaha's name. It was a person dressed in black with an extremely ominous aura. Yi Zaha asked Duxu whether that man was a customer, but he replied that he was not and warned Yi Zaha to be careful since that aura was very bad. Chul Yang also warned the sect leader to be cautious. Yi Zaha commented that they only called him leader when trouble showed up, calling them shameless. After that, Yi Zaha stepped out into the rain to speak with the man. The stranger said that he had heard Yi Zaha had killed Jiseok. Yi Zaha said he had heard that name before, and after recalling it, confirmed that he was indeed the one who had killed him. The man then introduced himself as Xian Wu from the Dark Exploration. Yi Zaha knew that name very well. Xian Wu, the twin sword demon, had been one of the people who pursued him in his past life while he was fleeing the cult. He was certain he had killed Xian Wu back then, yet now he stood before a younger version of him. Xian Wu asked why Jiseok had been killed, and Yi Zaha replied that it was because he had burned down his house. Xian Wu agreed that it was a fair reason, but stated that because of it, Yi Zaha would also die there. Yi Zaha, however, questioned whether he truly believed things would go as he wished, provoking him by saying that nothing would turn out the way he wanted, not even the hair that would fall from his head. Angered, Xian Wu said he would start by tearing Yi Zaha's mouth apart. At that instant, thunder roared across the sky, and Xian Wu closed the distance between them. Yi Zaha dodged the first sword strike and flung rainwater into Xian Wu's face, disrupting his vision. Yi Zaha knew there were two twin sword demons and was certain that the other one was hiding somewhere, watching the fight. Soon after, the two began exchanging blows at high speed. starting an intense battle beneath the rain. Even though Xianwu wielded two swords and Yi Zaha still kept his sword sheathed, he blocked every strike with ease. Yi Zaha knew exactly what the enemy's strategy was. Xianwu was merely creating an opening for his brother to emerge from hiding and intervene at the right moment. At that moment, Sung Tai appeared to help the sect leader. Yi Zaha told him to hold his position, warning that the enemy was a true martial master. Sung Tai complained about the heavy rain, completely soaked, and ended up getting involved again in the exchange of blows between Xianwu and Yi Zaha. During the fight, Yi Zaha warned Sung Tae that there was another enemy hidden nearby and that he needed to be careful. Sung Tae tried to locate the second opponent, but could not see anyone. Suddenly, the other twin appeared from the rooftops and landed beside Xianwu, revealing his presence. The sudden appearance startled Sung Tae, who realized that the second enemy had finally shown himself. Yi Zaha explained that this man was also a martial master, someone who carefully concealed his strength, and emphasized that caution was necessary. Immediately afterward, the two twins launched a coordinated attack, advancing from opposite sides to surround Yi Zaha. Even so, Sung Tai stayed alert, warning everyone to be careful. He asked whether Yi Zaha knew exactly who those people were and prepared himself for the worst. Until then, the twins had completely ignored Sung Tae, but that changed when Sanwoo grew irritated by the provocations. He shifted his focus and attacked Sung Tae, who was struck despite partially blocking the blow, sent flying to the ground and rolling through the mud. Sung Tae remained still for a few moments, pretending to be out of the fight. Yi Zaha, however, immediately saw through the act and ordered him to get up. Sung Tae asked if he was serious, saying he really thought he would be out of the fight. The performance, however, was not convincing. He complained that he had done everything for nothing, and that his clothes were now completely covered in mud. Yi Zaha asked whether he really thought that would work. Sung Tai replied that if it had not been raining, the plan would have succeeded, since they would have lowered their guard and their heads would have been cut off at that moment. Hearing this, Shanwoo became furious, realizing he was being mocked in the middle of battle. Sung Tai noticed that Shanwoo was trembling with rage. Since he had no hair, it looked as if the rain was dancing directly on his head. Enraged, Shanwoo charged again, but Yi Zaha blocked the attack effortlessly. Even with his sword still sheathed, he continued to withstand the strikes of Xianwu's two blades without retreating. The twins finally realized that Yi Zaha was no ordinary opponent. For Yi Zaha, this was also the first time he had faced something like this since returning to the past, which made the fight strangely exhilarating. Yangsu, watching from a distance, wondered whether Yi Zaha was smiling and concluded that the man was truly problematic. Then, at last, Yi Zaha drew his sword, wrapping it in his internal power. Everyone around was astonished, including his own allies. Sung Tai clearly saw a crimson light enveloping the blade. That was sword intent. The twins immediately went on full alert and launched another combined attack, surrounding Yi Zaha and closing in to strike him at the same time. However, in a movement so fast that no one could see his hands move, Yi Zaha cut both of them in half. The twins' bodies fell, while Yi Zaha remained standing beneath the rain, feeling the cold droplets fall upon him. Sung Tai thanked him for the help and called Yi Zaha the sect leader. Yi Zaha told him to stop pretending to be polite just because there were other people around. Sung Tai asked who those men were, and Yi Zaha explained that they were the demonic sword twins, members of the Dark Exploration. Sung Tai remarked that the Dark Exploration stood above even the Shadow Society, realizing that this was becoming something far greater. Yi Zaha, however, showed no concern at all. He said he was going to take a bath, while Sung Tai said he would take care of cleaning up the entire mess. Chul Yang, who had witnessed everything, finally had definitive proof of Yi Zaha's power. There was no longer any doubt that he had truly been responsible for the deaths of the Cho brothers. Later, Yi Zaha was once again in a bathtub. This time, it was not because he was dirty or covered in blood, but simply because he wanted to be. As he relaxed, he realized that he had become much stronger and faster. Still, something troubled him. People who were supposed to die in the future had died now, and this could drastically alter the course of events. He still did not know how to deal with those changes. At that moment, he noticed that the outside was far too quiet. His senses detected the presence of two intruders. There were two brothel owners, Li Song and Shi Yun. Yi Zaha wondered whether it had been Sung Tai who had put them in that situation. When both of them charged toward Yi Zaha, he reacted instantly. The bathtub exploded into pieces, and Yi Zaha lunged forward with his naked body, striking each of them in the chest with a precise and devastating palm strike. He realized that the two had probably attacked, believing that he was unarmed inside the tub. Because of that, he began to wonder whether Sung Tai was involved in the ambush. Soon after, Yizaha went to one of the Plum Blossom staff members and asked where Sungtae was. The employee replied that he was not there and stated sincerely that he had not seen him since he had left some time earlier. Without wasting time, Yizaha once again went out into the rain. As he walked, he thought that he was still not certain whether Sungtae was involved or not, but decided that anyone who bared their fangs at that moment would die without exception. Suddenly, Yizaha heard Sungtae's own voice echoing in the distance. Following the sound, he came upon a brutal scene. Several bodies were scattered along the path, turning the place into a true massacre. At the center of the chaos, Sungtae was surrounded by enemies. Even severely wounded, Sungtae was still resisting. He defended himself with a small dagger, twisting his body with difficulty as blood soaked through his clothes, fighting desperately to remain standing. He stood still for a long time, merely observing the situation. Sungtae, who was lying on the ground, injured, questioned whether he truly had no intention of helping him, showing indignation even in that state. Yizaha found it absurd, as the man was about to be saved and yet continued to complain. Meanwhile, all the assassins also remained motionless, hesitant in the face of his presence. Yizaha ordered them to attack at once, making it clear that he had no patience for such delays. Even though they were dominated by fear, the assassins forced themselves to advance together, trying to kill him all at once. The attempt was futile. Yizaha began to attack mercilessly, striking ribs, faces, stomachs, and every possible point, crushing each of them without giving any chance to retaliate. After massacring all the assassins, Sungtae exploded in fury, outraged at having been attacked from behind and questioning how they dared to do such a thing. He also asked whether Yizaha had appeared there to save him. Yizaha made it clear that he had not. In fact, he stated that he had intended to kill him once he was certain of the situation, as he believed Sungtae might have been involved in the ambush. Confused, Sungtae tried to understand the reason for that suspicion. Yizaha explained that an attempt had also been made on his life while he was bathing, when Woogyeom and Jungu appeared to attack him. Sungtae commented that it seemed they still had not understood the gravity of the situation, even after masters stronger than the Cho brothers had been killed for underestimating Yizaha. He made it clear that he had no connection whatsoever to those wretches. With that, Yizaha concluded that the misunderstanding had been resolved and decided to trust Sungtae, at least for the time being. Even so, he regarded the man as cold and heartless. He also made it clear that the assassins did not belong to the Dark Society and questioned how many people he would still have to kill in Ilyang before everyone understood who truly ruled that place. They continued to underestimate him because they still believed he was merely the errand boy of Zaha-in. Yizaha demanded a definitive solution so that such pointless situations would stop occurring. Sungtae assured him that he would take the necessary measures so that no one would dare to underestimate him again. Yizaha made it clear that he had better do it properly. Sungtae agreed and promised he would not fail. Irritated, Yizaha remarked that he had just taken a bath and that the whole ordeal had been a disaster. Sometime later, Sungtae began handling both internal issues and the reconstruction of Zaha-in, while Yizaha devoted himself even more intensely to cultivating his training. A month later, Yizaha inspected the progress of the construction and asked whether that was all they had managed to accomplish so far. Sungtae explained that the scale of the project had grown significantly and that it would take at least a year to be completed. Even so, Yizaha wanted to accelerate the process. He realized that hiring random people would not solve the problem and that it would be necessary to form a specialized team. Recently, someone who could speed everything up had appeared. Sungtae introduced the leader of the construction team, Yeon Ja-sung. Yizaha immediately realized that he was an exceptional worker, as he was a master craftsman. Yeon Ja-sung explained that he had been recommended for the job by the owner of the forge. Yizaha stated that it was a pleasure to meet him. Ja-sung said that, according to Chul-young, if he performed well on this job, he could receive a position in the Sex Construction Guild and would also be exempt from taxes. He wanted to confirm whether that was true. Yizaha confirmed it without hesitation. Hearing this, Ja-sung said he was completely convinced and that he would make Zaha-in a magnificent place. Before beginning, Ja-sung asked for a favor. He explained that they intended to build barracks to serve as lodging and a dining hall, and that he would like good meals to be provided to the workers from time to time. Yizaha called Sungtae's attention and ordered him to send people to the brothels in the late afternoon to procure food and quality meals. He also made it clear to Ja-sung that if he was satisfied with the work, Ja-sung would become the leader of the construction clan. After that, Yizaha went straight to the Draconic Forge. Chul-young commented that Ja-sung was an extremely talented and diligent young man who was constantly searching for work day and night. Yizaha found it remarkable to realize that he already had an indirect connection with Ja-sung. Chul-young himself knew how beneficial it would be for him to become part of the Howl Moon sect. Finally, Chul-young remarked that he would like to give Yizaha a commemorative gift and asked what kind of weapon he desired. Yizaha asked whether he had ever created any renowned blade or a truly valuable sword. Cholyong explained that he had not yet created anything of that sort. He said that such a weapon could not even be sold. If the existence of something at that level were to spread, he would be lucky not to be killed after being robbed. Even if he managed to sell it for the right price, others would threaten him to make another one just like it. Hearing this, Yizaha said that he wanted exactly the opposite. He asked for a simple weapon, with no flashy appearance whatsoever. The weight and shape did not matter. The only requirement was that it would never break, never bend, and that under no circumstances would any other weapon be superior to it. Cholyong asked if he wanted nothing but sturdiness. Yizaha confirmed, saying that the type and form of the weapon did not matter. Cholyong pressed him again to make sure, and Yizaha affirmed that it was exactly what he wanted. He even commented that he would not mind if it were a sword with an absurd shape. Cholyong said he would remember that, and that one day he would present him with such a weapon. When Yizaha left the forge, he once again encountered black-robed figures along the way. One of them asked whether he was Zaha, the owner of the brothel. Yizaha replied that he was not, saying that he was merely an errand boy, and tried to move on. The man, however, asked him to wait and introduced himself as a messenger of the Dark Society. He explained that he carried a message from his superior. The master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion wished to meet Yizaha. Since a summons had been sent, rather than an execution order, it would be in his best interest not to refuse. The messenger Hayuk made it clear that if he returned empty-handed, the executors would certainly appear. Yizaha asked whether he truly had to cooperate. Hayuk replied that if he did not wish to, he could flee. If he ran away, he would survive, and innocent lives would not be lost. It would be good for everyone. Yizaha then asked whether that meant that, to become the head of Ilyang province, he would have to bow to the Dark Society or abandon the province altogether. Hayuk confirmed that this was exactly the case. Yizaha stated that if he accepted such a thing, he could no longer be called a man. Even so, he decided that he would meet that individual. Hayuk asked whether he would go to the meeting before nightfall or follow them immediately. Yizaha replied that he could not meet such an influential figure empty-handed or in a casual manner, and therefore he would go alone. Hayuk informed him that there was a cabin in the hunting grounds of Mount Dingo. Yizaha said it was close enough and accepted. Before leaving, Hayuk warned him to keep one thing in mind. If he was planning to flee, he had better run as far away as possible. Yizaha replied that there was no need to worry, as he had no intention of running away. When Yizaha told everything to Sungtai, he became frantic, asking whether that money-crazed mad assassin had summoned the clan leader. Yizaha replied that he had not been summoned and that he was going because he wanted to. Sungtai said that, if necessary, he would gather everyone and they would go to war. Yizaha asked if he intended to kill everyone and stated that he would go alone. Sungtai insisted, saying that Yizaha would die and that that bastard would try to destroy him. He at least asked to go along. Yizaha asked if he was being serious. Sungtai answered that he was not, and Yizaha told him to shut up and focus on his own recovery. Before leaving, Sungtai asked him to at least take the cloak. Yizaha asked whether that was not his most precious item and said it might get torn, since he was not going there to play around. Sungtai replied that even if it turned into rags, he would not mind. Yizaha smiled, put on the cloak, and said that he would return with it intact. As the sun set between the mountains, Hayuk waited at the location, as ordered by the pavilion master. He believed that Yizaha had already fled. Shortly afterward, however, he saw Yizaha approaching. Hayuk thought that the young man looked quite greedy. As he drew closer, Hayuk believed that this confidence came merely from having killed the Cho brothers. Yet he still received him politely, and said that the pavilion master was waiting inside. Upon entering the hunting cabin, Yizaha saw a large man sitting beside a campfire. The bearded man was Ban Sa-woon, the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. When Hayuk introduced Yizaha, Ban Sa-woon, the man who had taken over the 3 brothels, studied him carefully. He thought Yizaha was younger and more arrogant than he had expected. He assumed that, since he had come without fleeing, he likely believed he could handle everything on his own. He concluded that if the boy did not know his place, such greed would become a problem. Even so, Yizaha simply sat down in front of the fire, staring at him without the slightest hesitation. Ban Sa-woon asked who had said he could sit. Yizaha replied that he did not need anyone's permission to do so. Seeing this, Hayuk thought that the errand boy was completely insane. In that situation, even crawling while bowing to the master would not have been enough, yet he had the audacity to sit down. Ban Sa-woon ended up smiling, finding it amusing, and commented that Yizaha was truly crazy in the head. He then asked how old he was, calling him an amusing little boy. Yizaha asked why that mattered and whether he had called him there just to ask his age. Then he told Ban Sa-woon to choose already. Either he would die alone or he would lead his lackeys to their deaths. Ban Sa-woon replied that such arrogance made it impossible to spare him. He stood up and drew his sword, but immediately had to block a kick from Yizaha, which sent him flying despite his heavy body. Although he managed to remain standing, Bonsawun felt an absurdly powerful impact surge through his body. Yizaha made it clear that he was not someone who needed Bonsawun's mercy. At that moment, the pavilion master himself began to panic. He had heard that Yizaha was merely an inn's errand boy, yet that boy spoke as if he would kill him without any hesitation. Determined to strike, Bonsawun charged first. His attacks were brutal and meant to kill, but completely crude and lacking refinement. Yizaha dodged all of them with ease and thought that a pavilion master of the Dark Society should have far more class. Immediately afterward, a palm strike landed squarely on Bonsawun, making him spit out a large amount of blood. Before the big man could even react, Yizaha drew his sword and unleashed an aura so powerful that it severed Bonsawun's head in a single motion. The sight left all the members of the Dark Society utterly terrified. Yizaha remarked that this was what happened when someone messed with the errand boy of Ilyang province. Hyuk could not believe that the master had been defeated so easily. Then Yizaha asked who else wished to follow Bonsawun to death. None of the guards moved, only one of them, after a long time, gathered the courage to ask how Yizaha intended to deal with the consequences of attacking the Dark Society. Yizaha replied that it did not matter. He said that everyone there could die at that very moment. He ordered them all to kneel and count to 3. Anyone who remained standing would be sent to meet Bonsawun. The choice was in their hands. Before he even reached 3, everyone was already kneeling, revering Yizaha as their leader. Yizaha reflected that all the suffering he had endured during internal energy cultivation, martial arts training, and fasting meditation, enduring pain and exhaustion, had been for moments like that. He savored the feeling for a few more moments. Then one of the guards asked whether he would let them live. Yizaha replied by asking whether he should. The man said that Bonsawun had promised to spare them if they knelt. Yizaha made it clear that he had never said he would kill them if they did not kneel, but he had also never said he would spare them. Desperate, the man begged for their lives. Yizaha asked again why he should do that. Another man then said that if they were all going to die anyway, there was no choice but to fight to the death. Yizaha asked whether he was trying to negotiate and why he did not make a proper proposal instead. The man then identified himself as Sima B, a secret inspector. Yizaha thought that he did not remember that man. Perhaps he had died together with Bonsawun in his past life, when the Dark Society was destroyed by corruption. Sima B spoke bluntly, saying that, to be honest, if Yizaha's abilities had only been comparable to the Pavilion Master's, everyone there would have joined forces to try to defeat him. However, since Yizaha had not revealed his full strength, he realized it quickly and even restrained some people who were already ready to jump into the fight. Yizaha commented that this was not bad at all. He said that Sima B had noticed his technique of concealing his martial arts and stated that he had passed the test. To him, this was the law of nature. Only the perceptive survived. Sima B was clearly relieved, but soon asked what would happen to the others. Yizaha replied that obviously they needed to die. If they stayed alive, they could inform the Dark Society about what had happened there, and going to war with that organization would be an enormous headache. Then Yizaha ordered the rest to come at him, even if it meant all of them at once. The men grew extremely nervous, yet they still drew their swords. Before anything could happen, Sima B asked them to wait. He asked whether it would not be possible to resolve everything if they swore they would not report anything. Yizaha questioned what kind of guarantee that offered. He made it clear that he did not trust Sima Bai, since, upon closer observation, he appeared to be the person with the greatest authority just below the Pavilion Master. Sima Bai agreed and said that he was right. Yizaha then explained the situation coldly. He had killed the Pavilion Master, their direct superior, and asked whether Sima Bai truly believed that anyone would be left alive if they returned to the Dark Society without so much as a single scratch. The same applied to the others, who had merely watched while the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion was killed. Even if they managed to return alive, they would be regarded as traitors. With that, Yizaha stated that he would begin the execution. At that moment, Sima Bai said that he had a solution and asked Yizaha to make his decision only after hearing the proposal. He begged for a few moments of attention. Yizaha remarked sarcastically that Sima Bai seemed like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, the great strategist, for being able to come up with an escape so quickly. Sima Bai explained that the solution was simple. They only needed to embezzle the money from that cabin. Everyone would commit the crime together, openly. The group fell silent, and Sima Bai continued explaining. There was a large sum of money there that the Pavilion Master had been siphoning off. If the higher-ups of the Dark Society heard anything about it, the entire Golden Phoenix Pavilion would be destroyed, since everyone had kept quiet and assisted in the embezzlement. After that, they would would take the money to Ilyang province, becoming accomplices to the crime. Yizaha understood the point and asked whether that meant that, since they had committed a crime together, they could no longer report anything to the Dark Society, making it unnecessary to kill them. Sima B confirmed that this was the case, and said that this option was far better than dying there. Yizaha reflected that it was truly irritating. No matter what he did, sooner or later everything would reach the ears of the Dark Society. Still, he decided to accept the plan and ordered them to proceed as Sima B suggested. Grateful, Sima B thanked him profusely, and Yizaha said that he would leave the matter under the responsibility of Soldier Sima. The man was confused and asked whether that meant he had been promoted. Yizaha asked whether his surname was Sima. Upon receiving confirmation, he said that he would indeed be Soldier Sima. According to him, since ancient times in the Jianghu, it had always been better for groups to recruit people with the surname Sima or Jug, although he himself did not know exactly why. The group fell silent again, accustomed to Yizaha saying things completely out of context without ever bothering to explain them. After some time, he explained that the embezzlement had been a success. Sima B reported that all the money had been moved to that location, and that because of this, there was no longer any reason to return. Yizaha made it clear that during their stay in Ilyang province, no one was to cause trouble. Anyone who created problems would die. Sima B stated that he would ensure everyone understood this rule. The leader added that Sima B should also think about what kind of work those useless people, who had never done anything right, could perform. Next, Sima B asked whether he already had a name for the organization. The leader replied that it would be called the Howl sect, the incomparable Howl sect. Sima B commented that he had never heard of it, but apologized for his ignorance, explaining that he did not have much knowledge in that area. The leader said that was fine, since it was a sect hastily established not long ago. What mattered was that it existed. Even so, Sima B expressed concern about the reckless use of the term incomparable, since one never knew what others might say. The leader replied that it was no problem, because they were incomparable only in the sense of being trash. At that moment, Sung Tai appeared and asked where all that wealth had come from. He questioned whether the sect leader had also learned how to steal. The leader explained that those riches had been taken from the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and would be used as funds for construction. Sung Tae asked whether he had brought the Dark Society's money there and why. The leader replied that it had been his decision, both as the leader of the House sect and as a thief. Sung Tai said that he understood him being a thief, but warned that if the Dark Society invaded the province because of this, the consequences would be severe. He reminded him that the leader already knew how the Dark Society operated. They specialized in taking other people's money, not in losing money. The leader replied that he could deal with them just fine, and that there was no need for concern. Sung Tai commented that he would end up going insane. The leader told him not to worry, because if the master of the Dark Society appeared, they could simply beat him up. Sung Tai agreed, saying that sounded like a good solution. Another remark followed, suggesting that they could also capture him, torture him, or even turn him into a subordinate. Sung Tai said that all of those sounded great. The leader concluded by saying that they could also just kill him, and Sung Tai replied that this was the best option of all. The leader reaffirmed that there was no reason to worry. Even so, Sung Tai said he would feel more at ease if the leader said something that actually made sense. Yizaha replied that he thought he understood how he felt. Then he ordered that all the heads of the House sect be gathered in front of Zaha Inn. Sung Tai asked who exactly these heads and leaders would be. Yizaha explained that, for now, they would be Dukesu of the Commerce Clan, Chulyong of the Steel Clan, and Jasung of the Construction Clan. Only those three. Sung Tai confirmed that he understood. When everyone was gathered, Chulyong said that he had heard the clan leader had something to announce. The leader explained that he had gathered them to inform them of the Howl clan's code of conduct. From that moment on, everything that happened in the clan would be his responsibility. If any problem arose, they only needed to say that the leader was responsible. The leader continued, explaining that it did not matter who asked about the clan leader. They were not to keep silent. They simply had to say where he was. If anyone tried to interrogate them, no matter the question, they were to answer that only the leader knew the answer. That was the first rule of the Howl clan. Cholyong questioned how that could be called a code of conduct, since everything was being pushed on to the clan leader. The leader tried to explain further, saying that he lacked the talent to make chicken soup, and ended up changing the subject. Sung Tae commented that he had finally admitted that he did not know how to make soup. Dukesu said he had never imagined that he would admit to having no talent at all. Cholyong said the soup tasted like shit. Yizaha asked whether it was really that bad. The leader felt offended but pressed on. He explained that Chulyong was the owner of the forge and Dukesu was the owner of Spring Inn, so they probably had no business in Jianghu. Both replied that they would not even dream of it. The leader commented that the same should apply to the two of them. Sungtae said that in fact he did have business there. The leader replied that this was good, since most people did not, but Sungtae was different. Finally, the leader explained his true objective. He wanted to use the Howl clan to prevent, as much as possible, the killing of weak people. In that world, errand boys, doormen, coachmen, and ordinary laborers were being killed by the people of Jianghu, and he had no intention of continuing to allow that to happen. Injustice can almost never be questioned, and everything indicated that this would continue to be the case. Whenever weak individuals were unjustly killed, he, as the leader, would question whoever stood on the other side. Chul asked whether this meant he intended to face the already established forces alone. The leader made it clear that he did. If the weak were killed by the dark faction, he would destroy the dark faction. If they were killed by the white faction, he would kill them as well. That was his duty as the leader of the Howl clan. Everyone was deeply shocked by those words. He recalled that, during the time when he was known as the Mad Demon, there existed the demonic cult, the Marine Alliance, the Dark Faction, and the White Faction. They all fought endlessly, resulting in the deaths of countless innocent people. He had never felt sympathy for those who learned a few martial arts techniques, threw themselves into battles, and ended up dying. However, he could not endure the idea of an errand boy being beaten to death for no reason at all. It was because of this that, after killing those thugs for no reason at all, he easily earned the nickname Mad Demon. People criticized him and spoke ill of him with extreme ease. No matter what he did, he was always called crazy, and was often even framed for things he had never done. There were times when he was simply too lazy to prove his innocence, and because of that reputation, he eventually became an enemy of the entire Murim world. After all, who could understand the need to avoid the Murim Alliance while training to kill the leader of the demonic cult? Now, however, everything was different. He was the leader of the Howl clan. He would always have a reason to fight whoever it might be. He would be the defender of the weak. Sungtae raised his hand and said there was something he did not understand. He asked whether the leader would not need to be extremely strong for all of that to have meaning. He also questioned how he would deal with all the sects and martial masters that would certainly emerge. The leader replied that everything would be resolved if they became incomparable from that moment onward. The group fell silent, clearly shocked. Sungtae commented that he was spouting nonsense again, but Chol Yang stated that he would support the leader. To him, no matter what happened, a man needed to have great ambitions. Jia Sung said that he would also become the main sponsor of the Howl clan, but Duxu questioned whether that was really possible, since in Jianghu there were countless sects, martial masters, and martial arts geniuses. It was said that some of them trained even before learning how to walk. The leader replied that this was normally true. Duxu remarked that becoming incomparable was something difficult even for them, something reserved only for those sent by the heavens. Yi Zaha stated that, yes, he was someone sent by the heavens, and no one managed to refute those words. Even so, the leader continued explaining that, in the end, it did not matter whether he became incomparable or not. What truly mattered was how much effort he would put into achieving his goals. He said that everyone there should think seriously about what they wanted for their own lives. That was what he expected as a leader. Later, while walking alone through the dark streets, he reflected on the difference between himself and the mad demon he had been in the past. Before, he had no clear objective. Now he did. Only by taking good care of the Howl clan would he be able to face the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult. As long as he was the defender of the weak, he would not become a natural enemy of the entire Marine world as he had before. With a reason, he could fight the white faction using justice and confront the brutes of the demonic cult through martial arts. He could either kill or force members of the dark faction to become his subordinates. That was the power of having a reason. When someone holds an opinion different from the majority, they become a revolutionary if they succeed, but a madman if they fail. Unlike his past life, this time he would be a successful madman. Meanwhile, in a meeting with the master of the dark faction, the atmosphere among the subordinates was extremely tense. The master asked whether Bon Sa-woon had been involved in embezzlement and whether he had been beaten to death by an errand boy. One of the guards confirmed that he had. The evidence of embezzlement and his body were found at the base. After analysis, they realized that he had died without offering much resistance. The subordinates responsible were captured by a man named Yi Zaha. The master frowned and asked who this Yi Zaha was. The guard replied that he was just an errand boy from Ilyang province. The master was incredulous and asked whether an executive of the Dark Society had truly been beaten to death by a mere errand boy. He thought that none of his 12 generals would play such a joke and concluded that perhaps one of them, or some martial master from another region, was pretending to be that boy. The guard stated that this was not the case. He assured him that it was truly an errand boy from that area and requested permission to go there, saying that he could deal with the boy without making any mistakes. However, the master was not focused on that subordinate. His attention turned to another man, the master of the Golden Dragon Pavilion, Gun Pyong. The master commented that he had heard Gun Pyong had been training with great dedication. He said that that Gunpyeong was more skilled than the former master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and asked how many attacks he believed would be necessary to kill that boy. Gunpyeong reflected that he and the former master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion were on the same level, but Ban Sa-woon was not that proficient in martial arts. Even so, he replied that he was not sure since he had never fought the boy, but that he would probably defeat him somehow. The master then said that, in that case, he would leave this matter in Gunpyeong's hands as a test of his abilities. Gunpyeong wondered what the master's true intention was, but accepted the order without hesitation. The master made it clear that there was no need to send other subordinates to kill a mere errand boy, and ordered him to go alone. Gunpyeong asked whether he should go without the support of his pavilion. The master coldly replied that if he failed, he should end his own life. Gunpyeong realized that if he lost, he would be dead either way, so he decided to carry out the order exactly as the master wished, even as he wondered whether he was being discarded. Meanwhile, Yi Zaha entered the noodle restaurant and asked Duxu for another one of his famous bowls of noodle soup. There was already a man sitting there, calmly eating his soup. Yi Zaha realized that he had never seen that man in the province. He seemed extremely skilled, and the Japanese sword he carried was clearly very expensive. Because of that, Yi Zaha recognized him from his past life. He was the man of 3,000 armors, known for his abnormal longevity. In the future, he would become a great master of the Dark Society. But at that moment, he was there, eating noodle soup at the Spring Inn. Shortly afterward, Gunpyeong asked Duxu, the restaurant owner, whether there was a man named Yi Zaha living around there. Duxu replied that he was not sure and that he had not seen him recently. He commented that Yi Zaha was a troublesome fellow and had probably run off somewhere else. Yi Zaha gave Duxu a discreet gesture of approval, thinking that this was the true wisdom of an innkeeper. Gunpyeong remarked that he had heard the province of Ilyang was full of crazy people, and that this seemed to be true since they were blatantly lying even with Yi Zaha sitting right in front of him. Inside, Duxu felt completely screwed. Gunpyeong then turned to Yi Zaha and asked if he knew who he was. Yi Zaha replied that he did, saying that he was Gunpyeong of the Dark Society. Gunpyeong's tone grew aggressive as he demanded respect. Surprised, he wondered how that boy knew his name and asked who he really was and what his true nature might be. Yi Zaha replied that it was a philosophical question. He said that he was not yet sure who he was and that he needed some time to think about it. Gunpyeong concluded that the boy must be insane and, in a threatening manner, continued eating his soup. Yi Zaha then called Duxu and asked where his soup was, saying that he was hungry. Duxu thought that the bastard was asking for soup even though he was about to die and replied that, unfortunately, they were out of noodles at the moment. Yi Zaha asked why then they had accepted the order. Gunpyeong commented that the neighborhood was quite pleasant, slammed his bowl onto the table, and said that he would pay for the soup. Duxu replied that what mattered was that he had enjoyed the meal. Gunpyeong retorted that payment should only be made when the customer finished eating and tossed a few coins onto the table. He then told the errand boy to come outside with him. Before leaving, he told Duxu that the soup was delicious and that he would come back again. Then he picked up his sword and calmly left the restaurant. When Yi Zaha stood up, he asked Duxu for a kitchen knife. Anyone would do. He explained that he had not brought any weapon with him. Duxu was completely terrified. Shortly afterward, the two of them were already outside, ready to face each other. Gunpyeong asked what he intended to do with a simple kitchen knife. Yi Zaha calmly replied that nothing special. He simply had not brought a weapon with him. Next, he sniffed the cleaver and remarked that it reeked of garlic. He explained that it would hurt like hell when it entered a wound, and told Gunpyeong to remember that well. He said that Gunpyeong, a fifth-rate nobody from the Dark Society, needed to understand that anyone who messed with errand boys would end up facing a garlic-stinking kitchen knife. He even emphasized that Gunpyeong should think carefully about how much pain garlic would cause when it entered a wound. Gunpyeong thought that this guy was completely insane and wondered whether Ban Sa-woon had really been killed by someone like this. He then asked why Yi Zaha had come alone, since members of the Dark Society usually moved in groups. Yi Zaha replied that it would be shameful to call in more men just to deal with an errand boy. Yi Zaha asked whether he was saying that it was shameful to fight him and whether that truly embarrassed him. They had barely exchanged proper words when Gunpyeong asked whether it really had been Yi Zaha who killed Ban Sa-woon. Yi Zaha responded by asking whether in the end Gunpyeong had been discarded like a clown. When Gunpyeong made an ugly expression, Yi Zaha realized he had hit the mark. He concluded that Gunpyeong had truly been thrown away. Angered, Gunpyeong said that he could no longer tolerate such nonsense and drew his extremely sharp sword. He commented that he did not understand how a country bumpkin could be so impertinent. indignant. Yizaha replied that he also did not understand how a fifth-rate member of the Dark Society could have such confidence. When Gunpyeong lunged forward, his first strike was easily dodged by Yizaha. With a simple step backward, Yizaha realized that the weapon was a nodachi, so sharp and durable that the cleaver would probably break if he tried to block it. For that reason, he continued to evade instead. Gunpyeong grew furious and began attacking at high speed, but Yizaha avoided every strike with nothing more than sidesteps. To him, it felt like a dance. At the moment Gunpyeong thought he would finally land a hit, the attack failed once again. Yizaha judged that his skills were acceptable but far from sufficient. When Yizaha tried to close in on the nodachi, Gunpyeong retreated quickly. Yizaha realized that he had finally understood that reckless attacks would not work. Confused, Gunpyeong asked who Yizaha really was and how he could predict all of his movements. Yizaha replied that it was because Gunpyeong kept talking nonsense, even though he had come there knowing he was dealing with nothing more than an errand boy. Gunpyeong insisted that this was not what he wanted to know, and asked whether Yizaha was one of the 12 generals. Yizaha said that Gunpyeong was crazy to tell someone to shut up and then immediately ask a question. He explained that, even without being a general, it was easy to see through Gunpyeong's mediocre movements. Yizaha stated that Gunpyeong was using a technique that even slaves of the Dark Faction learned. He explained that all the forces led by the 12 heavenly generals were, in truth, slaves of the Butcher. Gunpyeong was shocked to realize that Yizaha knew this. Yizaha continued, saying that they did not even deserve to be called slaves. To him, they were merely the Butcher's pawns, fighting cocks, toys, cleaning crews, and even associations created solely to flatter that man with money and women. Gunpyeong told Yizaha to shut up, but he continued. Yizaha pointed out the pathetic state of the Butcher's disciples. He said that the 12 generals, wearing ridiculous masks, were trained only to kill. Each of them was given a society to manage, displayed secret techniques to establish rankings, and entertain the Butcher, all while fawning over him with wealth and women. To Yizaha, it was nothing more than a miserable group. Gunpyeong wanted to deny everything, but he could find no arguments to refute it. Yizaha asked whether he truly thought the Dark Faction was a grand place. He stated that there was no reason for such outrage because the Butcher, that old degenerate, would die by his hands in the future. Even so, Yizaha continued speaking. He explained that the 12 heavenly generals at the chief level fought among themselves. The one ranked first would earn the chance to learn martial arts directly from the Butcher, but that held no real value. The Butcher was not the strongest in the Dark Faction and would never teach his most powerful technique. It was nothing more than an excuse to exploit those slaves, pretending to be benevolent while using them until the very end. Gunpyeong asked if that was all Yizaha had to say. He stated that if Yizaha were truly that powerful, then he should just keep dodging his attacks. Yizaha replied that it seemed Gunpyeong still needed to be beaten much more. Then he readied the cleaver and activated the martial arts of the Land of Steel. A gigantic, oppressive aura formed, enveloping the blade and transforming the simple cleaver into something resembling an enormous sword. Feeling that pressure, Gunpyeong realized that from the very beginning, he had never stood any chance of winning. Yizaha said that he called that technique Burning Taste, although he knew its true name was Path of Flame, something he had no intention of revealing. Gunpyeong tried to react, infusing energy into his sword, and flashed a nervous smile before charging forward. The first arc of energy he unleashed was split in half by the flames. The flaming attack tore through his technique and struck him directly. Even as he tried to block, his sword became red hot, and he was sent flying, rolling across the ground in total defeat. Duke-soo, who was watching everything, thought that this truly was a real duel. However, after that, the fight ceased to be an even contest. Yizaha simply began stomping repeatedly on Gunpyeong's body without the slightest mercy. Duke-soo concluded that he really was crazy. Later, Yizaha took Gunpyeong to a room to recover. He told Sungtae to wake him up, which he did with several slaps to the face. When Gunpyeong finally woke up, the first thing he thought was whether he was still alive. Yizaha said that if he had woken up, it was to answer questions. He asked where the Butcher was. Gunpyeong replied that he did not know, since ordinary masters of the Dark Society did not have access to that kind of information. Yizaha said he only wanted to know what that bastard had been doing in recent days. Gunpyeong explained that the Butcher was in secluded training. Yizaha replied that this made no sense, since it was the season for the ranking battles. Gunpyeong asked how he knew that, since such information was restricted to the society's leaders. Yizaha answered that the Howl clan knew everything, except what it did not know. Gunpyeong did not understand, so Sungtae explained that there was nothing the Howl clan did not know. Yizaha corrected him, saying that it was not exactly like that. They knew what they knew, knew what they did not know, and did not know what they had yet to discover. Sungtae said that he was beginning to understand. Yi Zaha stated that the most important thing was having the ability to quickly uncover what they did not know. Sungtae then declared that the Howl clan was the greatest intelligence organization in existence. At that moment, Gunpyeong said that Yi Zaha had never been a simple errand boy, but rather a puppet of the Howl clan. Yi Zaha looked surprised, but Sungtae did not waste time and punched Gunpyeong in the face, demanding to know how he dared to call the clan leader an errand boy. Sungtae continued beating Gunpyeong, who was already in a miserable state. Even so, Yi Zaha found it strange. Gunpyeong should not have been so weak as to be beaten like that by Sungtae. After a thorough beating, Sungtae said that the man was very good at asking to be beaten and asked for some time alone with him. Sungtae came out refreshed after the assault. Then Yi Zaha asked Gunpyeong whether he had any intention of becoming his follower. Gunpyeong replied that he did not. Yi Zaha then asked whether he should kill him and told him to put aside his pride and answer properly. He said that if Gunpyeong wanted to die, he could continue keeping silent. Gunpyeong answered that he wanted to live. Yi Zaha asked if he wanted to live without serving him. Gunpyeong swore that he would never again set foot in Howl clan territory. He promised that he would never lay a hand on anyone connected to Yi Zaha, making the oath before his own sword. Yi Zaha realized that he was trying to preserve his life at any cost and decided to let him go for now. He remembered a phrase he had once heard: anyone could be bribed after being beaten enough. Thus, Yi Zaha ordered Gunpyeong to leave immediately. He told him to disappear and remember his words. If he returned stronger, he could accept the challenge again. However, he left one final warning. If he discovered that Gunpyeong had killed merchants or ordinary people, he would personally kill him, tearing apart every limb of his body. Gunpyeong said he would remember and thanked him for sparing his life. Even in defeat, he promised to keep his word until death. After Gunpyeong left, Sungtae commented that the leader should have killed him on the spot. The leader replied that a clan leader did not go around killing everyone he met along the way. As he walked away, Gunpyeong thought that he truly had lost. Even so, he decided that he would not follow the words of the Dark Society's leader. He wondered why he should. He was hungry and felt that he could not just leave like that. When he passed by Duke Su, the innkeeper, he asked whether he was still alive, and then immediately asked for a bowl of noodle soup. Duke Su replied that there was no soup at the moment, but Gunpyeong placed several coins on the table, saying that it should at least pay for one bowl. Seeing the amount, Duke Su invited him inside and called him an honored guest. While he was eating, Duke Su said that he could order something else, since the amount was far too much for just a bowl of soup. He said he would prepare something to go with it. With his head lowered, Gunpyeong thought that his future looked bleak. If he returned like this, the master of the Dark Society would probably kill him, but he also could not simply disappear without saying goodbye to his subordinates. Life truly was not easy. Duke Su commented that it was the same for everyone. After all, who was not going through hardships? He said that recently his own life had improved a lot, since he no longer had to pay taxes because of the Howl clan. Surprised, Gunpyeong asked if that was true. Duke Su confirmed it, explaining that the Howl clan did not collect taxes and even protected working-class citizens. According to him, the clan leader himself said that this was the reason for the Howl clan's existence. Hearing this, Gunpyeong thought that perhaps that man was not as crazy as he seemed. Shortly afterward, Duke Su served a simple side dish, a bowl of pork rib soup. Gunpyeong thought it looked truly delicious. Duke Su commented that it was simple but very good and told him to eat his fill. Just as Gunpyeong picked up a rib to take his first bite, Yi Zaha appeared and complained, asking how he dared to eat pork rib soup without him. Later, the three of them were sitting together eating pork rib soup. Yi Zaha asked why Gunpyeong was still there eating after he had spared his life. He questioned whether Gunpyeong had nowhere to go or if he had been abandoned. Gunpyeong replied that he was there only to buy himself some time to think. Yi Zaha asked whether he intended to abandon his subordinates. Gunpyeong said no, because he saw them as brothers. Yi Zaha thought that, at the very least, he still possessed a sense of honor. Gunpyeong explained that most of the people who now belonged to the Dark Society were those who had surrendered after the great Rakshasa killed the former masters. For him, everything had happened the same way. The old executives were killed, and those who remained were pushed into taking their places. He was not an executive at the time, which was why he survived. Yi Zaha thought that if Gunpyeong did not return, other people, or even the master of the Dark Society himself, would eventually appear there, making the situation even more difficult. Then Yi Zaha made a request to Gunpyeong. He was to take him to the Dark Society soon. Gunpyeong asked whether he intended to attack alone. Yi Zaha replied that that was exactly what he planned to do. Gunpyeong thought he was truly insane for wanting to invade the Dark Society by himself. Yi Zaha explained that after guiding him there, Gunpyeong should look after his subordinates so that they would not die. If he went alone, he was certain that the master of the Dark Society would would kill him. Gunpyeong asked how soon meant. Yizaha stood up and said it was now. Dukesu asked whether that was not too rushed, but Yizaha replied that surprise attacks had to be carried out quickly. He believed that the province of Ilyang would only truly be safe if he personally resolved the problem by invading the Dark Society. Moreover, Gunpyeong would not remain under his protection if he himself killed his subordinates. Later, they truly arrived at the Dark Society's base. Yizaha told Gunpyeong to wait until an opportunity arose to save his subordinates. When Gunpyeong stepped away, Yizaha simply kicked the door open. A guard asked who he was, and Yizaha replied that he was Yizaha of Ilyang province, ordering them to open the gate before he broke it down. The guard answered that he would spare him since he looked like a beggar and closed the hatch. Unbothered, Yizaha jumped over the wall, passed through the gate, and began walking calmly inside as if nothing were happening. The guards immediately shouted that there was an intruder, and he soon found himself completely surrounded by more than 100 armed men. Upon introducing himself as Yizaha, the master of the Dark Society observed him closely and asked whether he was truly that errand boy. Yizaha thought that in a confrontation of that level, answering questions with provocations was part of a battle of nerves. Thus, he returned the provocation, asking whether the master was the slave rabbit of that big old idiot called Rakshasa, or whether he was mistaken, and perhaps it would be more accurate to call him a rabbit slave rather than a slave rabbit. The guards became extremely nervous at those words. Yizaha completely lost his temper and demanded to know how anyone dared show such disrespect. Even so, both the master and the guards remained silent for a few moments. Yizaha noticed the lack of reaction and provoked them again, demanding an answer. He continued insulting the master, calling him a bastard and a slave rabbit. The master finally spoke, stating that if Yizaha was there, then the pavilion master sent to kill him was probably already dead. Yizaha told him to stop spouting nonsense and suggested settling everything through combat. At that moment, Yizaha declared that if a master fought alone, it would prove that he was worthy of his position, regardless of skill. However, if he used his subordinates as pawns merely to test his opponent, it would mean he was unworthy of being called a master. The provocations continued, and Yizaha went even further, calling the master trash, an insect, a coward, arrogant, and a rat hiding behind a mask, living only off Rakshasa's prestige. The guards began to wonder when it would end, but Yizaha showed no intention of stopping. The atmosphere grew so heavy and tense that it felt as though it could be cut by the blades surrounding them. The master then stated that Yizaha was claiming he wanted to fight alone, and asked what kind of master would fall for provocations from a mere errand boy. At that moment, Gunpyeong appeared, asking whether he was trying to send his subordinates to their deaths once again. The master replied that he had ordered Gunpyeong to end his own life if he failed. Gunpyeong then replied coldly that his life belonged to him, and that he would do as he pleased, questioning whether the master truly believed there was any deep sense of loyalty between them. The master was enraged, but Yizaha remarked that Gunpyeong was right. He also reminded him that the master himself had been responsible for sparing his life in the past, making it clear that he was not like him, a complete idiot. Then Gunpyeong called the members of the Golden Dragon Pavilion to stand by his side, declaring that he would put his own life on the line to ensure the victory of the Howl clan leader of Ilyang province. The subordinates indeed moved to Gunpyeong's side, prompting the master to question how they dared betray him. Gunpyeong replied that if the master was so confident, he should fight Yizaha personally. The master grew extremely irritated and thought those bastards would pay dearly for it. Finally, he declared that he accepted the challenge. Yizaha responded that he should stop being arrogant when he was clearly being forced to act. He then announced that the battle would be a one-on-one duel between him and the rabbit, making it clear that any interruption would be punished by death. Even so, one of the guards tried to interfere by throwing his weapon. Yizaha caught the blade in midair and hurled it back with such force that it tore the enemy's head off. He concluded his declaration by stating once again that anyone who interfered would be killed. The master stared in disbelief at the scene, commenting that the errand boy was far too noisy. Yizaha simply smiled. Shortly afterward, Gunpyeong stepped forward and handed the nodachi to the Howl clan leader. Yizaha realized that this was equivalent to handing over his own life, since the nodachi was Gunpyeong's most precious weapon. Even so, he accepted it, promising to return it later. With a confident smile, Yizaha drew the sword and signaled that they could begin. Both walked to the center of the courtyard and faced each other for a few moments. The first strike came from the rabbit, but Yizaha dodged, closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and met blade with blade. Their strength seemed evenly matched, and the strikes were so fast that only well-trained eyes could follow them. In truth, Yizaha was enjoying himself. The guards were shocked to realize that the errand boy was fighting the master on equal footing. Gunpyeong thought that this was only possible because the clan leader was not yet using his full strength, while Yizaha was clearly playing with him. Yizaha's next strike was so powerful that it drove the rabbit's feet into the ground, raising doubts about whether he had been hiding his true strength. It became clear that the master had finally realized the difference between them. The following attack completely broke through the master's guard and violently hurled him backward. Faced with this, the master lost control and ordered that the bastard be killed. Gunpyeong reacted immediately, saying that this was absurd. After all, after ordering him to take his own life if he lost, the master was now asking for help. The master told everyone to shut up and ordered his subordinates to attack. Gunpyeong immediately urged them to abandon the idea and stated that if they ignored the master's order and remained still, he would take responsibility for everything that followed. Furious, the master demanded to know why no one was obeying him, but Yizaha continued pressing forward with increasingly heavy blows, leaving no room for counterattack. The master then asked the clan leader to wait, and Yizaha noticed the irony of the situation. Realizing that he was now being addressed as the clan leader, he intensified his assault even further, pressing the rabbit until his hands were torn apart by countless deep cuts. The master tried to retreat in order to use a long-range attack, but Yizaha realized that if he merely dodged, Gunpyeong and the others might end up in danger. For that reason, Yizaha activated the Path of Flame once more and returned the attack with a blazing shot. The blow hurled the master to the far side of the pavilion and completely charred his body, leaving him at death's door. Gunpyeong thought he already knew that Yizaha was hiding his true strength, but even so, he was shocked to see the master of the society utterly overwhelmed. After the battle ended, Yizaha called Gunpyeong over and stated that, thanks to his words, many lives had been saved that day. Later, as everyone began to withdraw, Gunpyeong thanked the leader, saying that he had managed to save his comrades thanks to Yizaha's intervention. Yizaha replied that he respected a man's desire for revenge, but that such decisions came with consequences. Next, Yizaha asked those who felt sorrow over the death of the former master to step forward. He declared that he would open the path of ascension so that they could accompany him to death by their own hands. Absolute silence followed. No one spoke. Yizaha showed a hint of disappointment, as there were usually always a few willing to follow their master to the very end. Yet that day, no one stepped forward. In response, Yizaha stated that this was their last chance to fight the errand boy. Even so, no one reacted. He then picked up the blood-stained mask of the former master and made it clear that from that moment on, he was the new master of the Shadow Rabbit Society. Whether they liked it or not, once again, no one objected. Shortly afterward, Yizaha returned the Nodachi to Gunpyeong, saying that he had used it very well, but then asked for the name of the former master's sword. Gunpyeong replied that it was called Shadow Rabbit's Fang. Yizaha thought the name was idiotic at first, but quickly corrected himself, saying that now the sword belonged to him and was therefore a very good name. Next, Yizaha ordered the guards to remove the corpse of the former master who had opposed him without knowing his place. He also ordered them to clean the walls and the floor, stating that to succeed in the dark faction, it was essential to be very good at cleaning. The guards froze for a moment until Yizaha demanded a response. They all answered in the affirmative. The new leader then announced that, to begin anew, they would hold a meeting with the executives. Gunpyeong said he would join them as soon as he finished cleaning the surroundings, allowing the others to go ahead first. As everyone headed to the meeting room, Yizaha remained behind, practicing with his new blade, reflecting that from that day onward, he was the master of the Shadow Rabbit Society, at least until he was discovered by the great Rakshasa. During his training, Yizaha repeated the exact same strikes used by the former master, but now with an incandescent sword. Gunpyeong wondered whether he had managed to copy that technique in a single battle. Later at the meeting, Yizaha ordered them to report on the current situation. Gunpyeong, completely filthy, wounded, and in urgent need of a bath, explained that, as far as he knew, thanks to Yizaha's generosity, many of the warriors of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion had survived and were now in Ilyang province. Yizaha said that this was to be expected, praising Gunpyeong as an example to be followed, highlighting not only his intelligence but also the affection he showed for his companions, as well as the courage to rebel in order to save lives. Gunpyeong looked visibly embarrassed and shy, wondering whether the leader had always been this kind of person. Yizaha continued, saying that he was also extremely resilient and capable of enduring many beatings, but concluded that he had done an excellent job. He then ordered everyone to study and train continuously, stating that those who stood out might receive a golden letter. He also remarked that money was not a problem, since they would simply steal it from there anyway. Gunpyeong replied that he he would do his best, but Yizaha noticed the silence around them and asked why no one was clapping. After the direct order, everyone immediately began to applaud, breaking into cold sweat before the new master. Yizaha said that was enough, and silence filled the hall. He stated that encouraging one another, motivating one another, and training together were what truly defined the dark faction of that place. He explained that if, during this process, emotions such as hatred, affection, or even the desire to beat one another arose, then a brotherhood that had never existed before would eventually be formed. According to him, that was precisely what made them truly powerful. He then turned to one of the executives and asked whether he was bored or if the meeting was irritating him, adding that if that were the case, he was free to leave. The executive immediately denied it, apologized, and said that it was not his intention. Yizaha then ordered him to pay close attention to what was being said. Soon after, Yizaha asked who exactly the administrator was, and the man introduced himself as Administrator Byok. Yizaha ordered the administrator to deliver a golden letter to the master of the Golden Dragon Pavilion, and also demanded a complete report on the current state of the funds. He made it clear that from that moment on, any form of embezzlement or fraud would be punished with immediate execution, starting with the person directly responsible. Thinking it over, Yizaha remarked that he had forgotten about the rank battle and asked when it would take place. The executives were confused, as he spoke as if he had been the master from the very beginning, with a frightening sense of natural authority. Gunpyeong explained that no date had been set yet, but that a low-ranking celestial general was expected to challenge him soon. He also informed them that the next candidate for the position of master was the Red Monkey, and that, to raise his own rank, it would be necessary to fight the White Rooster Celestial General. Yizaha asked what position the Red Monkey held, and Gunpyeong replied that he ranked 5th among the 12. Yizaha commented that it was quite a high position, but then asked where the respected master had been in recent days. Administrator Byok explained that the Red Snake had apparently offered the Great Rakshasa a blue-eyed woman, and that he was most likely busy with her at the moment. Hearing this, Yizaha remarked sarcastically that the old man's kite could still rise, but immediately afterward, he felt an intense rage surge within him. Gunpyeong noticed the change in his mood and thought it was difficult to understand what went on in the leader's mind, as he seemed to shift emotional states abruptly. Yizaha declared that Rakshasa was still using his disciples to lay hands on innocent women and said that he should simply be imprisoned. He also stated that although Rakshasa was his master, the old bastard had sunk deeply into depravity. For that reason, he planned to initiate a rebellion. The executives were utterly shocked, though some thought it might merely be the result of a momentary bad mood. Yizaha made it clear that anyone who stood by Rakshasa or tried to stop him would not be allowed to continue living. He then asked about the current state of the dark exploitation. Gunpyeong replied that, as far as he knew, they were extremely busy with gambling and auctions, and that at that pace, no other sect could match them in terms of wealth. Yizaha questioned how they still dared to auction slaves in the current generation, and said that he could not ignore such evil. He declared that the Shadow Rabbit Society would fulfill its duty as part of the Dark Society by destroying the dark exploitation and becoming the spearhead in the liberation of slaves. The executives wondered how the hell he was making these decisions, and since when members of the Shadow Society had this kind of duty. One of the executives asked why they were attacking the Dark Explorers, and Yizaha questioned whether he thought it was right to buy and sell people. He answered clearly that, of course he did not, sir. Then Yizaha asked, so why the hell are you speaking like this? He explained that they should not close their eyes to injustice, because this was not the duty of someone wandering drunk at night with a sword, this was the duty of a true martial artist. He also mentioned that, indeed, it seemed his temperament was a little disturbed by something, but everyone bowed before him, saying that the order had been understood. Yizaha continued, saying that also because of them, he would use the resources of the Shadow Rabbit Society, like elixirs, such as bends and so on, however he wanted. If anyone had complaints, they could fight face to face to resolve differing opinions. When no one spoke up, he thought that was great. He said that his hands would not be stained by the blood of his executives. Later, he felt so peaceful that the meeting ended calmly, and the time had been well spent. It was surprising to think that he had the talent for this kind of thing. Then, a subordinate approached and said that the meal was ready, but he replied to forget about it for now, because he wanted to take a bath first before eating. When Yizaha removed his mask, the subordinate was completely terrified. Noticing the reaction, Yizaha asked whether it was because he was surprisingly handsome. The subordinate immediately apologized and respectfully confirmed it. Yizaha told him not to tremble so much, as nothing bad would happen. From that moment on, he was officially the new master of the Shadow Rabbit Society. The subordinate responded affirmatively and said it was an honor to meet him. Yizaha commented that it was his first day since being introduced as the society's master, and asked whether he could guide guide him. He then requested to be shown the individual training hall and the elixir storage, as he intended to bathe first and then check the available resources. Later, in the warehouse, Yizaha observed that the place was beautiful and well organized. He wondered what kind of elixirs that society possessed. In the Jianghu, there were extremely rare elixirs that most people could never even touch, while common elixirs were consumed frequently. When he opened the drawers, he realized that almost all of them were common elixirs. After checking the entire warehouse, he found at least one that was worth something. It was a burning heart pill, a high-quality common elixir. It was suitable for Yizaha's current state, as he possessed a large amount of accumulated internal energy. As soon as he swallowed the pill, he sat down to meditate and calmly began to control the flames generated by the elixir, because if he failed, he could end up being burned from the inside. However, as he concentrated, Yizaha felt something strange. An uncontrollable flame emerged, and the celestial pearl began absorbing the energy of the burning heart pill. When he opened his eyes, he wondered what was happening to his body. Before he even began to cultivate the elixir's energy, it had already been completely fused into the celestial pearl. When he reorganized his internal energy, Yizaha realized that he had reached the wood realm. He then advanced to the flame realm and tried to go even deeper, but the flames simply dissipated. That struck him as odd. The celestial pearl had been created by absorbing vital force, something that could be called the essence of countless warriors, but now it was also absorbing the energy of elixirs. He began to suspect that the celestial pearl possessed a peculiar power, capable of absorbing not only an opponent's chi, but also internal energy and even other forms of power. Even so, Yizaha had no interest in becoming a monster that surpassed even the leader of the demonic cult. His only desire was to live as a madman in his own way. For the time being, he decided to simply meditate and carefully observe what was happening to his body. He began analyzing all the absorption techniques he knew, but soon abandoned those ideas. Since he had returned to the past due to a strange fate, perhaps there was something entirely new that he could create. He tried to use telekinesis, but failed. He soon concluded that such an ability was not available at his current level of martial arts and internal energy. He then wondered since when he had started following other people's standards. That did not suit him. Creating a martial art that did not exist in that world was exactly the sort of thing only madmen would do, and only by breaking established beliefs could one surpass oneself. With that in mind, Yizaha organized the power of the celestial pearl and the fundamental principle of absorption in his mind. Starting from a true blank slate, he summoned pure power and commanded it to come to him. A massive claw formed from energy appeared, pulling in nearby objects as if it were telekinesis. With a broad smile on his face, Yizaha made his decision. The Great Pearl's absorption technique would be his trump card. He named it the Great Absorption Technique. The next morning, Gunpyeong came to visit his new master and informed him that a woman had come bringing news from Ilyang province. Yizaha thought he should hear her, since it concerned provincial matters, though he believed there were no immediate problems, as he had completely crushed the former leadership of the Shadow Rabbit Society. Gunpyeong asked whether he could invite her in, and Yizaha authorized it. The woman who entered was Sun Soso, and she was trembling with fear. Gunpyeong asked her to explain exactly what had happened. Sun Soso introduced herself simply and humbly. Yizaha commented that it was a beautiful name and asked her to continue. Yizaha told her to go on, making it clear that he would not interrupt her. Sun Soso then explained that there was a place in the province called Zaha Inn. As soon as that name was mentioned, the guards and those present were visibly shocked, as everyone knew that the former errand boy from that place was now the society's master. Unaware of the situation, Sun Soso continued recounting everything, as if she did not know that the master before her was Yizaha himself. Gunpyeong thought that the woman was essentially reporting the master to the master himself. The atmosphere grew heavy, and everyone broke into a cold sweat as they listened to her full account. After listening to her to the end, Yizaha calmly stated that he understood everything very well. According to him, what Sun Soso was saying was that an errand boy had eliminated the brothel owners and taken control of the entire province. To him, that sounded like good news. Sun Soso was confused by his reaction, unable to understand how such a thing could be seen that way. Yizaha then asked if she had anywhere she could go. Sun Soso replied that she did not. He remarked that it was a pity to see such a brave woman with no one to look after her, and then asked whether she would accept the position of manager of the maids. Sun Soso became extremely excited by the offer. Yizaha explained that courageous women should be well cared for, and stated that she had the perfect age, experience, and profile to work for the Society of the Shadow Rabbit. Sun Soso deeply thanked the master for the opportunity, but Yizaha made it clear that, in return, she would have to promise two things. The first was that betrayal would result in death. The second, even more important, was to be careful about what she said. Those words sounded familiar to Sun Soso, as if she had heard them before. Even so, she stated that she would follow all of the master's orders. Yizaha then declared that she had passed the test, and Sun Soso thanked him once again, saying that she would serve with all her heart. Yizaha replied that she should be grateful, as she was being given another chance. Confused, Sun Soso asked what he meant by another chance. Yizaha commented that it was hard to tell because of the mask, and then removed it, revealing his face. Upon seeing his appearance, Sun Soso was so shocked that she nearly collapsed. In the end, she fainted on the spot. Surprised, Yizaha asked what had happened and why she had fallen stiff like that. Gunpyeong approached and noticed that she was literally foaming at the mouth, concluding that she had fainted purely from shock. Yizaha ordered the maids to be called to take care of her and complained about the impertinence of fainting in such a manner. Gunpyeong asked whether he should personally take care of her, and Yizaha replied that he should, asking whether anyone would dare throw an unconscious woman out onto the street. He ordered them to take proper care of her and to remember just how merciful he was being. All of the executives answered in the affirmative. The next morning, the members of the society were subjected to infernal training. With the exception of the warriors from the Golden Dragon Pavilion, everyone had to perform 500 push-ups. Yizaha explained that the first path of the Dark Faction was training, the second was also training, and the third was fighting. Even while nearly dying of exhaustion, the members continued as Yizaha made it clear that from that day onward, aside from the time necessary to eat, sleep, and attend to basic needs, they would focus solely on becoming stronger. According to him, since they were foolish enough to be part of the Dark Faction, the least they could do was be strong. He then ordered everyone from the Golden Dragon Pavilion to prepare sandbags in the back garden and place them on the backs of their companions who were doing push-ups. Gunpyeong was put in charge of supervising whether the work was being done properly. Finally, Yizaha announced that the executives would do 100 push-ups. Those who completed the task were to take wooden swords and beat anyone who relaxed during training. He made it clear that the blows would continue until the punished begged for them to stop. The executives realized that they would not need to do push-ups and ran off, extremely happy to fetch the wooden swords. Yizaha thought that until that moment, they had merely been holding back in order to have the chance to wield weapons. To him, the Dark Faction truly was full of strange people. He warned everyone that it would be better to complete the 500 push-ups, because anyone who failed would end up being beaten on the back with wooden swords and sandbags. He asked whether they thought it would be easier now or later, and ordered them to speed up without stopping. Soon, the courtyard was filled with sounds of pain, exertion, and groans. Yizaha commented that it was an excellent audible expression of their growing pain and found it wonderful. While some were already starting to be beaten with wooden swords, Yizaha stated that he would allow that level of screaming and said that everyone was free to scream as much as they wished. Immediately, countless screams echoed at the same time, forming a true symphony. Yizaha then announced that he would give golden letters to the first 5 who completed the push-ups and ordered them to give it their all. After that, he left the area, delegating the rest of the training to the executives. Later, he was genuinely surprised by what the administrator handed him. It was a book titled Collection of the Conquest of the 12 Heavenly Generals. Byok explained that he had thought Yizaha would be curious about the figures, the masks, the martial arts, and the weapons of the 12 generals, so he had gathered all the information into a single illustrated volume. Yizaha praised the work, saying it was impressive, especially the illustrations. As he flipped through the book, he realized that there were many things he did not know about the 12 heavenly generals. At one point, he asked whether the red monkey was truly a woman. Byok confirmed this, explaining that she was a special disciple who had stolen an item from the butcher, taken responsibility for it, and used the money obtained to learn martial arts from the butcher himself. Despite having a rank lower than that of the society's master, none of the generals underestimated her. Yizaha asked whether her internal energy was truly that impressive. Byok explained that many geniuses were talented in only one aspect, and in her case, that talent was exclusively for internal energy. Next, Yizaha asked whether the information about the butcher was also organized in that way. Byok replied that it was, explaining that data on the leader was always placed at the end of the book. Yizaha commented that it made sense to leave the final boss for last and stated that he was impressed with Byok's work, announcing that he would receive a golden letter. Byok replied that he had not done it for money, but that he would gladly accept the reward. At that moment, Sun Soso appeared. Yizaha commented that the woman of always gentle words had appeared once more and asked what had happened. Sun Soso Soso informed him that a masked individual was outside looking for him, adding that it was specifically a monkey mask. Byok immediately concluded that the red monkey had appeared. Yizaha returned to reading the book, focusing specifically on her information. The text stated that she was obsessed with internal energy, an extreme kleptomaniac, and that although she had been the last to become a disciple, she had risen in rank rapidly by defeating several generals. It also said that she shamelessly fled whenever she was at a disadvantage, calling it a draw. There were also many rumors that her absurd cultivation speed came from the constant theft of elixirs. The book also mentioned that she had made a deal with the butcher to learn martial arts, offering in return the restoration of an item she herself had stolen. After memorizing everything, Yizaha closed the book and decided to go meet her in person, the Red Monkey. When Yizaha sat upon his throne, Monkey asked whether he had been well. He replied that it had been a long time since they last met, and used a crude nickname. Monkey complained, saying that she did not like being called that way. Upon observing her more closely, Yizaha realized that her voice and manner of speaking were strange, which made him wonder whether that kind of relationship truly existed between them. She explained that her voice was different because of fatigue from recent training. She was trying to master an extremely aggressive martial art and had ended up damaging her throat by failing to properly control the true energy within her body. Monkey thought that he was injured and found that excellent for herself. She then said that she had come only to greet him and that if she received an allowance like last time, she would not challenge him and would return home. Yizaha found that proposal strange. Rabbit, observing the situation, thought that Monkey was trying to squeeze money out of the generals, and that it made no sense before an important battle. He also suspected that she was trying to extort money from her own brother, reflecting on how the Dark Society was completely disorganized. Monkey then asked whether Yizaha would not need to settle accounts with Brother Rooster soon. If he were injured fighting her, his chances of becoming one of the 4 heavenly generals would turn to ashes. Rabbit asked whether she begged for money like that from all her brothers, calling it the behavior of a beggar. Monkey replied that his words were far too harsh that day and concluded that she would have to settle everything right there. At that moment, Yizaha asked how much money she intended to take. Monkey replied that around 30 silver coins would be ideal. She believed that, since he was injured, he would certainly refuse the challenge. However, Yizaha made a counteroffer. He said that if Monkey handed over all the money she possessed, he would be merciful and, since they both belonged to the Clan of Death, allow her to leave with her body intact. The little monkey did not expect that. Yizaha made it clear that he was serious. He would no longer accept challenges from her without money being involved. In return, if she managed to defeat him at least once, he would return everything he had taken. It became a martial betting game. Yizaha knew the saying that wagers and gambling go hand in hand, and Monkey was unable to refuse. She asked what the conditions of the martial duel would be. Yizaha said that she could decide. Monkey thought that he was far too confident, perhaps even had hit his head, but decided that it was good for her. She then stipulated that if she managed to tear off his mask within 7 minutes, he would lose. Any method or means would be allowed. Yizaha agreed, finding the conditions appropriate. Monkey thought that something was wrong with his head, as he seemed overly confident. Later, in the open courtyard, the duel began. Monkey advanced first, while Yizaha gathered his power. She commented that he had good posture, but little time left. He told her to shut up and questioned how she dared try to teach her own brother, stating that he would be the one to teach her a lesson. He told her to pay attention and declared that he could let her leave the same way she had arrived, but that she clearly did not know her place. Monkey thought that he was the one who should be hearing those words. Yizaha closed the distance in an instant and tried to tear off her mask, but grasped only an illusion. She easily dodged the following strikes and retreated. Gunpyeong commented to Byok that it would be difficult to catch her with those King Kong-like abilities. Byok agreed. As Monkey prepared to advance again, she thought about what she would buy with the money she would win, but was caught off guard when Yizaha accelerated even further. She was almost captured. When she regained her senses, she realized that he was already behind her, forcing her to dodge once again. She even used a mist to try to disperse the attacks, but it did not work. Desperate, she had to retreat rapidly. At the moment when Yizaha almost reached her leg, he used the technique of great absorption. With the great demonic hand, he grabbed Monkey's leg, pulled her close, and slammed her into the ground. She managed to brace herself at the last instant, but had to exert tremendous strength. Deciding to counterattack, Monkey charged forward, but Yizaha once again used great absorption, this time directly on her mask. With his other hand, he delivered a powerful punch using the Path of Flames, ending that moment of the confrontation in total dominance. Monkey fell to the ground completely shattered and scorched. Yizaha commented that it seemed he had won calmly this time, without the slightest sign of danger. Everyone around respectfully congratulated him on his victory. Next, Yizaha asked them to check her condition and inquired whether she was still alive. Byeok replied that she was still breathing. Even so, Yizaha stated that she was not even unconscious, saying that she was probably pretending so she could wake up in the middle of the night and steal elixirs from the warehouse, as she always did. He made it clear that such a trick would not work on him and ordered her to get up immediately. Against all expectations, Monkey truly rose to her feet. She said that she had learned a great deal from him that day. Afterward, she wiped the blood from her face, which caused some people to comment that she was still very beautiful. Upon noticing that, several members cast accusatory looks at Yizaha, thinking that he had gone too far in beating a woman. He, in turn, thought that this was the true terror of feminine schemes. Later, Monkey was bound to prevent any further action. She realized that she could not move, as her pressure points had been completely sealed. At that moment, she was certain that Yizaha was not Brother Rabbit. His abilities, the way he walked, and even the atmosphere around him were entirely different. She realized that she should have noticed this much earlier. Shortly afterward, Byeok entered the room, saying that he came under direct orders from the Master of the Dark Society and apologizing for the discourtesy. Monkey did not understand what he meant and asked what would happen next. Soon, several men surrounded her and elegantly placed a chair directly in front of her. Byeok dismissed the others, sat down in the chair, and began to draw her face. He explained that the Master of the Society had ordered that her face be depicted with the utmost detail. Monkey was confused and asked the reason. Byeok replied that the Master was far more frightening than she could imagine, and that he was merely carrying out orders, asking her not to be angry. She insisted on knowing exactly why her face was being drawn. Byeok explained that he had heard she was known for stealing. If she were to suddenly try to escape or disobey the society's demands, the portrait would be handed over to the Murim Alliance. For that reason, he asked her to remain completely still, as he would be making an extremely detailed drawing. Monkey asked where he was looking. Byeok replied that there was no way to draw without observing her directly, explaining that just as one looks at mountains when drawing mountains, he needed to look at her. Monkey was satisfied for a moment and then told him to stop immediately. With all due respect, Byeok replied that although she was a general, he felt nothing when hearing someone of his granddaughter's age speak in that manner. Monkey reacted with irritation, and Byeok joked, asking whether he should draw her naked instead, immediately making it clear that it was only a joke and that he would finish quickly. While drawing with elegance, Byeok commented that, as she must have already realized, the master who had previously ruled that place had died without being able to offer any resistance. He explained that the man had been hurled into the air, had his bones and limbs destroyed, and ultimately died in a brutal manner. Monkey was deeply shocked upon hearing this. Byeok continued sincerely, saying that if she disobeyed, her limbs would be cut into pieces and she would end up dead. He advised her to cooperate, stating that this was merely a warning. From that moment on, Monkey became completely silent. Byeok praised her posture and asked her to remain exactly like that. He then made several sketches, portraying her from different angles and in various poses. When he finished, he examined the result and stated that it was perfect, saying that she had passed the test. Byeok offered his respectful thanks, and the leader ordered that should Monkey lose control, multiple copies of the portrait be made and sent not only to the Murim Alliance, but to all sects. Naturally, a bounty would be placed on her head if that happened. After that, Yizaha entered the room to be alone with Monkey. She asked who he truly was. Yizaha stated that she had finally realized he was no longer Rabbit. Monkey said that one could not hide one's identity with just a mask, and questioned who he thought he was to treat the butcher's disciples with such discourtesy, asking whether he truly believed he could withstand Hoxa's wrath. Yizaha replied that, first of all, he would not even be there if he feared the butcher. Monkey asked him not to call her sister. He teased her, asking whether she preferred another kind of treatment. Irritated, she ended up telling him to call her sister after all. Finally, Monkey asked her false brother whether he had kept her alive for some specific reason. To her, money had always been more important than anything else in life. Monkey stated that as long as she was paid well, she could help with anything. Yizaha replied that he intended to kill the butcher. Upon hearing that, Monkey thought he was completely insane. To her, everyone thought so. He was mad. He was the mad demon. She considered that Master Ram was stronger than he imagined, and questioned whether Yizaha truly believed he had enough strength to achieve that goal. He replied that he would keep that trivial information in mind, but that he only needed her to confirm whether she would be capable of betraying the butcher or not. Monkey said that it would depend on the amount of money. Yizaha stated that he did not trust her. Not understanding, Monkey asked what exactly he wanted her to do. Yizaha explained that the pavilion master would soon arrive with a poison and asked who she thought would ingest it. The answer was obvious. It would be her. Monkey realized that they intended to poison her and questioned why they did not simply give her a direct order. She stated that she would not betray the butcher nor fail the mission. poison, and also reminded them that they possessed her portrait. Even so, Yizaha declared that he still did not trust her. Soon after, Gunpyeong appeared carrying the poison, specifically the cursed purple mist poison. The substance was repulsive, ugly, and resembled something utterly disgusting. Yizaha ordered that it be given to her. Gunpyeong tried to force the poison into her mouth, but Monkey resisted with all her strength, refusing to swallow it. Gunpyeong warned that she was not swallowing it and asked what he should do. Yizaha replied that the only option was to force her until she swallowed. After some time resisting, Monkey ended up ingesting that repulsive thing. She then asked what he truly wanted from her. Yizaha explained that she had 10 days. The antidote would be delivered if she returned after killing the white rat, the yellow horse, or the green dog. That would be a direct affront to the butcher. Monkey acknowledged that those three were known for evil deeds, such as murder and robbery. Yizaha confirmed and praised her attentiveness, saying that it was to be expected of an experienced thief. After that, he ordered that her ropes be untied. Monkey took the opportunity to ask who he truly was. She wanted to know whether he was part of the Murim alliance. Yizaha replied that he was not, saying that he was merely a simple errand boy from a nearby neighborhood. Gunpyeong wondered internally whether he had revealed his identity too easily, but Monkey did not believe that explanation. Even so, she said that if he did not want to tell her, that was fine. Before Monkey departed, Yizaha called out to her once more. He explained that despite having ingested the cursed poison, the choice was still hers. She could ally herself with the butcher, obtain the antidote, and even reveal his identity. Monkey asked what he would gain if he won. Yizaha replied that nothing much. He simply would no longer have to watch the pathetic state of Ram as he ordered his disciples to capture young women and extort money. Monkey stared at Yizaha for a few moments, then left with a faint smile on her face. After she was gone, Gunpyeong commented that the cursed purple mist poison seemed far too weak and asked whether everything would truly be alright. Yizaha asked how he had made the poison. Gunpyeong explained that he had simply mixed laxatives and digestive medicines, forming a solid ball. At most, she would end up suffering from uncontrollable diarrhea while fleeing. Yizaha remarked that, as expected of a pavilion master, he had been extremely meticulous. Meanwhile, Monkey ran with all her might, feeling the discomfort grow with every step. After some time, she began to feel intense pain in her stomach and thought that it must be the effect of the poison. She wondered why that madman had made her ingest something like that. She recalled his speech and reflected on whether he truly expected her to risk her own life to lure her master. To her, he remained a complete lunatic. The pain worsened rapidly. Monkey felt dizzy, broke out in a cold sweat, and had to slow down. She stopped running and began to walk quickly, desperately searching for a bathroom. The farther she went, the worse it became, until after some time, she found a clearing in the middle of the forest. She knew she needed to release the demon inside her immediately. However, at that very moment, Monkey sensed someone approaching at high speed. The presence was far faster than she was. Soon, she caught sight of a handsome martial master dressed in white, his face partially obscured by the sunlight. He noticed that something was wrong, seeing how pale her face was. With great difficulty, Monkey could only indicate that she had been poisoned and desperately needed a bathroom. The master commented that this was truly a great dilemma. He then offered his back to carry her to his shop. Even shocked by the situation, Monkey felt another wave of pain and ended up accepting the offer, as she had no other choice at that moment. The master leapt so high that, in a short time, they were already approaching the city. During the journey, he asked Monkey to remain calm, explaining that any adversity could be overcome as long as one controlled the mind. Monkey thought that he was certainly a true master, and also noticed that his voice was pleasant. As soon as they arrived in the city, Monkey ran straight toward the bathroom at the back of the shop. There, she unleashed the worst intestinal crisis of her entire life, all while mentally wondering why it was making so much noise. After composing herself, she thought it would be impossible to face that handsome man again. He had certainly heard everything. When she returned inside the shop, the master asked whether she was feeling better. Monkey replied that she was and said that it had only been possible thanks to him. At that moment, the restaurant's owner brought out a well-served soup with pork ribs. Duksu remarked that he would have used those ribs in a rice soup if she had not shown up that day. The master replied that at least when it came to food, he was lucky, since in everything else, he could not say the same. Curious, Monkey asked what it was, saying it looked delicious. Duksu explained that they were pork ribs. While eating calmly, Yizaha commented that the ribs were truly delicious. Deo encouraged Monkey not to just stare and to try some as well. Monkey thought it did look very good, despite the embarrassing situation she had just gone through. After hesitating, she gave in, took a bite, and realized that the flavor was indeed excellent. As Monkey let herself be carried away by the taste of the food, Duksu asked what exactly the relationship between them was. Yizaha answered casually that she was his sister. Upon hearing that, Monkey froze completely. She immediately recognized that voice, clearly and unmistakably. It was Rabbit's voice. In the next instant, when he revealed the handsome face he had been hiding, she even asked why he was absurdly handsome like that. At that moment, Monkey thought in complete shock that she had been carried in the arms of that bastard and had even gone through such a humiliating situation in the bathroom of his shop. The embarrassment was far too much for her to bear. As soon as the thought formed, Monkey collapsed stiffly to the floor once again. Duxo asked, just to be safe, whether he had become the master of the Shadow Rabbit Society. Yizaha confirmed that he had, and explained that the woman was also one of the generals, known as the Red Monkey. He clarified that this was why he had called her sister, telling her to take good care of herself, and even remarked that she was beautiful. Yizaha teased him, asking if it was love at first sight. The leader grew irritated and told him to stop talking nonsense. But Yizaha continued, asking whether she would really be able to sleep knowing that only 10 days remained to fulfill the agreement. The Red Monkey stood up immediately and made it clear that she had no intention of resting, stating that she would complete the mission within the promised 10 days. Before leaving, she sincerely thanked them for the pork ribs. Duxu told her to come back anytime. She replied with a faint smile and left without hesitation. Before that, Yizaha left her with a far from gentle message, warning that if she did not return within 10 days, she would die. As she walked away, she thought that the man was truly terrifying. Soon after, Yizaha also stood up, saying that he would patrol the area after some time. As he walked through Ilyang province, he realized that his body felt much lighter after training his Qinggong. This reminded him of the Swift group, of which he had once been a member. It was a mysterious force, unknown to most people in the Jianghu. The group pushed Qinggong to the extreme and was made up of lunatics who trained to the very limits of their lives. They competed among themselves in mastering Qinggong, regardless of sect affiliation, all to claim the title of the fastest. Back then, Yizaha was called the Swift King, or the leader of the Swift group. Although he had joined the group in his past life thanks to his exceptional abilities, he had never truly managed to assume the position of Swift King. Even so, he now felt eager to meet them again. Shortly afterward, he went to see Jia Sung, who remarked that Yizaha had finally arrived and said he had heard that Yizaha had stormed the Shadow Rabbit Society. Yizaha confirmed it and explained that he had sent their leader to heaven, saying that he had something to do there. He then asked whether anyone had caused trouble or if there had been any strange movements. Jia Sung replied that Sima was frequently patrolling the district with his subordinates, leaving no room for chaos. Yizaha then asked about Sung Tai. Jia Sung explained that Sung Tai had trained against Sima using wooden swords and had been defeated in a humiliating manner. Because of that, he was training even harder. He had already lost around 10 times and had become quite a famous attraction. Whenever Sung Tai and Sima fought, many spectators gathered to watch. After that, Yizaha handed a pouch full of gold to Jia Sung, who was completely stunned by the amount. Yizaha told him to keep the money and buy some drinks from time to time, explaining that those people worked hard just to survive, and that there was nothing wrong with holding a small celebration occasionally. Jia Sung asked if that was not excessive, but Yizaha replied that there were many members in his clan and that the money could be used as needed. Later, while walking along a road near the forest, a group of people began staring at him strangely. One of the men remarked that he looked like Yizaha. Another, holding a very poorly drawn wanted poster, confirmed that he did indeed resemble him. Yizaha asked whether they were the scum of the Dark Exploration, but one of them hesitated, apparently the leader, unsure of how to act. They had not expected to run into Yizaha there, as they had heard that he had left Ilyang for a while. Yizaha quickly understood that they had come to cause trouble precisely because they believed he was no longer around. The Shadow faction often used this kind of tactic, tormenting the people nearby to corner their targets. The man then introduced himself as Dok Gozang of the Dark Exploration and said he had heard that Yizaha had killed Nyung Jiseok. He explained that the master of the Dark Exploration had placed a bounty of 30 gold bars on Yizaha's head, at the request of the Tiger's Roar Society and 3 sword merchants. They were on their way to the Ilyang district, put up wanted posters, but said that he could read the notice right there. When Dok Gozang offered the paper, Yizaha thought that it was a basic rule to refuse anything coming from the Shadow faction, so he did not accept it. He simply stood there, observing. Dok Gozang said they were looking for him because there were rumors that Yizaha had disappeared from Ilyang. He claimed that if Yizaha surrendered voluntarily, the master might withdraw the bounty after he paid the appropriate amount. Yizaha calmly replied that it seemed like too many people just to put up a wanted poster. Dok Gozang explained that this was because everyone had heard of his abilities. Yizaha agreed, saying that it was an acceptable excuse. He thought that there was something strange about himself. There were days when he felt absolutely nothing after beating several people to death, and there were also days when he avoided killing without reason. That was one one of those days. He could not explain why, but if his actions were always consistent, he would not be called the Mad Demon. Therefore, he simply turned around and made it clear that he was not in the mood to meet the master of the dark exploration at the moment. He said that he might visit him soon. Dokuzang replied that it would be better for him to come with them immediately. Yizaha then asked whether he was trying to die together with his subordinates. Dokuzang retorted, asking how Yizaha dared to say he would explain later after killing so many people. Despite that, Dokuzang's own subordinates were terrified. Yizaha stated that it made no difference whether he killed them now or later. If they kept postponing the visit, he would eventually have to deal with the Tiger's Roar Society anyway. Regardless of the choice, it would remain a nuisance. At that moment, Yizaha realized that Dokuzang truly did not fear death. In the end, Yizaha agreed to accompany them to the dark exploration, but found the whole situation quite sad. In that life, when he wore a mask, he was the master of the Shadow Rabbit Society. When he removed it, he became the Mad Demon once again. Later, they were sailing along the Hornless Dragon River. Yizaha looked toward his city and made a brief bow to the heavens. He was leaving to make money and intended to return only after becoming wealthy. He thought that when he did return, he wanted to be properly welcomed. Thus, the former errand boy departed on his boat. When he sat down, the people around him thought he was crazy. Yizaha examined the members of the dark exploration and concluded that they were all extremely ugly. He wondered whether they did ugly things because they were ugly, or whether the two had no connection at all. He recalled that he knew beautiful people who did equally disgusting things, and so he concluded that appearance might not be directly related after all. Even so, he continued reflecting on the fact that everything around them seemed ugly and miserable, and that perhaps this environment had even shaped their faces. He also recalled hearing that the dark exploration was involved in slave auctions, something he found repulsive. One of the men grew irritated and told him to shut up, but Yizaha made it clear that he was not finished yet. He continued insulting their appearance and provoking them, asking what came to mind when they thought about slaves being auctioned. He said that perhaps he should buy one for himself. Some of the men burst into laughter, but Dokuzang ordered everyone to be silent before Yizaha killed them. Dokuzang thought that those idiots did not know how to read the mood of someone who was about to confront the dark exploration head-on. Dokuzang was clearly afraid of Yizaha, and even so asked whether he intended to let them live. Yizaha realized that his levels of madness were beginning to rise, perhaps because he had already left Ilyang province. Although he did not want to live once again as the mad demon of the past, he replied that they should fight among themselves. He said that he would spare only the one left standing. Without hesitation, Dokuzang drew his sword and, in a single motion, decapitated all of his own subordinates. The blood not only splattered across the boat, but also stained the surrounding waves. Yizaha kept his word and said that, as promised, he would let Dokuzang live. Exhausted, Dokuzang sat down with the sword still dripping with blood in his hands. Yizaha asked how the dark exploration had been doing lately. Dokuzang replied that, from what he could see, it was full of idiots. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the former Black Sand City, the military headquarters of the dark exploration. As soon as the boat docked, several guards approached, but Dokuzang told them to step aside, saying that he had brought Yizaha in accordance with the master's orders. The guards obeyed, and they walked through the headquarters, passing through a city packed with poor and miserable people. Yizaha had not known that the dark exploration kept civilians there, but it made sense, since many people had been dragged to the place as slaves. They proceeded to the main building to report that they had brought the man who killed the former leader. Upon entering, Yizaha saw a council of elders, all of them old and unpleasant looking. He then thought about how strange it was that those old men continued to commit such repulsive acts even though they no longer had many years left to enjoy life. Dokuzang explained that, by order of the master, he had brought that man there. Everyone in the room turned toward Yizaha with a hint of apprehension, and at the front stood the master of the dark exploration, motionless and unshakable. Yizaha calmly walked up to one of the elders and told him to move aside because he wanted to sit down. The old man did not comply. Without hesitation, Yizaha delivered a violent slap that knocked out several of the elder's teeth and sent him rolling across the floor. Then he took the chair, placed it directly in front of the master, and sat down. One of the other elders was outraged and questioned how he dared to behave that way, but the master ordered him to be silent. The master then said he would get straight to the point, since Yizaha had traveled a long way. He stated that Yizaha had killed 3 members of the dark exploration, and remarked that this had happened because Yizaha's house had been set on fire, an act initiated by the organization's own men. Therefore, he said everything could be resolved if Yizaha cut off 3 of his fingers. Yizaha refused immediately. He explained that he could not mutilate his body, as it had been given to him by his parents. The master then changed his proposal and said he would accept 100 taels of gold as compensation. In addition, Yizaha would have to remain under the Dark Exploration's surveillance until the damages were paid. To the master, that settled the matter. Some of the elders began to disperse, satisfied, thanking the leader. Yizaha, however, found it absurd that this man wanted to end everything unilaterally. He made it clear that he did not have that kind of money, and that even if he did, he would not pay. After that response, everyone began glaring at him with hostility. The master stated that the Dark Exploration always found money one way or another. He said that if Yizaha did not pay, his family would bear the cost. Yizaha replied that he had no family. He said that he even wished he had one, and that at that moment, he wished even more for a bowl of noodle soup or pork rib soup. The master then declared that he would take the money from the people of Ilyang province and asked whether that was acceptable. Yizaha grew irritated and found the man unbearable. He said that if that was the case, he himself would pass judgment. He ordered the elder to come kneel and lick his feet, or else everyone in that room would die. The elders were furious, but Dokuzang was terrified. The master in turn became completely enraged. Dokuzang thought that Yizaha had finally gone completely mad, if he had not already been mad before. He was directly provoking all the elders and the master himself. In response, all the elders stood up, drawing their weapons. Yizaha also slowly rose from his chair. The master said that Yizaha was a fool because he had been given a chance to live yet insisted on spilling blood. Yizaha replied that the real fool was the master himself, for he too had been given a chance to live and was wasting it. Without another word, the master ordered them to kill him. Immediately, all the elders attacked at once. The first, a bald old man, was struck in the chest and sent flying. The second, toothless, took a blow to the stomach. The third was hit by a palm strike so powerful that despite his heavy body, he was hurled backward. Even in the face of hidden weapons and poisoned darts, Yizaha deflected everything using only his palms, as if they were made of steel. He grabbed a fallen sword from the ground and wielded it naturally, cutting in half two elders who charged at him. Then he coldly stared at the few who were still alive and standing. They were utterly terrified. Yizaha advanced without mercy. The old men had no chance at all. They were crushed, cut down, and flung aside without mercy. The final two brutes were torn apart like animals in a slaughterhouse. After staining the blade and his white clothes with blood, Yizaha faced the master. The master remarked that his subordinates had done a terrible job. Yizaha told him to drop that arrogant attitude, since all he had done was stand there watching his men die. At last, the master moved. He drew his twin blades and blocked the burst of energy launched by Yizaha. The two exchanged rapid blows for a long time, appearing evenly matched in power. The battle was so violent that the building itself began to collapse around them. Dokuzang could not even follow their movements. After a long exchange of attacks, Yizaha's sword shattered in half when the master trapped the blade with a hook formed by his two weapons. The master declared that Yizaha was disarmed, but Yizaha still possessed the great absorption technique. Using this technique, he pulled the sword back to himself as if by telekinesis and blocked the next strike, making it clear that before he had no weapon, but now he did. The two continued exchanging devastating blows, destroying everything around them. While fighting, Yizaha realized that the master was as strong as Dokuzang, someone who had trained his blade for 40 years. However, with his keen eyes, he noticed that something was wrong. The master did not seem well. Despite managing to block every attack, his movements were growing slower. He was breathing heavily and clearly showing fatigue. Matching the rhythm of his opponent's breathing, Yizaha found the perfect opening to strike. His first grab was evaded, so he pressed forward even more aggressively. Even while facing the master's twin blades, his strike was powerful enough to knock him down to his knees. Without hesitation, Yizaha tried to finish the fight with a flaming palm strike. The impact pierced straight through the chest of the master of the Dark Exploration. Before the enemy could rise, Yizaha plunged his sword into his abdomen and hurled him against the wall, pinning him there with brutal force. The elders who were still alive were completely stunned. Even so, the master remained alive. He tried to negotiate, saying that if Yizaha allowed his subordinates to tend to him, he could appoint Yizaha as the next master of the Dark Exploration. He claimed that he had nothing to lose, and that if he were killed there, Yizaha would never be able to fully dominate the organization. Yizaha thought the man talked too much and concluded that it meant he still did not want to die. He reflected that the master had lived well, growing rich by kidnapping people, selling slaves, and killing countless innocents who had begged for their lives. To Yizaha, someone like that did not deserve to keep living. With a single motion, Yizaha crushed the head of the master of the Dark Exploration. Then, with his face still covered in blood, he turned toward the stunned elders. Dokuzang stated that Yizaha Yizaha should immediately become the next master. Yizaha called Dokuzang closer, slapped him across the face, and made it clear that he should stop talking like that or he would meet the same fate as the former master. Dokuzang fell silent, utterly terrified. Shortly afterward, Dokuzang asked what Yizaha would do now that the master was dead. Yizaha thought those men were truly idiots and that they desperately needed a leader. He ordered Dokuzang to return to the main hall, gather all members directly beneath the executives, and take care of the elders who had been lucky enough to survive. Yizaha reflected that if the Dark Exploration were composed solely of people from the Jianghu, like the Shadow Rabbit Society, it would have been easy to absorb it completely. However, because it was an organization mixed with ordinary civilians, it was not always possible to distinguish who belonged to the Jianghu and who did not. He then sat on the throne of the former master and realized that there was always a price to pay for beating someone to death. It was regrettable, but inevitable. He had already made it clear that he would stay there only for a short time. For him, the best option was to appoint a new master and keep the entire Dark Exploration under indirect control. Thus, Yizaha appointed Dokuzang as the new master of the Dark Exploration. His first order was to mobilize all available men and destroy the old wall. Dokuzang asked why, and Yizaha explained that the wall did not keep anyone safe. It was completely useless against martial masters of the Jianghu. The fact that the former master, the strongest among them, had failed to survive was proof of that. Furthermore, Yizaha pointed out that the organization was far too closed off and maintained no contact with the world beyond the wall. He questioned whether it would not be better to change that approach. Looking at the confused faces of the assembled executives, Yizaha wondered whether they had even understood what he had said. Tired, he decided to end the discussion. The order was simple. They would begin by tearing down the wall, and from now on they were to go out and move about more frequently. The world was larger than just the Dark Exploration, and the group acknowledged this in silence, showing obedience. Yizaha made it clear that if the next time he returned, there were still slave auctions, the purchase of gambling debts, or any activity that reached him in the wrong way, the consequences would be immediate. The first to die would be Doc, followed by any captain whose face he remembered. Everyone would get the chance to speak with the former master in paradise. One of the executives showed interest in more details, but Yizaha stated that this kind of reasoning should be done on one's own. If someone was incapable of thinking independently, the best fate for them would be to work cleaning up corpses. He made it clear that anyone who could not reason should not hold the position of captain, and said that it was precisely because of such people that the organization had fallen into such a deplorable state. Next, Yizaha ordered everyone to pay close attention. From that moment on, any detail was to be discussed first with that specific man he pointed out, before any action was taken. The group responded only with collective assent. He also decreed that the name Dark Exploration should be abandoned, and that they should later inform him of the new name chosen. Yizaha remarked that using the word dark made it far too obvious that they were part of a shadowy faction. One man suggested using a name related to the word white, which irritated Yizaha. He immediately rebuked the idea and ordered that no one ask any more questions until the meeting ended. Visibly exhausted, Yizaha said that all of this was tiring and decided to reduce the organization's laws to just 3. One of the members reminded him that there were 100 laws, but Yizaha dismissed this, saying it did not matter. He ordered them to start with 3 basic rules, and if it truly became necessary, to discuss later the pros and cons of adding more. In addition, he ordered the tolls to be abolished, all captured people to be freed, and all documents related to bounties to be burned. He made it clear that they were no longer to take money from the reserves for personal benefit, and that those resources were to be used to help people in need and to build decent housing. The atmosphere grew silent and tense. One of the executives commented that Captain Doc had actually said similar things long before Yizaha appeared, and that everyone there had already heard such speeches before. Yizaha then turned to Doc and stared at him for several seconds, making it clear that he expected the best from him. Doc showed his agreement, but Yizaha ordered him to arrange new clothes, as the current ones were soaked in blood. Later, Yizaha donned black clothes of the Shadow faction and entered his own society, while the guards showed signs of nervousness. He found the silence of the place strange and concluded that training had been relaxed after his departure. Byok received Yizaha and explained that the Golden Boar was present, which was why no one was training. The leader immediately realized that this meant more trouble. According to Byok's collection of records, the Golden Boar was a man shrouded in rumors. No one knew whether he had become a boar because of his gluttony, or whether he was gluttonous precisely because of who he was. His martial ability was estimated to rank between 70th and 80th. He was known as the Butcher's Disciple due to his absurd physical strength and the resilience of his body. It was assumed that he was a young master of an extremely wealthy merchant group, one who had offered a large portion of his money to the butcher. When Yizaha arrived at the place, he found the man sitting alone, devouring a lavish feast. Even with his mouth full of food, the Golden Boar boar still had the audacity to ask for water, while Yizaha simply continued staring at him in silence. He even took the water, poured it into the cup, and watched quietly. Yizaha realized that the boar acted that way without any fear at all, openly displaying his face. It was clear that he did not fear the black rabbit. The boar remarked that he had never seen him there before and asked where his master was. Yizaha thought that the former master had already gone to heaven, but he said nothing and merely turned to leave. In the corridor, Byok approached him and explained that he had prepared new clothes, imagining that Yizaha would need them. Later, Yizaha formally introduced himself as the Black Rabbit and made it clear that he wanted to know what that pig truly wanted. The boar felt slightly offended, but the Black Rabbit immediately moved straight to business. The boar explained that the merchant group had obtained a rare elixir. Since his battle against Brother White Rooster was approaching, he might need this resource. Yizaha asked exactly what kind of elixir it was. The boar replied that it was the white flame herb, estimated to be between 300 and 400 years old. At that, the boar put on his masks and began the real negotiation. He stated that, since this was a trustworthy client, he would sell it for 50 gold bars and would also include 10 boxes of common white flame herbs. The leader ordered the product to be brought immediately. The boar was already planning to make the same offer to Brother White Rooster if this one were refused. Meanwhile, Yizaha reflected that the boar would switch sides according to convenience. That only reinforced how rotten the relationships there were. Even so, the more useful the elixir was, the more expensive it should be. He focused on negotiating well, maintaining the mindset of not handing over money even though he had resources. That attitude left him strangely at peace. Later, Yizaha examined the product up close, observing the roots. The boar commented that he knew how difficult it was to find that kind of elixir and that storing them was equally complicated, stating that they should be used as soon as possible. The black rabbit took one of the common roots and tasted it, concluding that there was no problem at all. He thought that he had consumed many of those in his previous life. The real problem was the white flame herbs that were over 100 years old. There was no way to consume them in the same manner, just to test them. Therefore, Yizaha summoned Administrator Byok. The boar questioned whether he truly knew how to examine elixirs, insinuating that he might be being disrespected. Administrator Byok was an elder who had devoted more than 30 years of his life to the Jianghu, a legendary elixir appraiser. He was considered an absolute expert, a genius capable of identifying elixirs from great distances by smell alone. He had joined the Jianghu with the sole purpose of evaluating elixirs. When summoned, Byok bowed deeply, almost touching his head to the ground, showing great respect. The boar remarked that this was truly impressive. Byok then began the appraisal, carefully smelling, observing, and examining every detail. He reported that the three roots had the same scent. However, upon closer inspection, he indicated that one of them had a small torn portion, as if someone had already sampled it. The boar asked him to simply confirm whether they were genuine or not, stating that he was being generous by offering 3 roots for 50 gold bars. Byok confirmed that the herbs were authentic and that it would be extremely difficult to obtain something of that quality, even by sending people to other countries. He explained that due to transportation difficulties, if there were 5 or 6 roots, the seller could easily charge more than 100 gold bars. The boar agreed and acknowledged that Byok truly understood elixirs. Yizaha ordered the money to be brought and instructed that it be counted. The boar checked everything carefully and had the amount taken to the carriage. That was when he noticed that the black rabbit was already consuming the roots at that very moment, something that would normally require a quiet place for cultivation. Yizaha, however, knew that because of the celestial pearl, he no longer needed to cultivate after consuming elixirs. The pearl absorbed all the energy, allowing him to use it whenever he wished. He was probably the only one in the entire Jianghu capable of accumulating energy in that way. The boar informed Administrator Byok that he would need to cultivate for the rest of the day and ordered security to be reinforced. He then took his leave, stating that they would meet again soon. Byok approached Yizaha and asked whether he would not begin cultivating at that moment. Yizaha replied that there was no need and calmly asked where the other executives were. Byok informed him that the men were positioned at various points along the Golden Boar's route. Yizaha thought this was excellent, as it meant he could recover the money he had just lost. Byok questioned whether acting in that manner, without detailed planning, might cause problems, but Yizaha made it clear that he was not someone who relied on plans. For him, the most important things were the courage to steal the enemy's spirit, along with fearlessness, aggression, and a firm stance. Byok replied that he would keep that in mind. Before leaving, Byok wanted to understand the reason for attacking the Golden Boar. Yizaha explained that there were several reasons. First, the boar had taken his money. Second, he had ordered him to serve water while he was eating. And on top of that, he had not paid for the food. Byok agreed, recalling that it was high-quality food. Yizaha also pointed out that the boar was rude even to his own brother. In the end, there were more than enough reasons to attack him. Byuk felt deeply moved by his master's power and the firm conviction he displayed. Meanwhile, the golden boar was already talking with one of his merchants, satisfied that everything had gone according to plan. 3 roots had been sold to the black rabbit, and now all that remained was to sell 4 to the white rooster. The boar believed that this way he already knew who would emerge victorious. All he had to do was raise the stakes and take everything for himself. Suddenly, the horses were startled and the carriage skidded violently. The reason was another carriage blocking the road, preventing passage by pressing its wheel into the path. The boar complained that they should have stopped by the side of the road. One of the merchants got down to resolve the situation and ended up resorting to aggression, slapping one of the men first and then the others. At that moment, Yizaha appeared and knocked the merchant to the ground with a violent kick, showing complete disdain. He made it clear that these men were not simple coachmen, but members of the Rabbit Society, merely in disguise. To Yizaha, that made no difference at all. The boar found his behavior strange and asked if Yizaha was merely a servant. Yizaha replied that he was a servant who did as he pleased and therefore did not care about labels. The boar became irritated, thinking that the man was far too arrogant. He believed that Yizaha acted this way only because he knew he was a disciple of the butcher and affiliated with the Golden Mountain Merchant Group. If someone had paid to provoke this situation, the merchant group would quickly discover who was responsible. With enough money, it would be easy to reveal anyone's identity. Yizaha, however, did not care in the slightest about these threats. As he approached, the 2 exchanged palm strikes directly. The boar tried to impose his brute strength, confident that after consuming countless elixirs with his wealth, his internal energy was unbeatable. He believed that Yizaha could never defeat him. The reality, however, was the opposite. The boar was losing, and losing badly. The Celestial Pearl's power was already active, running through the boar's arms and draining the internal energy he had accumulated through the elixirs. Realizing this, the boar tried to retreat, but the moment he forced his energy, the pearl's claw pulled him back again. The force was so great that he could not resist, and even his mask cracked. Throughout it all, Yizaha maintained a calm expression, as if nothing extraordinary were happening. He realized that the pearl was absorbing the opponent's internal energy even more ruthlessly than he had anticipated. The golden boar was already at death's door. Yizaha reflected that if he interrupted the process prematurely, he could suffer internal injury. On the other hand, if he did not stop at the right moment, the boar would die right there. His death would not be a major problem, as Yizaha intended to eliminate all 12 generals in the future. Still, he did not want the boar's vengeful spirit or soul to cling to the Celestial Pearl. If that happened, he would become little different from the former leader of the demonic cult. So Yizaha expelled part of the accumulated energy, hurling the boar away, and concentrated the rest on the Celestial Pearl to keep it under control. When everything finally calmed, the boar looked as if he had undergone a botched liposuction, completely deflated and powerless. Yizaha thought he had come only to steal money, but ended up taking the boar's chi as well, which he found interesting. The poor boar, lying on the ground, tried to understand what had been done to him. Yizaha concluded that he had saved his life out of sheer kindness, which left the boar in complete shock. In Yizaha's mind, there was no one more chivalrous than himself in this world. He then ordered them to check the carriage. Upon further thought, he realized he could steal everything inside as well. At that moment, the boar tried to intervene, explaining that the carriage also carried items meant for General White Rooster. Yizaha asked for more information about the White Rooster, and shortly after ordered that absolutely everything be taken. Examining a specific box of 100-year-old herbs, he confirmed that 4 herbs were inside. He concluded that the boar's method of negotiation was unpleasant, as he sold 3 herbs to the rabbit and 4 to the rooster, not only gambling but manipulating results to harm the rabbit. The boar tried to deny it, asking if there was any proof, but Yizaha stepped forward and struck him violently across the face. He made it clear that if the shadow rabbit discovered such manipulation, he would gather all his subordinates to destroy the boar's merchant group. The boar tried to rely on his master's name, but Yizaha was certain that the butcher would allow it without concern. At that moment, one of the subordinates raised a hand and suggested that perhaps everything could be resolved if half the money were handed over. Yizaha immediately approved the response, considering it a successful test. He then assessed the situation and reflected on whether they should report to the rabbit or the butcher. To those present, it made no difference, and someone even suggested talking to both. Yizaha dismissed the idea, thinking it would make everything too tedious, as he was doing this to enjoy life. Afterward, Yizaha informed the boar that it was time to choose a side. Before any decision could be made, the monkey appeared, stating that she had returned. The boar was surprised by her presence, and she asked if he had also been captured. Then she showed her mask, explaining that she had failed the initial ambush, but had fought afterward, reorganized the ranks, and eliminated the target. Yizaha took the dog's mask and acknowledged that she had done an excellent job. The monkey then asked to receive the promised antidote. While the boar wondered why she was involved in this, she explained that she could not fight properly because she constantly felt unwell, suffering from severe diarrhea. The boar was confused by this explanation, but Yizaha confirmed that he would fulfill the promise made to her. The boar tried to understand exactly who Yizaha was. Before he could get an answer, the monkey approached him and slapped him several times, reprimanding him for showing such disrespect to her brother. The boar had no understanding of the situation. Yizaha then ordered all subordinates to put the boxes back in the carriage. The rest were to clean the area and retreat. He also instructed that the unconscious man be taken, and everyone else released afterward. Next, Yizaha ordered the boar to call his coachman, as the three would go to another location together. The boar tried to question this, but the monkey glared at him threateningly and said he should not question her brother. The boar obeyed, but still received another slap, remaining confused. Yizaha thought that siblings should not hit each other so much, while the monkey stated that her brother would never forget this. When Yizaha put on the dog's mask, the monkey gave a respectful salute to Brother Dog. He realized that she understood things quickly. Looking at her, Yizaha returned the salute, still puzzled by the absurd situation he found himself in. Later, already inside the carriage, the boar wondered who Yizaha really was. To make matters worse, the monkey was excessively attentive to him, serving him as if he were her master. The boar knew she was not like that, not even with the butcher himself, which made everything even stranger. Then Yizaha called the boar, making it clear that he was thinking too loudly. He explained that being clever did not mean being able to discover everything in the world. When the monkey threatened him, the boar immediately said he would empty his mind, and she lowered her hand. It was evident that no one there could even think of doing something wrong without facing consequences. Later, at the Moyong clinic, the boar arrived to be treated after receiving so many slaps and having his energy almost completely drained. The doctor ordered him to be taken inside, and upon seeing that man, Yizaha experienced an immediate shock as he remembered him from his past life. It was Moyong Bak, the poison demon, the man who had saved Yizaha from a chi reflux in his previous life. Moyong Bak had lost his entire family in a dispute with the butcher and, carrying that resentment, had become a terrifying figure. He strengthened himself through his vast knowledge of the human body and medicine, diving deeply into the study of poisons. He even tested the poisons on himself. After a constant cycle of poisoning and treatment, the doctor, now completely transformed, killed the butcher. He also spared neither the disciples nor the 12 generals. All were annihilated. Yizaha only met him after all of this had happened. At that time, Moyong Bak hated not only the members of Jianghu but humanity in general, to the point of making a personal pact to never save anyone again. Even so, he had treated countless patients in the past, but none helped him when he began to lose his sanity, as everyone feared the butcher. This caused Moyong Bak to develop a deep resentment toward humanity. Still, Yizaha was grateful to him, for the poison demon had broken his own pact to save Yizaha's life during the chi reflux. In a way, there was a kinship between two men who had both once gone mad. Now, seeing him again in the present, Yizaha realized that every person considered insane had once been normal. Sister Monkey was dismissed to stay beside the golden boar. After her departure, Moyong Bak stated that he had never seen Yizaha before and asked if he felt any pain anywhere. In response, Yizaha simply removed his mask. The two stared at each other in silence, and Yizaha understood that it was natural not to be recognized, as in that life they had never met. He then introduced himself as Yizara from Ilyang province, leader of a small group called the Howl clan. Moyong Bak asked if he was one of the 12 generals, but Yizaha explained that the Howl clan was currently at war with the butcher. He also mentioned that the original owner of that mask had been killed by Monkey. The doctor asked if he felt any pain, and Yizaha said no. He explained that he was there only to pay for the consultation that day, as he felt no discomfort, and also because he was curious about Moyong Bak's extraordinary medical skills. Moyong Bak apologized for the delayed introduction and formally presented himself. Yizaha slightly nodded and asked to speak in private. Yizaha then showed the roots to the doctor and asked if he had been the one to evaluate them. Moyong Bak confirmed and explained that, considering the root's circumference and number of branches, they were white flame herbs at least 100 years old. Yizaha asked if they could be 300 or 400 years old, but the doctor said that was an exaggeration. He explained that even a 100-year-old herb was extremely rare nowadays, and nearly all were transported to the Central Plains. Upon hearing this, Yizaha realized he had been deceived by the boar and remarked that he had already consumed 3 of those roots. Moyong Bak said that was excellent, but warned that the white flame herbs contained immense energy and that he should be careful of what is called rage disease after consumption. Yizaha replied that he was not angry and felt perfectly fine. The doctor explained that this was positive, but reinforced that if any tendency toward irritability appeared, he should exercise extra caution. Yizaha said there was no problem, as he had recently been releasing his anger properly. Moyongbak then explained that doctors could not reveal the secrets of their patients, ensuring that Yizaha could speak freely. With that, Yizaha mentioned that his house had caught fire, as well as the inn where he worked. Yizaha was still boiling with anger. Moyongbak commented that it was understandable to be upset, but Yizaha explained that he had already killed those who set fire to his house. When he did so, he felt a profound inner peace. Moyongbak agreed, saying that was excellent. Yizaha then recounted that he later discovered that those people he had killed were attempting to establish a sect within the Shadow faction, with the Shadow Rabbit's permission. Afterwards, several henchmen came after him, issuing threats and asking if he wanted to live or die. Moyongbak asked how he had responded. Yizaha replied that he had killed them all. When he did this, once again he was graced with an intense sense of peace. Moyongbak said that was excellent. Yizaha continued, saying that afterward, an assassin was sent after him, but he decided to let him live because the man had shown courage. After that episode, they even ate pork ribs together. At that moment, Yizaha was not angry but rather exhilarated. However, everything changed when he encountered that rabbit, who was excessively bold and arrogant. After that, Yizaha killed him, and once again felt inner peace. Moyongbak concluded that he had done very well in releasing his anger, noting that at first glance, Yizaha appeared extremely calm. As he listened, Yizaha thought of his past life. When he had first met the poison demon, Moyongbak had a completely vacant expression. When the burning desire for revenge begins to fade after killing all your enemies, it becomes difficult to continue living. Neither the people you love nor those you killed remain in this world. Yizaha decided to prevent this misfortune from happening to Moyongbak this time, as he was the person who had helped him in the past. Even if Yizaha himself returned to becoming the mad demon, he did not care. There was no need for Moyongbak to become the poison demon again. He could go mad on his own. The consultation ended, and Moyongbak returned after examining the others. He reported that no one had suffered serious injuries. Everyone was physically fine, with only minor wounds, but their mental states showed clear signs of instability, especially Red Monkey. She seemed to have not slept for several days, kept asking what Yizaha was doing at the moment, and still suffered from severe diarrhea. In fact, she even begged on her knees for it to stop. Moyongbak just smiled at Yizaha, who sincerely replied that he had given her a laxative and made her believe it was poison. There was no way to stop the diarrhea, and he had already informed the doctor about it. Yizaha explained that he had ordered her to kill at least one of the three, excluding the celestial generals, namely dog, horse, or rat. If she continued to resist, he would have no choice but to kill her. Thus, the laxative had actually been an act of benevolence. This was what Yizaha called the laxative theory. Moyongbak, intrigued, commented that he had never heard of a laxative that saved lives. Yizaha explained that since she had eliminated Dog, he had ordered that she be taken care of as promised. Furthermore, there were still more useful discussions to be had. Finally, Moyongbak concluded that, in any case, the general seemed to have suffered some kind of psychological shock. He was not in a very good state. Yizaha explained that he had lost a lot of internal energy and money while fighting, but even so, he told the doctor to feel free to ask anything. Moyongbak then asked if he was not an enemy of the butcher, and if so, why he was taking care of those two wounded. Yizaha replied that he had hit the subject of the conversation perfectly. He explained that there was a certain little man walking through the Jianghu, who, as he moved through the world, ended up killing many people. Some deserved to die, while others should be spared. Moyongbak said he was listening carefully. Yizaha continued, explaining that this little man eventually became part of the demonic faction. Despite having killed cruel people and those who had burned his house, he also spared people who could be useful if they remained alive. He gave clear examples such as a foul-mouthed woman, an assassin who paid for his own lunch, and a man who could not understand the world because he had been kidnapped at a young age. All these people were spared by the little man's decision. According to Yizaha, these actions did not represent the dark faction, but rather the personal choice of this little man. He treated people with the hope that some could one day reform. Even knowing he could be betrayed later, he was still willing to end everything if that happened. Moyongbak then asked if this little man was part of the white faction, like a chivalrous fighter. Yizaha replied that he was not. He explained that the little man was not part of the white faction, and that it would be difficult for him to become one at that time, as he lacked virtue. Moyongbak commented that not everyone in the white faction had virtues, but Yizaha replied that among them, the founders possessed many virtues and great skill. He explained that people without virtues in the white faction were usually disciples of disciples, heirs of a long lineage of power. This was not the case for the little man. His home, a simple inn, had been burned down, and he had lived as a messenger boy. With no inheritance or support, he would need a lot of time and effort just to attempt to enter the white faction. While Moyongbak thought about this, Yi Zaha reflected in silence, hoping he would understand the difference between the factions. Later, Yi Zaha presented a large sum of money to the doctor as payment for the treatment. He thought that, even if it was from a past life, Moyongbak had saved his life, so it was not a waste to do this. Moyongbak said it was too much money to accept, but Yi Zaha replied that it was not, and asked for a quiet place to sleep, while waiting for the treatment of the wounded to finish. Even so, Moyongbak took only 3 ingots and said that was enough, refusing the rest. Yi Zaha thought he was really stubborn, and insisted at least on accepting the white herbs, as a doctor needed to be healthy to save lives. Moyongbak explained that to fully absorb those herbs, he would need to cultivate energy for more than 10 days. Since patients arrived every day, he would not be able to do that. Although grateful for the concern for the neighborhood clinic Hospodako, he did not desperately need the herbs. Even so, he received Yi Zaha with a big smile, and Yi Zaha himself realized he had lost the battle of words. Later, the doctor calmly enjoyed his night when one of his subordinates informed him that Yi Zaha had started cultivation in his room. The doctor asked for special attention to Yi Zaha, as he seemed to have some kind of anger disorder. Remembering the conversation about diarrhea, he could not help but laugh. The next morning, Yi Zaha was awakened by knocks at the door. The doctor entered and handed him a decoction. Yi Zaha did not think that dark medicine looked appealing, especially coming from someone known as the poisonous demon. Moyongbak instructed him to take it all at once. Yi Zaha did exactly that, and soon felt as if his chest was being renewed, which he considered excellent. The doctor asked if he felt at peace and was satisfied with the answer. He asked Yi Zaha to visit his clinic from time to time, even when busy, as it would be good for his health. Yi Zaha replied that he would return once he killed the butcher, feeling much more relieved. Yi Zaha thought that, just by doing that, he could prevent any incident involving Moyongbak from now on. Later, he was already leaving with his 2 fellow generals and thanked Dr. Moyongbak immensely for the past 2 days under his care. The doctor replied, wishing him good luck as a clan leader, and asked him to return whenever he felt unwell. Yi Zaha also warned to be careful with people in the Jianghu and said that if any problem arose, he would handle it personally. Moyongbak asked what could happen to the doctor, but concluded that words alone were enough. Yi Zaha thought that they were exactly at war to prevent something like that from happening. Later, the boar was already much better, and the monkey was also in good condition. The boar asked if he could return home. Yi Zaha replied that home was a good thing, but he still could not return. The monkey asked if he was going to give an antidote, but Yi Zaha explained that it had already been done. He revealed that the cursed poison of the purple snow was actually just a laxative, and Dr. Moyongbak had completely treated her diarrhea. The monkey wondered if that could really be called poison. That was why she had so much diarrhea and caused such a scene over a simple laxative. Yi Zaha asked if she would not keep her composure. The monkey stayed quiet and thanked him, calling him brother. Then Yi Zaha asked if they did not find it strange to call each other brothers and sisters. Both said they did not find it strange. He explained that if they sided with the butcher and turned against him, he would stop the carriage immediately. Since the monkey had already been treated for the fake poison and her internal wounds were healed, she could fight without problems. He asked them to leave the carriage and follow separate paths, making it clear that they were neither his nor the butcher's slaves and were free to go if they wished. The monkey said she would not leave. The boar, on the other hand, stated that his home could be massacred if he betrayed the butcher, and asked about the size of Yi Zaha's strength to be so confident. Yi Zaha commented that it was no wonder he was a merchant, always making detailed calculations. The boar explained that it was not only his life at stake. Yi Zaha confirmed this, and explained that if the boar sided with the butcher and he lost, their lives might seem easier for a while. But soon they would be forced to steal money, launder funds, and hand over women. As it always happened, they would have no choice but to serve as slaves until the butcher died. He made it clear that comparing power was not the most important thing. Even if they were weak, they would continue living as slaves, and that was what truly mattered in the end. Yi Zaha told the boar that he was born into a wealthy family and had been raised with everything he could ever desire. He should have been proud of his own clan, yet here he was serving the butcher. His home was no more than a simple warehouse, and the money was no longer his or his family's. The boar apologized and asked if he could pay for another meal for them. Yi Zaha Yizaha thought to ask the monkey, and she replied yes as she was hungry. The boar then asked if she would really stand by Yizaha. The monkey answered that she would stay by his side no matter what happened. The boar asked why she had accepted it so easily. The monkey explained that Yizaha had taken her to the bathhouse, to the doctor, and even made her eat pork ribs. She had been a little upset when she thought she had been poisoned, but in the end, it was just a laxative. If the butcher had actually poisoned her, it would have been real, and she would have had no choice but to accept it. Just thinking about that was horrifying. That was why she decided to side with Yizaha. Yizaha thought that once again, he had won the monkey's heart with a simple laxative. To him, that method never failed. Later, they returned to the Shadow Rabbit Society. While everyone was training, they greeted their master, calling him the Society's master. One of the members was confused when he saw him and questioned if he was just a servant, asking how someone like that could be a clan leader. Zaha commented that he was losing control again and asked the monkey to handle it. She slapped him and told him to compose himself. The boar wondered how many times he had been slapped up to that point. Later, they were gathered at a grand banquet. Yizaha called his brothers together and said they needed to stay strong, as there was nothing more miserable in the Jianghu than being weak. To become strong, they needed to eat well, so he told them to eat without hesitation. At that moment, Gunpyeong suddenly appeared and reported that Generals Horse, Rat, Ox, and Goat were waiting outside for Yizaha. The master asked how exactly he had been discovered. Gunpyeong said he could not say for sure, but only the generals had appeared, and they had not brought the army. Yizaha wondered why they had come together like that. The boar suggested that perhaps they had come only to watch his fight against the White Rooster. Yizaha concluded that the reason did not matter, and decided to see what was happening. When he left wearing the rabbit mask, Yizaha was greeted with great attention by all his brothers. The White Rooster was also present and showed interest in his condition. The rabbit replied that he was doing so-so. Soon after, other brothers also appeared. The boar remarked that something felt strange in the air, and the monkey agreed, asking why everyone was there at the same time. Yizaha then noticed that the white tiger, green dragon, and red snake were also present. Shortly after, the goat appeared as well. The boar and the monkey were terrified, and everyone saluted the master butcher. The rabbit, however, wondered why he was there. The butcher explained that he had come out of boredom and ordered the fight to begin immediately. The rabbit was the first to move, but before the white rooster could react, the butcher called him over, saying he was not suitable for that fight, and told him to step aside. He then announced that the fight list was wrong, and declared that the white tiger, green dragon, and red snake would face the rabbit simultaneously. When everyone moved toward the courtyard, the butcher declared that on that day, 3 of the 4 celestial generals would face the 5th at the same time, who seemed to be undergoing a great evolution. The battle would be to the death, and any interference from the other disciples was forbidden. Yizaha thought that the old man was cunning and had certainly noticed something. Yizaha then commented that the list for that dispute was a little wrong. The butcher asked if he wanted to remove someone, or add the white rooster. The rabbit replied with a dark laugh, saying that in a death match, a master should fight personally rather than hide behind disciples. The silence that followed was heavy. The boar and the monkey were desperate. The butcher said those were not words a disciple of his would say, and ordered him to remove his mask. Yizaha replied that he was not his slave, and questioned why someone he had just met should remove an item of clothing at another's request. With a cold look, the butcher ordered all the celestial generals to step forward. Yizaha questioned whether he would really force his disciples to fight while staying in the rear. He explained that if all 4 attacked simultaneously, he would simply flee, as his Qinggong was better than even the monkeys. However, if the goat himself challenged him, he would accept the duel head-on. Yizaha added that if the butcher refused, the rumor that he avoided a duel would spread throughout the county. He claimed that his tongue was loose and that this would spread quickly. He then asked why they thought their master was doing this in the first place. According to him, the goal was to measure his strength while attempting to kill him. He also questioned how much wealth and prosperity an old master like that still intended to enjoy. Yizaha then turned to the ox, saying he was too young to waste his life that way. He explained that in the end, all the butcher would do was pass the mask to someone else, sacrificing disciples while remaining safe. The butcher commented that it seemed some madman had disguised himself as one of his disciples. Yizaha agreed, saying he was indeed mad, and that the masks only worsened this kind of madness. The monkey and the boar grew even tenser. The butcher then said it was fine, and that he would face him personally. Even so, Yizaha clearly noticed that he was making discreet signals to the disciples. Knowing this would happen, Yizaha attacked first. Even before being surrounded, he rushed toward the white rooster, found an opening, and escaped the other 12. When they began to pursue the rabbit, they did not attack immediately. Zaha told his brothers not to worry, as he would kill the master, and that they only needed to react according to the situation. He asked them to trust him. The brothers exchanged glances, and the butcher asked why they were just staring. The rabbit said that he had dared to interfere in the bond between brothers. Because of these words, everyone began pursuing the rabbit with the intent to kill him. They spread across all of really young, but Yizaha was already without the mask, calmly taking a drink. The horse approached a restaurant and hanged the first little boy he found. Then he asked if the boy had seen anyone fleeing in a hurry or anyone suspicious. The boy replied that he had seen no one. The horse then released him and asked again if he really wasn't the person he was looking for. At that moment, Yizaha used the great absorption technique, grabbed the horse by the neck, and demanded how he dared to strangle a messenger boy right in front of him. In an instant, Yizaha lifted him, delivered a punch so powerful that it killed him instantly, and let the body fall lifeless. The little boy trembled in fear, but Yizaha told him not to be scared, as this was something normal in the Jianghu. The boy confirmed that he understood. Yizaha then poured alcohol over his hands to clean the blood, served himself a cup, and drank calmly. He even offered a cup to the boy, who remained terrified. Yizaha commented that this was a miserable job, and explained that people thought messenger boys were worthless, so they vented their frustrations on them. The boy replied that he didn't think that way. Yizaha told him to drink, and the two downed a shot. Then Yizaha told the boy to rest and said he would send someone later to pay for the drink. The boy was very grateful to be dismissed and ran off. Later, they found a man whose face had been completely smashed by Yizaha's blows. The goat remarked that he must be nearby. Indeed, Yizaha was right behind, calmly chewing on dried meat. The ox asked what the hell he was staring at. The moment he turned, a Rashi pierced his skull. The other barely had time to react before being impaled by another Rashi. Yizaha thought they were clearly weaklings, belonging to the lower ranks. Next to approach was the white rat, who even managed to launch a palm strike. Still, he was countered by the great absorption technique, thrown to the ground, and crushed to death. The only warning he received before dying was to never encounter someone like Yizaha in his next life. After that, Yizaha took the white rat's mask and thought that now only 4 celestial generals remained. Later, the 5 survivors gathered around the bodies. The red snake commented that Yizaha must be planning to lure them and kill them one by one. She said that if things continued that way, they would all end up dead. Another general replied that if they stayed together, nothing could happen to them. The red snake said that thinking their brothers had died so futilely was infuriating, and suggested returning to the master. Another disagreed, saying the master would be extremely angry if they returned empty-handed. At that moment, Yizaha was there in disguise, listening to everything while wearing the white rat's mask. The eldest brother, the white tiger, decided what to do. He stated that they could continue the search and agreed with the green dragon's suggestion that the 4 should stay together. He then asked the white rat to report the brothers' deaths to the master, informing him that the 4 celestial generals were hunting the enemy. The green dragon asked if he was trying to stay away from the master. The white tiger replied that Yizaha's true target was the master, and that he probably had not caused all that chaos just to kill them. The white rooster asked if everything he was saying was true. The white tiger confirmed it, and commented that, although he had once thought it nonsense, the words of someone unhinged often hid truths. The white rooster asked why Yizaha had then killed their brothers. The white tiger replied that it was because he was crazy. Everyone agreed, and Yizaha thought that was a surprisingly sensible deduction coming from the eldest. The white tiger was certain that Yizaha had wanted a duel with the master from the beginning, and that, as long as they didn't hunt him down, there was no reason to fight him. Sooner or later, he would appear before the master on his own. Yizaha thought that the man really knew how to speak well. The white tiger stated that if Yizaha killed the master, they could simply start over and make the white rat one of the 4 celestial generals. He was honest in saying that he preferred not to see more young people being mistreated. The white rat asked if it wouldn't be simpler just to kill the master and end everything. The group fell silent and realized he was not the real white rat. Yizaha thought he had revealed himself by talking too much. Everyone immediately prepared to fight him. Yizaha's first attack was a flame path palm strike, causing a huge explosion that blinded the enemies. Taking advantage of the opening, he advanced with multiple strikes against the red snake, hitting vital points and meridians, leaving her completely paralyzed. After that, Yizaha took the red snake's mask and placed it over his own mask, making it clear he didn't want to be bothered anymore. He explained that the problem would be resolved directly between him and the butcher, and questioned why they were making things more complicated. The tiger accepted to retreat and said he would not approach the Shadow Rabbit Society that day. He also asked Yizaha to spare the red snake, but was told that this would not be possible. Yizaha made it clear that she could not continue living. The tiger insisted, reminding him that the main goal was to fight the goat, but Yizaha confirmed that was true and explained that the red snake had kidnapped innocent women and offered them to the butcher without any remorse. He also mentioned that he had heard that recently the red snake had offered a beauty with blue eyes, which shocked many people, as no one expected such a thing. Some wondered if he would really kill the red snake just for that reason. The answer came in the form of action. Yizaha delivered a single punch, which exploded the red snake's body, ending her life immediately. Yizaha knew that the red snake was the butcher's most loyal subordinate and had committed countless atrocities on his behalf without hesitation. Therefore, he declared that from that moment, the 4 generals had become only 3. He then stated that he would personally greet the butcher, making it clear that if they did not value their own lives, he would have no problem fighting 4 against 1. When Yizaha returned to the Shadow Rabbit Society, the reports were made. The red snake had arrived, as had the white rat. The black ox and red goat had accompanied Yizaha on an apparently smooth journey and returned alive. Even so, Yizaha asked where their master was, showing irritation. The subordinates were excited, believing that Yizaha would not die easily. Shortly after, he encountered the butcher, who appeared calm and satisfied to still be alive. The butcher asked how the red snake's last moments had been, and Yizaha replied that she had begged for mercy, probably already waiting in line at the entrance of hell. Then Yizaha revealed something that had always intrigued him. He asked why everyone wore masks. The butcher found the question fascinating and explained that by wearing a mask, people could commit atrocities more naturally, as it became difficult to distinguish whether the actions came from the person or the mask. Everything became confusing, which made it easier to do evil. After hearing the explanation, he asked to see the Yizaha's face, but he refused, stating that he was about to do something terrible and preferred to continue wearing the mask. The butcher lamented the situation, saying that someone like Yizaha should have been his disciple. Yizaha, in turn, stated that he would still kill him, just as he had that day, and that he would have asked the same question about the masks. As the butcher approached, Yizaha reflected that despite not being very popular with women, even though he was handsome, that strange old man could still attract women, which sparked a sudden anger within him. The butcher then proposed a confrontation, suggesting claps, fists, blades, or internal arts. Yizaha asked in which area he felt most confident, and the butcher replied that he fully trusted his internal arts. However, he stated that this would put Yizaha at a disadvantage, and suggested choosing another form of combat. Yizaha agreed that internal arts were out of the question. The butcher thought that, by the sound of his voice, Yizaha must be too young to face him, someone who had trained for decades. Even so, both prepared for the duel. After a few tense seconds, they exchanged internal energy strikes so powerful that they destroyed the ground around them. The butcher was surprised to notice that Yizaha was not being pushed back and possessed an incredible amount of internal energy. He tried to cheat by using his sword, but his attack was easily stopped by Yizaha, who made it clear that this should be a confrontation of internal arts. As expected, the butcher did not disappoint in his dishonesty. Yizaha responded with a violent slap that made the old man spit blood and lose some teeth. Then came successive headbutts, one after another, until all the masks were broken. When Yizaha revealed his true face, the butcher realized with horror that his internal energy was being ripped from his own body. As he screamed and writhed in pain, the butcher's body slowly withered. At that moment, Yizaha introduced himself as the leader of the Howl clan, making clear who he really was. He stated that he would have spared many more lives of ignorant disciples if the butcher had fought that way from the beginning. He also said that, as the leader, he could leave some final words for his disciples before moving on to the afterlife. The butcher asked where those disciples were, since all had been killed. However, upon looking at the audience, he realized that the boar and the monkey were still alive. Additionally, the other 3 great ones were also observing everything from the rooftops. Surprised, the butcher asked if Yizaha had really left some of them alive. He admitted that Yizaha, leader of the Howl clan, was truly impressive. Then he acknowledged his defeat, bowed to Yizaha, and left final words for his disciples, saying they had worked hard serving a flawed master like him. He asked them to serve the leader of the Howl clan, as that would allow them to live without masks. After that, the butcher died in that state, kneeling on his own knees. Yizaha thought that, at the end of his life, he had spoken unexpectedly kind words. He then closed the body's eyes and ordered the masks removed, fulfilling the wish left on his old master's deathbed. Once this was done, Yizaha ordered the Shadow Society to clean everything up. Regarding the 12 generals, he stated he would have a private conversation with them. Byok, the monkey, and the boar would also participate in this conversation. Later, everyone gathered in a relatively friendly and comfortable setting. Yizaha declared that, from that moment, he would be the elder brother to all of them. He explained that he would act as if he had learned something from the former master, but being visibly younger, the title of elder brother was more appropriate. He asked if anyone had any objections. Faced with general silence, Yizaha warned that he would start giving orders and would challenge anyone to a deathmatch if forced to repeat something. He made it clear that everyone should listen carefully. The monkey responded affirmatively, "Yes, elder brother." Yizaha reflected that people who had eaten pork ribs together surely shared a deep bond. Even so, the others still felt somewhat uncomfortable with the situation. He asked everyone to feel at ease now that the butcher was dead. Nervously, they tried to comply. Yizaha explained that he did not know the size of each one's forces or how many subordinates they had. Even so, he ordered each to clean up their own mess after the butcher's funeral and then join the Howl clan, which he led. He described the clan as an organization formed by workers, secretive, dirty, complicated, and chaotic. After that, he asked what they thought should be the first action of the Howl clan. Silence fell over the place. Yizaha realized that no one knew the answer, as he himself wasn't certain. He said that, for now, they could just make occasional reports and alert him if any problems arose. He asked everyone to do their best, and to clean up everything the Shadow faction had done. The Tiger immediately agreed, saying they would do it. Even so, Yizaha commented that it made no sense to give orders to adults, since everyone had removed their masks and should now be able to change on their own. He made it clear that he was not a good person and was not patient. He explained that he had to restrain himself much more than a normal person to spare someone, as he had done with all of them at that moment. The White Rooster then expressed his concerns. He explained that the butcher had allies and enemies, being especially close to the Hornless Dragon King, from whom he received much money and women. Upon discovering the butcher's death, the reaction could be unpredictable. The Green Dragon added that the Cloud and Rain Society still existed, a direct enemy of the former master. He recalled that the butcher's right-hand man had been killed by the leader of this society. Unlike the Dragon King, the Cloud and Rain Society would probably be pleased with the death of the former leader, as many held grudges against the butcher, making it impossible to predict their reaction. Upon hearing all this, Yizaha stated that, in fact, it was a relief. The monkey wanted to know why, and Yizaha explained that he felt relieved to have more people to kill. He said that this filled him with deep joy. Then he commented sarcastically, asking if this Cloud and Rain had anything to do with fornication. The White Rooster confirmed that it did. In fact, Yizaha remarked that the name was extremely immoral. Therefore, he ordered Byok, the administrator, to send a letter to the Cloud and Rain Society on behalf of the Master of the Shadow Rabbit Society, advising them to stop their depraved behavior and live more modestly. Byok asked if this wouldn't just be a declaration of war disguised as a goodwill letter. Yizaha confirmed that it was exactly that, and even praised him for his quick understanding. Even so, the White Rooster warned that they should not underestimate the Cloud and Rain Society and asked whether it was really necessary to provoke them first. The response came harshly. Yizaha told him to shut up and asked what was wrong with declaring war, since they were not on good terms anyway. Then he became even more irritated and stated that he could not allow a clan with such an immoral name to continue existing in peace. He made it clear to Byok that there was no need to pretend it was a goodwill letter. A direct declaration of war would suffice. Some wondered if he was declaring war merely out of personal dislike. Yizaha explained that the Cloud and Rain Society was also a direct enemy of the former master, having injured his arm. As disciples, it was obvious that they should seek revenge. Even so, some quietly thought that it was Yizaha himself who had killed the master, reinforcing the idea that he was completely unpredictable. After that, Yizaha asked if they had received any response yet and complained that he wasn't hearing anything. They said yes, the messages were on their way. The new master then asked everyone to cheer up. The next morning, Yizaha walked calmly through the courtyard. By that point, he was widely respected by everyone. He stopped under a tree, began meditating, and felt the leaves falling around him. He remained there until the end of the day, while everyone watched in silence. When he finally stood up, the first thing he did was draw his sword and test his power. He observed each leaf and petal falling from the tree and began cutting them with precise and beautiful movements. His strikes drew patterns in the air, as if he were dancing with the sword. Over time, he began to control the flow of the wind, guiding the petals gently before cutting them and dispersing them with exact precision. People were confused, unable to understand what had just happened. Some wondered if he had created a new sword technique. Yizaha then asked what kind of tree it was and was told that it was a plum tree, a mezua. Upon hearing this, he decided to call what he had created the plum blossom sword technique. When he finished, Yizaha noticed that the monkey was there, watching everything closely, like a true thief. She commented that the plum blossom technique seemed a little weak to be called a great sword technique. Surprised, Yizaha asked if he should then call it the butcher's sword technique. The monkey replied that the name plum blossom was better and just stayed there, enjoying the scene. Deep down, she was genuinely happy. Later, Yizaha was eating, accompanied by the boar, who devoured the food without restraint. Yizaha asked why, even though he had become a celestial general before the red monkey, he still allowed her to beat him so many times. The boar replied that he had thought about it a lot. In an orthodox sect, something like that would be completely unacceptable, as hitting an elder brother would result in immediate expulsion. However, they were not in an orthodox sect, but in a dark faction. He reflected that, after being beaten once, he had thought about how she dared to do that, and that one day he would teach her a lesson. At least that That was what he thought. The problem was that Yizaha had stolen a large portion of his internal energy, leaving him extremely weak. Even so, he acknowledged that the monkey's internal energy was not something to be underestimated. When he looked at Yizaha again, he noticed that the leader was clearly sleepy, almost dozing off while eating. The boar remarked that he must be exhausted. Yizaha confirmed, but said he would continue eating anyway. Then Yizaha asked if the boar liked her. The boar immediately replied no. After that, he just continued eating even more. Yizaha commented that he truly had a great appetite. The boar explained that since his internal energy had been stolen, he needed to compensate by eating a lot. Yizaha agreed, saying that the logic of a fat man was truly unbeatable. The boar replied that it was fortunate he was fat. He was part of the golden goods, possessed infinite wealth, was the youngest son of the family, and had money and martial arts skills. If he were still slim and handsome, it would be too unfair. Yizaha commented that, being the youngest son, it made sense that he was used to getting beaten. Finally, the boar asked why people outside were acting so strangely. Even the monkey was involved. Outside, people were swinging their swords in an animated dance with smiles on their faces, practicing the technique among the flowers. Even the monkey trained in that way. The boar commented that everyone seemed to have gone mad, swinging swords among the flowers. Yizaha replied that it wasn't madness and that, in fact, they were doing very well. The boar jokingly said that it looked more like the Crazy Rabbit Society, but Yizaha stated that the progress was excellent. He thought that everyone had been inspired by his training and were making an effort to follow the path of martial arts. He considered that very positive, as they had captured the fragrance of the plum blossoms. This genuinely pleased him. Outside, the sword dance continued for a long time. The next morning during the meeting, Byeok reported that there had been sightings of the Silver Ghost and Yusa Cheong in nearby areas, along with the Meteor Walkers, who were causing problems related to money. Several unknown martial artists had gathered in large numbers. News of the deaths of the 12 generals and the Butcher had clearly spread, and many had noticed the gap left behind. The executives believed that these people were trying to take advantage of the situation to dominate the territory. Yizaha commented that if everyone knew someone had killed the Butcher, it made no sense to think the territory was weak. To him, they could only be idiots. After reflecting further, Byeok concluded that it was pure human greed. He also raised the possibility that the Hornless Dragon King had allied with Professor Su. For the time being, Yizaha decided to notify the remaining 12 generals. If the Hornless Dragon King was attempting to separate Manhwa County, the generals would not be safe. Yizaha stated that he could handle the situation one way or another, but acknowledged that the morale of his subordinates could drop due to the numerical disadvantage. Therefore, it would be important to have at least the same number of soldiers as the enemy. He then ordered one of the executives to go to Ilyang province to send a message to Sima B and Sungtai, asking them to gather available people and bring them there. Another executive was instructed to go to the Dark Exploration Barracks and inform a man named Dok Gozang to bring about 700 elite soldiers. Gunpyeong asked if they would really answer the call. Yizaha replied that if they knew it was the Howl clan summoning them, they would certainly come. With this, the numbers would be more balanced and the morale of the subordinates would not drop, even if an extremely fierce battle began. He also warned that members of the Dark Exploration were completely insane and that it would be better not to provoke them unnecessarily. Speaking to all the executives, Yizaha asked if there was anyone connected to the Hornless Dragon King that he should not kill, such as family, relatives, or friends, and requested that they hold no grudge against him afterward. As no one responded, he concluded that he would kill everyone without any remorse. He then informed them that he would meet with the General Brothers and instructed everyone to return to their duties. On the way to his new destination, Yizaha gave Byeok a new task, requesting a wanted sketch. Byeok replied that all he needed was a description, and he would find the person at any cost. Yizaha explained that the target seemed like a sexual maniac and began describing him. An older man with a handsome appearance, a beautiful face, clear skin, few wrinkles, a muscular body, and a smile that seemed to shine in his eyes. Byeok said he could already picture him and asked Yizaha to continue, assuring that he would find him. Inside the carriage, Yizaha asked the driver to change the destination. Since the weather was pleasant, he decided that instead of going straight to the Moyong Clinic, they would first pass through Ihwa Province, where the Cloud and Rain Society was located. To him, the fact that this society always seemed involved in fornication was extremely unpleasant. The driver obeyed the orders. Yizaha felt as if he were on vacation, enjoying the spring sun and the refreshing breeze, allowing his madness to dissipate a little. Upon arrival, he ordered the driver to return and inform them that he was at the Moyong Clinic. After that, Yizaha simply walked to the entrance and knocked on the door of the Cloud and Rain Society. When someone asked who was outside, Yizaha replied that he had come to collect a debt. The door was opened without difficulty, money, and he thought that such behavior did not match people who usually paid what they owed. The guard allowed him in and asked whose debt it was, saying it couldn't be the leaders, but the deputies, who spent money on drinking. Yizaha remained silent, staring at him. Irritated, the guard told him to pay attention and tried to slap him, but the strike was easily stopped. Yizaha continued staring at the man, looking into his soul. The guard began trembling all over. The man asked where Yizaha came from. He replied ironically, saying that his story began in his mother's womb, and before that, in his father's sack, making it clear that this was not the right question. He then commented that he could explain which neighborhood he came from or which force he belonged to, but that would also take too long. Frightened, the guard begged Yizaha not to kill him. Yizaha decided to do him a favor and merely rendered him unconscious, tossing him across the courtyard. As he walked, Yizaha noticed that the place seemed emptier than expected, considering the reputation of those who followed the commander associated with Professor Su. He continued walking, observed the decorations around him, and approached a man eating ribs. He asked who he was and replied that he had come to see Professor Su. The man said that Professor Su had left. Yizaha then asked who was in charge at that moment, if at least the leader was present, but was told that he had also gone out. Yizaha noticed that the man was sitting facing an incineration area and asked why such a thing was there. The man explained matter-of-factly that the place was for burning corpses, saying there was no other reason. He added that they burned the bodies of people who did not pay their debts and that he was just following orders. This irritated Yizaha. He commented that he didn't feel much desire to kill someone while they were still eating, so he suggested they finish their meal before dying. The man, confused, asked if Yizaha wasn't a guest. Then he grabbed an axe and charged at him. Yizaha wondered how many people that man must have killed to decide to take another life so easily. The attack was useless. He countered with a palm strike that sent the man straight into the incinerator. The body was burned in an instant. Taking advantage of the situation, Yizaha grabbed the axe and broke through the doors of the Cloud and Rain Society. The women interrupted the spectacle, and everyone drinking turned toward the door. Yizaha climbed onto the stage and demanded the lights be turned on, complaining that it was too dark. Meanwhile, the others were already preparing to kill him. In a short time, the floor was covered in blood. The hall looked like a red pool, with Yizaha completely bloodied, as was his weapon, his clothes, and his face. Soon after, another person who appeared to be someone of high rank arrived, accompanied by more soldiers. The man asked who the hell he was. Even before Yizaha turned around, the man felt a deep chill, an extremely unpleasant sensation. Still, Yizaha replied that he had come to collect a debt. The man asked how much the debt was to justify such carnage. Yizaha replied that it depended on how much he was willing to pay. The man offered 300 taels of gold. Yizaha commented that it was a surprising amount and exactly matched what the master of the Dark Exploration had demanded. The man, confused, asked if the debt was owed to them and if paying the 300 would settle it. Yizaha replied that no payment was necessary, as dead men always forget their debts. They don't even remember who they owed money to. He added that the man should even be grateful if he had any outstanding debts. The superior was shocked and wondered if this meant that Yizaha had killed the master of the Dark Exploration. When he noticed that massacre, he thought that he might also be in danger. He made it clear that he would ignore the subordinates and pursue only the main target if any mistake was made. He didn't want the men to attack first. The order was simple: ignore everyone and kill only that man. The man tried to negotiate, asking what he wanted done and if he wanted more money. Yizaha refused. He said that their forces would only grow while they tried to gather money. He ordered the man to stay there and use that time to confess and mourn the dead. He also said he should reflect deeply on how their lives had ended that way and how they had become so weak. The man remained silent. Soldiers began to approach Yizaha stealthily, as if they still wanted to talk. The man thought Yizaha was insane, but he soon realized something worse. Everyone had died from axe blows. Faced with this, he ordered all the soldiers to withdraw and stayed alone with Yizaha. Then he asked exactly what Yizaha wanted and said he was willing to cooperate. Yizaha ordered him to kneel, and the man obeyed. He explained that the leader of the society was not there at the moment, but that he could ask for anything. He assured that he was not interested in money or women, and said that the professor would only return later that night. The man questioned whether Yizaha thought he could kill him. He admitted that alone it would be difficult, but with all his subordinates, it might be possible. He mentioned that if the leader returned drunk, it would be even easier. Yizaha then asked if he was a traitor. When Yizaha raised the still bloody axe, the man asked him to trust him. He said Yizaha could kill him if he failed, and that deep down he had already intended to kill the leader anyway, using all the available men. Yizaha ran his bloodied hand through the man's hair and remarked that he had heard he was as strong as the butcher. The man replied that this only applied in an official fight. At that moment, Yizaha seized the opportunity and split the man's skull with the axe. He concluded that, on second thought, no one in the Rain Cloud Society would be truly useful. The soldiers tried to approach to fight him, but shortly afterward, Yizaha was already on his way to Moyong's clinic. Upon arrival, he asked if he had come too late. Moyong said it was fine, but asked if he had been involved in another fight. Yizaha replied that he fought frequently and that it was already part of his daily routine. Even so, Moyong invited him to have tea. Later, sitting at the table, Moyong asked whom he had fought that day. Yizaha mentioned the death of the Ram and explained that afterward, members of the Dark faction connected to the butcher had gathered. For this reason, he decided to visit the Rain Cloud Society first. Moyong asked if he had made a mess there. Yizaha replied that he had, and that he had split everyone's heads with the axe. Moyong commented that murder is always the same, whether with a sword, axe, or fists, and asked if he had ever accidentally killed someone he shouldn't have. Yizaha replied that fortunately he hadn't. Even so, Moyong noted that, for a clan leader, Yizaha's mental demon seemed very close to breaking free. Yizaha agreed and explained that this was precisely why he came to see him. He said he was becoming his patient. He believed that if he joined forces with Professor Su, he could end up becoming a completely insane berserker demon. For that reason, he decided to restrain himself and seek Moyong. Yizaha's goal was to become a balanced demon, someone who strived to correct his flaws. Unlike in his past life, he wanted to be a crazy demon, but a slightly better one. Later, upon returning to his cult, Yizaha felt much better after the conversation with Moyong. It was comforting to open his heart to someone and find a bit of peace. When he arrived, he found the elder brothers of the cult and Sungtae, who welcomed the clan leader. Yizaha sat in the highest chair and asked if everyone had already introduced themselves. When Sungtae confirmed, he was asked why he was occupying such a high seat. Sungtae replied that he was a general of the clan. Yizaha acknowledged this, while the monkey remarked that he had said he was second in command. It was true that Sungtae had that ambition. Yizaha cast a glance at him, perceiving his expectation. However, he made it clear that he was not the second in command. Not for lack of merit, but simply because there was no vice commander at that moment. Even so, Sungtae was a general, a very high rank, so everyone should treat him with respect. As they could see, he seemed fragile, so he should also be treated with care. Before he could return to his seat, Yizaha made it clear that if he had complaints, he needed to become stronger. Sungtae agreed. He explained that everyone there had become strong by obtaining a powerful master, special martial arts, or rare elixirs. He, however, had never had a master and had never even seen an elixir. All he had done was swing a sword to survive. He said he might have some chance they fought using only external techniques. Gong stated that he accepted this. Sungtae commented that this was not the right moment, as no one seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. After a few laughs, Yizaha agreed that they could leave it for another occasion. Then Yizaha asked how they should destroy their enemies without spreading rumors. He opened the discussion, saying that everyone could give their opinion on attacking or defending in that meeting. Sungtae asked exactly who they would be fighting against. The master explained that the enemy was the Hornless Dragon King and Professor Su. Sungtae commented that, in that case, they should have more than 500 soldiers. Many were impressed that he knew this. Sungtae said he believed a siege defense would be the best option, since their numbers were smaller, and also because it would be a more fun choice. Yizaha immediately agreed and decided they would perform a siege defense. He remarked that he also found this option more fun and said that if anyone had an even more interesting idea, they could speak up. The group was a bit shocked that he based the decision on fun. As no one said anything, Yizaha concluded there were no more fun opinions. He then ordered the evacuation of servants and all those who did not practice martial arts to the province of Ilyang. He warned that the enemy could attack that very night, so they needed to leave immediately. He asked who would escort these people. No one spoke up. Yizaha asked if Sungtae would take the task, but he replied that he would stay there as the representative of the province of Ilyang. Since everyone seemed to want to stay, Yizaha decided on his own. Administrator Byok would be fully responsible for the vanguard. The rear guard would be left to Sima B's group, and Sima B was to send someone quickly ahead to ensure the safety of the road. When the two departed, the master ordered the boar to follow them closely. If anything happened, he was to report immediately. With that settled, Yizaha declared that, since there was nothing more to do, the rest could drink. They then had a small gathering among themselves until Doc appeared, bringing reinforcements and saying he had carried out the orders. Doc greeted everyone, sat next to Sungtae, and even demanded that he serve him. creating a tense atmosphere. After serving himself, Doc began ignoring Sungtae. Izaha asked if they had already decided on a new name for the organization. Doc explained that they had previously been called Dark Exploration, but now they would be part of the Howl clan directly. Since they couldn't decide on a name, they would simply be an exploration unit of the clan. Plain and simple. He also mentioned that the number of rules had increased and that being a leader was complicated. Sungtae began to wonder if Doc had been the leader of the former Dark Exploration, even turning his face away after that. Izaha asked how many men he had brought. Doc replied that he had brought the 30 best for a job that would normally require over 100 people, and told everyone to remain calm. The master said that Doc had done a good job. Changing the subject, Doc complained that the alcohol was weak and asked if people really got drunk on it. The group remained silent. Doc then asked what the plan was. He replied to Doc that there was no plan, and that basically it was just to kill everyone. Excited by this, he stood up, told them to wake him when the enemies arrived, and decided to take a nap. He lay down next to the master's high chair and began snoring without any shame. After that, Izaha suddenly asked if the moon was bright that night. Gunpyeong replied that it was and that the conditions were perfect for a battle. Izaha confirmed whether the Dragon King's side had anyone with poisonous arts, but apparently there was no one like that. He then asked if Professor Su and the Dragon King were truly the strongest. White Tiger replied that probably yes. Compared to the Butcher, each had their strengths and weaknesses, but all were masters who did not fall behind in power. Izaha made it clear that he would personally face the Hornless Dragon King and Professor Su. He explained that they should fight only against enemies of similar strength, as it would be a fierce battle. If they encountered someone clearly more powerful, the order was to retreat immediately. Suddenly, a messenger appeared running, warning that the enemies were approaching. The group became slightly nervous, but Izaha ordered them to bring his mask. The other 12 generals did the same, putting on their masks before heading into combat. As soon as they left, they encountered several enemies already inside the cult's courtyard. Professor Su taunted them, saying that not even 4 celestial generals had been able to face him in the past, not even when the Butcher was still alive. To him, it was incomprehensible that they believed they had any chance now. He further stated that if they killed the person responsible for the death of the society's vice leader, they might even be treated with generosity. Izaha considered that an admirable provocation. White Tiger asked why the professor had submitted to the Dragon King, since his master would surely feel ashamed of that in the afterlife, being someone worthy of respect. Professor Su treated that as a mediocre provocation and began taunting the little red monkey, insinuating that she was already dead. The little red monkey revealed herself immediately, spitting on the ground and showing that she was alive. Professor Su said he intended to spare her in a special way, but at that moment, the Hornless Dragon King himself appeared. He declared that only the one who had killed his old friend deserved to face his true wrath, while all others were mere mediocrities, unworthy of standing in his way. Izaha, far from intimidated, became excited at the sight of so many enemies gathered. He warned his brothers not to betray anyone that night, as he was not in a good mental state. His insanity increased when fighting under a beautiful bright moon, and he could lose control. He also cautioned them not to be deceived by the words of old enemies, as he might show no mercy at all that night. Everyone obeyed. Then Izaha asked White Tiger to join his hands, plant his feet firmly on the ground, and use all his energy to launch him as high as possible. Izaha quickly said goodbye to his brother and, smiling, was violently thrown toward the sky. As he ascended, he admired the full moon's glow and let out a maniacal laugh. Then he descended with a devastating flame path strike, a flaming palm that obliterated and incinerated several enemies at once. The impact was so strong that it left a massive palm-shaped mark on the ground, forming a crater. No one expected that. Izaha then announced that everyone should pay close attention to that almost bald, senile old man present, for everyone would die that night. Many looked at Professor Su with suspicion. The Hornless Dragon King then ordered the massacre, and a widespread battle began. Doc seemed as insane as Izaha, while the 4 celestial generals proved too powerful to have any difficulties. The strongest among them went straight against Professor Su, who advanced without hesitation. Even alone, his presence caused fear. Izaha ordered the weak to step aside. He declared that he only killed leaders. His blade ignited, and ordinary soldiers could not get out of his way. They were mutilated mercilessly. As he cut down one after another, Izaha seemed to enjoy it, questioning why they still tried to flee. After beheading another enemy, he made it clear that they never had a chance against someone like him, comparable to the Butcher. He activated the absorption technique, sucking the last drop of vitality from the fallen bodies. Professor Su acknowledged that Izaha was completely insane. Amid the bloodbath, many soldiers panicked, dropped their weapons, and fled. Professor Su, furious, began attacking his own men, making it clear that anyone who retreated would be killed by him personally. After taking a deep breath of the battlefield's heavy air, Izaha ignited his sword once again. In a single second, he unleashed the Realm of Flames, the path of the Great Sword. The enemies were instantly torn apart. Bodies exploded around them in a bloodbath. Even Yizaha's allies were shocked, while the mad demon reveled in the fight. Professor Su, observing the carnage, tried to understand who this man was. Yizaha, laughing amidst the chaos, began looking for Yu Sa-chiang, certain that he had prepared something special for this battle. But Sungtae knew exactly who he was. He pointed directly at the man in silver clothes, who stood motionless in the middle of the battlefield. Yizaha asked why he thought it was that man. Sungtae explained that, amidst all the chaos, that person was the only one doing absolutely nothing, just as Yizaha had done before taking action. Yizaha praised his reasoning, saying he had talent for investigation, and that even something seemingly useless could serve a purpose. He then stared directly at the so-called Silver Ghost, who responded only with a calm smile. At that moment, Yizaha remembered the information he had received from Byok about Yu Sa-chiang, known as the Silver Ghost. Byok had informed him that Yu Sa-chiang presented himself as a specialist in arbitration, but in reality, he was a gambler dedicated exclusively to the greatest conflicts in the martial world. He was an expert at sowing conflicts and provoking wars. He traveled alone, belonging to no faction, but had already instigated confrontations between major forces of the Shadow faction to earn absurd amounts of money. It was the first time Yizaha had heard that name, yet he felt more unsettled by Yu Sa-chiang than by Professor Su or the Hornless Dragon King. In the present, the Silver Ghost said that Yizaha was not the master of the Rabbit Society. Yizaha confirmed that this was correct. Yizaha then remarked that it was impossible for someone of that level to be so strong. He then questioned whether the old Dragon King and Professor Su would continue fighting after receiving the promised payment. He recalled that, not long ago, both had boasted of having been generously paid and that their powers had increased after conquering Nanro. Now that they better understood the situation they were in, why not continue fighting until the true winner was decided? To him, everyone there was nothing more than insects of the Shadow faction. Yizaha responded coldly, questioning how he dared to give orders and how he dared to say the winner was not yet decided. He then proposed a ceasefire between all the forces present. Not even Yizaha's allies liked the proposal, but he asserted that it now officially confirmed that the Silver Ghost was the true mastermind behind all of it. Still, no one spoke. Yizaha then asked if they really would not accept the ceasefire and if they were certain they would not lose. Professor Su stated that he had never suffered a defeat in his entire life. Yizaha, however, assured that if things continued as they were, more than half of the forces present would be completely annihilated. The two elders realized that, at this pace, they would have to make an immense sacrifice just to kill him. Yizaha asked them to think carefully. Who was the only one who would lose absolutely nothing in this war? The answer was obvious. Yu Sa-chiang, the Silver Ghost, who had orchestrated the entire stage. He had invested an absurd amount of money to provoke the attack on Nanro, but had brought no troops and had not fought personally. Yizaha made it clear that at that moment, his target was neither Professor Su nor the Hornless Dragon King. He wanted to kill Yu Sa-chiang first. Professor Su said he did not trust someone speaking from behind a mask. Yizaha replied that this was no problem, as he could reveal his own face. In response, the two elders turned to Yu Sa-chiang, questioning whether they would truly continue following his words. Yizaha emphasized that he only wanted to kill the Silver Ghost, and that it would not be too late to fight on another occasion. The two realized that, whether they liked it or not, he was right. They did not know exactly what Yu Sa-chiang was planning. Even if Yizaha won, he would be exhausted after a battle against the Silver Ghost. For them, there was absolutely nothing to lose. At that moment, the master of the Howl clan also removed his mask, revealing his true face. The Hornless Dragon King then presented a counter-proposal. They would not accept an immediate ceasefire. Instead, there would be a duel. The duel would be between Yizaha and Yu Sa-chiang. If one of the two died, the Dragon King would retreat with his forces. Only after someone bore the sin of killing Yu Sa-chiang would a true ceasefire be accepted. Professor Su acknowledged that Yizaha seemed completely correct in that situation. Yizaha explained that if the Silver Ghost won, the enemy forces would use that result to conquer Nanro. If he won, they would retreat. To him, it was simple. He had always been open to a duel. At that moment, White Tiger approached and warned Yizaha that everyone was planning to carefully analyze his abilities by observing that fight. Yizaha replied that he already knew that. White Tiger only asked him to be careful. The Hornless Dragon King then ordered a siege network to be set up to prevent any escape. The soldiers moved quickly and formed an arena around the two combatants. In response, the Silver Ghost asked if everyone had completely lost their minds. The Dragon King replied that he only needed to win. The Silver Ghost remarked that this was a problem for the Shadow faction, but Yizaha was already advancing toward him. Thus, the duel began. Both had sharp eyes and blades ready to kill. Yu Sa-chiang proved to be truly powerful by summoning his phantom swords. Multiple strikes came from various directions simultaneously, but all were blocked by Yizaha. Still, while dodging one of the attacks, part of Yizaha's hair was cut. At that moment, Yizaha realized that this was not an ordinary technique learned by chance. It was a martial art that had been refined and mastered over a long time. Simply by observing Yusa Chiang, he also noticed that the Silver Ghost came from the White faction. The Silver Ghost appeared confident. He attacked faster and faster, constantly pressing, questioning why Yizaha was merely defending and where all that initial confidence had gone. However, Yizaha was only analyzing. He blocked, observed, and did not rush to attack. Yusa Chiang himself began to get frustrated, as he could not comprehend the martial arts used by Yizaha. He did not understand what technique it was. Yizaha, on the other hand, knew there was no way for the other to figure it out. He did not use a traditional foundation. His base came from repeatedly surviving at rock bottom. That was something impossible to understand just by exchanging sword strikes. As the blades clashed, Yusa Chiang could not discern anything concrete. Yizaha blocked all attacks without moving even an inch, merely meeting sword with sword. Then he remarked that the Silver Ghost was too slow and ordered him to attack faster. When Yusa Chiang summoned the Phantom Sword attack again, he tried to increase the speed even further. Even so, the next thrust was blocked by Yizaha's side blade, who explained that he had used the same technique 3 times in a row. The only thing that had changed was the way the internal energy circulated. This made the Silver Ghost instinctively retreat. At that moment, Yizaha activated the Great Absorption technique, grabbed Yusa Chiang by the neck, and struck him with Flaming Path palm strikes. The Silver Ghost's body was burned and paralyzed. His pressure points had been completely hit, making any reaction impossible. With the opponent incapacitated, Yizaha announced that everyone should listen carefully. The Silver Ghost was now his prisoner. At the same time, he was also the prisoner of everyone present, the comrades, the subordinates, and even the slaves. He stated that he could torture or kill him. The decision would be his. Yizaha raised his sword, but instead of attacking immediately, he began slowly circling around the Silver Ghost, almost like a child playing. No one understood what he was doing. It seemed like a foolish and meaningless act. In reality, it was not. Yizaha was admiring the reflection of the moon on the blood scattered across the ground. That scene was beautiful to him, filled with a nostalgic feeling. He was savoring the moment. The little monkey asked if he was going to kill the Silver Ghost. Yizaha replied that he did not know yet. He just wanted to experience it. To him, everything seemed like a dance of swords under the moonlight. Executor, former messenger boy of the Iliang province, liberator, and current master of the Shadow Rabbit Society. That defined who he was in that moment. Sungtae warned that the scoundrels were fleeing. Yizaha reacted immediately and, with just a glance, made them all fall to the ground. He observed the old man, who remained strangely calm, and realized he had nothing more to say. The Hornless Dragon said he was maintaining the ceasefire as promised. White Tiger suggested killing everyone right then and there, but Yizaha refused. A ceasefire was still a ceasefire, and he would not break it. Professor Su remarked that they would meet again soon. Yizaha considered that a weak excuse for someone claiming to be a leader. To him, if there was still going to be confrontation, there was no point in delaying. Nevertheless, the enemy group retreated cowardly. Before they left completely, Yizaha made it clear that he would deal with anyone who surrendered now. If they returned in another war, they would not survive. Still, they withdrew. He ordered his subordinates to take care of the wounded. It was getting late, so he asked Gunpyeong to switch shifts with another executive. After organizing the night watch, the Silver Ghost remained paralyzed. Someone slapped him hard across the face, making him fall. Yizaha asked if the prisoner was suffering, but as the night air was cold, he decided it would be better to bring him inside. He called Sungtae to come closer and used him as support while walking. Sungtae was extremely happy, feeling that he was finally acting as a true general of the clan. Later, the group resumed their gathering, drinking and talking, while the ghost remained imprisoned and tied up. Doc approached, slapped him again, and returned to sit as if nothing had happened. Yizaha checked if everyone was all right. The atmosphere was calm, without tension. Sungtae confirmed he was fine as well, and Yizaha responded that it was obvious, as he had practically only observed. Gunpyeong asked how they should deal with the Dragon King and Professor Su from now on. Yizaha replied that they only needed to wait, as the damage had been far greater on their side, leaving them anxious. White Rooster praised the sword dance, saying it had been incredible. He commented that the big brother should have performed a fan dance too. Yizaha replied that they could dance together next time. White Tiger, however, observed that the Silver Ghost technique did not belong to the Shadow faction. Yizaha asked him to explain why to the others. Sungtae could not answer. Then White Tiger explained that he felt the ghost had intensely trained his stance even before learning the sword technique. The first attack displayed a firm and consistent sword course, something that did not come from mediocre training. Yizaha agreed with this analysis. this. Doc asked if that meant he was from the white faction. He then stood up, slapped the ghost again, and returned to sit. The little monkey asked if he had hit the pressure points. The ghost remained motionless and silent. Yizaha confirmed that he had, but she asked if they should release him. He replied that she could not, as freeing him was complicated and he had never practiced it properly. Still, he stated that he had not used excessive force and that over time the prisoner would end up freeing himself. The little monkey warned that this could be dangerous and that he might end up unable to speak for the rest of his life. Yizaha replied that, honestly, he did not see how that would become a problem for him. The little monkey agreed. At that moment, a messenger suddenly appeared and informed them that the leader of the Wei clan was at the gate, weapons on the ground, surrendering. Yizaha ordered him to be let in. He realized that this leader had understood the situation before the others. The man entered accompanied by his subordinates, who carried a large chest. He introduced himself as Yang Jaegyong, leader of the Wei clan, and stated that his clan would never face Yizaha as an enemy from that day forward. Yang Jaegyong expressed deep gratitude for the immense generosity received. He guaranteed that they would never respond to calls from the Dragon King or Professor Su. As a gesture of goodwill, he delivered the large chest, completely filled with gold. Everyone was impressed by the amount. Yizaha commented that there was no need to bring something like that, but said that now they were friends. Even if the first encounter had not gone well, it did not matter, as long as they did not meet again as enemies. Yang Jaegyong agreed, saying that was excellent. Yizaha commented that in Jianghu, people frequently switch sides. Yang Jaegyong replied that he would then take his leave. Yizaha wished them safe travels and thanked them for bringing everything in the middle of the night. Before leaving, Yizaha made a casual comment, suggesting that one of these days they could have a meal together. Yang Jaegyong immediately agreed, saying that would be great. As the group walked away, Doc remarked that the whole situation seemed like a comedy. Not long ago, everyone wanted to kill Yizaha, and now they were acting submissively, trying to please him. He himself admitted that it was truly funny. Since most of them were already drunk, laughter spread throughout the place. Only the silver ghost did not laugh. He was the only one clearly furious. Noticing this, Doc stood up, slapped him in the face again, and mocked his lack of reaction, finding it absurd that someone wouldn't laugh at something so ironic. At that moment, another messenger arrived, announcing that Madame Keolsiam had also come to visit them. Yizaha ordered that no guest be left waiting in the cold night and allowed her to enter. Madame Keolsiam came alone this time. Yizaha remarked that he had noticed how skilled her subordinates were when they tried to attack him using weapons hidden in the rear, making it clear that it was no joke. The madam offered a deep apology and explained that her disciples were considering leaving the Hornless Dragon King's side and returning to the Pomegranate Flower Valley. She would also inform her close allies not to get in the way of the dark faction from then on. Yizaha responded that such things happen in battles, and now that they knew each other better, unnecessary conflicts could be avoided. He made it clear that he sincerely hoped the entire Pomegranate Flower Valley would not become his enemy. As a symbol of repentance, the madame offered a gift, the Moonlight Dagger, a weapon she had cherished since her youth. Yizaha said he did not need it, but accepted it as a sign of sincerity. He also mentioned that he had indeed been thinking of carrying 1 or 2 daggers for self-defense. The madame explained that, despite its short length, the dagger could split most long swords in half, as if they were tofu, making it perfect for assassins. Yizaha commented that people in Jianghu truly valued quality items and assured her he would put it to good use. The madame thanked him and departed. After that, Yizaha ordered Gunpyeong to check the gate to see if anyone else was still waiting, and to send away anyone who appeared. He was too tired to deal with more visitors that night. Yizaha then stood up, approached the silver ghost, took a sip of his drink, stared at him for a few moments, and slapped his face again. Sungtai helped lift the prisoner while Yizaha contemplated what to do with him next. He considered the options: kill him immediately or torture him first. He realized he had changed a lot. In the past, when someone was his enemy, he would simply beat them to death, crush skulls, or kill them with an axe. Now he hesitated. That strange feeling seemed to be the shock of realizing how much he had changed, something many called the nuances of life. While pondering, he twirled the new dagger between his fingers and debated whether he should kill or not. Noticing the ghost's gaze, Yizaha asked if he thought him foolish or rude. The prisoner did not respond, as his pressure points had not yet been released. Yizaha then threw the ghost into a chair and planted the dagger on the table. He began recounting a story from his youth, saying there had been an interesting person in his neighborhood, someone lively, fun, and well-liked by everyone. He explained that in his neighborhood, deadly disputes worked like this. First, they tried to resolve everything with words. Then they placed the knife on the table. If no agreement was reached, each would pick up a weapon and try to kill the other. This was considered a deadly dispute. Not everyone would die, but almost always at least one finger would be cut off. He recounted seeing a man dead on the table of an inn once. He was not too surprised. His grandfather disposed of the body, and he cleaned the table with a cloth. However, the cloth kept catching, as if something was holding it. Looking closer, he noticed deep knife marks in the wood. This made him understand that the man would not have given up without a fight. He cleaned that table almost every day and always felt a strange thrill doing so. Over time, he forgot the man's name, who was an orphan, making it impossible to identify him. Still, Yizaha stated that years later, the one who had killed the man from the neighborhood ended up dying in the same way, by Yizaha's own hand. He removed the dagger from the table and commented that, in the end, the man had gone through a lot before being killed by him. At that moment, Yu finally pleaded, with difficulty, for Yizaha to spare his life. Yizaha asked if the pressure point had finally been released. The Silver Ghost begged for his life, promising full cooperation. Yizaha, however, replied that it did not matter what he said, as it would change nothing for him. Yizaha then cut the ropes binding the Silver Ghost and planted the dagger on the table again. He explained that only that pressure point had been released, and if the prisoner did not control himself, he would suffer a rebound of energy. He instructed him to stabilize his breathing and asked what reasons he would have to kill him at that moment. Without waiting for a reply, Yizaha approached using the Great Absorption technique and drew part of Yu's internal energy. He then stabbed the dagger into his hand. When Yu screamed in pain, the Mad Demon ordered him to shut up, warning that if Doc woke from his nap, he would come just to break his neck. The Silver Ghost suffered in silence for a long time. Yizaha thought that, since he had absorbed part of his internal energy, it would be best to start his own cultivation at that moment. He remarked that, if the ghost were truly confident, he could pull the dagger from his own hand and attack him. After all, hadn't he said before that deadly disputes in his neighborhood worked exactly that way? Yu wondered what was wrong with this madman, as Yizaha was cultivating right in front of an enemy. When Yizaha focused his mind on the internal energy and the pearl inside him, he realized it was much larger than he had imagined. With that, he could already surpass the flame realm, but he decided not to rush, as the technique he was using was not yet fully stabilized. When he opened his eyes again, Yu was still in the same spot. Yizaha remarked that he had interrupted the blood flow and said Yu had done well resisting. He then removed the dagger, allowing him to finally stop the bleeding in his hand. Yizaha poured 2 cups of sake and explained that the leader of the Wei clan and Madame Shiolseum had bowed before him because they understood the situation. They knew Yizaha could massacre the entire Wei clan or set the pomegranate flower valley on fire, so they swallowed their pride and came to apologize. Yu took a sip of the drink and gave his thanks, but Yizaha made it clear that he did not care about Yu's circumstances. He said that Yu was the owner of an information house, and that if he did not help eliminate the Hornless Dragon King or Professor Su, there would be no reason to keep him alive. From that moment on, his life would depend solely on how he dealt with those two. At that moment, Yu suddenly grew nervous and passed out, his face collapsing onto the table. Yizaha thought that people kept fainting whenever they spoke with him and wondered if that had something to do with Dr. Moyong. When Doc woke up from his nap, he asked whether the man was dead. Yizaha replied that he was not, that he had merely fainted. Doc commented that his master looked to be in terrible shape, with bloodshot eyes, and asked whether he was going to sleep. Yizaha said yes. Leaving the Silver Ghost in Doc's care, Yizaha went to rest. While sleeping, he recalled the time he worked at the inn with his grandparents. He saw himself wiping down one of the tables when a cheerful man approached and politely asked for a bowl of noodles. Yizaha was impressed and asked whether the man was traveling somewhere, since his clothes were of such fine quality. The man simply smiled, ate some of the noodles, and remarked that it had been a long time since he had had such a good meal. He then asked whether Yizaha did not remember his name. He said his name, but Yizaha could not recall it. Even after hearing the name again, Yizaha could not remember anything, not even in the dream. The man thanked him for the meal, and Yizaha joked, asking whether he was dressed so well to meet a woman. The man replied that he was not, as he needed a fresh start. Yizaha asked whether he was not going to fight or seek revenge. The man replied that there was no point in taking revenge after dying. He said he was leaving, and Yizaha sincerely wished him good luck in his new beginning. When Yizaha woke up in his bed, he wondered what kind of strange dream that had been. Soon after, the monkey informed Big Brother that it was time for breakfast. Yizaha simply responded with a smile. Later, everyone gathered around the large table, eating, laughing, and drinking. Gunpyeong asked whether they should attack the Hornless Dragon King or Professor Su first. Yizaha replied that he did not know yet, and added that he also had no idea where Yu had gone. Yizaha thought that he was a man who did not know many things. While reflecting on that and answering the White Tiger's question, Yu appeared, accompanied by Doc, who looked visibly battered. Doc ordered Yu to sit down and eat. The ghost obeyed immediately, sitting submissively and offering repeated thanks. The others wondered just how badly Doc had beaten him to leave him in such a state. Yizaha remarked that Doc did not need to be so rough. Doc replied that he had only punched the man in the face a few times. He then admitted that the one who had stabbed the ghost's hand and absorbed his internal energy was actually the master himself. Even so, he said the fault lay with the prisoner. Yu disagreed and stated that Yizaha was right. Doc agreed and told him to eat quickly. Sungtae observed that Doc seemed to have been through a lot lately. The group wondered why those two kept provoking each other like that. Doc commented that Yizaha also seemed to be going through a lot, constantly getting himself into trouble. The monkey laughed at the situation, but Yu called out to the master of the Shadow Rabbit Society, saying that if he were allowed, he would gather forces to advance at the vanguard alongside Doc. Yizaha told him to shut up and eat. Later, after they finished the meal, Yizaha began to explain the entire plan. A board was placed at the front, and Byuk announced that everyone was ready. Yizaha picked up a brush dipped in black ink and made a small dot on the board, representing the Shadow Rabbit Society. Above it, he marked the position of Professor Su. He explained that they would carry out an ambush. The morale of the Rain Cloud Society had completely collapsed, and both Madame Cheolseaman and the leader of the Wei clan had cut ties with them. Therefore, it was obvious that they should attack the weakened Rain Cloud Society first, rather than going straight after the Hornless Dragon King. As for the participants, Yizaha made it clear that only those capable of continuously using the King Gong without rest would take part in the operation. They would need to keep the technique active from the moment they departed until they reached Professor Su. He asked whether Gunpyeong understood what kind of plan this was. Gunpyeong replied that he did, saying that they would travel at high speed to the Rain Cloud Society using King Gong, and that those who fell behind would not even be needed for the ambush. Yizaha confirmed this, but explained that it was not just that. Everyone had to agree with him and accept the details. In practice, it would be nothing more than a competition of King Gong. They would need to keep up with him in a race. He would depart together with the executives, run ahead, and would not bother checking who managed to follow him. The monkey asked whether that would not create gaps in the formation, depending on each person's ability. Yizaha replied that it probably would, but that it did not matter. They would breach the Rain Cloud Society's walls in the order they arrived and continue advancing without stopping. The objective was to head straight for Professor Su's residence. Gunpyeong asked whether they should keep running even after crossing through the enemy society. Yizaha answered yes. Everyone was to continue advancing until they found Professor Su himself. He explained that he would lead the assault, carving a path through the enemies. They were to completely ignore anyone who fled and kill only those who stood directly in their way. The most important thing was to keep running until they reached the target. Once everyone understood the plan, Yizaha said that everyone except the slow, useless ones could leave immediately to prepare. Yu started to stand up, but Yizaha warned that the prisoner would be excluded and ordered Sungtae to keep an eye on him. Sungtae asked why he needed to watch that man. Doc wished the general good luck. The others also told him to do his best. Even though he tried to maintain his composure, Sungtae was visibly nervous. Gunpyeong commented that they would need time to explain everything to their subordinates. Yizaha replied that there was no time at all. It was enough to tell them to follow along, nothing more. Those who fell behind could treat it as Qinggong training. Even so, they would still be more than sufficient to deal with Professor Su. When Yizaha opened the gates to depart, he remarked that he was genuinely curious to see what the order of arrival would be. Before anyone could say anything, Doc had already shot ahead. Yizaha realized that the moment Doc set off, he had already overtaken most of the people in a single burst. He told Gunpyeong to speed up. Advancing through the forest, Yizaha passed all the generals except the monkey, as she was already far ahead, running alongside Doc. He commented that they were not doing too badly. The monkey had already disappeared from sight. Yizaha even wondered whether she needed to go to the bathroom, given her speed. She was fast, but he told them to maintain the pace. At the moment, she was the fastest among them, but Yizaha himself was still far faster. He arrived easily at the Rain Cloud Society. He passed by soldiers who shouted, calling him an intruder, smashed through the main gate, and ran through the corridors. He climbed the stairs, knocking everyone down in his path with brutal blows. When he was intercepted in a corridor, he drew his sword and introduced himself as the Moonlight Executor. The soldiers did not even have time to draw their weapons before they died. Upon finally reaching the room, Yizaha asked whether Professor Su had slept well. The professor was accompanied by two women. He tried to grab his sword, but ended up clashing blades with Yizaha, who easily pressed him down while the professor was still trying to pull on his trousers. Yizaha then seized him using the Great Absorption technique, grabbed him by the neck, and drove the sword through his abdomen. After smashing the old man against the wall with a punch, Yizaha remarked that this was the true face of his desperation and left him sprawled on the floor, bleeding to death. He noticed that the two women were terrified. In his final moments, Professor Su still hurled insults at them. Yizaha wondered whether those were truly his last words and found it pathetic. He questioned why the man had not surrendered and concluded that relying solely on himself had been his final mistake. A few seconds later, Yizaha realized that the professor was already dead and noticed that he had been speaking to a corpse. Meanwhile, the two women begged to be spared. Yizaha replied that it was fine. When the rest of the group arrived, they saw that everything was already over. Professor Su was dead. Doc asked whether it was finished. Yizaha confirmed it and ordered them to take care of the rest downstairs. They were to inform everyone that the professor was dead. Anyone who surrendered was not to be killed, but anyone who resisted was to be eliminated. They obeyed and hurried down the stairs. Yizaha crossed the area still marked by the massacre and arrived at the courtyard, where all those who had surrendered were kneeling. He ordered the Raincloud Society to listen carefully. Even after a good night's sleep, a good breakfast, and calmly waiting through the day, Professor Su had still chosen the wrong path, forcing Yizaha to come and kill him personally. He made it clear that anyone who still failed to understand the situation and wished to fight should step forward at that very moment. Those who did not wish to die were to follow the orders of their new superiors. No one spoke. Yizaha then declared that from that moment on, everyone there also belonged to the Raincloud Society, now under his control. The champion asked how they should proceed. Yizaha ordered everyone to change clothes immediately. They were to take clothes from the dead and the wounded, or any clean garments that were available. If there were not enough clothes, they were to improvise. When someone suggested that Doc should also change clothes, Yizaha refused. He stated that Doc stood out too much and that changing clothes would make no difference at all. Therefore, he ordered Doc to remain there with his subordinates to clean up the entire area. Next, Yizaha explained the plan to Gunpyeong, saying that they would divide and conquer. Everyone began disguising themselves as members of the Raincloud Society. During this, Yizaha commented to the monkey that women tended to recognize other women easily. He explained that Doc might end up killing anyone if he felt like it, and therefore asked the monkey to take responsibility for the women on the upper levels of the place. Yizaha also reflected on whether he should send those women to Liang Province or set them free. The monkey immediately agreed and said she would take care of them, as her big brother had requested. After that, Yizaha approached the Raincloud prisoners. He stated that he should kill all of them simply for working for that place. However, as he often changed his mind, he decided that he would become the only ray of light in their lives. He made it clear that he would not stop anyone who wished to end their own suffering. He warned that the next person who failed to respond would serve as an example. Faced with this, everyone answered affirmatively, saying that they wanted to serve him. Yizaha considered this excellent, but made it clear that none of them would be joining the forces to kill the hornless Dragon King. He called them idiots for bringing poor women to that place, stripping them and forcing them into shameful and humiliating situations. At that moment, Yizaha began to lose control and seriously considered sending them all to hell. The White Tiger grabbed his arms and asked him to calm down. Even so, Yizaha stated that he still intended to kill all of them. The White Tiger suggested that this be done only after they had fulfilled their roles, reminding him that there were many other people just like them to eliminate. The White Tiger explained that Professor Su, even in death, could offer them a new life, just as he had done for others in the past. Yizaha commented that hell was not a good place to be. The White Tiger said that he could take charge of the prisoners from that point on, allowing Yizaha to continue with the plan. Yizaha lost track of his own thoughts, and the White Tiger helped him regain focus, reminding him that he had been calling the prisoners a bunch of useless fools. Yizaha confirmed this and explained the final plan. Everyone there was to take part. They would report Professor Su's death and pretend to be allies, with the goal of securing a bloodless victory by infiltrating the Hornless Dragon King's perverted mountain. The White Tiger said that he fully understood the plan and would pass all the details on to the prisoners. After that, Yizaha went to Gunpyeong and asked him to let the Shadow Rabbit Society's subordinates rest there. They had worked hard running all the way to that point. Gunpyeong agreed immediately. Yizaha explained that if they continued on in that state, they would only grow weaker. Even so, it would reduce the number of enemy reinforcements. Sometime later, a bald man from Doc's group brought Yizaha an extremely dirty set of clothes. Yizaha complained about the condition of the garment and asked for something cleaner. The man felt offended, saying that he was only trying to help. Yizaha recognized him as the same fellow who did not understand anything about dark exploitation and sincerely wondered how he was still alive. Later, everyone was ready and disguised as members of the Raincloud. The master announced that they could depart. The plan began to be put into action, using one of the prisoners as the main actor. He was extremely weak and barely managed to walk along the road before falling face first to the ground. Yizaha praised the performance, calling him an incredible actor. The White Tiger confirmed that it was part of the plan, but made it clear that the man had indeed been stabbed for real. Yizaha found the performance passionate and impressive. The genuinely injured prisoner was brought to the door of the Hornless Dragon King's mansion and knocked with difficulty. An old man appeared to greet them and recognized the man as someone from the Raincloud Society, inviting everyone inside. Before entering, the wounded man asked for some water. Observing everything closely, Yizaha was impressed with the level of acting. As he approached the mansion, he expected to find a chaotic environment after the news of Professor Su's death, but he realized the place was too quiet, silently unsettling. Yizaha realized that they had likely been discovered. The White Tiger suggested entering immediately and finishing everything quickly, but Yizaha refused. He admitted he had underestimated the elder too much and ordered everyone to wait. He would go alone. Despite the general concern, Yizaha decided to proceed anyway. Before entering, he noticed he was still wearing the ugly disguise clothes and decided to change into his own attire. Only after that did he advance. Upon entering, Yizaha saw the Hornless Dragon King calmly seated at a table drinking tea. The ceasefire had clearly ended. Only the servant who had opened the door moments before remained. Yizaha allowed the man to leave through the back, since he did not know martial arts, and there was no need to pursue him. As for the Hornless Dragon King's subordinates, Yizaha dismissed them. He sent some back, gave money to those who had nowhere to go, and bid them farewell, concluding everything that had happened between the previous day and that moment. The Hornless Dragon King quickly grasped the situation. Yizaha liked to think of himself as clever, but refused any gestures of hospitality. He did not sit when someone ordered him to. Even so, the elder tried to prolong the conversation, offering tea, but Yizaha made it clear that he was usually very busy. The Hornless Dragon King remarked that he had discovered Yizaha had killed the butcher in a one-on-one battle. He said he had met many men like him in the Jianghu, recognizing their actions, posture, and way of behaving. He claimed to have understood the depth of Yizaha's soul and personality, treating this encounter as an exclusive battle between the two. That was why he waited alone, without involving subordinates. Yizaha realized that the elder had truly been a good friend of the butcher. However, when the Hornless Dragon King rotated one of the cups, a trap was triggered. A hole opened directly beneath Yizaha, who managed to dodge at the last moment. At the bottom was a pit filled with spikes and accumulated corpses. The traps continued to activate in sequence, forcing Yizaha to constantly dodge and climb stone pillars to avoid falling. He realized that if he had brought his subordinates, half of them would have died there. This confirmed that coming alone had been the right choice. The Hornless Dragon King declared that now everything was ready for them to fight. Yizaha concluded that the elder was a lunatic, and finally understood why he had never stood out as much as the butcher. For 40 years he had thrown people into these pits, literally living atop the bodies he killed. This explained his pale and sickly appearance. The elder noted that Yizaha talked too much for a fighter. Even so, Yizaha thought internally that he had seen many like him. Cowardly people who never leave the safety of their traps, who neither hunt monsters nor face the strong in the world. They just rot inside their own nests, burying allies and enemies alike. The smell of decaying bodies was noticeable. While dodging traps, Yizaha realized that the space offered no easy way out. Still, he acknowledged that the old man was interesting, and suspected that he had learned rearrangement techniques, perhaps imitating the Ghost Valley master. The Hornless Dragon King questioned how much someone like Yizaha could know about Ghost Valley. Despite his youthful appearance, Yizaha was older than he looked, something he attributed to a strange divine blessing. Still, he knew the subject well. The Ghost Valley master was an eccentric martial arts master who lived in isolation. He was the originator of mechanical matrices and rearrangement techniques, earning his title by living in the Ghost Valley mountain mansion. He was also known as the Master of Memories and founder of the invulnerable golden turtle technique. Yizaha made it clear that he deeply despised anyone who was merely a distant, worthless remnant of this master's lineage. He explained that one of his own spiritual masters despised above all people who relied on preparations, traps, and cowardice. When the Hornless Dragon King wanted to know who this master was, Yizaha revealed it was the Master of Memories. He said he had learned this martial art specifically to deal with people of that type, nullifying any prior preparation of the opponent, burning everything quickly and without hesitation. Among so many people in the world, the Hornless Dragon King had been chosen to face this. Yizaha considered the situation truly fascinating. Yizaha thought that a clever rabbit always digs 3 holes. The Master of Memories taught that the best response was to burn them all. That was why he created the Kingdom of Flames, and now Yizaha was about to use it. When he invoked his flaming power, the Hornless Dragon King was shocked. He realized he would lose if he continued keeping his distance and advanced with a sword strike. Yizaha easily dodged, reflecting that it was not common courtesy in the Jianghu to wait while someone prepared their most powerful technique. Despite being short and old, the Hornless Dragon Dragon King struck with force. He exploited the traps of the place, activating harpoons while attacking. Izaha was forced to dodge again and nearly lost balance in the air. At that moment, several sharp daggers were launched at him. Izaha blocked the attacks with his cloak but ended up losing it. He ironically lamented the loss, wishing the cloak good luck in his next life, perhaps even finding a girlfriend. This really irritated him. Only Izaha's gaze made the old man almost lose control. He concentrated even more firepower, determined to avenge the loss of the cloak. The Hornless Dragon King ordered him to stop talking nonsense and summoned his serpent staff, but could not achieve anything significant. Izaha realized that the elder was slow. The Hornless Dragon King began to feel that he was about to die, yet continued jumping from pillar to pillar, launching daggers relentlessly. Still, he was worried, because Izaha had understood his traps far too quickly. With no other options, the Hornless Dragon King decided to use his poison. He tried to strike with his sword, but realized that his opponent was stronger than he should have been. Perhaps Izaha had been hiding his true strength all along. To make matters worse, the mad demon was laughing in his face. Furious, the elder released a poisonous mist and stepped back. However, with the great absorption technique, Izaha sucked all the poison into himself, transforming it into internal energy as if nothing had happened. He realized that this was the safest way to stay alive, even though he disliked it greatly. The Hornless Dragon King wondered if Izaha had come without a plan, simply discovering everything along the way and overcoming his traps. Izaha grew tired of this and advanced with the Path of Flames. His flaming arcs were so powerful that they made the old man's legs wobble, almost causing him to fall into one of his own traps. Izaha continued firing arc after arc of fire, first tearing off one of the elder's arms, then the other. Then he froze the enemy's body rigid and created a concentrated mass of fire. The fiery sphere incinerated the Hornless Dragon King and hurled him into one of his own pits, where he burned alongside the corpses accumulated there. After burning the wretched old man, Izaha felt a wave of energy surge through his body. Instead of falling, he laughed loudly and began dancing among the flames. This time, he danced enveloped in fire. These flames were the messenger boy's gift to all the damned in the Jianghu. Before this, after Izaha's wife had been burned, the Hornless Dragon King received a just punishment. While being called master, Izaha remained absorbed, lost in the dance of flames. He thought of himself simply as a messenger boy from Liang province, a guardian of tombs and a master of sickles. Even so, gradually he began to feel dizzy from the smoke spreading throughout the area. Gunpyeong introduced himself, explaining that he was not alone. All of his subordinates had also come. Izaha asked what they were doing there, reminding them that he had ordered them to wait. Gunpyeong replied that they had come because of the fire and wanted to know what Izaha was doing atop the structure. At that moment, Izaha was so absorbed that he barely noticed what was happening around him. He descended slowly, and the White Tiger asked if he had been the one to set everything on fire. Izaha confirmed it and said it was already time to leave. Gunpyeong was puzzled by the smile on his face and remarked that, at this rate, Izaha would one day worry him to death. Izaha reacted indifferently, asking if he would cry just because someone set fire to another person's house. Gunpyeong then understood the strange feeling the master had mentioned before, something like an energy reflux. There was nothing more frightening than that. They left the place while everything continued burning. On the way, the White Tiger asked what exactly had happened to the Hornless Dragon King. Izaha answered directly that he had been burned alive, nothing more. To him, it had been excellent. After that, everyone burst into laughter. Izaha asked who had been the first to return. The subordinate who had been acting replied that it had been him. Gunpyeong explained that he had left with the old man through the back door earlier, realizing a fight would occur inside. Izaha said he felt relieved to hear that. He explained that there were many traps inside the mansion, and that they could have almost died. Thankfully, they hadn't entered. Gunpyeong asked if this meant that everything was over. The master confirmed it. Izaha explained that the Hornless Dragon King was not stronger than the butcher. Everyone had died at his hands, but among all of them, the butcher had resisted the most. The White Tiger commented that it made sense. Then Izaha declared that the Rain Cloud Society had come to an end. Anyone who wanted to leave was free to do so, as he would not stop anyone. Those who stayed would become part of the Howl clan. One of the men asked what the Howl clan was. Izaha explained that it was a place full of wretches like him and everyone there. Another asked who the clan leader was. Izaha answered that it was himself. Someone asked if he was also the leader of the Shadow Rabbit Society. Izaha confirmed it. He commented that, in the end, they had managed to increase their forces considerably, but it had not been particularly useful. He intended to leave the organization in the hands of the generals and executives, as he had neither the talent nor the patience to manage such matters. Izaha's focus was simple. He wanted to grow stronger. Trading blows was what he knew. Managing people, not so much. As a leader, he needed to be the strongest of all. The White Tiger stated that the executives would remain in the old Rain Cloud Society, killing those who needed to die and sparing those who should live. Yizaha thought this was excellent. After that, he departed. Yizaha returned to the Shadow Society and found everything exactly as he had left it. He asked if the two were okay and wanted to know if Sungtai had caused any trouble. Sungtai asked how the visit had gone. Yizaha replied that he had killed the enemy with his sword and that the Hornless Dragon King had been burned alive. He had also eliminated several of the Butcher's allies, so that he would not be alone in the afterlife. In the end, Yizaha knew that the death had not been solely by his hands. It had also been the work of Yu Sa-chiang. Later, Yizaha stood face to face with the Silver Ghost and confirmed that he truly belonged to the Huoyan family, explaining that, technically, his name was Huoyan Chiang. The ghost confirmed this with respect. Then Yizaha took a sketch, a simple drawing, and explained that he needed to find the man depicted there. The Silver Ghost said he would find a way to handle it. Yizaha then stated that at that moment, the ghost did not know that man and knew nothing about him. Even so, the Silver Ghost asked for a chance and guaranteed that he would find this person, saying that if any problem arose, he himself would find a solution. Yizaha admitted that he had already killed many people by that point, and that every day he woke up having to take someone's life, making it clear that it made no difference to him. The Silver Ghost thanked him in silence, breaking into a cold sweat under the pressure. Then Yizaha said that they would also need to get along, since not everything could be resolved through brute force alone. Soon after, he asked Sungtai to bring a drink and 3 cups. After everyone poured their drinks, Yizaha asked for the Silver Ghost's attention and made it clear that it did not matter whether he held an important position within the Huoyan family. What truly mattered was whether he was a good swordsman. From that moment on, whether he liked it or not, he was just a hostage and had to obey all orders. The Silver Ghost agreed immediately. Suddenly, Yizaha slammed a dagger into the table, almost splitting it in half. The Silver Ghost and Sungtai were terrified. Yizaha explained that this was how things worked in that place. Anyone who did not obey would be killed with that dagger. He then set a deadline of 108 days, starting from that moment, for the Silver Ghost to teach Sungtae anything he knew about martial arts, training, or breathing methods. Both were shocked. When the Silver Ghost agreed, Sungtae commented that it would be impossible to learn all of that in just 108 days. Yizaha reacted in a threatening way and made it clear that he had not asked for Sungtae's opinion. Frightened, Sungtae accepted without arguing. Yizaha then explained the routine. Since they were inside the Shadow Rabbit Society, they had to wake up very early, have breakfast, train after lunch, train again after dinner, and only then rest. In their free time, they could do whatever they wanted, but if they tried to run away, leave that place, or escape, both of them would die. If they did not like his method, they could try to kill him. No one dared to respond. Yizaha added that if they became exhausted, they could take care of themselves by resting more, but he reminded them that the deadline of 108 days was short. He knew that, but explained that it was not necessary for them to become absolute masters. It was enough to master the basics of each foundation. When the deadline ended, Yizaha himself would evaluate the strength that Sungtae had accumulated. Sungtae asked how that strength would be measured, but Yizaha only reinforced that if they did not like the method, they could try to kill him. Sungtae quickly said it was just a question. The Silver Ghost commented that even with 108 days, it would be extremely difficult to teach someone that way. Yizaha replied that his part was already done. Even if Sungtae was just a cook, he was not an idiot, and everything depended on how much he wanted to become stronger. When the Silver Ghost mentioned his connection to the Huoyan family, Yizaha made it clear that he did not care about his family. If he did not want to teach, he could kill himself right there and save some work. The Silver Ghost remained in absolute silence. Yizaha repeated the same warning to Sungtae, making it clear that he did not have to spend his entire life just cooking rice. If he did not like the method, he could try to kill him. Sungtae nodded and stayed silent for a few moments. Soon after, he stated that he would learn. The Silver Ghost also promised to do his best to teach him. Satisfied, Yizaha said that the attitude of both of them had improved a lot. Then he removed the dagger from the table, cut his own finger, and mixed his blood into the drink. He then handed the cup to Sungtae, who did the same, and then to the Silver Ghost, who also took part in the ritual. Yizaha then mixed the blood and poured the drinks, explaining that the beverage contained the blood of 3 men who risked their lives every day. With that oath of 108 days, Huoyan Chiang promised to teach the disciple Xia Sungtai in the martial arts with all his heart and effort. The disciple Sungtai promised to follow the teachings of Master Huoyan Chiang for 108 days, learning with sincerity, dedication, and total effort. Yizaha, the leader of that place and witness to the oath, approved that the 2 men would take responsibility as men, with extreme sincerity, even in matters matters of life and death. He made it clear that if the oath were broken, he himself would kill them. Yizaha stated that he promised this in the name of God. That declaration left everyone visibly nervous. Yizaha raised his drink and asked if they would truly keep that oath. Chang and Sungtai confirmed that they would and drank. Yizaha said that was great and warned them that the training would begin the next day. He explained that they should use the rest of that day to rest. At that moment, Sungtai commented that they no longer had a cook since one of them had left, and there were barely any ingredients left. Yizaha thought that he had killed the hornless dragon and Professor Su, but now they needed to worry about something even more important: who would make dinner. Suddenly, Monkey appeared carrying several dumplings she had bought along the way. She explained that she did not know which ones they liked most, so she bought all of them. Since there was a drink stall nearby, she also brought side dishes. Everyone applauded, impressed by the perfect timing. Yizaha said that she had just confirmed that she was one of the best people in that place. While they ate, Yizaha asked if Monkey knew how to cook noodles. She replied by asking if he himself did not know how, and said that after they finished eating, she could prepare them without any problem. She accepted the idea with a smile on her face. Sungtai said that he also wanted noodles. Suddenly, Hoyan Chang realized that everyone was staring at him, as if waiting for his answer. He felt awkward, thought it was strange to ask, and said that he did not want any. Yizaha commented that he was a terrible liar, and told Monkey to make noodles for everyone anyway. As he watched the scene, Yizaha thought about how there had once been only men there, and there had never been calm moments like that. That was when he noticed Chang crying over his dumpling. Sungtae commented that the food must have been so good that it made him cry, and joked that he must be afraid to ask for noodles because he did not want to gain weight. Sungtae thought that, like that, Chang did not even look like a martial arts master, but concluded that it was not fair to judge people. Yizaha explained that it was not that, and said that in any case, Chang would become a great master. Then Yizaha teased Sungtae, asking if he was going to let his own master cry until he dried up on his own. Shortly after, Monkey returned carrying several bowls of noodles. Everyone tasted them and agreed that they were truly delicious. Yizaha and Sungtae gave the biggest compliments of the night, praising the food without holding back. Later, the people from the forge arrived, including Chul Ying and Guak. Chul Ying informed them that he had finished what Yizaha had requested. Yizaha was excited to see the result. Before them was a small sword that looked more like a gladius. Yizaha realized that it was smaller than he had imagined. After all, it had not been possible to gather all the iron needed. Even so, the weapon was extremely well made. He thought that it was not about the perfection of the sword, but about the heart of the one who would wield it. Chul Ying asked what Yizaha thought of the weapon when he picked it up and drew it from its sheath. Yizaha replied that it was great. Chul Ying then asked if he was not going to test it. The first thing Hoyan Chiang did was stare at the blade and kneel, touching his head to the ground, asking it, please, not to kill him. The leader asked why that sword would kill him. Yizaha then took both blades, the old one and the new one, and explained that there was only one way to test it. Chul Ying asked if he was sure, saying that the sword was very good. In response, Yizaha set both swords on fire and struck one against the other. The newly forged sword ended up breaking and fell to the ground under the silent gaze of everyone. No one said anything for a few moments. Yizaha had just received it, and even so, it had shattered in front of everyone. He stared at the pieces on the floor as Chul Ying commented in disbelief that it had been a legendary sword. Yizaha calmly explained that he had only tested the weapon in his own way. Chul Ying, completely shocked, wondered where the hell Yizaha had learned something like that. Even frustrated, he stated that he would make another sword, since that kind of failure would not stop him. Then he left with his head down, clearly shaken, accompanied by his apprentice. Sungtae started laughing at the situation, but Yizaha immediately scolded him, saying that it was not funny and that he should stop. Yizaha explained that everyone makes mistakes, even people like him. Sungtae replied that Yizaha had never made a mistake in anything. Yizaha shot back, saying that he messed up everything he tried to do and called him an idiot. He became even more irritated when Monkey started laughing at him. Out of patience, Yizaha said that he was going to sleep and said goodbye in a curt manner. Sungtae asked if he was going to sleep outside. Yizaha replied that he was because he wanted to. Then he went to the courtyard and lay down under the night sky filled with stars. While he slept, Yizaha remembered Guangsung, a great master, a man who had broken all the barriers of the martial world. He was the kind of person born with enough talent and natural power to cause chaos. He was the one who put Yizaha through every kind of experience and showed him the path he was meant to follow. Everyone who crossed that path ended up dead by his sword. If Yizaha had not stopped him, Guangsung would probably have killed half of the masters of that world. Even so, Yizaha was never able to call him master. Still, Guangsung always called him his disciple. Looking back now, after everything that had happened, Yizaha realized that he saw that man as a father. At one point in the past, Guangsung had handed his staff to Yizaha, saying that he might not need it at that moment, but that this would change in the future. Yizaha asked why he was giving it to him, instead of continuing to use it himself. Guangsung replied that he was doing so because Yizaha still had a future ahead of him. He also explained that a good weapon needed to be used with body and soul, because one day it would protect its bearer. Yizaha asked if he was being serious. Guangsung replied that there was nothing wrong with the staff, that it was not broken, and told Yizaha to take it already. When Yizaha held the staff, he asked what they would do next. Guangsung said that he would go back. Yizaha asked if he would really give up everything like that all of a sudden. The master replied that it was not giving up, because every path has an end, and he had already reached the limit of his life. Yizaha asked if he had any place to return to. Guangsung replied that Yizaha only said that because he did not have one. He said that if Yizaha ever went to visit him, he should at least fix that face that looked like he had sucked on a sour lemon. He even commented that he could do it for him if he wanted, before saying goodbye. After being left behind by his master, Yizaha wandered the world alone with the staff, the weapon that would one day protect him. The next morning, Yizaha woke up in a calm mood and went to check on his disciples. Everyone was training with dedication. He then sat down and began to cultivate. Not only that day, but on every day that followed, Yizaha continued cultivating without stopping. Yizaha carried out all his duties without exception. He took care of his disciples, supervised the training, and cultivated even more than before. While Sungtae and the other soldiers grew stronger day after day, Yizaha also needed to keep growing stronger. After all, he was the leader. During that period, Yizaha managed to break through another barrier in his cultivation. He clearly felt that his power had increased once again. Now he believed that he would finally have a decent fight against that rooster. Later, Yizaha approached to check the state of the training in his pavilion. His presence made everyone a little nervous, but Yizaha asked them to pretend he was not there and continue training normally. Gumong watched from a distance, suspicious, wondering what Yizaha might be planning this time. In truth, Yizaha was not plotting anything. He trained together with everyone, repeating exactly the same movements, following the same rhythm, and going through the same exercises. After that, he cultivated alone, returned to train with the group, and continued in that cycle without stopping. At the end of 108 days, Sungtae approached and reported that the training had been completed. His appearance had changed. His hair was longer, his body more robust, and his face carried an unshaven beard. Yizaha asked if he had managed to become strong. Sungtae replied that Yizaha could not even imagine how much he had changed. Then Yizaha turned directly to Chong and asked for his opinion. Cheong stated that Sungtae had become a worthy warrior. Even in such a short period, he had managed to learn the basics of the spectral swift blade art. In addition, he had been a dedicated student and had managed to awaken the use of his own internal strength. He might not have reached the exact level that Yizaha expected, but he had surpassed all initial expectations. Yizaha asked if Chong had enjoyed teaching him. Chong replied that if he had the leader's permission, he would like to continue training Sungtae. Yizaha realized that both of them had changed greatly during those 108 days. The Silver Ghost had not evolved only as a fighter, but also as a master. Then Yizaha asked what Sungtae would like to do from that point on. Sungtae replied that he wanted to keep learning and growing stronger. Hearing that, Yizaha said that the oath could remain in effect, and that the two of them could continue training together. He then asked how Sungtae felt now as a warrior. Sungtae replied that it was not bad at all. Yizaha commented that sometimes he felt like going back to the past just to drink and eat rice every day. Even so, he knew that was not possible. They needed to keep getting stronger and prepare for the future. Now that Sungtae had learned martial arts, his life would also become more difficult. But Yizaha sincerely hoped that he would continue to improve. Sungtae stated that this was only the beginning and promised that he would not regret it. He had never felt what it was like to wake up stronger every day, and that feeling was good. Yizaha thought that most strong men were like that. They chose this path without regrets. One day, even if a sword pierced their hearts, they would know that they had lived without hesitation. Yizaha praised the efforts of both of them and told them to keep up the good work. Finally, after the end of those 108 days, Yizaha decided to leave. He explained that he would go out to make a duel bet, and that along the way he would take the opportunity to observe the surrounding area. Sungtae asked why it had to happen so suddenly. Chong commented that he could never understand Yizaha's true motivations. As he walked away, Yizaha thought that perhaps the reason his face looked so grim was connected to the gambling den. When someone gets beaten too much, even the shape of their face changes over time. He took many beatings in that place, but he also learned a lot. In his very first fight, he realized that he still had much to improve. With every blow he received, he learned to counterattack better and to analyze an opponent's strength by their appearance, the energy they released, and their gaze. The reason people who had reached the lowest point of their lives went to the gambling den was simple. It was possible to make a good amount of money there, and he really did make a lot of money in that place. He walked through the territory of Yihua, observing the drunks, the beggars, and the ordinary people who were just trying to survive. It was the same decaying scene as always. He entered a restaurant and ordered a liquor to start the job. As soon as he sat down, he noticed several hostile looks around him. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with tension. From experience, he concluded that most of those men were fighters who took part in duel betting. While he was taking his drink, a dirty and ill-tempered man approached, grabbed his liquor without permission, and tried to act superior, saying that he could explain how that place worked if Yizaha were obedient. Yizaha simply asked for the bottle back. The man mocked him, saying that he had already drunk it all. Without hesitation, Yizaha smashed the bottle over his head, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the table several times. When the man was already swollen and barely able to react, Yizaha asked the waiter for more liquor and told him to leave. The man ran off, humiliated. The waiter approached, worried, explaining that the man was the owner of the brothel in the red light district and that he usually walked around with more than 10 thugs. He would probably come back for revenge. Yizaha only asked if that would make any money. The waiter, surprised, asked if he had been there before, since he had never seen him. Yizaha confirmed that he had passed through that place in the past. Then the waiter rang the bell in the center of the establishment, drawing everyone's attention. He announced that there would be a duel at the inn. The new customer would fight the owner of the Black Whale brothel, who had just been beaten. Since he had at least 10 subordinates, there would be no participation fee. The left side would bet on the young man, the right side on the Black Whale. The inn would also add 500 nyanjas to the winning side. Most people bet on the 10 thugs, but even so, some people placed their bets on Yizaha. When someone asked where he came from, Yizaha made it clear that he would only answer after receiving payment. That situation made him remember the past. Soon, one of the thugs approached, demanding that Yizaha leave immediately. Without caring, Yizaha took another drink, drank calmly, and on the way out of the restaurant, knocked the first thug down with a bottle strike to the back of the neck. The crowd reacted with excitement, commenting that it was an intense start. Yizaha moved forward with a smile on his face to meet the brothel owner and his men. He asked whether they were unarmed. They lied, saying yes, but soon dropped their swords onto the ground. Yizaha, who was truly unarmed and did not even take his hands out of his pockets, charged at all of them at once. Even with his absurd speed, the first man was kicked and thrown into the middle of the crowd. The others were attacked one after another, receiving brutal blows. There were kicks to the face, direct strikes to the eyes, and relentless violence. Some of them managed to grab their swords again, which only made Yizaha even more excited. Even so, it was not enough to face that crazed demon. He twisted one man's arm, dodged the next attack, and broke that man's arm as well. He liked the sensation so much that he repeated the same process with all the others. When he was finished, every thug had broken arms, and the crowd watched in complete shock. Yizaha asked if that was all. One of the older men told Ilbo to quickly bring the money. Those who had bet on Yizaha won a good amount, just like him. Yizaha took only a small handful and asked that it be distributed among those who were lying on the ground, also giving a tip to the boy, and told them to wrap up the rest. After preparing the bundle, the waiter commented that with skills like those, Yizaha would probably end up going to even greater battles. Yizaha asked who currently had the highest bounty. The waiter explained that it was Dongfang Yan, a man considered unbeatable. To fight him, it was necessary to gather at least 10,000 niang. Yizaha found that excellent. In his past life, he would never have dreamed of facing someone of that level. Dongfang Yeon was known as the king of betting. Since he did not yet have that amount, Yizaha decided that he would gather the money by facing other fighters first, and only then seek out the king. Shortly after, Yizaha arrived at a place where many people spent hours polishing swords until exhaustion. He realized that this was the weapon duel betting hall. There, victory only came when the opponent's weapon was broken. Yizaha went to the leader of the place, Gu Jonggak, who warned him that challenging him would be expensive. When Yizaha placed the money on the table, Gu Jonggak asked if he was sure about what he was doing. Yizaha made it clear that if Gu Jonggak was afraid, he could back down, and questioned whether the so-called king of weapon duels truly feared that amount. Gu Jonggak replied that he did not know where Yizaha came from, that he did not seem connected to major clans or to an orthodox lineage, and asked if anyone recognized him. No one did. Then Gu Jonggak demanded that Yizaha place his weapon on the table first. Yizaha explained that it really was his first time appearing there, but made it clear that he had not come unprepared. He knew that despite looking like a simple weapon duel, it was also a contest of internal energy. Gu Jonggak stayed at the top not only because of his sword, but because of the energy he infused into it. Yizaha understood understood that Gu Jonggok wanted him to place his weapon on the table so he could try to dominate it with internal energy. Gu Jonggok claimed that weapon fights could cause internal injuries and said that he was only trying to protect Yi Zaha, emphasizing that life was more valuable than coins. Yi Zaha was not interested in that talk and demanded that the duel begin immediately. He even allowed Gu Jonggok to attack first and drew the sword of the black sky for combat, warning that careless strikes could injure innocent people. The fight began and Gu Jonggok attacked with all his strength, trying to break Yi's blade. At the right moment, Yi Zaha rotated his sword and deflected the attack. He then moved into a counterattack. The rules of the hall stated that anyone who tried to directly injure the opponent would be punished by those present. Even so, with Yi's first serious strike, Gu Jonggok's sword was split in half. Desperate, Gu Jonggok attempted a surprise attack, throwing a blade toward Yi's neck. Yi Zaha blocked the strike with his bare hand as if it were nothing, and in the next instant pierced the opponent's heart. Gu Jonggok begged for his life, but was thrown away like a worthless rag. With the duel over, Yi Zaha went to the chest and began gathering the coins. He also asked if anyone else intended to do anything, reminding them that the rules punished anyone who tried to attack treacherously. Everyone remained frozen in fear. Yi Zaha simply looked down on them and left the place. After that, he headed to the Battle Arena Pavilion, a place with a much better structure. There, people fought with their own bodies. The crowd cheered at every clash, and only more primitive fighting styles were allowed. The use of poisons was forbidden. Yi Zaha arrived carrying a heavy bag, and the arena presenter, the strategist Pyong, noticed him as soon as he entered. Pyong approached and asked if Yi Zaha was a new challenger. From his mocking tone, it was clear that he thought Yi Zaha was just another reckless young man looking to throw money away. He mocked him, encouraging the crowd to applaud the attitude, saying that perhaps Yi Zaha was an exceptional martial master capable of breaking the unbeatable record of Dongfang Yan. Some people in the audience asked him to stop stalling and get started. Pyong explained that if they wanted to bring Dongfang Yan to the arena, the challenger first needed to show what he was capable of. If the betting amount was too high right from the start, no one would agree to fight. For that reason, he suggested starting with a Nyang's duel. Yi Zaha accepted without hesitation and authorized the preparations. An older man complained that young people nowadays were far too rude. Pyong then asked loudly who would have the courage to fight that challenger. 3 people appeared in the arena, but Pyong warned that it would not be 3 against 1 and that he would choose only one. He selected the man with the best physical build, a large and muscular fighter. Pyong introduced the opponent as Bang Gaek, a man known for participating in practically every Nyang's duel. When he saw him, Yi Zaha recognized the face. In the past, he had been beaten badly by that man and had lost money to him. Pyong commented that many people found it strange that Bang Gaek fought using a shield, but that everyone would stop questioning it once they saw him in action. The staff went around collecting bets from the crowd, and Yi Zaha entered the arena with a relaxed posture. When both were in position, Pyong announced the start of the duel after the countdown. Bang Gaek's first attack was a wide strike, advancing with sword and shield. Yi Zaha responded with force, but the initial impact did not push the opponent out of the arena. Bang Gaek still wore a confident smile. On the next attack, Yi Zaha completely changed his stance. He used a firm base and unleashed a blow of internal energy so powerful against the shield that Bang Gaek was thrown back and rolled across the arena floor. Yi Zaha did not stop there. He advanced violently, pressing without giving any space. While Bang Gaek protected himself in a defensive position, Yi Zaha continued attacking with kicks and brutal strikes, making it clear that such a defensive style was nothing but weakness. Yi Zaha knew that those fights served to show how much the martial level of Jangu had declined. After kicking the shield several times, he compared his opponent to a cornered turtle. Then he concentrated internal energy in his foot and delivered a devastating kick, making Bang Gaek spit blood and surrender. With the fight over, Yi Zaha turned to Pyong and demanded the prize money. Pyong tried to provoke him, saying that he still needed to show more to make the fights entertaining. Yi Zaha lost his patience and ordered him to announce the result at once, making it clear that he would have no problem attacking him as well. Faced with that, Pyong officially declared the newcomer's victory. The crowd erupted in excitement. Yi Zaha then noticed among the audience the same boy he had seen before, the young waiter. He seemed thrilled by the betting, but Yi Zaha concluded that this job could bring him a better future. Pyong commented that Yi Zaha was probably eager to face the great champion, but explained that for now the arena needed more bets to keep the atmosphere heated. He said that Yi Zaha would be the highlight of the house that day, and that he would arrange an even better fight for the next day. Then Then he asked Yizaha to be a little more polite since he was young and new there. Yizaha replied that he could be polite if he received 2,000 nyang for it, even offering a discount since Pyong looked older. Irritated, Pyong ordered them to take the challenger to the Phoenix Hall. As he walked away, Banggayak managed to get up with difficulty, and Yizaha warned him to be more careful in the future. He threw a valuable coin in his direction, saying that it looked like he had never had enough food in his life, and that he should use it to get some soup. He also advised him not to go around showing off a shield if he was that weak. Banggayak did not dare respond. Seeing that scene, Yizaha remembered that in the past he had been the one who heard similar words from that same man. At that time, he used a sickle. Sometime later, he was already in the Phoenix Hall. Yizaha thought that this was the place where he would finally see the so-called deception of beauty that he had heard so much about. In front of him stood a very beautiful woman with light hair and light-colored eyes who introduced herself as Baek So-ah. She explained that anything he needed he could ask her for, from clothes, weapons, and food to alcohol, stating that she could satisfy all preferences. Yizaha was suspicious and wondered whether the food might be poisoned. After all, it was not necessary for Dongfang Yun to win for them to make money. In response, Soa reflected on what kind of excitement the undefeated martial artist could create if he kept winning all the time. Yizaha explained that without defeats, more bettors would gather there. These bettors would bring martial artists they had trained themselves, invite masters from outside, and even call acquaintances to challenge Dongfang Yun, attracting all kinds of people willing to gamble money. Hearing that, Soa asked if he wanted to eat something, or perhaps drink some liquor. He replied that he only drank Dukong liquor, and once again questioned whether there was any poison. So Ah assured him that there was nothing wrong, so he told her to bring it. Before leaving, she also asked what kind of woman he liked. She said that there were some women serving drinks, but that they definitely would not sleep with him, although perhaps some woman might take an interest. Yizaha replied that he did not need that. He only wanted someone who drank well. So Ah was a little shocked, but agreed and said she would prepare everything. When Yizaha sat at the table with the liquor, there was another attendant named Hyuk Soryong. He asked if she liked drinking, since that was the only thing that mattered. She answered yes and poured him a drink. Yizaha then focused and realized that there was no one watching except So-ah, who was moving away. At that moment, no one was spying on them. In his past life, he had heard rumors that those two women were the most beautiful in that place, and this was the first time he had seen them in person. Using his wandering vision to check, he realized that both knew martial arts and were quite skilled. This left him a little disappointed, since he had expected the deception of beauty to be something greater. Thinking that perhaps it had not started yet, he poured a drink for Hyuk Soryong. The moment she raised the cup, Yizaha used his strikes to hit her pressure points, paralyzing her body. As she looked on in terror, he removed something hidden in one of her hair ornaments. It was a suspicious powder. Curious about its effect and whether someone would die from ingesting it, he threw the powder into her drink. Since Hyuk Soryong was paralyzed, he put the drink in her mouth and made her swallow it. Yizaha decided to wait. If it was a lethal poison, she would die right there. If not, she would be lucky. After a long time, when the candle was almost going out, it became clear that it was not fatal. Hyuk Soryong was alive but crying in despair. Yizaha thought it was good that he had blocked her mute point, since it would be irritating to hear a woman crying. Soon after, Baek So-ah herself returned, which ended up making things easier. As soon as she passed through the curtains, she was also paralyzed. Brought to the table, Yizaha removed the same powder hidden in her hair ornament, put it into the drink, and made her drink it. In the end, Baek So-ah was also crying in despair. Yizaha then wondered why the hell both of them were crying, since it was not poison. It was at that moment that he realized that both were very flushed and that the crying did not come only from sadness. Thus, he understood that it was an aphrodisiac drug. He concluded that at least they would not die, and even if they did, that would not be his problem. He decided to go get another drink somewhere else before coming back and told the two of them to stay fully awake there. As he left, he thought that beauty tricks did not work on his body. Later, he returned to the presence of that young waiter and thanked him greatly, saying that he had made money because of him. As a reward, the waiter said that that bottle would be free. Yizaha asked again if it was not poisoned. The waiter assured him that it was not. After all, the bettors needed to keep their fighters alive. Looking around, the waiter commented that he intended to bet everything on the fight the next day, and asked what Yizaha thought about it. Yizaha asked if he was going to bet on him. The waiter replied that yes, he certainly would. He said he could not explain why, but he felt that Yizaha would win. Perhaps that could be called a waiter's instinct. Yizaha asked if he would do exactly as he told him. The waiter replied, "Yes, sir." Then Yizaha ordered him to stop betting. The waiter hesitated and said that if he won this time, his life would change completely. Yizaha asked in what way his life would change. The waiter explained that he did not want to continue being a waiter. Yizaha asked him to be clear. He said that, in truth, the waiter did not have the courage to look for another job. The waiter replied that doing so required money, such as expenses with transportation and new clothes. Yizaha countered by saying that this was not entirely true. He explained that the real problem was that the waiter had never looked for something he truly liked, nor had he thought about what he wanted to do with his life. He said that he needed to discover that on his own and not ask others about his own future. He had to ask himself. After that, they drank a shot of liquor and more customers arrived. When the waiter approached to serve them, he was slapped across the face. One of the customers asked if he was drinking instead of working. The waiter apologized and explained that he had only had one cup because something good had happened that day. Yizaha glanced at him and smiled, as if saying that this was not what he truly wanted to do. The waiter, irritated, muttered that life was shit. The customer heard it and asked if that was an insult. Before the man could step closer, Yizaha intervened and made it clear that the comment had been his. The men moved forward looking for a fight, but in an instant, Yizaha had already paralyzed two of them. He grabbed the main one and questioned why he had hit a waiter for no reason. Then he flicked him so hard that it sounded like a gunshot. The man fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and the other two received the same treatment. When the hall fell silent, the waiter asked if it would be very difficult to learn that flick. Yizaha replied that yes, it was extremely difficult. The waiter sat down again and commented on how everything in that world seemed far too difficult. He said that he could not even learn how to do a simple flick. Then he asked if they had met before. Yizaha replied that they had not, but the waiter insisted that he seemed very familiar. He then asked that if he quit his job, where he could find Yizaha. Yizaha said that he could not tell him yet, because he was too weak. The waiter understood that this was because he did not know any martial arts. Yizaha drank another shot and explained that he had never considered himself weak, not even when he did not know martial arts, and that this had a lot to do with drinking. The waiter then asked for help. He said that he did not want to become a famous martial artist or anything like that. He simply believed that serving Yizaha would be a better path. Because of that, Yizaha gave the boy a mission. He told him to go to the Shadow Rabbit Society and inform the elite martial masters to gather there at 10 at night. He told him to bring fabrics, boxes, carriages, and carts. The waiter replied that he could count on him. Back in the Phoenix Hall, Baek So-ah and Hook Sor-young were still paralyzed and suffering from the heat of the drug. Yizaha stabbed his dagger into the table and warned that the pressure points would soon be released. He said that if they tried to scream or say anything other than answering the questions, he would use the dagger. He also warned that if they thought their hands were faster, they could try to grab it, because that would be interpreted as an attempt to fight to the death. Hyuk Sor-young was the first to speak, saying that her mute pressure point had already been released. Yizaha asked if it had been Pyong who ordered it. When she confirmed it, Yizaha questioned whether they still had not understood the situation, and whether they still did not know who they truly should fear. He picked up the dagger again and repeated the question, confirming if it had been Pyong. Hyuk Sor-young confirmed it once more. Yizaha replied that she had barely saved herself and that she should keep that in mind. He explained that even if he killed one of them, he would still have the other, and that if one died, the other would become even more terrified, which could make everything spiral out of control. Hyuk Sor-young said that she understood the situation perfectly. Then Baek So-ah also had her mute pressure point released. Yizaha said that now he wanted both of them to answer the questions together and at the same time. He warned that whoever hesitated would die with a dagger buried in the chest. The two remained silent, extremely nervous. Yizaha commented with curiosity about who would die first. Then he asked the first question, wanting to know who stood above the strategist Pyong. When he counted to 3, Baek So-ah and Hyuk Sor-young answered at the same time that above him was the king of bets. Yizaha said that they were right, and that they had prolonged their lives for a little while longer. He congratulated them and moved on to the second question. He wanted to know whether the king of bets stood in a higher or lower position than Dongfang Yan, making it clear that they should answer only above or below. After the count, both answered above. Yizaha commented that this was good, although he already knew that answer. The real problem was that he did not know the answer to the next question. Because of that, he warned that he would count more slowly and told them to think very carefully. Then he asked who the king of bets was. When the count ended, both answered at the same time that it was Uyang Bak. Yizaha confirmed whether he was the owner of the Hell Inn. In his thoughts, he evaluated that, from what he knew, Uyang Bak was not someone who made enemies. He was known for being generous, frequently giving away free liquor and not collecting debts. In addition, he liked gambling and had already lost rivers of money in places like that. It was surprising that someone like him had become a leader. Even so, Yizaha concluded that this seemed like a direct dispute between the Zaha Inn and the Hell Inn, something like an inn against inn duel. After thanking them for the answers, he left, leaving leaving Baek So-ah and Hook Sor-young visibly relieved. When he arrived at the Hell Inn, he noticed that the place was quite busy. He asked the waiter for any drink that was available. Shortly after, Uyang Bok himself, the king of bets, approached the table, saying that he had never seen Yi Zaha there before. Uyang Bok apologized for what those two women had done and commented that Pyong had been caught while playing some kind of prank. Yi Zaha realized that he already knew everything and found it surprising that his identity had been revealed so quickly. With a simple gesture from Uyang Bok, everyone left the inn at the same time, leaving only the two of them there. Uyang Bok said that he doubted Yi Zaha was there to ruin his business. He explained that the challenge fee was 10,000, but that the bettor's dividends totaled 50,000. He offered that amount for Yi Zaha to leave. He commented that even among non-orthodox factions, no one usually walked away with 50,000 without fighting. Yi Zaha questioned whether most of the people who had fought Dongfang Yeon had not died. From what he knew, even some winners ended up disappearing or dying a few days later. Uyang Bok replied that he had no idea why Yi Zaha was acting that way and asked whether Dongfang Yeon had killed someone Yi Zaha knew, perhaps a master or even a brother. Despite showing hospitality and goodwill, he made it clear that his patience had limits. At that moment, Dongfang Yeon himself appeared. The unbeatable champion sat at the table with an extremely unpleasant expression. Uyang Bok repeated that his offer was still the same, 50,000 for Yi Zaha to leave. Dongfang Yeon questioned why they would give him so much money, but Uyang Bok told him to stay quiet, saying that Yi Zaha was just a guest. Yi Zaha stated that those were not duel bets, but pure cheating. Uyang Bok countered by saying that many businesses work that way, and that the difference lay only in the size of the business. He commented that most people who profited did so through some kind of questionable method. Yi Zaha replied that bandits and pirates seemed innocent when compared to Uyang Bok methods. Uyang Bok said that if the business had caused harm to Yi Zaha or to someone he knew, he would increase the compensation even more so that Yi Zaha would leave. Yi Zaha replied that the problem with betting was that it was fun, which made it hard to stop. Sometimes someone only stopped after losing everything, an arm, a leg, or even their own life. Uyang Bok commented that Yi Zaha knew that world very well. Yi Zaha confirmed it. He explained that duel betting could be justifiable up to a certain point, but manipulating bets was something completely different. He added that they also frequently gave money to martial masters and non-orthodox factions, forcing those people not to challenge the place, since being wealthy they would demand high amounts. He continued by saying that even if one day the head of a great family appeared there, spent all his money, or even died, it would be treated as something normal. The non-orthodox factions of the region were expanding their strength with the money they received. Since they did not commit crimes openly, such as direct robberies, the orthodox faction had great difficulty finding enough evidence to destroy them. Yi Zaha even admitted that they were very good at what they did. Hearing that, Uyang asked whether he would be open to negotiating. Yi Zaha replied that yes, since a bet had already begun, he would see it through to the end. He explained that they would play a round of the so-called cheating game, exactly the way it was always done in that place. Uyang was confused and asked what he was talking about. Yi Zaha then made it clear that he wanted to fight all of Uyang men in the arena. If Uyang men won, Yi Zaha would die right there. But if Yi Zaha won, everything in that place would become his. He asked whether that did not sound like a good bet. Uyang did not respond immediately. To him, that clearly was not a good idea. Noticing the hesitation, Yi Zaha provoked him, saying that perhaps he was confused by the disadvantages or afraid of losing everything. Uyang then asked what would happen if he simply refused the bet. Yi Zaha explained that refusing would be a huge disadvantage. He said that all of Uyang's subordinates would arrive the next day and that, in practice, his men would have only that night as an advantage. If they did not kill him there and then, they would have no other opportunity. Dongfang commented that he saw no reason to refuse, since Yi Zaha seemed like a complete madman. At that moment, Yi Zaha said that he had become curious about something and revealed what he knew. He said that Dongfang hid his true identity, offered alcohol to challengers, used beautiful women, aphrodisiac drugs, and any other trick that weakened opponents before putting them to fight. When someone lost, he hunted the person down, set up ambushes, killed them, and buried the bodies. The money earned was used to flatter bettors, distribute free drinks, and bribe underworld groups. Even living in such a pathetic way, his nickname was still King of Bets. Zoyang said that he did not understand one thing. If Yi Zaha was so confident, why did he not kill the two of them right right there, since it would be more advantageous. Yizaha replied coldly, making it clear that Zoyang had no right to judge him and that they were not the same just because they ran inns. Wuyang then realized that this was an inn war. He told them to forget the matter and accused Dongfang of having lived his entire life leaning on others. He said that he was there to make a proper bet and told the so-called king of bets to stop thinking about stupid tricks. Dongfang was visibly irritated, but Wuyang asked whether he was also an inn owner and who exactly he was. Yizaha then introduced himself as the owner of the Zara Inn. Dongfang asked where the hell that place was. Next, Ouyang stated that they would do exactly as Yizaha had proposed and that he would take all his men to the arena. He said that it seemed more advantageous for him, as long as no one regretted it later. According to Ouyang, a person's true value in Jianggu was to live without regrets. He stood up from the table and ordered his men to move immediately. Dongfang commented that he could not believe he was going to kill some random stranger. Yizaha replied mockingly, saying that it almost sounded intimidating, and ridiculed Dongfang's nickname, calling him the king of duels. Wuyang asked him not to vent his anger there and to save everything for the arena. Dongfang replied that he would make Yizaha writhe and beg for mercy. Later, all the men were gathered and sent to the arena at the same time. When Yizaha found himself surrounded, Dongfang said that it was already too late to regret it. In the meantime, Yizaha approached a small stall, pushed the people in line aside, bought a candied skewer, told the vendor to keep the change, and commented that it had been a long time since he last tasted a tangalo. Dongfang called Yizaha an idiot, but soon Pong appeared asking what was going on, since the fight was only supposed to happen the next day. Dongfang told him to shut up. Yizaha mocked him, calling him a useless strategist. Dongfang stated that the Infernal Association would kill Yizaha in the arena, but Yizaha provoked him again, asking whether he did not want to take part as well. He said that this did not seem like behavior worthy of a king, and that perhaps king was just an empty nickname. Later, already inside the arena, Yizaha began to warm up. One of the men questioned Pyong about whether this was right and tried to understand what was happening. Pyong replied that it was enough to watch because this fight was not about money. At last, Yizaha drew everyone's attention and stated that those who knew and those who did not know did not know. According to him, the most powerful person in that place was the king of bets. Dongfang tried to order him to shut up, but Yizaha made it clear that he would not stay silent just because he was told to. Yizaha finally explained that the king of bets was the true owner of the Infernal Inn. He asked whether everyone knew who that person was, but no one there did. The group was visibly shocked by that revelation. Then Yizaha made it clear to everyone that he would fight the entire Infernal Association and also the king of bets. He stated that if he died, everyone would continue following the orders of the king of bets. However, if he won, everything in that place would become his. The atmosphere grew even heavier when Yizaha pointed at one of the men present and revealed that he too was a direct subordinate of the king of bets. According to Yizaha, if that man fought using only his own abilities, he should have died a long time ago. After that, Yizaha faced all the subordinates and announced that he would give them a chance to survive. Anyone who was afraid could go sit in the audience. No one moved. Seeing that, Yizaha asked whether no one would really give up. He accepted the answer in silence and thought that he liked it when people did not regret their own choices. He then drew his sword under the desperate gazes of some men, but upon noticing their fear, he sheathed the sword again. Yizaha thought that he did not need to use the noble plum blossom sword technique to kill mere gamblers. His attitude left Dongfang completely outraged, and he ordered everyone to attack at the same time. Yizaha strengthened his palms and fists with the steel earth technique, dodged all the attacks, and began to fight while thinking about his own past. He remembered how his family had always been poor since he was small, while that man had obtained everything without any merit. Yizaha also knew the hell of gambling very well, because he had lived through it himself. One by one, he knocked down his enemies with palm strikes and punches, remembering that he had overcome poverty, gambling, and misery. A particularly powerful palm strike swept everyone around like a storm, leaving the center of the arena completely empty. The other enemies had not even managed to move when Dongfang ordered them not to interfere, saying that weaklings would be of no help at all. Then Dongfang advanced personally, accompanied by his elite fighters. Yizaha recognized that those men were the same ones who had fought in the previous duels. He knew most of them, understood how they fought, and was well aware of the kind of personalities they had. As he drew his sword again, Yizaha thought that the most important thing was that some of those men truly needed to be beaten. The audience was confused when they saw the sword being drawn once more. Without hesitation, Yizaha charged at one of the enemies, a rough-faced man known as the Vicious Face Demon. In his past life, that man had committed all kinds of assaults and and violence against women. Yizaha decided that he would be the first to die. The man even tried to flee but was swiftly beheaded when the head rolled across the ground and blood splashed onto Yizaha's face. He thought that he needed to kill more than one and ordered a weakling to get out of the way. The next target was already behind him. Then he advanced toward another enemy known as Giggle, a man who used to kill even his own gambling companions for no reason at all. Terrified, he also tried to flee, but Yizaha grabbed a knife that had fallen to the ground, hurled it with internal energy, and pierced the man's body, embedding the blade into the wall. Dongfang realized that even his men were not enough and advanced in fury with his dual blades. Yizaha managed to return the strikes, and the two exchanged rapid attacks for quite some time. When more gamblers tried to surround him, Yizaha leapt, dodged them all, and finally used the Path of Flames. A rain of blazing fire fell over the arena, charring everyone below. Upon landing, Yizaha also killed the strategist Pyung, becoming completely covered in blood, not his own, but that of others. The true Mad Demon was only just beginning. The audience was no longer amused and was overwhelmed by terror. Dongfang was wounded, and the others were dead. Yizaha picked up the strategist's fan and declared that everyone there was pathetic. In silence, he also acknowledged that he himself had been pathetic in the past. Suddenly, he began to sing, remembering his 30 years trapped in the gambling den. He thought his hair had been black when he started, but it was already white when he finally managed to stop. Strangely, the audience began to sing along with him. He remembered how he had spent all the hard-earned money, not only his own, but also that of friends and even relatives, without hesitation. When he finally returned home, there was no one left waiting for him. Dongfang could not understand why everyone was singing along with that man. Even the allies who had come there to kill Yizaha ended up singing along. He remembered the time he took the hidden money and returned to the gambling den. Everyone despised him, including the neighbors he knew. He thought that if he never appeared again, people would probably assume he had died gambling. Even before reaching the den, he could already imagine the cards in front of him and thought that perhaps fortune would be on his side that day, believing it could be his lucky day. When the audience continued singing, Yizaha closed the fan. As soon as silence took over the arena, he made it clear that the luck of that day was not so good after all. He announced that the place would be closed from that moment on and ordered everyone to leave. At his shout, the crowd ran away in panic, gripped by the fear of dying right there. After that, Yizaha turned his attention to the only remaining enemy and questioned whether he truly believed he would win just because he had summoned all his subordinates. He asked what he thought of the current situation and commented that it had been an electrifying battle. Ouyang replied with disdain and said that even before coming there, he had already sent a letter to the Nanming Association. In the letter, he mentioned that it would be difficult to pay the fees, since someone was interfering with his business. It was a simple letter, but enough for the association to understand what had happened, since it received large sums from that place. Yizaha replied that it must indeed have been a great letter. Dongfang, still present, questioned whether Yizaha believed that destroying that place would guarantee him all the money. He stated that it did not work that way, and that even acting recklessly, the underworld would not leave Yizaha alone. Ouyang called him an ignorant brat, but Yizaha snapped the fan and used the Path of Flames. A blazing arc was released, splitting Dongfang in half. Even while injured, Ouyang took another puff from his pipe and asked whether Yizaha had said he was from the Zara Inn. Then he decided to attack at once. The arts of the two collided, creating a violent clash of internal energy. Yizaha, the master of the Zara Inn, commented that now the old man could find out whether he was generous or not. He explained that in the gambling den, when someone wanted to prosper in business, the owner needed to be generous. Ouyang asked who he really was and since when he had known him. Yizaha replied that he was just an errand boy and then used the Great Absorption technique. The technique drained not only Ouyang's internal energy, but also his vitality, forcing him to fall to his knees. Even so, Ouyang stated that the Nanming Association would not let this go. Yizaha replied that he would deal with any association that came after him and asked if he had any last words. Ouyang still asked whether there was no tip. Yizaha replied coldly and ended everything by slashing his face. After massacring everyone in that place, Yizaha made it clear that no one was left. He applauded himself and began to sing the same song as before. While singing about the moment he stopped gambling and spent all his hard-earned money, he set the arena on fire and burned the bodies. As the song continued, he set everything ablaze, turning that filthy place into ashes. Yizaha drew his sword and danced among the flames, using the plum blossom techniques together with the Path of Flames. He thought that the power of fire was beautiful, strong, and merciful. He wished to grasp the stars in the sky and crush the heads of the cursed cultists who had followed him until the end of his life. The madman known for facing anyone was him. Amid the flames, he nearly burned himself. He thought it was madness, but also thought it was good. He reflected that he had almost died burned even after regressing, which would have been pathetic. At that moment, he heard someone screaming about fire and realized that the two women were still there. When he returned to the Phoenix room, he found the two women sitting on the bed, motionless, staring at him with tear-filled eyes. A subordinate was screaming desperately because of the fire, while they kept looking at Izaha in a pleading way. He asked why they were looking at him like that, and they became disappointed when they realized he would not join them. As people ran around trying to put out the fire, the two women continued crying. Izaha ordered them to stop immediately and warned that it would be better for them to shut their mouths before he threw them into the fire along with the rest. He then explained that the Infernal Association no longer existed. Dongfeng, the strategist Pyong, and Ouyang were all dead. The two could barely believe it. Yizaha added that many people besides them had died and that this was a good thing. He made it clear that if they did not want to knock on heaven's door together with the dead, they should answer his questions. That was part of a promise he had truly made. It had been established that if Yizaha defeated the Infernal Association, he would take everything they owned. As everyone could see, he won. Yizaha commented that Ouyang died after still asking for a tip from his own winnings, showing that he could not give up gambling even in death. He mocked him, saying that perhaps he was worried about continuing to gamble even in the afterlife. After that, Yizaha asked the two women to observe a minute of silence for Ouyang's soul. When they fell silent, he asked if it was already fine to draw the sword. After the minute passed, he told them to open their eyes and commented that Ouyang had probably gone to a better place. The two agreed, but Yizaha denied it with contempt and stated that it was impossible. According to him, Ouyang would only go to a good place if he had robbed one or two people, which was clearly not the case. Faced with that, the two admitted that he was right. Afterward, Yizaha informed them that his subordinates would arrive the next day. He demanded that the two cooperate as informants, revealing where Ouyang had hidden all his treasures. He made it clear that everything belonging to the Infernal Association would now be taken. Then he told them to rest well. Yizaha warned that trying to escape would be useless, since their pressure points were already unlocked and the consequences would be obvious. One of the women asked fearfully whether they would not be burned alive inside. Yizaha replied that he would put out the fire for them, but made it clear that he would not allow them to leave. He ordered them to be silent and stated that putting out the fire was the priority. Then Yizaha stood up to deal with the fire in the arena, not with them. Soon after, he left the place and went to the former residence of the King of Gambling. Inside, he found a storage room protected by a massive steel door. He destroyed it without difficulty and came upon a room full of interesting objects. What caught his attention the most was a document on the table. The text had been written by Ouyang and stated that the Infernal Association had been attacked by an extremely powerful man. The document also claimed that Ouyang had never asked the Nanming Association for favors, despite having sent money and offered support whenever possible. Further ahead, Yizaha found another massive steel door. Using his internal energy, he sensed something hidden in the desk. It was a button that activated a secret passage. When he opened the door, he was almost struck by a needle trap. Yizaha wondered what Ouyang had hidden inside. Inside the secret room, he found fragments of black iron scattered across the floor. There were many pieces that seemed to form an ancient broken sword. Yizaha wondered who could have managed to do that. Even when he was known as the Mad Demon, martial masters stronger than him were not capable of breaking black iron. At that moment, Yizaha remembered his master's words, who said that when a person's beliefs are destroyed, the person also dies. He realized that he did not need to worry about that. Yizaha had not understood that teaching in the past, but now he understood it a little better. The owner of that sword must have been an incredible martial master, but at the moment his sword broke, he likely fell as well. The belief in his heart must have been destroyed too. Concluded that the words of that mad monk needed to be interpreted according to each person's experience and abilities. Beside the broken sword, he found a book. The book spoke about the family of strong swords and about Ouyang Mugeuk, the supreme heavy sword. The author of the book reported that Ouyang Mugeuk, an unnamed martial artist at the time, fought against him 7 times and lost every single one. Despite being proud of his abilities, the book made it clear that in the Jianghu, only the strongest win battles. The man was not surprised by the outcome. He already knew who the winner would be before the fight even began. Even so, he did not accept defeat and did not even try to ask why he had lost. For him, there was no way to explain that he simply could not reach the next level. When the man pointed out Ouyang Mugeuk's weakness, he stated that it was already too late to go back and study. He disagreed with that, as he believed it is never too late to learn something new. But he knew that not everything happens as people wish. When he mentioned that he had fought only a few people in the Jianghu, Ouyang Mugeuk was even more shocked. Even though he was not the one who directly suffered an energy deviation, all he had done was train his own techniques for a long time. His mental and emotional training was not as solid as his sword training, something common among countless martial artists. Ouyang Mugeuk, who eventually died because he could not overcome the shock he suffered, asked a favor of the person who wrote the book. Granting that request, the author recorded everything in detail, including the supreme sword technique he had fought against, Uyang Mugeok's technique. He made it clear that the next generation that obtained this technique should use it for just causes. According to the author, anyone who used it for the wrong purposes would end up becoming miserable. Yizaha realized that the tone of the text was the same as that used in the Golden Turtle technique. This led him to think that the author might be the same person, the Master of Memory. Reflecting on this, he recalled that Uyang Mugeok had fought 7 times against the Master of Memory, the creator of the Golden Turtle technique, which proved that Uyang Mugeok truly was an extremely powerful individual. According to the Master of Memory, the Supreme Sword technique had a total of 8 movements. Being able to imitate the first 4 was practically the same as learning the entire technique. The first movement was the long sword style, which sent energy outward. The second was the short sword style, which compressed energy. The third was the thousand sword style, in which the blade was used as if it were falling rain. The fourth movement was the drawing style, in which the sword was unsheathed and the first 3 movements were used in sequence. The last 4 movements were extremely difficult for Yizaha at that moment. The fifth was the lightning sword style, which consisted of transforming energy into lightning, something Yizaha had no idea how to execute. The sixth was the wooden sword style, in which, theoretically, a wooden sword should break after withstanding 5 advanced techniques. The seventh movement was the energy sword style, which allowed all movements to be used without a physical sword. This made Yizaha question what the point of learning a sword technique was if one fought without a sword. The eighth movement was the supreme style, in which sword, mind, and internal energy were supposed to explode at the same time. Because of this, Yizaha decided that he would give up on the last 4 movements and use only the first ones. He was the type of person who gave up when something did not work and accepted it without forcing it. He had no intention of insisting on something that clearly did not work. Later, while drinking yet another liquor, something common for him, he ended up recalling some words written by the author of that book. Uyang Mugeok was powerful, yet he had still been defeated 7 times by the author. That did not mean the author was the strongest in the world. As far as was known, there were other masters with similar abilities. Humans age and die, so it made no sense for someone to boast about being the strongest of their generation. If a person avoided fights and simply took care of their own health throughout life, they could become stronger simply by living longer. Titles such as the strongest in the world were insignificant. For the Master of Memory, traveling the world, meeting powerful masters, and discussing martial arts was already extremely rewarding. Winning or losing did not bring more happiness than increasing one's own knowledge. Martial arts were learned slowly over a long period of time, and those who rushed this process ended up facing the same fate as Uyang Mugeok, causing damage to their own bodies. The author raised an important question about whether it was better to allow descendants to learn quickly, gain great power, and follow a demonic path, or whether it was better to let them grow strong slowly and become complete warriors through solid training. Regardless of a martial artist's strength, he could not defeat a firm and unshakable warrior. Remembering this, Yizaha thought that no one talked about such things anymore in the present day. The concept of a noble warrior no longer existed in that world. Still, he wondered whether a true noble warrior would, in the end, be stronger than the others. That was when he suddenly realized that the 2 maids were there watching him. Yizaha asked if they were trying to escape. Hook explained that they were checking whether the fire had been put out. So Ah stated that, in fact, the 2 of them had come specifically to look for him. Since they were standing, Yizaha told them to sit down. Then he asked them to talk about what they thought of noble warriors. So Ah said that since she was young, she had learned through stories that they were incredible people. Hook agreed, but commented that lately none of them could be seen anywhere. Then Yizaha told them to drink. Drinking wine as the morning sun rose was something wonderful. To him, wine could only truly be enjoyed when one realized how small and pathetic the world could be. After everyone took a sip, Yizaha said that he would start calling them Black Smile and White Smile. As the name suggested, they should keep wide and bright smiles from then on. The 2 looked at each other and agreed. After that, Yizaha informed them that he would meditate until his subordinates arrived. He stabbed his dagger into the table and said they could strike him if they saw any opening. Soon after, he leaned back in the chair and began to meditate, looking more like he was taking a nap. Hook wished him a good rest, so Ah commented that she saw no opening at all and concluded that this was indeed the correct answer. After some time, the 2 woke him up, saying that he had meditated for too long. Yizaha replied that it had actually been just the right amount. He stretched and realized that it was already morning. Looking around, he saw that all of his subordinates were already present, as well as the enemies. One of the men commented that the leader was that man sitting there. Yizaha told the 2 maids to go to the left, explaining that those people were his subordinates. The 2 ran over. Instead of pouring himself another drink, Yizaha drank straight from the bottle. one of the men from the sect asked if he was the leader. In response, the man sat down and introduced himself as Nam Yeonpung from the naming association. Yizaha introduced himself as the leader of the Shadow Rabbit Association. Nam Yeonpung asked if Yizaha was a disciple of the butcher. He replied that he was not, explaining that he was the one who had killed him, as well as Uyang Bok, who had also already passed on to a better place. Nam Yeonpung then asked if he knew that Uyang Bok paid protection fees to the Ling Association. Yizaha replied that Uyang Bok had mentioned something like that before he died. Nam Yeonpung stated that Yizaha needed to go with him to apologize to the association leader, saying that this was the only way to avoid complications. Yizaha asked if he was saying that he should go apologize. Nam Yeonpung explained that it was not only because of the protection fees or the Infernal Association, but also because Yizaha had killed Uyang Bok. According to him, the association did not care who was cut down, whether from the demonic faction, orthodox or unorthodox. Yizaha replied that Nam Yeonpung could tell the association leader that he killed Uyang Bok because he cheated at gambling. He also said that he would be waiting at the Shadow Rabbit Association as long as the leader came respectfully on behalf of the association with a formal letter. Only then would he go there to explain everything, as he would not accept this kind of demand to apologize. Irritated, Yizaha made it clear that he did not care about the strength of the naming association and told Nam Yeonpung to turn around, leave, and relay everything to his leader. Nam Yeonpung turned to leave, but before going, Yizaha reminded him that he had already spared his life once, and that he should remember that. Later, at the Moyong clinic, Yizaha apologized for the disturbance, even though he did not need treatment. Dr. Moyong said that he was welcome and commented that Yizaha seemed to grow stronger with every meeting. Yizaha confirmed it, saying that he was making a great effort to do so. The doctor stated that there was nothing wrong with him. In fact, Yizaha was extremely healthy. The leader explained that during the fight, while facing the flames around him, he ended up freezing for a brief moment. If he had let his guard down even slightly, he could have died burned. There was also an inn bearing his name that ended up catching fire. At the time, he did not realize it immediately, but it was at the moment his home burned that he began to think that his life would not be as peaceful as he had imagined. The doctor asked him to continue, and Yizaha said that he already knew what kind of person he would become, and that this had been decided even before the fire reached him. The doctor asked whether he felt that encountering someone stronger than himself would make him change. Yizaha replied that if that happened, he would go insane, because he needed to go insane in order to win. When the opponent is stronger, the only way to win is to enter that state. Anyone who fights ends up feeling pain at some point. To win, one must endure that pain. There comes a point when a person realizes that they have surpassed their own limits. They remain conscious even when they should have fainted, remain standing even when they should have fallen. It is at that moment that insanity suddenly emerges, as if it had been waiting a long time for the chance to devour the mind. The doctor asked whether he was not afraid of defeat or death. Yizaha replied that he did not fear defeat because he had already lost too much when he was younger, and it was precisely because of those defeats that he managed to become strong. As for death, he said that he did not think about it while fighting. The doctor commented that, in that case, perhaps he had frozen in front of the fire, not out of fear, but out of awareness and concern about that insanity. Based on the way Yizaha thought, he needed to go insane in order to defeat anyone stronger than himself. Even so, the doctor reflected on whether every time Yizaha looked at fire, he would remember this issue of his life. He wondered whether living as someone always prepared for death was really the right choice, or whether he should think differently. He also questioned how strong Yizaha truly wanted to become. Hearing this, the leader answered without hesitation that he wanted to be the strongest. The doctor asked when he thought that dream would come true. Yizaha said that he did not know. He commented that if it were something that would only happen 10 years later, perhaps it would be better to simply accumulate internal energy by meditating for 9 years and do nothing else. He then made it clear that he did not intend to live that way. For him, drinking, singing, dancing, and fighting were not a waste of time. He liked that kind of life and did not want to waste his time. The doctor said that this was only his opinion and asked that it not be taken the wrong way. He explained that he did not believe Yizaha's true dream was to become the strongest in the world. To him, it made more sense to say that Yizaha's dream was to be the strongest while drinking, singing, and dancing. Yizaha agreed, saying that now that it had been spoken out loud, it made perfect sense. Even so, Dr. Moyong emphasized that this was still only his opinion and asked what Yizaha thought about letting insanity take over whenever he encountered someone strong. According to him, it would truly be good to practice calming the heart during normal times. Yizaha needed to separate the mindset he had when fighting from the mindset he had when not fighting, so that insanity would not end up truly dominating him. Hearing this, Yizaha remembered what had happened to Moyong in his past life, when he became the master of poisons, known as the Poison Demon. In the present, however, Moyong was radiant and in perfect condition. Because of this, Yizaha decided to ask a question. He wanted to know the doctor's opinion about noble warriors. Someone he knew had said that they were stronger than martial masters, but Yizaha had never fully understood what that meant. Dr. Moyong replied that he considered noble warriors to be complete idiots. According to him, if someone thinks that those who do not take care of themselves are fools, then they should think the same of noble warriors. Normally, a person is called a noble warrior when they sacrifice their own life for a good cause, but life is the most important thing in the world. By throwing it away, they are discarding what is most valuable. For that reason, in his view, noble warriors were actually the greatest fools of all. Yizaha asked whether that did not make them strong. Moyong admitted that if they were not talking about martial arts, but about human beings, then there truly was no one who could be stronger than them. True nobility did not lie in powerful martial arts, but in being able to remain strong while still remaining human. Moyong said that Yizaha could experience the path of a noble warrior for himself and asked why he did not do so. He explained that since ancient times, noble warriors did not care about rank positions, the families they belonged to, or the money they had. They became noble precisely because they did not care about any of that. Among the most famous and widely accepted founding ancestors of the Jianghu, many had been called noble warriors in their youth. All those who received that title eventually withdrew to the mountains as they grew older, raised the next generation, and over time became founding ancestors. After hearing this, Yizaha began to think differently about the idea that noble warriors were strong. He then said that he had already made his decision. Moyong asked whether he intended to become a noble warrior. Yizaha replied that no, absolutely not. That path did not suit him at all. However, he stated that he would support someone who wished to become one, teach martial arts, and provide all the necessary resources. For him, that would answer his doubts without requiring him to walk that path personally. Moyong commented that it would be easier for Yizaha himself to do it, since he was strong and capable. Yizaha replied that he was a much worse person than the doctor imagined, and that he fit the role of a villain far better. Moreover, there were still many people he needed to kill, something a noble warrior would not do. He explained that he would kill monsters so that his future disciple, someone with the qualities of a noble warrior, would not be killed by them. In this way, the disciple could live more peacefully, while he would take on the role of cleansing the world of filthy things. The two of them ended up laughing together. Moyong said that Yizaha was incredible and stated that he would also support Yizaha's disciple, if introduced, of course, in his own way. That way, he could help raise a noble warrior in a world full of dangers. Yizaha agreed and said that they would give it a try. From that moment on, he would begin looking for upright people. He also stated that he needed to become much stronger before teaching anyone, that he would improve his martial arts, and that Moyong would become an even better doctor. From that day on, both of them would prepare for this goal. They would create the strongest idiot in that world. Moyong corrected him, saying that they would not be idiots, but noble warriors. Yizaha replied that this would be very difficult for someone intelligent who carefully weighed their options. Moyong commented that this might be another point of similarity between a fool and a noble warrior. He then asked about the fire Yizaha had mentioned earlier, whether it was still burning in his heart. Yizaha replied that yes, it was still burning, but not as before, because now that fire would be used to drive his enemies mad. After a warm smile from Moyong, Yizaha left the clinic, thinking that while some memories disappear, others are created. That was how life worked. The poison demon was no longer the same man. In his own way, he would resolve the questions about the theory of noble warriors described in the Book of the Master of Memory. With that, he departed with a new goal in mind. Later, at the Nanming Association, Yizaha was already at the meeting table, asking whether the leader had not yet arrived. One of the men asked him to wait a little longer, as the leader had already been informed and would arrive shortly. Yizaha yawned and thought about how he had come alone. Although he had little interest in wiping out an underworld force, a war would cause the deaths of dozens of subordinates. He was sleepy and nearly fell asleep. Some wondered whether he was sleeping, and in fact, he was, even drooling. At last, they called for the leader of the Shadow Rabbit Association. Standing before him was the leader of the Nanming Association. Yizaha introduced himself as the leader of the Shadow Rabbit Association. The other man asked where his subordinates were and whether Yizaha had come alone. He replied that he had, and asked for a glass of water, questioning whether this was how they treated their guests. One of the subordinates went to fetch a glass, and the leader introduced himself as Nangara of the Nanming Association. Yizaha received the glass of water and asked whether it was poisoned. When they confirmed that it was not, he drank it all at once. Garrick asked whether he had just taken a nap. Yizaha replied that if that was how it looked, then yes. Still, Garrick was curious as to why Yizaha had come alone, since he had heard that Yizaha had many subordinates. Yizaha explained that he usually only appeared when invited, but that this time he had come alone because bringing others would have caused problems. Garrick then asked if he was the one who killed Uyang Bok and wanted to know the reason. Yizaha explained that he had gone there only to gamble, but discovered that Uyang Bok was cheating. Because of that, he sent one of the women, the one who carried aphrodisiac drugs in her hair accessories, to go after him. Garrick questioned whether Yizaha, as the leader of his own association, had really gone there to gamble. He replied that he only went because he had heard about Dongfang, known as the king of duel gambling and famous for being very good at fighting. But in the end, his skills were nothing special. Garrick commented that before dying, Uyang Bok had said that he paid protection fees to the association, and even so, Yizaha killed him. Yizaha asked whether Garrick would have spared Uyang Bok if he were in his place. Then Nangara turned to the other members of the Nanming Association and confirmed again whether Yizaha had really come alone. After that, he mentioned that he had heard that Yizaha took all of Uyang Bok's assets and asked what he intended to do about the protection fees of the Infernal Association that Uyang Bok used to pay. Yizaha asked whether he was begging or expecting him to pay as well, implying that this could be an invitation to war. One of the association members questioned how Yizaha dared to speak that way to the leader, but Garrick told him not to interfere. Yizaha then asked whether they had not been informed that he had asked the entire Infernal Association to face him all at once. That had been a duel gamble with Uyang Bok, in which both agreed that the winner would take everything. Yizaha won, took everything, and questioned what exactly the problem was with that. He also reminded them that he had killed the former leader of the Shadow Rabbit Association, and that he had also killed his own master, the Butcher. Then he asked whether they were suggesting that the Nanming Association should protect him and still demand payment for it. After these words, everyone fell silent, creating a heavy atmosphere. Garrick then asked why Yizaha had come there. Yizaha replied that he came because he had invited them. This made the people at the table even more nervous. While observing, Yizaha wondered whether those men were really trustworthy. He thought that if Nangara died at that moment, perhaps everyone there would be willing to risk their own lives to fight in his honor. He decided to ignore arrogant attitudes, because people willing to risk their lives for someone deserve respect. He commented that, according to what his subordinates had reported, the Nanming Association rejected the proposal to join the Supreme Sword Association, also ignored the invitation from the Southern Celestial Organization, and did a good job of keeping its forces independent. Yizaha explained that he went there out of curiosity, to understand who they really were. However, he made it clear that if they continued to reject the Supreme Sword Association, a war would be inevitable, with much bloodshed, and asked whether they had any plan to deal with that. Garrick replied that this was nonsense, and that they had no intention of bowing to any group. If there was bloodshed, so be it. Yizaha found the answer direct and perfect. He thought that a man who acts like a man deserves respect. Then he told the leader of the Nanming Association that just as not everyone in the Orthodox faction is honest and righteous, not everyone in the underworld is trash like Uyang Bok. He stated that Nangara should not treat everyone the same way. If the Nanming Association wanted to harass the Supreme Sword Association or the Southern Celestial Organization, Yizaha could help with that. Upon hearing this, Garrick finally let out a laugh. The others even forced themselves to smile. Garrick said that it was fine, and asked whether they wanted to charge a protection fee. Then Yizaha made it clear that this would not be necessary. He explained that he did not charge protection fees from the Shadow Rabbit Association, nor from Professor Su, nor from the Four Divine Palms, nor from the subordinates of Iliang Province. He said that all the money taken from Uyang had been divided among his subordinates. Part of it was given to those who wanted to cultivate. Others received support to open their own businesses. Some used the money to learn martial arts or become blacksmiths. Even those who still did not know how to do anything stayed by his side. He also explained that among Uyang's subordinates, he killed only a few, around 5 or 6. The rest remained alive and would have the chance to find another path and another way to make a living. After that, Yizaha addressed the leader of the association, Nanming, saying that he did not care about idiots, but that he would support anyone who wanted to act like a real man. In return, he demanded only one thing. On the day he needed help, everyone should gather under the name of the Howl clan. Garrick asked if Yizaha was the leader of the Howl clan, and he confirmed that he was. He also said that if they wanted to wage war against him, they could do so. If they did not want war, that would also be accepted. Allies or enemies, he would respect the decision. However, he left a clear warning. He would not accept requests for fees and would not allow anyone to mess with his subordinates, especially those who did not know how to fight. The moment he learned of any threat to business owners, it would mean immediate war. As there was still no organization officially called the Howl clan, he stated that he could explain everything calmly later and asked them to think carefully before responding. Then he walked toward the door. Before he could leave, Garrick asked whether he should not show his abilities before any decision. Yizaha replied that Garrick should not try to impose himself just because his subordinates were not present. At that moment, Garrick stood up and said that at first he thought Yizaha was just some lunatic who had come in to take a nap, but that he had changed his mind. He proposed that before continuing any conversation, the two of them should fight in a one-on-one combat. If Yizaha lost, the entire Howl clan would submit to the Nanming Association. Yizaha asked what would happen if Garrick lost. Garrick looked at his subordinates and questioned whether that could really happen. To him, the idea was absurd. Everyone laughed at the situation and at Yizaha's face. Even Yizaha himself let out a laugh, finding everything ridiculous, absurd, and even hilarious. The laughter continued until Garrick ordered them to stop. Later, everyone left the place and went straight to the courtyard. Garrick asked what Yizaha intended to fight with. Yizaha replied that the choice was up to him. He was the type who used anything he had in his hands. Looking at Yizaha's indecisive expression, Garrick stated that honestly he was starting to feel like crushing that face. In response, Yizaha simply dropped his sword on the ground, making it clear that he would use only his own hands, since that would be better. He then provoked him, asking whether Garrick, as the leader of the Nanming Association, had never been beaten before. He said that maybe Garrick needed to receive a few slaps in the face to learn how life really worked. Garrick replied by stating that Yizaha could only be a crazy idiot and that he had probably hit his head when he was a child. As he approached with steps full of anger, Garrick noticed Yizaha let out a slight smile. When the fight finally began, it was clear that Garrick was furious, throwing punches without hesitation. Even so, Yizaha dodged all of them with ease. At a certain moment, the two collided palm against palm. The result was immediate. The one who ended up being thrown backward was Garrick. Even while remaining intact, Yizaha advanced right after and began to use the path. After that, Yizaha deliberately clapped palm against palm again because he knew Garrick would lose once more in the contest of internal energy. The following strike, executed with the Path of Flames, left the leader of the Nanming Association completely desperate, forcing him to fall to his knees. Yizaha remained intact, without a single scratch, and even found Garrick's expression somewhat amusing. He continued to pressure his opponent with heavy bullying, attacking repeatedly using only palm strikes. The people around did not expect the leader of the association to be placed at such a disadvantage. When Garrick finally managed to pull away to catch his breath, he was dragged back by the grand absorption technique. He was grabbed by the neck and struck with another direct blow to the chest. The attack not only hit him head-on, but also sent him flying out of the association courtyard, making him spit a large amount of blood and leaving his subordinates in complete despair. When he returned, Garrick drew his sword and tried to force Yizaha to do the same. Yizaha did not react immediately. He simply accepted it calmly and, once again, using the hand of the grand absorption technique, pulled his own sword back to himself. The display of that ability shocked everyone around. Then he drew his flaming blade, making many believe that Garrick would have no advantage in a sword fight. The pressure became unbearable. The members of the association began to beg their leader to stop. Garrick himself realized how weakened he was and acknowledged the power that Yizaha still possessed. Faced with this, he sheathed his sword, concluding that there was no need to further test his skills. He had lost. Yizaha acknowledged that acting with good sense was also a great skill and stated that it was better for everything to end before going too far. He then made it clear that he would leave. The people around were confused, as they did not expect him to simply depart without making demands. Even so, Garrick offered a cup of tea, but Yizaha refused, telling him to save it for the next opportunity. Then the question about the future arose. Yizaha explained that everyone would be fine. The Howl clan would continue to be the Howl clan, and the Nanming Association would remain what it had always been. If another opportunity arose, they could fight again. If any member of the armies wished to challenge him, they only needed to give notice. He would accept any challenge, as long as it was not someone as indecisive as the leader of the association. He also left a final warning. If the Supreme Sword Association or the Celestial Organization interfered with them again, they only needed to call the Howl clan. When asked what would happen in that case, Yizaha made it clear that the Howl clan would go to war against against any of them. Garrick did not expect to hear that. Before leaving, Yizaha cast one last reflection. He asked himself what Garrick would do from that moment on. Would he continue as part of the Non-Ming Association and die as he had in his past life? Or would he change his destiny by joining the Howl clan? He did not intend to force anyone to change, but if Garrick chose to follow another path, his fate would likely be different, just as it had already happened with Moyong. In the end, Yizaha left the place thinking that, toggle his thoughts to the imagery, peace was like a calm river, while insanity was like a sea that rose within him, already overflowing. Later, Yizaha thought that perhaps he truly was a specialist in broken things. He had entrusted the broken black iron sword, found in the Infernal Association, to the Dragonhead blacksmith. Even so, he was curious to know whether it would become a proper sword, or if even the black iron would end up ruined. He also sent the black and white shadows, Hyuk and So-Ah, to Moyong's house. If they became decent servants, they would likely stay there. Otherwise, they would cause trouble and return to the Shadow Rabbit Society. Sung-tae and the Silver Ghost had lived a miserable life for 20 years before arriving there. Subordinates who did not know how to do anything went through training even harsher than Sung-tae's. Since Yizaha had gathered many broken people throughout that life, it was not strange that he had become a specialist in dealing with broken things. While meditating and cultivating, Byaok arrived with urgent information. Yizaha thought that the administrator had survived for 50 years under the worst conditions of the Shadow faction and asked what the great military advisor had to report. Byaok was deeply moved by the title. Yizaha even thought he would curse at him, but Chang replied that he truly did not know how to react to that. Even so, Yizaha smoothed the situation over with flattering words, which worked perfectly. Byaok reported that they had found someone who matched the description they were looking for. The location was dangerous, White Eagle City, where the children of Murim families from the White faction usually gathered. The target had been seen on Gorosu Street, right in the center of the city. Yizaha found it impressive that they had managed to locate him. Byaok explained that he had spread rumors in famous taverns frequented by martial artists of the White faction, beautiful on the outside, but despicable in personality. Yizaha praised the strategy, saying it had been a perfect move. Even so, Byaok made it clear that they had only confirmed that the man resembled the painting and that his real identity still needed to be confirmed. The subordinate sent to follow him ended up being beaten. His face was badly injured and one arm was broken. Upon hearing this, Yizaha became irritated. He asked who the injured subordinate was, and Byaok replied that it was Gong Cheol Yi. Yizaha stated that there would be revenge. He knew that the left hand of illumination came from a White faction family and was known for his exceptional skill, a rare genius of martial arts who had become the left hand of the demonic cult. He ordered Byaok to send a group to the Moyong medical family to request poisons and antidotes. He said that if they asked for a poison that caused constant diarrhea, they would understand exactly what it meant. Byaok confirmed the order. Yizaha stood up, thinking that there were only two options. Either he would cripple that man's left arm, or he would kill him. He would not allow the man to enter the demonic cult, only to have to hunt him down later. If he failed at either of those options, he would step on him and castrate him. He remembered that in the past, many women had been humiliated by that man, and he decided that it would end there. Hearing this, Sung-tae panicked, thinking that the words were directed at him. Meanwhile, Yizaha was already training his strikes, focusing on low and direct attacks. Sung-tae asked why he was doing that, and Chang replied that he truly did not know. Even so, Yizaha began to prepare the divine castration art. The strikes were powerful and impressed the other two present. Taking a deep breath, Yizaha made it clear that he was going after the left hand of illumination. Later, in White Eagle City, a place where the next generation of the White faction gathered to drink, eat, flirt, and fight, the atmosphere was decadent. Although the Shadow faction was full of pathetic people, the White faction was not far behind. Those with great ambitions would be studying or training martial arts, not enjoying themselves in that district. Even so, many of those present were extremely skilled. The world was rarely fair. Yizaha appeared at the location wearing white clothes as a disguise. He thought about his target, the son of the concubine of the Mong family. He did not know how strong the man was at that moment, but he intended to kill him. Thanks to the celestial pearl of regression, Yizaha had become much stronger, but he knew that the children of White faction families learned martial arts before they could even walk. He could not underestimate him. After taking a single drink, Yizaha left the bar and passed by an outdoor performance. He observed some couples, and among them saw his target. Even knowing that the man was involved with several women, the sea of madness inside him rose again when he saw him flirting. Even so, Yizaha remembered his disguise. From that moment on, Yizaha, the noble profane warrior, for the sake of the leader of the Murim Alliance and its innocent members, for the sake of women and justice, and even for the sake of the White faction itself, would tear away what made that wretch dangerous. The man who had returned to the past solely to execute the left hand of illumination was him. At that moment, a messenger approached Yizaha, informing him that the left arm itself had called for him to drink together. The messenger also commented that there were women spare and that it would practically be a couples gathering. Yizaha asked the exact reason. The man explained that it was because he had said that Yizaha was the most handsome man there. Yizaha thought it really did seem like a couples gathering and concluded that the man must have a lot of confidence in his smooth talk. Even so, he approached. The left hand of the illumination of thunder suggested that they join together to drink. When the other woman, who was not with him, looked Yizaha up and down, she showed immediate interest and said that she would love to join him. Yizaha thought that everyone there was an idiot, but decided to go along with it. As he followed the three of them, he concluded that this way he would find out exactly how that bastard usually enjoyed himself. Later, everyone was in a restaurant, eating and drinking. One of the girls was clearly trying to get Yizaha drunk. The Thunderman commented that it seemed to be Yi's first time there, saying he had never seen a man stare at that place so much, since usually it was the women who did that. He said that since they seemed to be about the same age, there was no need to be so formal. The girl beside Yizaha finally introduced everyone. The left hand of the illumination of thunder was called Mangyeon. One of the girls was So-wol, and the other, who showed more interest, was Sol-ah. Yizaha realized that everyone was using fake names and decided to do the same. He introduced himself as Cheol-yi, the older brother of Gong Cheol-yi. Sol-ah asked who Gong Cheol-yi was, and Yizaha replied that he was his younger brother, stating that he was not lying. Mangyeon asked them to drop the subject and keep drinking, saying that no one cared about names or status, because true faces only appeared when everyone got drunk. Everyone downed another drink. Yizaha realized that everyone there was a martial artist from the Jeonghu. Mangyeon asked if Seol-ah liked Cheol-yi, and suggested that maybe they could go out that very night. She asked him not to be so impatient. When Mangyeon laughed, Yizaha had the impression that it was some kind of secret message exchanged between them. Then Mangyeon stood up, saying he was going to the bathroom. The girls also stood up, but Yizaha held Seol-ah at the last moment, asking her to drink a bit more with him before going. He said she could go later and told the others to go ahead. Yizaha forced Seol-ah to sit beside him, which made her visibly nervous. She asked why he was staring at her in such a strange way, not understanding what was happening. Without her noticing, Yizaha had already sealed her pressure points with his technique. Then he put a laxative into her drink, the supreme laxative from Dr. Moyong, known as the Supreme Diarrhea. Yizaha thought that although he had plenty of experience in the Jeonghu, it was his first time using something like that, and it made him a bit uneasy. Even so, he forced the girl to drink. He said it was poison and promised an antidote only if she told him everything. Yizaha put the same drug into the other girl's drink. When Mangyeon returned, he noticed the strange atmosphere and asked what had happened. Yizaha said he really was a scoundrel and asked if Mangyeon was trying to make a country bumpkin pay for the drinks while everyone else left. Mangyeon replied that he never imagined hearing that from a country bumpkin. Even so, Yizaha downed his drink and everyone did the same. Mangyeon then asked why Seol-ah was so nervous. Yizaha said he had misunderstood and thought she was trying to run away without paying the bill, which was why he had suppressed her pressure points. Mangyeon said there was no need to do that and told Yizaha to release the girl. Yizaha replied that he was just a country bumpkin and had never learned how to release pressure points, asking Mangyeon to do it himself. When Mangyeon released the points, Sol-ah collapsed with her face on the table. Irritated, Mangyeon asked if Yizaha wanted to die. He told the other girl to take Seol-ah, pay the bill, and leave. Then he called Yizaha to go outside with him, making it clear that trying to run away would be useless. Outside, Mangyeon said that from the beginning, Yizaha had intended to fight him and asked who had sent someone like him. He said that people like that were starting to disgust him. Yizaha replied that the one who sent him was his brother, Gong Cheol-yi. Mangyeon was confused and asked who that was. Yizaha explained that it was a man with a broken left arm. Mangyeon realized he was talking about that idiot, but suddenly felt something churning in his stomach. He began to break out in a cold sweat like never before and asked how Yizaha dared to poison him. When he turned around, he saw Yizaha with a wide smile on his face. To protect himself, Mangyeon sealed 2 internal points in his own body and asked what Yizaha wanted. Yizaha replied that he could not say. Right after that, Mangyeon attacked. The two clashed palm against palm, energy against energy, seeming evenly matched at first. However, the pain in Mangyeon's stomach only grew worse. He tried to run away, but Yizaha chased after him, asking if he really thought he would get a break to take a dump. Mangyeon defended himself with another internal energy strike and demanded that Yizaha hand over the antidote to spare his life. Yizaha replied that threats from someone about to run off to take a dump did not work on him, saying that earlier he had been begging for the antidote, and now he was trying to threaten him. Mangyeon said that would be the last time he spoke and promised to spare Yi's life if he received the antidote right then. Yizaha replied with disdain, telling him to go fuck himself. Enraged, Mangyeon adjusted his robe at the waist and declared that Yizaha would die there there that day. He said the diarrhea would end at some point, but Yizaha would die before that, claiming he did not need that damn antidote. Then he released part of his internal energy, which even made Yizaha feel slightly alarmed. Mangyeon stated that even if Yizaha begged, it would be useless now. At that exact moment, however, he ended up shitting himself. Filth spread through his pants. Yizaha told him to stay back, irritated, calling him a madman. Mangyeon did not retreat. He declared that a real man does not fear humiliation and told Yizaha to attack, saying he would beat him so badly that it would be impossible to tell whose shit it was. Yizaha replied that he was a complete idiot and that it was pure insanity. When he smelled the strong stench, he almost passed out, but Mangyeon still charged forward with his attacks. Yizaha wondered what was going on because Mangyeon seemed much weaker. He thought it might be the effect of the alcohol or the diarrhea. Even so, the two continued exchanging fast blows. Yizaha acknowledged that Mangyeon was truly incredible, since he could still attack and defend even in that shameful state. Still, Yizaha thought he could not continue like that. He concluded that he could not use the divine castration arts at that moment, because he would not step into that area, especially with Mangyeon wearing white clothes now completely filthy, which was more terrifying than any poison. After a stronger strike, even more filth came out of Mangyeon's pants and fell to the ground. Yizaha commented that it was not bad at all for a shitter, and admitted that it had been a long time since he had met someone who fought so well. He then took a small pouch with an antidote from his pocket. Mangyeon refused, saying that now that he had already shit himself, he did not need it anymore. The filth kept dripping, falling onto the ground and onto his shoes. Yizaha thought that this guy had managed to be even crazier than he had imagined. Mangyeon approached with slow steps and asked if Yizaha was afraid. Yizaha replied that he was not. He just found it extremely disgusting. He realized that he could not release his full strength because he could not attack the lower part of his opponent's body, since he did not want to dirty his own clothes. In practice, that made the lower half of Mangyeon untouchable. Yizaha then looked around, saw that there was no one nearby, and ran away. Mangyeon shouted for him not to dare run, but Yizaha thought it was impossible for someone like him to run through White Eagle City with his pants full of shit. Yizaha ran into the middle of the crowd, right in the center of the district, and provoked Mangyeon, calling him to come after him. Mangyeon replied that Yizaha was the one who should come back. Yizaha said that the one who had dirtied his pants was the one who should go there. Mangyeon asked for calm, saying he just needed to settle this like a real man, and asking why they should bother other people. Yizaha replied that the one who needed to calm down was the shitter. Seeing Mangyeon lose control, Yizaha remembered that the one who makes shit is the one who gets angry. He concluded that, as expected, Mangyeon would not truly enter White Eagle City because members of orthodox factions cared too much about honor and reputation, even in situations like that. At that moment, a woman approached asking what had happened to Mangyeon. Yizaha asked if she knew him and commented that it looked like he had shit his pants. The woman said that was impossible and that Yizaha was lying. Yizaha pointed at the white pants now wet and yellowed. Even so, the woman refused to believe it, got angry and left. Yizaha thought that she got angry even though he was telling the truth. From the shadows, Mangyeon called Yizaha, asking him to come over while he was still being gentle. Yizaha replied that it was already decided, and that this had happened because Mangyeon had broken his brother's arm. He told Mangyeon to go home and change those pants. Yizaha began shouting insults, calling him a shitter and talking about the diarrhea. Mangyeon told him to shut up. Yizaha told him to come back and fight after changing those pants covered in shit. After that, Mangyeon really withdrew. Yizaha thought that someone like him did not deserve to be in an orthodox faction. He concluded that he needed to break Mangyeon's invincible status, because only after that could he use the divine castration arts again. As he walked, Yizaha heard people commenting rumors that beautiful women had shit themselves, saying they might have drunk too much. As he passed by a bar, he heard more horrified comments. Yizaha concluded that the girls had not managed to reach the bathroom in time and thought that the diarrheic poison was truly potent, worthy of someone connected to the poison demon. Finally, Yizaha entered a restaurant, ordered a bowl of noodles, and began eating calmly. While enjoying the meal, he asked a waiter if there was a stream nearby. The waiter replied that there was and said that if he followed that direction, he would find the Yongrang stream. Yizaha knew it would be difficult for the son of a concubine to return home with his pants covered in shit. He concluded that Mangyeon was probably washing his clothes at the stream and decided to move again. Before leaving, the waiter asked why he was looking for the stream at that hour of the night. Yizaha replied that he was practicing acts of chivalry and pursuing an assassin. The waiter, full of honor, thanked him for his hard work. Izaha left the place being treated with respect. As he walked, Izaha thought that all his actions so far had been for the peace of the Jung-Hu, so that women could live happily, and for the human rights of workers. He concluded that everything he did was to punish villains, even if the world did not know him. To him, his actions were grand and just. Later at the stream, Izaha found the shit-covered man. He thought that Mangyan was polluting a decent stream with that filth. Mangyan was naked and wet, and the two faced each other once again. Mangyan stood up, and Izaha told him to make sure he came back properly clean. After putting on clothes that were now clean, Mangyan told Izaha to come down there, calling him an asshole. Izaha thought that the bastard was not an ordinary pervert, because if they fought in that state, he would have to see that horrible sight of the man naked, something he definitely did not want to face. Even so, Izaha noticed a strange tattoo on Mangyan's chest, composed of several inscriptions and a large central symbol. Because of that, Izaha told that pervert to go home, stating that the victory that day was his. Mangyan replied that he would not forget Yi's face, and that no matter if he fled to the Murim Alliance or to the demonic cult, he would find him. Izaha shot back, saying that he should know he had not fought with his full strength, since he was covered in shit. Mangyan said that he would speak to his master to accept Izaha as a junior, claiming that this would probably be worse than death for him. Hearing that, Izaha thought that he should already have realized who he was, because of the tattoo and the martial arts. Mangyan left the stream, saying that they would meet again soon. At that moment, Izaha remembered the sweet demonic sword, the man who had tried to kill the cult leader before him. He was someone from the demonic path who had received permission from the leader himself to enter the Murim Alliance. Although he had been born in a demonic faction, he had never committed murders or evil acts. At the same time, he was too strong to be ignored. When asked why he had fought against the cult leader, he replied that he only wanted to know who was the more genuine demonic practitioner. Izaha realized that this man was that pervert's master. Izaha concluded that he would kill everyone he could not bring into the Howl clan, because they would either be recruited or die. When Mangyan returned to his master, he asked to borrow some clothes, saying that he could not return in that state. Later, already wearing clean and dry clothes, he asked the master if he had not said that there was no one close to his age capable of being his rival. The master replied that he had never said that it was only what Mangyan thought, and asked whether he had found a rival. Mangyan explained that the Jung-Hu was vast and that this was not surprising. He said that he thought Izaha was just a country bumpkin and that he could not figure out what he was truly capable of. He stated that he would fight him again soon and that he would probably have to use all his strength when that happened. The master commented that if he used the ice arts inside there, it would be problematic. Mangyan replied that he could not fight without his ice arts. The master concluded that if that was the case, that country bumpkin must be a disciple of one of the three disasters. He authorized Mangyan to fight using the ice arts, but demanded that it be in an isolated place. If it proved difficult, he should lure Izaha to another location. The master asked whether that man should be killed or if he could be useful. Mangyan replied that he was still not sure. Then the master asked what that unpleasant stench was. Mangyan explained that he had been poisoned with a diarrheic poison. The master only looked at him with disgust, avoided eye contact, and told him to disappear immediately. Even so, Mangyan thought that instead of a fatal poison, that diarrheic poison had made him find an interesting companion. The next morning, Izaha was still infiltrated in White Eagle City, calmly eating a bowl of noodles. Mangyan appeared in front of him, now clean and well-groomed. Izaha commented that this was ruining his appetite. Mangyan replied that he could eat as much as he wanted, because it might be his last meal. While Izaha was eating, Mangyan asked whether he would have died if a fatal poison had been used instead of the diarrheic poison, and wanted to know what Izaha truly wanted. Izaha replied that he could not say. Mangyan asked if Izaha had stolen his woman or something similar, saying that if that were the case, he would understand the reason for the grudge. He stated that he must have hit the mark, because there was no other reason for Izaha to harbor hatred toward him. Izaha replied that people would say that was true, and asked Mangyan to take him to an isolated place. He said that he had heard Mangyan had learned the ice arts, but had not yet been able to use them, which required a suitable location. Mangyan agreed. He then took Izaha directly to where his master lived, and warned that Izaha might not understand it, but that his master was not the type of person who interfered in fights between young martial artists. Izaha said that if Mangyan was scared, they could go somewhere else. In silence, Izaha thought that this was where the sword demon was and stated that he was not afraid at all, saying they could go in. Later, already in the master's courtyard, Mangyan asked if it was fine for them to fight there. The sword demon replied that they could do whatever they wanted. Izaha realized that this was indeed the person he was looking for. The master stated that he would not take responsibility even if Yizaha killed his disciple in that duel and told them to fight seriously. Yizaha declared that since that pig would not be a match for him, he would rather fight the master. The sword demon asked if he wanted to fight him. Mangyeon reacted by calling Yizaha crazy, but the two stared at each other in silence. The master did not seem offended and asked which group Yizaha belonged to, saying that he knew practically all martial groups. Yizaha replied that he could not say that. The sword demon said that Yizaha might be able to fight him in the future, after striving and becoming much stronger, but that at that moment he would not be able to. He explained that he was still recovering from an injury and should not fight recklessly. Since Yizaha did not intend to fight Mangyeon at that moment, the master told him to sit to the side. Mangyeon was confused, but the master explained that Yizaha showed no fear at all and that they would fight many times in the future, so there was no rush. Then he told Mangyeon to prepare some tea, saying that it would take time to guess which group the young intruder belonged to. Mangyeon accepted the order. Meanwhile, the sword demon kept observing Yizaha, commenting that it was challenging. Yizaha thought that in his past life it might have been possible to explain, but currently his group basically did not exist. The sword demon commented that the brat was probably putting diarrheic poison in the tea since he was taking too long to prepare just a few cups. Yizaha replied that it made sense, but stated that he was certain the cups would be clean, since he had heard the conversation, and Mangyeon was washing everything at that moment. The master agreed. Shortly after, Mangyeon returned with the tray and the tea, stating that there was no poison at all, and that everyone could drink without worry. Yizaha thanked him sincerely. They drank and enjoyed the calmer atmosphere. The sword demon said that Yizaha did not need to force himself to reveal the name of his group, but suggested that they exchange some information if there was anything both of them wanted to know. Yizaha agreed and asked first why the sword demon was training that damn dog. The master replied that he intended to make Mangyeon the next celestial demon. Yizaha was surprised by that, but the sword demon said that now it was his turn to ask. He stated that Yizaha did not seem to belong to an orthodox faction, nor a non-orthodox one, nor to the demonic cult, because he would know if that were the case. He said that Yi's group was probably in Tibet, under one of the three great masters known as the Three Calamities, or else that he might be self-taught. Yizaha realized that the man had drawn extremely accurate conclusions without even seeing his martial arts. The sword demon asked if the guess was correct. Yizaha confirmed it, but took the opportunity to ask what exactly he was teaching Mangyeon, since he knew ice arts and also seemed well-versed in swordsmanship. The master explained that the ice arts Mangyeon already possessed before meeting him, and that being versed in sword techniques did not mean he would truly be good at them. He said that Mangyeon was still very inexperienced and needed guidance, because someone who consumed diarrheic poison before fighting still had much to learn. Next, the sword demon asked Yizaha which martial arts he was confident in, noting that he did not seem to have many calluses on his hands. Yizaha replied that he had learned many types of martial arts, but he did not cling to a single style, using different techniques depending on the situation. The master concluded that this meant Yizaha was not especially excellent in any specific art. Yizaha realized he had been cut off, but accepted it. Then Yizaha asked his own question and wondered why someone from the demonic cult like him was there. The sword demon looked at him coldly and replied that he was merely waiting for his turn to fight the alliance leader, since that was not someone he could challenge whenever he wanted. He commented that this was the first time he had met Yizaha, yet it seemed Yizaha had known his disciple for some time. Finally, he asked what Yizaha truly wanted from him, stating that the fact Yizaha had not used a fatal poison indicated that he was seeking something, because otherwise he would have already killed. At that moment, Yizaha found himself surrounded by the aura, the threat, and the killing intent of the sword demon. He understood that the old man was giving him a silent warning. Even Mangyeon seemed nervous under the pressure in the air. Even so, Yizaha admitted that he was there because of the master's ice arts. That answer left both the sword demon and Mangyeon slightly shocked. Next, Yizaha asked why he had accepted Mangyeon as a disciple, commenting that he had heard Mangyeon was extremely lustful when it came to women. The master replied that although coveting women was an instinct of his that could not be suppressed, people with talent to learn martial arts were rare and difficult to find. Yizaha agreed internally, thinking that this was true. He concluded that the most surprising thing about Mangyeon was precisely the fact that there was nothing surprising about him. Even the sword demon acknowledged that he had been a perverted dog since birth, an incorrigible womanizer. The master then asked why Yizaha wanted the ice arts. Yizaha answered directly that it was to kill the cult leader. The sword demon found that interesting, but Yizaha took the opportunity to ask why he, in turn, wanted to face the Alliance leader. The master explained that a man who steps into the Jianghu and fights more than 10 major battles cannot be considered incompetent, because that means there are at least 10 people worthy of facing him. He said that the cult leader was among the strongest, while the Alliance leader was simply another person who had caught his attention. To him, this constant pursuit of challenges was the very definition of the demonic path. Yizaha thought that this man was extremely arrogant, but acknowledged that he had reasons for it. He was strong, very strong, a true demon walking the path of seeking truth through the sword. The sword demon continued, saying that he doubted Yizaha could kill the cult leader merely by learning the ice arts, and asked what his plan was. Yizaha replied that what mattered was the result, killing someone who deserved to die, and that the method was irrelevant. After hearing this, the master said that now it was his turn to speak. Yizaha noticed the wooden sword nearby, and thought that it reminded him of the level of martial arts that Mugyuk had mentioned before. He asked whether that wooden sword represented the sword demon's level of skill. The master admitted that it was a strange question, and explained that the wooden sword was something he had been reflecting on lately. Perhaps it could, in a way, represent his current level, since he had not yet fully attained the wooden sword. He also said that there was no reason to force his disciple to teach the ice arts to Yizaha, and asked how Yizaha intended to obtain them. Yizaha replied that if he could not learn from them, he would have no choice but to learn on his own. The sword demon let out a light laugh and stated that the question and answer session was over, because he had already figured out what kind of group Yizaha belonged to. Yizaha said that he was curious to know whether the guess was correct. The master explained that Yizaha had either learned from multiple masters or had no specific master at all. He said that this was how someone from a founding or primordial group who reached the peak alone behaved. The sword demon continued, saying that Yizaha did not seek the ice arts because he needed them, but because he needed the information contained within them to explore the limits of his own abilities, since an extreme yin martial art was one of the fundamental arts. Yizaha remained silent. The master then concluded that this was the defining trait of someone who created new martial arts, people who belonged to no group and learned on their own. He said that Yizaha probably used many martial arts because he was still young, but as he advanced, the day would come when he would use only a single martial art, created exclusively by himself. Faced with those words, Yizaha was left speechless. It was the first time since the regression that he had been unable to speak. For someone as talkative as him, that was without a doubt a serious problem. The sword demon asked if it made sense. Yizaha replied that it did not, yet it was still accurate. The sword demon commented that it was because being able to encounter someone with such a rare inclination was truly a precious meeting. Yizaha apologized on behalf of his disciple, since he had spared his life and had not committed any mistake worthy of death. The sword demon replied that the fault was his because he was the master. He said that if Yizaha chose to forgive him, he could seek him out if he encountered any obstacles while trying to learn different martial arts. He also commented that he could not say whether it was luck or coincidence, but both of them wanted to kill the cult leader. Then he suggested that the matter end there. At that moment, Yizaha thought in surprise that that dog had also wanted to kill the cult leader all along. Then he realized that when he killed him, the celestial pearl was not meant for the cult leader, but for himself to consume. Mangyan looked at Yizaha in a strange way, and Yizaha thought that the man was still a pervert. There was no twist in that. However, realizing that he had only recovered the pearl because he wanted to kill the cult leader was indeed a major twist. The reason he had been able to kill 100 elites of the divine heavenly demon cult was because the left hand had delayed and did nothing about it. The sword demon told his disciple not to hold a grudge over the incident with the diarrheic poison. He said that Mangyan should consider himself lucky that it had not been a fatal poison. He also commented that he had always been curious about how long Mangyan intended to keep drinking around and flirting with women. Mangyan apologized and said that he would work harder from then on. Soon after, Yizaha asked how many women he intended to get involved with. Mangyan replied that he would do his best, but he ended up taking a solid smack from the wooden sword and rolled across the ground. Yizaha thought that the man was truly something else, a pervert to the core. Perhaps in his past life, the sword demon had died of frustration because of this. He also thought that the master certainly went through many hardships. Even so, he reflected that there was a sword demon walking the path of truth and a pervert who was simply a pervert. In the end, the true mad demon was Yizaha. Everyone there had nicknames that perfectly matched their natures. It was truly a fine gathering. Then Yizaha said that he wanted to ask some questions about martial arts. He explained that there was a level of martial arts known as the lightning sword form, present in one of the books he had obtained, and asked what the sword demon thought about it. The sword demon replied that there should be an explanation. Yizaha explained that the only explanation was to turn sword energy into a storm of lightning, nothing more than that. The sword demon reflected, not as if it were a strange idea, but as someone who truly truly wanted to unravel the concept. He asked what the stages before and after that form were. Yizaha explained that the technique was divided into stages. The stages were long sword, short sword, multiple swords, discharge sword, and then lightning sword. After that came wooden sword, energy sword form, and finally the limitless form. The master commented that it was very systematic, allowing someone to progress as they learned the technique. It was also unique for not complicating the fundamental concepts of sword arts. He believed that the limitless form could be considered the highest level reached by the creator of the technique. Even so, he warned Yizaha not to invite martial groups to discuss the core concepts of his techniques in such a simple manner. From the structure, it seemed that the creator of the technique likely came from at least 1 or 2 centuries ago. Yizaha agreed, saying that he was also not sure, but thought it was likely. Meanwhile, Mangyan slowly got back up after the blow he had taken to the head. The sword demon then gave his final opinion, making it clear that it was only a guess. He explained everything he knew and said that Yizaha did not need to be so attached to the name Lightning Sword Form, because it was more of a concept than a fixed label. He believed that this master had probably accumulated extreme yang energy. After that, the two simply sat there, facing each other in silence, while drinking tea. The sword demon commented that his original name had long since lost its meaning and that he had not used it for a long time. Then Yizaha introduced himself as the leader of the Howl clan, Yizaha. The sword demon asked whether he had created his own clan and soon after warned his disciple not to provoke anyone from the Howl clan from that moment on. Otherwise, he would have direct trouble with the clan leader. He also ordered him to be careful, especially with women. Mangyeon replied that he understood. The master continued, saying that he probably would not be able to sleep that night because of everything they had discussed. He needed time to reflect and therefore wished to be alone. Yizaha nodded and stood up to leave. Before that, the sword demon called him one last time and asked whether they would meet again. Yizaha replied that he believed there would be much to talk about in the future. The sword demon even smiled and told his disciple that since he had also learned something that day, he should lock himself at home, cultivate in silence, and stop drinking. That stench of alcohol made any form of enlightenment run away from him. As Yizaha was leaving, he and Mangyeon stared fiercely at each other. Mangyeon commented that the country bumpkin had been lucky that time to be able to learn from the master. Yizaha replied that the lucky one was him, but that he did not know how to make use of it. Before the argument could continue, the sword demon called his disciple back inside. When Yizaha returned to the city, everything was silent. He thought that, although he had not managed to obtain the ice arts, he had gained a sword. In his past life, he had not used the sword very much. Judging by the sword demon's standards, he acknowledged that he truly was not exceptional in any specific art. The arts he trusted the most were the unknown staff that the blood monk had given him, and the arts based on his unbreakable convictions. That endurance was an advantage he had gained after training with the staff like a madman. At present, the sword demon was far more powerful than him. However, now that he had regressed, Yizaha had plenty of time ahead. Judging by the pace at which he was advancing in his martial arts, it was clear that his growth speed was abnormally fast. There was no reason to rush or compare himself to others. In the end, the path walked by the sword demon was different from his own. Later, Yizaha was having a small drink of alcohol when Mangyeon appeared again to drink. He ended up stealing Yi's drink. Yizaha then asked if he was crazy and whether he did not think it could be poisoned again. Mangyeon realized too late and even started choking. Yizaha thought that once again he had believed one of his lies. To him, Mangyeon looked like a child. Even so, Mangyeon asked how Yizaha knew that he possessed the ice arts. Yizaha explained that he was looking for exactly that. He had many subordinates, and one of them was the heir of a merchant who talked a lot about the first flower of the Jade Flower Palace. Among the places where the white faction usually gathered, especially where respectable families appeared, Yizaha had been searching for clues about the ice arts, because he believed that someone must have inherited the arts of the Jade Palace. Mangyeon commented that this was why that guy whose arm he had broken kept following them. At that time, however, he had not used the ice arts. Yizaha replied that this made everything even funnier, because he had broken his subordinate's arm and, out of all possible places, it happened right in White Eagle City. After investigating further, Yizaha realized that Mangyeon was a frivolous man but skilled in martial arts. It was obvious that he would have to intervene since his subordinate had been beaten badly. Even so, Yizaha only confirmed that he truly possessed ice arts during the fight. Mangyeon then asked why that subordinate had followed Yizaha. Yizaha explained that they assumed the son of a concubine from a respectable family had likely learned those arts. Mangyeon told him to stop calling him a concubine's son, stating that everyone who had called him a bastard until now had ended up getting beaten. Yizaha replied that this was not his problem. He was the son of a concubine, and that was the truth. Yizaha said he did not understand why Mangyeon became so irritated by that kind of comment. Mangyeon said it was offensive, but Yizaha replied that it was not. It had not been his choice, it was simply who he was. Mangyeon concluded concluded that talking to Yizaha was pointless and asked the waiter for another drink. Then he asked why the cult leader was Yi's enemy, saying that he doubted someone so young had suffered anything at his hands. Yizaha replied that this was something he could not tell. At that moment, a beauty passed by Mangyan, and he immediately began drooling, completely distracted. Yizaha thought sarcastically about how he had become such a pervert. He wondered if there was some story behind it. Mangyan said that of course there was, but that he could not tell it. They laughed together for a moment, but suddenly Yizaha attacked. Mangyan managed to counter, but was forced to use his ice arts, ice against fire. Yizaha commented that the sword demon had told them not to fight. Even so, he stated that they needed to settle this through a hierarchical order. Mangyan agreed, saying that an order needed to be established there. As everyone watched, the women became agitated. Yizaha commented that Mangyan seemed quite famous. Mangyan replied that Yizaha would be as well, after getting beaten by him. When Yizaha pushed his flames even further, Mangyan asked if they could call it a draw. Yizaha replied that he could not agree. He intensified his flames even more, sending Mangyan rolling off the bar bench. When he got up, the first thing Mangyan did was check the women's faces. Yizaha thought he could hardly believe that idiot. Even in a situation like that, he was still worried about his reputation in front of women. Mangyan let out a loud laugh, stood up, brushed off the dust, and admitted that he had lost that day. He commented that it could be considered both a victory and a defeat at the same time. Yizaha said that he had to be joking. Mangyan told Yizaha not to be so annoying and said that he could accept defeat in terms of internal energy. After that, he noticed that the women finally relaxed a little. Mangyan took another drink and began talking about the past. He said that he had a male servant named Byung-gu. The man was 5 years older, but still called him young master. He took care of meals, put on his shoes, brought towels and clothes. He was an extremely loyal servant, and also the only one who played with him during childhood. One day, however, Byung-gu was found dead in a small room, hanged. Mangyan tried to find out the reason, since he was his only servant. They said that the idiot had fallen in love with a woman named Dan Young. When Mangyan found her and asked about the situation, she replied coldly that she had rejected Byung-gu's love. She said she did not understand why he had deluded himself, since he did not even belong to a rich family. Those words were devastating. Thinking that the man was his servant made everything even more painful. Byung-gu ended up taking his own life because of those words. After that, Mangyan became curious about women. He began to wonder what they truly thought of men and why Byung-gu had to do something so extreme to himself. To his surprise, most women thought the same way as Dan Young. They wanted handsome and wealthy men. To Mangyan, they were superficial women. From the beginning, those people had never seen Byung-gu as a real person, much less as a man or a suitor. Thinking about it more carefully, he concluded that they had never seen him as a real man. The more women he met, the more he realized how similar they were. Some had standards so high that they rejected him simply because he was the son of a concubine. In the end, Mangyan felt that he was just another Byung-gu living in a world full of superficial women. Yizaha asked if that was why he kept getting involved with different women. Mangyan replied that it was not. For him, it was a form of revenge for Byung-gu. Yizaha then commented that he was not just an ordinary pervert, but a foolish pervert. From what he could see, Mangyan was not very different from his own father. Mangyan became agitated upon hearing that. But Yizaha continued. He said that Mangyan's father had probably only gotten involved with his mother to obtain the ice arts, and had likely never truly loved her. The ice arts were the soul of her family, protected from outsiders, and his mother would have been the only legitimate heir. Even so, Yizaha questioned whether Mangyan really met countless women just because of a servant, stating that he was no different from his own father. Mangyan became furious and rushed forward, but received a sharp slap to the face that forced him to calm down. Yizaha grabbed him by the collar and said that the sword demon had only accepted an immature brat like him out of pity. Then he told him to get out of the way. If Mangyan provoked him one more time, Yizaha said he would turn him into a complete useless person. Yizaha stated that he had never dated a woman and told Mangyan to stop saying such nonsense. Mangyan, surprised, asked if that was serious and commented that Yi's life seemed very sad. Yizaha replied that it was not that. He simply had different perspectives. Even so, Mangyan laughed at him, mockingly calling him a virgin. Yizaha then wondered whether true love really existed in that place. Even so, the two of them ended up laughing together. Yizaha knew that all of it was a bit foolish, but he felt that this time his life would be different. After a few more drinks, Yizaha asked for the bill. Mangyan asked if he was already leaving and said mockingly that he must be going in search of true love. He also suggested that Yizaha move permanently to White Eagle City, saying that there were more beautiful women there than anywhere else. Even compared to the cities where the Nangong clan people usually had fun, that place still gathered more beauty. The waiter wished Yi Zaha luck in finding his true love. Hearing that, Meng Yeon burst into laughter once again, openly mocking the situation. Yi Zaha said that he would come back to look for him if he had any doubts about his martial arts, and wanted to talk again with the sword demon. Meng Yeon asked where they should look for him if the master wanted to see him. Yi Zaha replied that he would be at the Black Rabbit Society. Meng Yeon found that strange, and asked if he was not the leader of the Howl clan. Yi Zaha explained that he was in the process of beating, killing, or accepting all the dark factions within his reach that tried to stand in his way. At the moment, he was the master of the Black Rabbit Society. He asked if there was a problem. Meng Yeon replied that there was none at all. Before saying goodbye, Meng Yeon shouted for him to come back after finding true love. Yi Zaha thought that his life was the path of a solitary man, something a pervert like Meng Yeon would never understand. He did remember the most beautiful women of the Central Plains, the most beautiful woman of the White faction, and all the women considered the most beautiful in every region where he had fought in his past life. Thinking about it more carefully, however, half of them had tried to harass him or curse him. In the end, it made no difference. That had not even happened in this life yet. Later, back in the main courtyard, his cultivation was interrupted once again when Biaok appeared, saying that a man claiming to be the leader of the Nanming Association had arrived. The visitor was taken to the outer courtyard. He had many subordinates with him, but the man entered alone. Yi Zaha stood up, brushed aside the flowers that were resting on him, and met Garrick. Garrick commented that Yi's subordinates were training hard. Yi Zaha replied that they were because they were not the most skilled in the region and needed to work hard to survive. Garrick explained the reason for his visit. Recently, the Southern Celestial Organization had entered a major conflict with the Supreme Sword Association. The two leaders had confronted each other directly, resulting in a violent battle. Both sides suffered severe losses, and the result ended in a draw. After that, the leader of the Southern Celestial Organization went insane. He began contacting all the shadow factions in the surrounding area, even those that were not under his command. Along with the invitation came a clear threat. After the end of the war against the Supreme Sword Association, any faction that refused would be exterminated. Yi Zaha asked whether he had also been contacted. Garrick replied that he had. However, just one day later, the Supreme Sword Association also contacted him. The subject was the same. Both were forcing all shadow factions in the region to choose a side. Garrick said that he intended to reject both proposals. Yi Zaha commented that he knew both were shadow factions, but asked which one was worse. Garrick explained that the Supreme Sword Association had grown absurdly after forcing a merger with a major commercial company. They were extremely wealthy and had practically monopolized the territory. As for the Southern Celestial Organization, it hid nothing. All shadow factions in the Nanchuan region had been forcibly unified under its leader. He had created the organization by himself before even turning 20. Because of that, he was the most famous figure in Nanchuan. In addition, the immense fortune of the Supreme Sword Association had little effect against him. Yi Zaha commented that, judging by these trends, the Southern Celestial Organization seemed to be the lesser evil. Garrick agreed, but stated that Sa Dohang, the king of Nanchuan, was a strange individual. For that reason, he did not want to join either side. Yi Zaha replied that wherever he was, there could only be one king. Garrick commented that this made him very similar to Sa Dohang, but thought that Yi Zaha did not force everyone to submit to him. At that moment, Gunpyung suddenly appeared and informed the clan master that the Supreme Sword Association had arrived. Garrick asked why they had come all the way there. Yi Zaha replied coldly that he would send all of them away. Garrick remarked that he could hardly believe they had traveled to that place just for this. Suddenly, one of the messengers from the Supreme Sword Association entered the location. He observed everyone present and asked who the master of the Black Rabbit Union was. Yi Zaha immediately introduced himself. The messenger then politely asked for Yi's subordinate to leave the room. Yi Zaha replied that it did not matter, since Garrick was not his subordinate, and told the messenger to get straight to the point. The messenger began introducing himself as a member of the Supreme Sword, but Yi Zaha interrupted him, saying that he did not care who he was, and only wanted to know the reason for the visit. The messenger commented that Yi Zaha was somewhat arrogant. Yi Zaha and Garrick even laughed, and Yi Zaha said that he had forgotten about that detail. He then asked again what the man wanted. The messenger explained the proposal. The Supreme Sword Association intended to hire all martial artists of the Black Rabbit Union for 3 silver taels each. If they officially joined the association, they would receive 10 gold taels per day, even if they did nothing, counted from the moment of the alliance. If the butcher himself appeared, the reward would rise to 50 gold taels. If the offer were refused, they would have to deal with the fury of the Supreme Sword Association. Garrick commented that they had offered him 5 silver taels per person, and that his subordinates were more valuable than those Tobs of the Black Rabbit Union. Yizaha said that he truly did not expect to be underestimated like that. It was shameful, truly shameful. Even so, he stated that he could understand it, since they did not even know that the butcher was dead. The messenger was confused and asked what he meant by that. Garrick confirmed that they really did not know, and added that, to be honest, both sides were idiots. Because of that, he did not intend to join either of them. In Garrick's view, the leader of the Supreme Sword Association and the leader of the Southern Celestial Organization could have simply met and fought each other to settle everything. Instead, they were dragging everyone else into it, like two bastards. Yizaha agreed, saying that this was the right way for a man to think. The messenger asked if that was the final answer. Faced with the silence, he stated that they would meet again when everything was settled. Before he could leave, Yizaha called out to Gunpyeong, who blocked the messenger's path. Yizaha said that the man would be fighting with them soon. He then stated that the fight would take place right there in the inner courtyard and ordered everyone to be gathered to watch. He wanted to see just how talented the Supreme Sword Association really was. The messenger asked if Yizaha had gone insane. Yizaha replied that they could even invite the Southern Celestial Organization to watch. He made it clear that he did not like either side. The fight would serve only to measure the opponent's strength. Garrick commented that it was a great idea. Yizaha then told the arrogant messenger to prepare for the fight. The messenger asked if Yizaha truly thought he could handle that. For speaking that way to the leader of the Howl clan, he received a sharp slap to the face and fell to the ground. Yizaha asked if he was deaf. He had already been in a bad mood for days. Now some insignificant factions he had never even heard of were testing his patience. Yizaha ordered the messenger to prepare to fight unless he wanted to be beaten to death. Gunpyeong intervened, saying that the man was no match for him. Yizaha asked if he was sure of that based on his assessment. He then decided to call Sungtae. Later, the Supreme Sword Messenger and Sungtae were ready to duel. The messenger complained, saying that they were treating a representative of the Supreme Sword in that manner. Yizaha asked if he had been too disrespectful. The messenger replied that he was there only to deliver a message and asked them to understand his position. Yizaha said that was fine. He then stated that he would show full respect to the Supreme Sword Association by facing him personally. Even so, the messenger decided to continue with the fight. Sungtae then took his stance, ready to fight. The messenger explained that they intended to resolve this in a way where no one would be seriously injured. Sungtae replied that this did not matter in a fight, and Yizaha agreed with him. Garrick then asked what level that subordinate was. Yizaha replied that he was the weakest of them all. Sungtae felt humiliated once again, but he did not hesitate. He advanced, dodged the first attack, and began exchanging several rapid blows with the messenger. Garrick commented that, for the weakest one, he fought very well. Sungtae was truly impressive. Although he was sweating in the middle of the fight, the messenger was even worse, visibly nervous. They exchanged so many blows that in the end, both were gasping for breath. The one who fell first was the Supreme Sword Messenger, who had part of his ear cut and nearly had his neck struck. Sungtae asked the leader what he should do with him, and Yizaha replied that it was already enough. Sungtae commented that the Supreme Sword did not seem like much, but Yizaha warned him not to be mistaken. That specific man was nothing special, and he had not been sent to provoke a greater misunderstanding. Even so, Sungtae was proud of what he had done. Yizaha explained that this was the level of the messengers sent by them. The Supreme Sword seemed to believe that the Shadow Rabbit Society was on the same level as the Meteoric Wanderers, but that was not true. Therefore, the proposal was officially rejected. Yizaha stated that the messenger would disappear and return only with the response. The messenger thanked them for sparing his life and ran away from there. After that, Sungtae began to reflect on what he had done. He realized that he now possessed a lot of power and that he needed to control himself next time. The people around thought it was foolish, but everyone had already considered him an idiot for a long time. Later, Sungtae asked if it had been his fault that the man's ear was bleeding. Garrick explained that earlier the messenger had been slapped by the leader and that his eardrum had probably burst. Sungtae commented that it was a pity. With everyone gathered, Yizaha began to explain the situation. The Supreme Sword Association was trying to go to war with the Celestial Organization and was offering 3 silver taels per day for each man who joined them. 3 silver taels. That was the value of their lives in the eyes of the Supreme Sword. The group felt disgusted. Gunpyeong commented that making some money by intimidating merchants was the kind of thing that trash like them did nowadays. Yizaha interrupted him, saying that they were also trash and that he should take those words back. However, he made it clear that they were not the same kind of trash. Yizaha explained that they were like plum blossom petals that had naturally fallen from the tree, while the others were like something rotten and useless thrown away together with the worst kind of filth. People wondered if that analogy had not gone too far. far. Yi Zaha himself acknowledged that he might have crossed the line. Sung-tae said that he thought the comparison was perfect, but Yi Zaha told him to shut up, stating that he really had exaggerated. Yi Zaha also explained that the leader of the Non-Ming Association, Garrick, who was standing beside them, had received offers from both sides and rejected them. He was a man Yi Zaha respected, regardless of skill level. He also stated that if they came into conflict with the Supreme Sword or the Celestial Organization, the Non-Ming Association would join the Shadow Rabbit Society. Garrick made it clear that even by combining forces, they would not be powerful enough to defeat either side, but he promised that he would not disgrace himself in the coming fight. The Shadow Rabbit Society stated that it was eager to fight alongside them. Finally, Yi Zaha explained that he still had other subordinates. If they united all their forces and he himself fought on the front lines, they would be able to turn anything into ashes. However, such a reckless battle would also cost many lives. At that moment, the Silver Ghost approached the sect leader and said that he would also like to provide reinforcements. Yi Zaha, however, replied that he had already done more than enough, helping Sung-tae greatly and preventing him from suffering a greater humiliation. Yu Chang thought that the leader was referring to him in a different way, and continued, saying that in that case he would no longer need his help as a ghost, since he was already an exceptional teacher. He then said that he was free to visit the Shadow Rabbit Union whenever he wished, to give advice to the people there. Yu Qiang thanked the sect leader deeply for that. Sung-tae commented that he had also done his best, but had received no praise. Yi Zaha then explained that the main enemy at that moment was the Supreme Sword, and that for now, the Celestial Organization should be set aside. Gonpyo asked if there was a specific reason for that. Yi Zaha replied that from what he had heard, the Celestial Organization was more similar to their group, and that there was a strong chance they would agree to resolve the situation with a direct fight between leaders. On the other hand, it would not be surprising if the Supreme Sword Association hired assassins to eliminate enemy leaders. While explaining this, Yi Zaha remembered that in his past life, Garrick had been killed by assassins, and that judging by the way the messenger had spoken, it was very likely that the Supreme Sword had been responsible for that. He then concluded that, for now, they would ignore the Celestial Organization and send a letter to the Supreme Sword Association. Biaok said that he could write whatever was necessary and find a way to send it. Yi Zaha then described the contents of the letter. The Shadow Rabbit Union, the Professor Su Group, the 12 Celestial Generals, the Golden Mountain Trade Group, Ilyang Province, and the Black Pearl Fortress belonged to the Howl clan. Any merchants, food vendors, or farmers who were not under anyone's protection also belonged to the Howl clan. If any intimidation, kidnapping, murder, violence, or similar act committed by the Supreme Sword Association against these groups were discovered, it would mean war. Garrick observed that the Non-Ming Association had not been mentioned. Yi Zaha agreed and asked for it to be added. Biaok confirmed that he would ensure the letter was written correctly and sent. The leader then added that this was not all. The letter should also be sent to neighboring shadow factions, orthodox factions, martial academies, fortresses, pirate hideouts, merchants, and any other place possible, even forgotten locations. He ordered that hundreds of copies be made, spread through rooms and streets, sent to all sects, families, and even widows. Anyone who dared to mess with the working class would receive a direct response from him. Everyone responded affirmatively. Yi Zaha added that if anyone had any complaints, wanted to fight, or thought it was all just a joke, they should seek out Yi Zaha, leader of the Howl clan. Biaok asked whether that would not leave the leader too busy, and whether it would be possible to restrict the challenges. Yi Zaha replied that in that case, they should add to the letter the fact that he had killed the butcher, which would already be enough to inspire fear. He also ordered that it be mentioned that Professor Su, the Hornless Dragon King Elder, and all the others had been killed by him for crossing the line. He further asked for special attention to record that Dongfang, who had committed fraud and gambling dens, had been personally burned by him. Biaok replied that he understood. Finally, Yi Zaha called Sung-tae, who became extremely excited at receiving a direct order from the leader. Yi Zaha ordered him to immediately go to Ilyang province to bring Deoksu. On the way back, he should pass by the market and buy large quantities of pork bones, all kinds of meat, assorted ingredients, and gallons of alcohol. Sung-tae asked what he was supposed to do with all of that. Yi Zaha explained that he should take some people from the Shadow Rabbit Society with him and ask the Howl clan cook to prepare a grand feast. Biaok added that the money should also be handed to Sung-tae. Sung-tae was disappointed, but Yi Zaha explained that Garrick had traveled a long way just to visit them, and that, for this reason, they would all share a great meal together. Garrick thanked him and accepted gladly. Yi Zaha then asked if there was anything else to be discussed, or if there was anyone else he had killed and failed to mention. After a brief silence, everyone replied that they hoped not, sir. Suddenly, a man appeared in desperation, pushing past the guards of the Shadow Rabbit Society. He claimed to be from the Southern Celestial Organization and asked who the master of that place was. The atmosphere grew tense. as everyone already knew what the leader was capable of doing. They looked at Yizaha, who remained serious, and thought that it would not end well. Before anything could be said, Sungtae rushed forward and slapped the first man, ordering him to kneel. Then all the others charged in and beat the intruders. Even Biok joined in, kicking one of them. Garrick was impressed by the absolute loyalty of those subordinates. Later, a grand banquet was held. Tables were spread throughout the courtyard and also inside the hall. Outside, many people sat on tatami mats, eating freely. Deoksu worked at full effort to prepare the food, while Yizaha made a point of getting his own subordinates drunk. In the middle of the feast, Yizaha noticed 3 beaten men in a corner. He asked who they were and who had done that to them. They replied that they were messengers from the Southern Celestial Organization. Yizaha then turned to Gun Pyong and asked him to serve more drinks, as he was already barely able to stand from how drunk he was. After that, Yizaha began to move around the place, talking with other subordinates. Biok openly cursed the Celestial Organization, and Yizaha confirmed every word. The White Tiger commented that Yizaha was drinking too much that night, and Yizaha replied that he was not far behind either. He then asked to borrow his sword for a moment. Yizaha climbed to the highest point of the courtyard beside a plum tree and called all his brothers and sisters of the Howl clan. He explained that from the moment he was born in Ilyang province and began to walk, he worked cleaning tables at an inn. That inn ceased to exist after it was burned down. In fact, the Howl clan began exactly at the moment that place was burning. The fire of that night spread into his heart, and those flames were still burning within him. He stated that he used to be someone without worth, with a bad temper and useless in many aspects. He was one of the weak. Because of that, the Howl clan would always stand by the weak. To him, anyone who does not bully the weak without reason can already be considered family. It does not matter whether they come from an orthodox faction, a martial family, a shadow faction, a demonic faction, or a temple. All are family. Ordinary people who do not know martial arts, the weak, women, fragile people, gentle people, children, youths, monks, everyone who fights every day just to survive and put food on the table. If anyone dares to harass these people, he will deal with that person, no matter how important they are. Yizaha admitted that he was not extremely talented, nor strong enough to fight alongside the greatest monsters of that world. Even so, he had spent the last few days circulating his energy, trained his endurance with the Shadow Rabbit group, and received advice on sword techniques from a senior in Zhenghu. He concluded by saying that he was a man who evolved a little every day. The leader of the Howl clan, Yizaha, said that he would like to show everyone the sword technique he had been practicing recently. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, and the impact knocked down several plum blossom petals around him. With precise movements, he cut the petals in half, as if performing a fluid dance. The technique resembled the plum blossom art, but now mixed with pinkish flames. It was the form of the lightning sword, the fragrance of the plum blossom. The petals were ignited in a calculated manner, releasing a pleasant aroma that spread through the air. The scene was beautiful and impressive, and everyone applauded. After that, the leader of the Howl clan said that he hoped to work side by side with everyone from that point on. Everyone saluted the leader in response. Yizaha returned the sword to the White Tiger, and Sungtae approached, saying that it had been incredible. Yizaha commented that now came the administrative part and turned to Sungtae, warning him that he could not die. He said that Sungtae needed to train hard to survive. Sungtae replied that he understood the leader's order. Biok approached and commented that Yizaha had already drunk too much. Yizaha replied that it was fine and sat down under the tree to cultivate for a bit. Using the great absorption technique, he removed the impurities from his own body, which literally flowed out through his fingers. In just a few moments, he was completely sober. He said that he would stand guard that night, and the monkey replied that everything was fine. Next, Yizaha went to the 3 messengers of the Celestial Organization and asked why they had come there. One of them replied that they were under orders from the Celestial Organization to invite the Shadow Rabbit Society to join the coming war. Yizaha asked whether there was any convincing reason for him to accept or refuse. The messenger replied that they were not authorized to explain the reasons. Yizaha said that he understood and asked whether they could take a message back to that arrogant leader. He warned that if he used mental pressure again, he would go after him personally. The messengers replied, "Yes, sir." They stood up with difficulty, helping one another. Yizaha said that he would escort them out of the courtyard without any problems, and personally took the 3 injured men outside. The next morning, Yizaha went out for a walk. Sungtae offered to accompany him, but Yizaha said that he did not want his company. Sungtae replied that he was not interested in going either. Meanwhile, someone was observing and carefully recording every step of the leader. Young, sword at his waist, firm posture, red eyes, healthy appearance, difficult personality, and above all, handsome, a man hard to deal with. That observer commented that Swift Tornado was an exaggerated name for an assassin organization. Even so, he had paid a large amount of gold to have Yi's head delivered. That man had deeply enraged the leader of their association, an extremely busy man, The contractor commented that Yizaha seemed rude to everyone. The assassin replied that he would memorize the target's face well and asked them to keep the portrait. The man warned him to be careful, saying that Yizaha had killed the butcher and Professor Su. He had never met him personally, but he knew his appearance. Just by looking at the portrait, it was already possible to tell that he was a complete lunatic. The eyes in the drawing even seemed exaggerated, but they matched his reputation. After writing everything down, the assassin began to follow Yizaha from a distance. Later, he saw Yizaha calmly eating a delicious pastry. The vendor asked whether he should wrap it to go, but Yizaha replied that there was no need, since he would eat everything right there. He continued eating calmly. Observing that, the assassin thought that the man was truly insane. Later, he himself entered a restaurant and ordered a bottle of wine while he waited. He reflected that in the past, assassins dug holes near latrines to ambush their targets. Nowadays, that no longer worked. The most important thing now was to blend perfectly into everyday life, eating at the right time, drinking wine, and visiting brothels. That was exactly what the assassin had been doing along the path Yizaha was following. When the master of the union passed by the place, the waiter became visibly excited by his presence and asked where he was going. Yizaha replied that he was just taking a walk, inspecting, escorting, wandering, patrolling, and strolling, something normal. The waiter commented that he had not drunk water in the last few days and insisted that he drink some liquor. Yizaha replied that he had stopped drinking, but the waiter said he did not believe that. The assassin found the scene strange, mentally questioning how a simple waiter could speak that way to the leader of a union. Yizaha explained that it had happened a few years earlier when he drank so much with everyone that they almost died. Everyone got drunk to the point of collapsing on the ground or vomiting everywhere, except him. He stayed on guard throughout the night. The assassin found that completely strange, but the waiter commented that it did not go against the principles of the Junghu and asked how the master of the union could stand guard. Yizaha replied that it was indeed strange, thanked him, and asked to be informed if anyone suspicious was seen. When Yizaha walked away, the assassin once again thought that the man was crazy. The waiter then approached him and asked if it was the first time he had seen the leader of the union. The assassin replied that he had heard the master of the rabbit used to wear a mask. The waiter explained that this was the old master and that he was already dead. The waiter then asked who he thought would win between the Supreme Sword Association and the Celestial Organization. The assassin commented that he was showing too much interest in other people's fights. The waiter replied that this was a common topic among people who were not drinking alcohol and poured some for him to drink together. After the first drink, the waiter stated that win or lose, the Supreme Sword Association was finished. The master of the union they had just seen would not let the Supreme Sword escape. They were the worst. They had a lot of money and hired assassins, causing deaths everywhere. The leader of the Southern Celestial Organization, on the other hand, was like an old martial artist, with an intimidating aura and a preference for single duels. It was far more honorable. At that moment, Yizaha returned and ordered a liquor. Some dumplings got stuck in his throat, reminding everyone that this kind of food should not be underestimated. After that, he sat down right in front of the assassin and asked where he was from, saying that he had never seen him there before. The man replied that he was from shipping and that he was there to meet an acquaintance. Yizaha shook his head, calmly placed a dagger on the table, and asked who had sent him. The assassin was terrified, trying to understand at what moment he had been exposed. Yizaha explained that it is normal to turn your head when someone speaks arrogantly to the owner of a dumpling shop. It is also normal for an adult to look pathetic when a dumpling gets stuck in their mouth. If someone sings a strange song, people naturally look to see what is happening. Because of the assassin's complete lack of reaction, Yizaha concluded that he was not an ordinary person. That was proof of training. He explained that killing him would not be a problem, but what came afterward would be. No matter how many people he killed, the true leader would not appear. Still, dealing with assassins was also part of a leader's duty. Yizaha then asked what he thought about the idea of killing the leader of the Swift Tornado. The assassin was even more shocked when he realized that his origin had been discovered. Yizaha explained that this would be perfect, because someone like him did not need to die meaninglessly. Assassins are usually orphans, just like himself. When there are no orphans, families are destroyed, and new children end up becoming orphans. He explained that people with families tend to be emotionally unstable, and that someone like the assassin probably did not have enough emotions to understand all of that. Even so, Yizaha said that he felt a little bad. Because of that, he suggested that the assassin himself kill the leader of the Swift Tornado. He asked what he thought about that. He made it clear that the assassin would not die because of him, but because of the person who created the Swift Tornado. He said that he hoped the assassin would understand the reason for his own death. That was the life of an assassin, to follow orders and die. There was no need to live that way. The assassin asked who he could blame, since his hands were already covered in blood. Yizaha replied that it was a pathetic life and said that he only wanted to know the location of the Swift Tornado headquarters. He said that if he could could not tell, then it was better to lower the sword. The stroll had already been delayed far too much because of him. The assassin looked closely at Izaha and then at the dagger on the table. Before he could react, he was cut in half. The mad demon, after splattering blood all over the place, calmly wiped his sword. The waiter approached in panic and asked if that meant he was an assassin. Izaha answered yes and ordered that no one touch the body, as there could be poison on the clothes or in the mouth. He explained that one should never touch the corpses of assassins. He said he would bring a subordinate to clean everything and left a silver tael on the table to pay for the alcohol and the damage. Izaha warned that situations like that would happen frequently because he would continue taking that kind of stroll. He thought that, compared to being ambushed while sleeping, it was better to walk in broad daylight and face ambushes head-on. The waiter asked how he had discovered that the man was an assassin. Izaha replied that he simply looked like an assassin. The waiter said he would not know how to identify something like that. Izaha smiled, said goodbye, and left. The waiter tried to return the dagger and commented that he had fought very well, saying that from the moment the dagger was stabbed into the table, a high-level mental game had begun. Izaha replied that no, it was just a habit, and went away. Later, Sungtae arrived with some staff to remove the body and clean the place. The waiter asked if the man really looked like an assassin, because to him he seemed normal. Sungtae replied that it was obvious and that you could tell just by looking. When he called the waiter an idiot, the waiter asked why he was being insulted by someone he did not even know. Sungtae explained that the waiter was part of the Howl clan since he no longer paid protection fees like before. That meant he was under the clan's protection. The waiter said he did not know that, but that it was fine. Sungtae then introduced himself as the administrator of the Howl clan, the second in command, the man who had built the clan's foundations from the beginning, and the strongest swordsman of Ilyang province, Cha Sungtae. The waiter thought he seemed a bit strange, but said it was a pleasure to meet him. He then asked if it was really possible to know whether someone was an assassin just by their face. Sungtae replied that for someone like him, it was very easy. The waiter thought Sungtae was trying to act like the leader, but he just seemed like an ordinary guy. Noticing the look, Sungtae asked why he was staring like that and whether he thought he was someone important. The waiter replied no, that he knew exactly who he was, unlike Sungtae, and that he would not hit a child. Sungtae ignored the comment and told his subordinates to handle the corpse carefully, as there could be poison. Sungtae then approached the boy, who introduced himself as Jiang Sam, and explained that there was a high chance other assassins would appear to investigate the death of their companion. He ordered him to try to recognize them and report it, but without doing anything dangerous. He said that assassins usually share the same aura. Jiang Sam asked how he could recognize an assassin. Sungtae explained that assassins do not show many emotions and have empty eyes. The waiter agreed, saying that the dead man really had that kind of look. Sungtae confirmed that it was exactly that. The boy was impressed and began to take the task very seriously. He started carefully observing the faces of everyone who passed by. One looked just tired. Another was clearly not an assassin, until he saw a man with a cold and gloomy gaze. Jiang Sam was immediately certain that this one was a real assassin. When he returned to the restaurant, the same man entered right after. He asked if the person who had died there the previous day had been killed with a single strike. Jiang Sam replied yes. The man asked where he had been sitting and settled into exactly the same seat. Then he ordered the waiter to sit at another table, if he did not want to die as well. Meanwhile, another man entered and said that he should not do that in that place. The assassin told him to relax, because he knew what he was doing. The waiter realized that there were many unfamiliar faces moving through the streets that day. The assassin called the waiter again and ordered him to act normally unless he wanted to die. At that moment, someone appeared and lit up Jiang Sam's day once more. It was the clan leader. Izaha asked whether he had made the assassin wait too long. The man replied that he had not, that he had just arrived. Izaha sat down, ordered the same liquor as always, and calmly commented that it seemed he had brought quite a few lackeys this time. The assassin apologized for filling the city with assassins. He said there was little information about Izaha and that they should have been more careful. He explained that if he died there, things would become very complicated for Izaha. The leader then ordered Jiang Sam to go back inside and stay there. However, the moment Izaha dismissed the waiter, the assassin attacked Jiang Sam with a pair of chopsticks. Izaha immediately blocked the strike using the great absorption technique, and a direct clash of internal energy began between the two. At the first impact, the assassin was thrown backward and spat blood, but he still drew his sword ready to fight. Unlike him, Izaha calmly continued pouring himself liquor. Jiang Sam realized that this was the true Jiang Hu he had heard about. The assassin's next attack was stopped by Yi's simple palm, which caught the blade with his bare hand. He took a sip of liquor and heated the sword with the path of flames, burning the enemy's arm. Izaha thought that if their levels and skills were similar, that man might have retreated after exchanging a few blows, but the difference was far too great to allow any escape. The sword became so hot that the assassin was forced to let it go. At that moment, other lackeys appeared. One of them threw several daggers at Yizaha, who once again defended himself with the absorption technique, guiding all the blades back toward the leader of the assassins. The daggers pierced his organs, killing him in exactly the same spot where the previous assassin had died. Yizaha asked why the old man had killed his own companion, commenting that it was a despicable act. The old man was completely shocked and panicked when Garrick appeared and killed another of his allies. The members of the Shadow Rabbit Society eliminated the rest, leaving only the old man. Yizaha commented that the assassins seemed to treat him like a joke and reminded them that he had made it clear he possessed many subordinates. Then he ordered that the old man be killed as well. The monkey advanced, and the assassin tried to flee, but he was struck in the back by shurikens thrown by the white tiger. Yizaha praised Jong-sam, saying that he had done an excellent job detecting the assassins. At that moment, Gunpyeong appeared carrying a man who claimed that he was not an assassin and did not know martial arts. Gunpyeong confirmed that he felt no internal energy in him. Garrick checked his pulse and confirmed that he truly had no cultivation at all. The man begged, saying that he was not an assassin. Yizaha replied that everyone else was dead, and that if he had nothing to say, then he should die as well. The man insisted that he did not know how to fight, and asked how he could possibly kill someone. Yizaha explained that by joining the Swift Tornado, death was the natural outcome. He asked whether the man really thought no one would know that it was he who had leaked the information. Yizaha asked Jang-sam to look away for a moment. When the boy turned his face aside, Yizaha cut the man's throat. Jang-sam was shaken, but Yizaha explained to everyone that, based on what had happened over the last 2 days, it seemed that he was the only target, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Then Yizaha asked the White Tiger whether the Supreme Sword Association had connections with merchant groups. He replied that it did, probably with many of them. Yizaha ordered the White Tiger to take the Golden Boar and investigate all merchant groups linked to the Supreme Sword. He said they needed to stir things up to easily find the base of the Swift Tornado. Even if that did not work, when the Supreme Sword was dissolved, those merchant groups would have to be dealt with anyway. Yizaha made it clear that he did not want to kill them, and decided that the Golden Mountain Merchant Group would handle the rest. He asked the White Tiger to think of an appropriate solution, since the Golden Boar would likely be the greatest financial beneficiary. He ordered that the affected victims be properly compensated with those profits, and that the White Tiger keep an eye on the Golden Boar, ensuring that all accounts were correct. The White Tiger replied that he understood. Finally, Yizaha said that he would leave the entire investigation of the Swift Tornado in their hands, with the 3 Celestial Generals taking responsibility. After that, he approached Garrick and gave him his next task, to directly attack the Supreme Sword Association. Garrick remembered that the Celestial Organization still existed and asked whether Yizaha already knew how to deal with it. Yizaha replied that he would gather a small elite group to launch a surprise attack. The goal would not be indiscriminate killing, but to retreat after setting the main camp of the Supreme Sword on fire. Garrick asked if that would be the entire attack plan. Yizaha replied that it would not. They also needed to provoke the Celestial Organization. The idea was to make both sides fight to the death. A small elite group would burn the main camp, kill a few people, and flee. That way, the leader of the Supreme Sword would believe that the Celestial Organization had done it. At the same time, the other leader would think that the Supreme Sword Association was provoking him. Garrick said that he loved the idea. Yizaha commented that they would still have a fun life ahead, and that there was no need to get stressed when they were only dealing with idiots. Garrick laughed and agreed. Yizaha thought that all they needed to do was disturb their enemies, disturb them until they went mad and collapsed. He enjoyed the idea of opening a large crack in a relationship that was already tense. Deep in his heart, Yizaha felt that the Supreme Sword no longer existed in the Jonghu. Now, he only needed to think about how to deepen those cracks even further. His heart was completely at peace. He thought that when everything was over, everyone would discover who was the most vicious of all. Later, while meditating and focusing, Yizaha reflected on the martial artists dressed in black, a mysterious group of the Jonghu. They were not complete idiots, but they were not great geniuses either. In Yi's experience, most true masters showed themselves openly, while those in black usually stayed at the lower levels. The reason many acted that way was simple. They wanted attention. Yizaha realized that he also liked attention. Because of that, those black clothes so carefully prepared by the subordinates of the Shadow Rabbit Society were perfect. He looked at the garments and felt even more confident that he could continue committing his usual misdeeds, only in an even more intense way. He then sat down to cultivate and meditate. During meditation, he thought about the path of life, but everything seemed vague and difficult to grasp. He wondered what life was, why beautiful women hated him, and why his mind insisted on thinking about pork ribs and liquor. Everything seemed far too confusing. Later, Garrick entered the room and found Yizaha asleep. When the leader truly woke up, he praised Garrick, saying that the non-Ming Association was very careful. Garrick replied that it was, and added that the Shadow Rabbit Society was also very efficient. Yizaha put a partial mask on his face. Garrick put on a hood, and Yizaha asked why he was wearing a low-level assassin's bandana. Garrick was confused, and Yizaha said that it was ridiculous, asking whether there was not a better bandana. He ordered another one to be brought, and noticed that Byac had already prepared something suitable. Yizaha commented mentally on how meticulous he was with preparations. When they left the room, Garrick asked whether it would not be better to use the window. Yizaha replied that no, they would go down the stairs instead. Garrick warned that people would notice. Yizaha said that was exactly the point, that he should enjoy it, endure it, and withstand it, because that was the life of someone who needed attention. Garrick thought that Yizaha was completely insane. Later, they went down, spreading fear wherever they passed. Yizaha even stopped by the reception desk and ordered that the clothes left in the room be burned. After that, they left the place, leaving everyone terrified. The rumors began to spread quickly. Wherever they passed, people trembled with fear. Yizaha asked Garrick if he was seeing that. He said that this was the charm and power of people dressed in black. Most people in the Jianghu would tremble just from seeing them pass. Garrick asked Yizaha not to tell jokes in such a serious tone, because it was impossible to know whether he was joking or speaking seriously. Yizaha replied that although it was tempting to set the entire place on fire, there was no problem in not doing so for now. What he meant was simple. They only needed to keep their enemies agitated, nothing more than that. After that, the two headed straight for the Supreme Sword Association. They arrived at the front of the main gate while the guards watched them, clearly wondering if they were crazy. Garrick commented that it had been a long time since he last felt his blood boil like that. Before anything else could be said, Yizaha stepped forward and struck the main gate. Garrick asked what he was doing, but Yizaha continued smashing the gate with his martial arts, determined to destroy it. Garrick questioned why he was wearing black clothes if he intended to act like that, since there was nothing discreet about it. With the next strike, Yizaha shattered the gate with a powerful palm. He explained that the black clothes were only meant to keep his madness under control, because that behavior was who he truly was. No one there seemed to understand anything at all about what was happening. Yizaha stated that a real man enters through the front door. When the guards shouted that there was an intruder, Garrick rushed forward and knocked them down quickly, continuing ahead. Yizaha noticed that there were watchdogs used to warn of invasions, and commented that they were extremely inconvenient neighbors, especially with their barking in the middle of the night. After that, he began running across the rooftops. When he reached the top of the complex, Yizaha let out a laugh filled with malice. Soon after, a group from the Supreme Sword approached rapidly. He thought that those people lived far too comfortable a life, simply eating and living peacefully in that place, and just imagining it made him furious. He was almost hit by several attacks, but managed to dodge as he advanced through the outer corridors of the palace. Before long, he was intercepted by the head of the Supreme Sword Guards, who demanded to know who had sent him there. Yizaha thought there was no point in answering such a question while dressed in black, and since he was playing that role, he decided to remain silent. At that moment, he saw large flames spreading through the complex. Garrick had already begun his part of the plan. The head of the guards ordered that Yizaha be captured alive, stating that they would torture him until they discovered who had sent him. When the guards advanced, they were cut down one by one. Yizaha asked whether they truly thought they could capture him with those abilities. He was almost hit by several kunai, but blocked them all while destroying doors and windows throughout the palace. He strangled lackeys, pierced their bodies with his blade, and even used those bodies to break through walls, advancing to another balcony. With his flaming sword, Yizaha sliced through the building's walls while dodging every enemy. He descended floor by floor, executing a spiraling slash, decapitating opponents and splitting the building into multiple sections. In a short time, the entire place was in ruins and consumed by fire. The head of the guards asked if it had been Dohaing who sent him. Yizaha thought that the man might not even believe it if he answered yes, so he chose to remain silent, leaving the answer implied. At that instant, one of the strongest guards advanced. A spearman stepped forward. The chief ordered that the man be captured alive, saying there was no problem with cutting off a few limbs. When the spearman took his combat stance, Yizaha pretended to surrender. He claimed that he could not defeat someone who used a spear. The guard ordered him to drop his sword immediately, and Yizaha obeyed. However, while the sword was still in the air, he struck the hilt with a palm, sending it flying straight into the enemy's heart. The man fell dead instantly. Not even the captain of the guards could believe what had just happened. Yizaha thought that the plan had really worked. Without wasting time, his next move was to close the distance, grab the fallen spear, and retrieve his own sword. With a spinning strike, he killed several enemies at once, becoming fully prepared to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. At that moment, a big fish appeared. It was someone clearly stronger than the others. This person asked if Doheng was there. The captain of the guards replied that he was not, saying that they were just a few rats who had invaded the place. Yi's first reaction was to throw the spear with flaming power, but the man blocked the attack with ease, holding only the tip of the spear with his fingers. Yizaha immediately realized that this guy was skilled, since the spear was imbued with 2 different martial arts. Without hesitation, Yizaha started to run, acting in an exaggerated way, saying that the mission had failed. He then fled across the rooftops. Along the way, he met Garrick, leaving the supreme sword in flames behind them. The two regrouped in a clearing in the forest. Garrick reported that he had set fire to at least 20 buildings and that they would probably spend the entire night trying to put out the fire. Yizaha then said that they should first return to the Celestial Organization. Garrick did not understand right away, but when Yizaha made a discreet signal, he understood the message. Someone had been listening to them the whole time. It was the same man from before, an extremely powerful bald man with a long and imposing beard. Yizaha thought that he had put a lot of effort into his act, and that it had really worked. Since that man was a master of the association, his subordinates would not be able to keep up with him so quickly. Yizaha felt that he had been very lucky to hook such a big fish. He wished the man good night and commented that he seemed quite strong, then asked why he was alone. He wondered if he had been betrayed or if he had gone through some life-changing encounter. Yizaha just threw out random provocations, saying whatever came to mind. The man replied that betrayal in the Jianghu was useless because the strong were the ones who possessed everything. Yizaha agreed, saying that it was valuable advice. Then the master asked how much they had paid Yizaha to do that. Yizaha replied that it was exactly 39,800. After hearing this, the bald man seemed to grow irritated and commented that in the end, everyone did that kind of thing for money. The master then said that he would double the amount Yizaha was receiving and asked him to kill the person who had hired him. Yizaha imagined that the man was just stalling for time until his subordinates arrived. Even though he had a lot to say, Yizaha knew that he needed to act like a black-clad martial artist, so he attacked first with his sword, like a low-level fighter would. The two exchanged several sword strikes. When the bald man tried to use a palm strike with internal energy, Yizaha responded by using the Path of Flames. After the smoke from the impact dissipated, the master stepped back a few steps, while Yizaha remained standing, asking if that had been scary. Soon after, Yizaha thought to himself how strange it all seemed. The bald man's head was extremely red, reminding him of the appearance of an octopus. He could hardly believe how ugly that man looked, thinking that he truly had the face of a villain. At that moment, the master of the Supreme Sword looked around, analyzing the battlefield. Yizaha stated that he would not run away and advanced again with another strike, continuing his provocations. He started calling him Red Octopus, Red Squid, Flushed Bald Head, and other similar insults. As they exchanged blows, the master of the Supreme Sword listened to all of that and became more and more irritated. Yizaha realized that those provocations were weakening the enemy's attacks, which he found unfortunate since he had been hoping for something more interesting. Even so, he continued mocking him, saying that Lord Octopus was defending himself very well. When the attacks began to grow even faster and more intense, Yizaha finally abandoned the light teasing and started provoking for real, raising the tension of the fight even further. Yizaha stated that the assets of the Supreme Sword would be scattered everywhere. All subordinates would die, and the Celestial Organization would probably also be left in ruins after fighting the Supreme Sword. To him, after this clash, everyone would become prey, and he would be the hunter. He launched an attack powerful enough to cut the shoulder of that martial master. Seeing the spray of blood, Yizaha spotted a clear opportunity. He used the Great Absorption technique to widen the enemy's wound even further, causing excessive bleeding. Not satisfied, he also used the old man's own blood to pull him closer. Next, Yizaha grabbed the enemy's leg and slammed him headfirst into the ground like a rag doll. He smashed the body against the ground several more times, without any mercy. After that, he ran his hand over the old man's bald head and realized with some surprise how slippery it was. There was nothing there. Not a single strand of hair. Yizaha pulled the old man closer, feeling a bit sleepy, and asked why the Supreme Sword had sent assassins after him. It had been extremely exhausting, and he had not slept for days. The old man, confused and desperate, asked who the hell he was. That was when Yizaha finally revealed himself as the leader of the Howl clan. Right after that, he once again used the Great Absorption technique to kill the bald man for good. When Yizaha stood up, he commented that the whole situation was very strange, since no subordinates had arrived there, not even using movement techniques. techniques. He concluded that they were probably waiting for that man to die. Yizaha sheathed his sword and thought that the poor bald man had only discovered that he had been betrayed after he died. After that, Yizaha passed by the Blue Eyes escort establishment. He placed the sword on the table, clearly visible, and said that he wanted to send that item. All the employees immediately became nervous. The receptionist asked where the item should be sent, and Yizaha replied that it was a gift that needed to be urgently delivered to the leader of the Celestial Organization. The employee asked who the sword belonged to. Yizaha simply replied that it belonged to a bald man. The receptionist insisted, wanting to know who that bald man was, but Yizaha yawned lightly and said that he had already given enough information. Even so, the man carefully asked whether it was a stolen item, explaining that it was not an ordinary sword. Yizaha replied that it was not stolen and explained that it belonged to the leader of the Supreme Sword Association. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more terrified. Yizaha realized that the establishment probably served the Supreme Sword and commented that they were pale, as if they had seen a ghost. The nervous employee asked whether the leader of the Supreme Sword was dead. Yizaha confirmed that, yes, he was deceased. The man then commented that it seemed Yizaha knew that they worked for the Supreme Sword and asked what he really wanted. Yizaha replied impatiently that he had already said it. He wanted them to send that sword to the leader of the Celestial Organization. He said that he was too lazy to do it personally, and that was why he had gone to the nearest escort establishment. He asked them to simply do their job. In addition, Yizaha requested a guest room, since he needed to sleep for a while. His sleep had been constantly disturbed by assassins sent by the Supreme Sword. He also asked that if anyone showed up looking for him, they should say that they had not seen anyone like him. Yizaha also commented that the man who was second in command had probably betrayed the leader of the association. If they tried to pin all the blame on him, someone would certainly try to track him down. Everyone remained silent as they listened. Yizaha then made it clear that he did not want to be ambushed while catching up on sleep. He stated that he was the one who had killed the leader of the Supreme Sword, simply because his sleep had been disturbed, and asked whether the leader of the escorts understood that. Judging by the man's expression, it seemed that he did. Later, Yizaha was simply sleeping peacefully. He slept completely relaxed until he was awakened by a pleasant smell of food. The escort staff were preparing a meal. Yizaha appeared at the door and said that he wanted to eat. One of the employees handed him some rachi, and he began eating without ceremony. While eating, the leader of the escorts informed him that the item had been sent the previous night. He then asked whether the Supreme Sword would start a war against the Celestial Organization. That seemed worrying to them, even in the case that the Celestial Organization ended up winning. Dohang was famous for killing anyone he disliked. If he demanded a protection fee, there would be no power strong enough to go against his decision. Yizaha let out a light laugh at that thought and explained the situation to the escort commander, making it clear that the leader of the Supreme Sword was not any different, probably exactly the same. He commented that perhaps it was not appropriate to talk about money while having breakfast. The food on the table looked very good, which indicated that many protection fees had been collected from all over. The faction had grown with that money, which made it hard to believe that the Supreme Sword and the Blue Eyes escorts were truly poor. The leader had gained a lot and enjoyed life while working in the shadowy faction until he ordered the matter to be dropped. Yizaha stated that his subordinates had already investigated all places. If he discovered that someone was appropriating other people's money under the pretext of business and forcing people to work as slaves, it would not end with just a peaceful meal. For that reason, no one was in a position to worry about Dohang while he was still there. Yizaha also informed them that if the Supreme Sword won, he would deal with all the remnants. If the Celestial Organization won, Dohang would be killed or his bloodline exterminated. In no situation would he continue collecting protection fees. Even so, Yizaha made it clear that he was not like those despicable leaders and that he did not need that money. He warned the leader of the escorts that if that line was crossed, the tithe would have to be paid directly to the leader of the Supreme Sword in the world of the dead. Soon after, Yizaha changed the subject and asked who the cook was, praising the food. One of the employees asked where he came from, saying that he did not seem like someone from the Marine Alliance. Yizaha asked why he would not seem worthy enough. The man insisted on knowing whether he was part of the alliance, and Yizaha replied that he did not come from such a detestable place, leaving everyone confused. He explained that he came from a place near Manhwa. One of those present commented that Manhwa was known for the butcher, and Yizaha confirmed it, also mentioning his 12 disciples known as the 12 Celestial Generals. When they asked if he was with them, Yizaha replied that he was not, because he was the one who had killed the butcher and also half of the 12 generals. He then stated that it was an unpleasant topic to discuss during a meal, turned his bowl over, and thanked them for the food. After that, Yizaha asked how much the delivery of the sword had cost. The escort leader said that they could not accept money because thanks to his arrival and the information he had brought, everyone had survived. Izaha replied that lives were a separate matter and asked again for the price. He was informed that the service would cost 2 niang of silver. Izaha questioned the price, thinking it was too high. The man said he would accept only 1, but Izaha placed 2 niang of silver on the table and explained that it included the guest room and food without poison. Next, Izaha stood up and ordered that all merchants connected to the Supreme Sword be informed that it was about to disappear. They should return to their old lives because there would be no more protection fees and business could be done fairly. Any attempt at tricks, such as monopolization or hoarding, would result in pursuit and death. The same fate awaited those who conducted business in strange ways and caused others to lose their jobs. The escort leader said that he would pass on the message, but asked in whose name it was being sent. Izaha replied that it came from the person who killed the leader of the Supreme Sword, a martial master who had spent a night there, eaten breakfast, and left, a martial artist dressed in black. He also ordered that a warning be passed along that anyone who had contact with the swift tornado would be tracked and killed, with the exception of a single individual who provided information to his subordinates. Before that, everyone would have to choose a side. Those who maintained contact with the swift tornado would need to decide based on their own intuition. If they did not choose, Izaha would arrive before them and give them the opportunity to learn how real escort work functioned. The leader replied that this had nothing to do with the meal, but commented that he had heard that a group from the Shadow faction was on the move. Known as the Lunar Cloud Brothers, they had hired assassins to eliminate all their competitors. The region was a place frequently traveled by escorts, and because of that, they had ended up taking control of the entire commercial area of Zhenping. Upon hearing this, Izaha thought the situation was excellent and asked for a set of escort clothes, explaining that his black clothes attracted too much attention. Now dressed in the blue escort uniform, he thought that he had temporarily exchanged the work of a martial artist for that of a young escort. He wrapped the Shadow Rabbit sword and rested it on his shoulder. The clothes fit his body perfectly, and anyone could easily mistake him for just a handsome and harmless escort. That day marked the beginning of his solo mission, carried out at his own pace. The one who hired him was the leader of the Howl clan, and the escort hired for the task was Izaha. The item to be delivered was the Shadow Rabbit sword carried on his shoulder. The destination of the mission was Zhenping Lake, territory currently controlled by the Lunar Cloud Brothers. Izaha spoke everything out loud on purpose, so that people along the way would hear it. As expected, rumors spread quickly, and halfway through the journey, he was approached by an assassin. As soon as he was touched on the shoulder, Izaha grabbed the man, threw him forward, and questioned how he dared to look down on a simple escort boy. Then he began slapping him mercilessly until the man begged him to stop. The man was already completely beaten when another person appeared asking for it to end. The assassin, completely battered, declared that Izaha was now dead. In response, he received another slap and fell unconscious to the ground. Izaha calmly asked whether they were from the Lunar Cloud Brothers Society and requested that they take him to the leader of the organization. One of them replied that he was acting far too boldly for an escort boy. When he tried to attack, all Izaha did was grip the sword and return the strike directly to the middle of the man's neck, knocking him down instantly. The survivors explained that they were not direct members of the Lunar Cloud Brothers Society, but only one of the groups subordinate to it, responsible for paying protection fees, like everyone else. Izaha asked whether that made any difference. To him, anyone who dared to point a sword at an escort boy deserved to die, and he made it clear that he did not intend to let them leave alive. The group began to wonder how a simple escort could be so strong. Izaha warned that he would kill anyone who tried to run first, and ordered that they all take him to the Lunar Cloud Brothers Society. One of them agreed, saying that he would show the way. While being guided, Izaha reflected on how much he hated many things. What he hated most were shadow factions that collected protection fees. In the past, he had worked as a waiter and errand boy. He cleaned tables, ate leftover food, scrubbed floors, washed dishes, prepared ingredients, and cooked to sell. He saved every coin and had to repeat that cycle for 10 full days just to pay a protection fee. Once he got used to it, he could endure it. What truly angered him was when random people showed up to collect even dirtier protection fees. In those situations, he had to repeat all that suffering for 15 days. At a certain point, when he realized how empty his life was, anger began to grow. The origin of that anger was always the same: protection fees. Soon after, they arrived at a base located near a very beautiful lake. Izaha was guided to the courtyard, where the men indicated that the house in the middle belonged to the leader. He warned that he would spare their lives, ordered them to go back and clean up the bodies, and then stepped forward, saying that he wanted to talk to the leader of the society. After that, he ordered them to take him to him. The guards looked at him with contempt and told him to leave. Yizaha asked who had given that order. One of them spat on the ground and said that he must be crazy. Yizaha stepped even closer, staring at the man as if he were a disgusting pig. The guard commented that Yizaha looked like he was from the Blue Eyes Escorts establishment and asked whether he had lost his mind. In response, Yizaha grabbed him by the neck, and the commotion drew the attention of another man. The subordinates reported that a guy from the Blue Eyes Escorts establishment wanted to meet the leader. The newcomer asked whether he was not the owner of the establishment, but merely a simple escort. After beating the guard, Yizaha stated that he was part of the Swift Tornado and ordered them to take him to the leader. The man replied that they had no business with the Swift Tornado, but Yizaha made it clear that this did not matter, because the one who had business with the leader was him. The subordinate quickly agreed and said he would notify them. Shortly after, he returned with permission for Yizaha to be received. Yizaha then met the leader, who introduced himself as Byok Sawun, a man with an appearance similar to a catfish, who was calmly fishing. The leader asked Yizaha to sit down, but Yizaha deliberately remained standing. Yizaha commented that the leader looked like a catfish, or perhaps a mudfish, which clearly displeased the owner of the merchant company. Byok Sawun observed that the sword at Yi's waist was not the type of weapon used by assassins, and also did not resemble the symbol of the escort establishment. Yizaha replied that he was the leader of the Howl clan and asked whether he had ever heard that name. Byok Sawun said he had not. Even so, Yizaha continued, stating that he was looking for the Swift Tornado. The man replied that they would not be a group of assassins if they were that easy to find. Yizaha explained that there was a method to contact them, because all of them were low-ranking subordinates and therefore did not know where the headquarters were located. The true reason it was difficult to obtain that information, even using torture, was simple. They truly did not know. In the Swift Tornado, each member only had direct contact with someone immediately above them. To reach someone in a high position, it would be necessary to eliminate subordinates layer by layer. Yizaha wondered why that man talked so much and began to suspect that he might consider the Howl clan part of the Shadow faction. Observing the movement of the place, Yizaha commented that the market seemed to be doing well and asked whether they also collected offerings. Byok Sawun replied that it was called a protection fee. Yizaha asked exactly who they were protecting the people from. Byok Sawun explained that it was more about protecting them from someone, because it would happen even if he were not the one collecting it. He was born and raised in that place, and in his view, it was better for him to receive the money than for other groups to do so. He said that although there were people who worked and lived normally, there were many who followed the opposite path. To deal with this, he placed men to protect the market and naturally needed to invest money. Even so, he questioned whether collecting offerings was really something strange and asked what Yizaha thought about it. Yizaha thought that it had been a long time since he had listened to such a long speech all the way to the end. He internally acknowledged that although it would be easy to deal with that man through force, he was not weak in arguments. Yizaha said that he really seemed to be doing a good job, but commented that those who had been killed probably thought the same way. They just acted a little differently. He reported that he was almost robbed as soon as he arrived at the place, and after capturing those responsible, discovered that they also needed to pay protection fees. These men robbed escorts, outsiders, and travelers just to be able to pay their own fees. They probably ate terrible food and drank tea boiled with dirty water just to save enough money. Even so, there was Byok Sawun, calmly fishing and acting as if he were a wise man. Byok Sawun replied that he did not know who Yizaha had killed so far, showing confidence. At that moment, several guards appeared behind Yizaha, ready to attack him. Yizaha made it clear that he was not there to make requests. He told the catfish to have some shame and dissolve the organization immediately. Byok Sawun stood up furiously, cursed Yizaha, and asked who he thought he was and what kind of problem he had in his head. Then he tried to attack him with a dagger. Yizaha dodged easily and thought about how clumsy that man was, stating that his level was worse even than Sungtai's. He broke Byok Sawun's wrist, threw him into the lake, and split him in half with a single blade strike. When the water was disturbed by the leader's death, Yizaha asked the others whether they had gone mad and whether they intended to fight him at that moment. He said they could attack if they wanted. No one showed any desire to do so. Then Yizaha sat down on the fishing chair and ordered everyone to run and save their own lives while they still had the chance. He said that while Byok Sawun was becoming fish food, they should act as if the leader were still alive. After that, he ordered them to deliver a message to the Swift Tornado, informing them that they wanted to hire them and that they should come there. The group remained silent. Yizaha asked whether there would be no response, and whether he was speaking to no one. He commented that if they were sad about the catfish's death, they could try to avenge him and attack. Otherwise, they had two tasks. The first was to bring the Swift Tornado. The second was to gather information and discover any member of the Celestial Organization. One of the guards then asked who Yizaha really was. Yizaha replied that he was the man who had killed the leader of their society, and added that he had also killed the leader of the Supreme Sword. He made it clear that trying to take revenge would be pure madness. The guards lowered their swords, and one of them said they would update him after investigating the situation. Yizaha then asked the name of the remaining water insect. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as Wu Chunjil, the second in command. Yizaha stated that when he left, Wu Chunjil would be the new leader. The message was clear: cooperate with Yizaha or die. After that, Yizaha remained silent for a while, appreciating the reflection of the moon on the water. Gradually, he felt in harmony with that quiet night. In the end, he managed to catch a catfish. The shock came in the next instant. Yizaha slapped the fish and complained, saying that it had startled him, because for a moment he thought the corpse of Byok-Sewun had come back to life to attack him. Soon after, he remembered what his old bald master used to do after a massacre. He would pray, murmur Namu Amitabha, and say many meaningless things under the moonlight. Yizaha repeated that behavior, speaking random words while watching the night sky. The people around began to believe that he was truly insane. Even so, the next morning Yizaha was still there, calmly fishing. While casting the line, he sometimes wondered why men like Lu Shang in ancient times threw their bait into the water, but never caught anything. Perhaps they hated fish dishes like he did. Perhaps the shape of the scales scared the fish away, or perhaps they simply hated catfish. Yi's interest in Lu Shang came from words he had spoken in the past. Water that has been poured out cannot be recovered. What has left the vessel never returns. Lu Shang said this when the wife who had abandoned him in poverty returned after he became emperor. Yizaha thought that man was extremely temperamental, much like himself. Later, a guard returned with information. The forces of the Celestial Organization were gathered in Puyang, waiting for the other groups of the Shadow faction that had answered the call. As soon as everyone arrived, they would depart together. Yizaha thought he could reach the place quickly if he used movement arts. He then told Wu Chinjil that from that moment on, he would be the leader of that association. Yizaha asked how long he intended to keep living like a water insect. Yizaha explained that he would leave after giving a few clear orders. From now on, no one would collect protection fees. People should work hard and earn their own living. When protection fees exist, all the food in restaurants loses its flavor, and people end up being forced to rely on miserable places just to survive. The deputy leader immediately agreed. He added that if there were members worried about starving because they could not find work, they should be sent directly to the Black Rabbit Society, where they would be accepted. Even if they might die fighting other martial artists, Yizaha believed that was better than dying of hunger and misery. Wu Chinjil then asked whether Yizaha was the leader of some group within the Shadow faction, since it did not seem to be the case. Yizaha replied that the former leader of that group had died by his hands. He had spared the lives of most subordinates and now had many people under his command. If they had chosen to fight him the previous night, they would all be dead, turned into fish food, just like the fat man who had fallen into the lake. Wu Chinjil asked why Yizaha intended to face the Celestial Organization alone. Yizaha replied that there was only one thing more interesting than a sea of fire, people fighting each other. He explained that since the Supreme Sword and the Celestial Organization were equally wicked, the conflict between them would be extremely bloody. Then he asked Wu Chinjil who he thought would emerge victorious. Wu Chinjil replied that he had no idea. Soon after, he remembered that Yizaha had said he personally killed the leader of the Supreme Sword, so he believed that the Celestial Organization would end up winning. Yizaha did not argue. Before leaving, Yizaha ordered them to send people to check how the residents of Lake Zhenping were living. When the food and tea of that place improved, and when the owners and inhabitants seemed happier, he would consider accepting them into the Howl clan. If nothing changed, they would have to fight to the death against the clan members in that place. Most would probably become fish food, although even fish needed to eat to survive, and being eaten all the time was unfair as well. Wu Chinjil said that he would never forget the name of the Howl clan. Finally, he commented that they were now officially in conflict with the Swift Tornado, and admitted that Yizaha had many enemies in Jianghu, a man who fought without rest, turning everyone around him into enemies. That was him. That defined him completely. Wu Chinjil believed that it was always good to keep looking for new enemies, but when speaking about Lake Zhenping, he admitted that it was truly beautiful. The more he observed the lake, the more he noticed the delicate and tranquil qualities of that place. Thanks to this, he had been able to rest well over the past few days. To Wu Chinjil, that scenery was truly beautiful. When he realized that the other man also recognized this beauty, he concluded that that Yi Zaha did not seem to be such a bad person after all. For Wu Chunjil, looking at the lake always felt like the first time. During the day, it reflected the sun, and at night, it reflected the moonlight, becoming an impressive place. The people who lived nearby were probably the same, simple and calm, living well without the persecution of shadow factions. Those people only wanted to work in peace, already busy living their own lives. Because of this, Wu Chunjil decided that since those lives had been spared, he and the brothers of the society would disappear from that place as much as possible. He was certain that he had chosen a good deputy leader for the association. For the first time in a long while, he felt that he was acting like a real human being. As he turned to leave, he thought that they might meet again soon, as long as both of them stayed alive. After all, life in Jianghu was just a vicious cycle of killing and fighting. If one day they met and parted again, like on that occasion, he would have already left Lake Zhenping behind. Later in Puyang, Yi Zaha was very well disguised. Wearing the clothes of the Lunar Cloud Brothers Society, he looked like nothing more than an ordinary country bumpkin. When he entered the tent to obtain a mercenary mission and some information, he introduced himself as a simple swordsman, Wu Qiuljin, a member of the Lunar Cloud Brothers Society from Lake Zhenping. The scribe said he had heard of that society and asked if Yi Zaha was alone. He commented that Yi Zaha was probably there just to earn some money. Yi Zaha explained that he had a personal grudge against the Supreme Sword Association. The scribe said that they truly had many enemies and asked what the level of that young man's skill was. Yi Zaha made it clear that he had never been defeated by anyone from the Lake Zhenping region. He considered himself the #1 swordsman of Zhenping and also the #1 swordsman of the Lunar Cloud himself. The scribe sighed, thinking he was just another lunatic, but commented that people from Lake Zhenping were known for being very talkative. Even so, he said that he expected great things from Yi Zaha and hired him for 3 niang of silver. Yi Zaha thought the amount was high and asked if that was not too much. The scribe explained that even a single niang would already be far above normal. Yi Zaha concluded that the man truly had good judgment. With no further interest in the conversation, the scribe said that he was busy and called the next person. As he left, Yi Zaha passed by the other men who were being gathered by the Celestial Organization. One of them announced that they would depart in 30 minutes and that the destination would be the Supreme Sword Association. The order was to avoid any foolish actions, such as fleeing, betraying allies, or fighting among themselves. Everyone should be grateful for the help of the Celestial Organization and do the job properly. At that moment, Yi Zaha looked around and wondered where the leader, Dohaiyang, was. He had no difficulty finding him, as the large man with a mustache stood out easily. He was there, imposing. A man with an intimidating presence, similar to a human demon, stopped beside Yi Zaha and commented that he liked his face. Yi Zaha replied casually, saying that the man also had a great face. Some people were outraged by Yi's boldness, questioning how he dared to speak that way to the leader. However, Dohaiyang himself let out a deep laugh and told them to forget it. To him, Yi Zaha was an ally, and there was no way he could know who the leader really was. Then Dohaiyang walked away without saying anything else. Even so, one of the men seemed to recognize Yi Zaha, but Yi Zaha immediately made him keep silent. Dohaiyang then revealed that he was in possession of the sword of the leader of the Supreme Sword Association. It was unclear whether this was some kind of trick. However, if someone was truly willing to use their own weapon just to deceive others, he would not tolerate that, even considering it a waste of time to fight someone so foolish. Trick or not, the attack on the Supreme Sword Association would happen that day. After winning the battle, all those who distinguished themselves would be considered brothers. Yi Zaha, however, thought all of that was pure nonsense. Up to that point, things were happening exactly as he had predicted. His plan, inspired by Lu Xiang while fishing, was simple and direct. First, he would beat that man from the Supreme Sword who had taken control. After completely destroying the Supreme Sword, he would also deal with Dohaiyang. To him, it was a perfect plan, simple and efficient. Still, Yi Zaha thought that if Dohaiyang accepted defeat like a real man, then the Celestial Organization would be placed under the command of the Howl clan. However, if they did anything foolish, everyone would die without exception. Later, all the allies walked together through the forests toward the Supreme Sword. Even so, Yi Zaha thought they were moving far too slowly. They had even stopped in Puyang to prepare, which made him certain that the Supreme Sword had already noticed all those movements. Perhaps they thought they had already won just because the leader had died, or perhaps not. At that moment, they were already in the misty mountain valley. The fog in that valley was extremely dense during the night and at dawn, making it a perfect place for ambushes. Yi Zaha spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear that if there was an ambush there, half of them would die. One of the guards said he would report this to the leader. When the messenger ran ahead, Izaha followed him and asked what the response had been. According to the messenger, he was told to keep quiet. Izaha asked whether they had at least examined the terrain, and the messenger confirmed that they had. Even so, he went back to deliver the message again. Izaha thought they clearly had not checked the place and wondered how they could be so stupid. The people around began to murmur, not fully understanding the danger of that valley. The messenger returned once more and, as expected, was scolded. Izaha concluded that they were truly idiots. He stepped forward and stated that they could suffer an ambush, but Dohang replied with contempt, saying that it was impossible. To him, the enemy was far too busy trying to choose a new leader after the death of the old one. Izaha said they could still retreat, but the leader told him to shut up, questioning what he actually knew. Izaha made it clear that if everyone died there because of an ambush, the blame would be his. The big man turned furiously, saying that Izaha had crossed the line. Despite being grateful for the help, he said he could kill Izaha before they even reached their destination. Izaha replied that he was a leader and should be certain of what lay ahead. That was not the time to worry about pride, but to observe the terrain. An ambush had been prepared, and everyone would die there if they continued. He demanded a clear choice: move forward or take a detour. Before they could analyze the situation, someone kicked a stone down from above. A man asked what the legitimate son of Nanchuan was doing there. It was Seryong, the leader of the guards who had taken over after the death of the Supreme Sword leader. He provoked Do Hyang, saying that before he had been terrified of the Supreme Sword, but now he approached like a rat. He called him a coward, someone who only knew how to send assassins. Izaha realized that this was not Do Hyang's doing, but part of Seryong's brilliant strategy. Even so, he thought it was far too despicable, since Seryong had insulted the man's parents. Enraged, Dohang charged forward. Izaha thought he was truly an idiot for falling for such an obvious provocation. Dohang swore that Seryong would die that day, and when their swords clashed, it became clear that it would be a serious duel. The two seemed evenly matched. Izaha then turned to the allies and explained that when Seryong retreated, there would be hidden weapons, arrows, and all kinds of attacks coming at them. He asked what they would do at that moment: save their own lives or try to rescue the leader. One of the men questioned how Izaha could be sure that Seryong would flee, claiming that he was weaker than Dohang. To Izaha, that was obvious. He stated that Seryong was not weaker, he was simply pretending to be. The group fell silent. Izaha thought that perhaps he was coming across as too intrusive, like someone who complained non-stop. Meanwhile, the two continued fighting in the middle of the ravine. The impact of their blows made rocks fall from all sides, but neither could land a decisive strike. And indeed, after some time, it became clear that Izaha had been right. Seryong began to run, pretending to retreat in order to lure Dohang. He fell for the provocation easily and advanced without hesitation, only to encounter several archers positioned above the ravine. A rain of arrows fell upon him, forcing him to focus all his power solely on dodging in order not to die. Izaha knew that from the beginning. The original plan had been to set that trap for the forces of the Celestial Organization. However, since everyone had stopped at the entrance of the valley because of Yi's warning, Seryong was forced to appear in person to lure Dohang. Despicable as he was, Dohang still showed a kind of courage that Izaha recognized as slightly praiseworthy. Izaha thought the guards were truly pathetic, as they only believed what they saw with their own eyes. Now, Dohang's fate depended entirely on his executives, who would have to decide whether to save him or betray him. Meanwhile, Dohang continued to be struck by countless arrows, no longer able to properly defend himself from that deadly barrage. It was then that his executives finally moved to protect him. Izaha concluded that Dohang did have some reliable subordinates, but the mercenaries hired only for money fled without looking back. To Izaha, it was a cruel joke. The Supreme Sword had abandoned its own leader in a life-or-death situation. The Celestial Organization, on the other hand, was risking their own lives to save theirs. That was the true Valley of Corpses, and the battle was only beginning. The members of the Celestial Organization advanced with high morale, but the Supreme Sword held the advantage of the terrain. Izaha then appeared to lend a hand, cutting the first enemy who saw him in half and shredding the others as if they were melted butter, spreading a rain of blood along the way. Upon reaching the top of the ravine and gaining a broad view of the battlefield, Izaha saw Dohang's desperate situation. He was fighting surrounded by his executives, covered in wounds and completely vulnerable. Seryong, the current leader of the Supreme Sword, remained unharmed, merely commanding his soldiers from a distance. Instead of attacking Seryong, Izaha went to Dohang's side and scolded him for his stupidity, questioning what he intended to do in the face of so many meaningless deaths. Izaha reminded him that he had warned them to retreat. Dohang then noticed the bodies of several dead allies behind him. Izaha made it clear that if he intended to act so recklessly, he should not call himself a leader. Dohang admitted that he knew that and acknowledged that the fault was his. Even so, he stated that he had no regrets, not even if he died there with everyone else. As long as the Supreme Sword was destroyed. Then he advanced again together with his executives. Yizaha realized that Dohang intended to keep pushing forward through brute force alone, but like it or not, that was the only choice left to him. Dohang continued attacking, severing heads and tearing bodies apart. Yizaha, watching, commented that if he was going to act like an idiot, he should at least fight better, even going so far as to applaud the efforts of the men on the battlefield. Irritated, Dohang told him to shut up. One of the executives asked whether Yizaha was an ally of the enemy. Yizaha replied that if he were a true enemy, everyone there would already be dead. That was when Yizaha decided to truly act. He raised his aura and released his flame techniques. In his mind, those cursed enemies would die right there. His next attack was the Fire Palm, an explosion of ravenous, hungry flames that devoured everything ahead. Those hit the hardest were completely reduced to ashes. Those who suffered less were still standing, severely injured, and with their clothes burned, including Seryong. Yizaha approached and asked if he remembered him. Seryong did not recognize him at first, saying that he had never heard of him. Yizaha explained that he was the kind of man who sent anyone to hell if they dared raise a hand against their own parents. When he saw Yi's sword, Seryong finally remembered the assassin from that other night. Without giving him time to react, Yizaha once again wrapped his strikes in flames and activated the Plum Blossom Arts, advancing for the final attack. He fired several smoldering petals that exploded upon contact with the enemies, knocking them down and burning their bodies. Seryong fell to the ground on his knees, completely defeated. Yizaha asked if he wanted to say anything, but Seryong did not respond. Instead, he turned his back and tried to flee. Yizaha immediately chased after him, making it clear that escape was not an option. He stayed close, pressuring him to run faster. Seryong still tried to stop and counterattack, but he was unable to do anything effective. At that moment, Yizaha let go of his sword and attacked with a palm strike charged with internal energy. The impact completely destroyed Seryong, crushing his internal organs and making blood explode in all directions. That ended his life permanently. After the massacre, while Dohang assessed his own losses, Yizaha approached again and asked if the big man still wanted to say anything. He made it clear that the Supreme Sword had lost. That had been a stupid fight, as both sides had suffered enormous losses, but in the end, Dohang had emerged victorious. That was his victory, even if it was a bitter one. Yizaha then noticed some Supreme Sword soldiers pretending to be dead and ordered them to stand up immediately. After that, he turned directly to Dohang and said that he would not kill him. Instead, he demanded that the hierarchy be made very clear and properly organized. Dohang replied that he knew he was weaker and that there was no reason to fight Yizaha. Yizaha countered by asking whether he thought a contract ended simply because someone was weaker. According to what Yizaha had heard, Dohang always made the weak kneel. Dohang denied it, saying that it was just a rumor created to tarnish his reputation. He admitted, however, that he had never been polite to weaker members of shadow factions. The two stared at each other for a moment. Yizaha asked who Dohang thought he was, and reminded him that his subordinates had gone to recruit him with extreme arrogance. The result was right there in front of them. When Yizaha attacked earlier, no one entered the valley. Everyone fled. He explained that this was obvious, because no one wanted to die attacking a place like that. Even so, Dohang had ignored the warning to retreat. Now, the valley was filled with the corpses of subordinates who had died because of him. Faced with Dohang's silence, Yizaha slapped him across the face and told him to look around. He told him to carefully observe his dead subordinates and pray for their lives in the afterlife. Yizaha continued slapping him, demanding that he apologize. Dohang finally admitted that the fault was his. He said that he could not even look around and asked to be left alone. One of the subordinates commented that they should have done everything possible to stop him, and that they needed to apologize first. The messenger recognized Yizaha as the leader of the Howl clan, and informed everyone that he was there as an ally. He also commented that he had heard Yi's personality was strange, and that caution was needed. However, he had not been able to warn Dohang in time. Yizaha then realized that normally subordinates could not speak directly with the leader. Dohang turned and bowed to Yizaha as the leader of the Howl clan, formally apologizing. He thanked him for the help, stating that he had only survived because of Yizaha, and that the complete massacre of his subordinates had been avoided. From that day on, Dohang of the Southern Celestial Organization would answer any call from the Howl clan, no matter the cost. He would repay that kindness because, despite being an idiot, he had always kept his promises throughout his life. The executives also thanked the sect leader. Even so, Yizaha felt that this was not the atmosphere he wanted. He even lost the desire to beat Dohang, since there was no point in beating someone who was apologizing so respectfully. The messenger introduced himself when called and said it was good to know that Yizaha was alive. Dohang asked whether he should visit the Howl clan after everything there was finished. Yizaha replied that he did not want to see him. He only ordered them to finish off the Celestial Organization while he would take his subordinates to clean up what remained of the Supreme Sword Association. Finally, Yizaha ordered everyone to pay close attention to his commands. Based on Yi's current temperament, even Dohang would have been punished much more harshly, but he let that go. The real reason he did nothing to them was simple. The martial artists of the Celestial Organization had been brave. When Dohang stood up, he stated that he needed to acknowledge that he was still alive only thanks to the executive who was the first to rush into the valley to save him, followed by the others who risked their own lives. Dohang replied that he would keep that in mind. It was at that moment that Yizaha sensed two presences behind him, two martial masters, both extremely powerful. He knew exactly who they were, the butchers of that valley, the Indomitable One and the Demonic Knight. That was not good at all. The valley was filled with corpses, exactly the kind of scenery those two figures appreciated the most. Yizaha immediately ordered Dohang to clean up that mess as quickly as possible and leave the place. He also warned him not to look at those people. When the Celestial Organization departed, Yizaha noticed that the two masters had also disappeared. Later, in a partially cleaned environment, Yizaha was meditating. He reflected that if he could bring those swift corpses to his side, known for being observant and extremely skilled, battles that normally cost hundreds of lives could end with only 3 or 4 deaths. As he focused, Yizaha could hear the conversation of those two damned men. They discussed whether they should drive him away if the situation became complicated, or simply observe for a while longer. Yizaha imagined that both believed he was not as skilled as they were, perhaps only at the level of one of the members of the Dark Faction who had fought in the valley. Then he stood up and began to climb the cliff with light steps. He leaped to the top of the ravine naturally, letting his body move freely. As he climbed, he thought that he was hungry and that he should not be there at that moment. When he finally reached the top, the Demonic Knight commented that Yizaha was not that bad. Yizaha asked whether he was by any chance a beggar. The man reacted indignantly, asking who would call a beggar to his face. The Indomitable One joined the conversation, calling Yizaha a shitty beggar, but warned that his posture was terrible, very sloppy, and that if he kept running like that, his knees would give out soon. Yizaha knew that very well. He had done it on purpose. Even so, he asked who he thought he was to criticize him like that, and provoked him by saying that he looked like a turtle. This made the Indomitable One furious, while the Demonic Knight fell to the ground laughing uncontrollably. Yizaha thought that, in truth, he was putting the fate of the Howl clan at risk at that moment, speaking harshly as part of his strategy. That was the kind of person he was, a man who risked everything. The Indomitable One admitted that Yizaha was an interesting fellow and commented that he must never have learned how to speak respectfully to others. Yizaha replied that no, he had never learned that. The Demonic Knight kept laughing without stopping. The Indomitable One then said that it was fine, since that happened to some people, and commented that it seemed Yizaha had climbed many cliffs in his life. After that, he suggested a competition. The loser would have to refer to the other in a respectful manner. The Demonic Knight immediately liked the idea. Yizaha realized that both of them took mobility arts very seriously. It was clear that they had become interested in him. That was part of his plan. Both were older, had trained longer, and possessed immense dedication to mobility arts. The chances of Yizaha losing were high, but the goal was not to win. It was to recruit them. Pitting mobility arts against each other was not what truly mattered. The Indomitable One asked if Yizaha was afraid. Yizaha replied that both of them had trained their mobility arts throughout their entire lives. The strong-minded and carefree beggar did not care about formalities, having trained both external and internal arts while refining his speed, making it difficult to find anyone who could rival him. On the other hand, the Indomitable One clearly did not possess a sloppy style. His posture resembled that of a knight on a leisurely ride, and he displayed exceptional talent in internal martial arts. He was so fast that very few could rival him. Both were visibly surprised when Yizaha said all of that, since it was information he could only know if he had lived alongside them in another life. The Demonic Knight asked if he could really perceive all of that just by observing. Yizaha replied that although he truly wanted to stay there and face them, he could not do so. When the knight suggested that they should just fight already, without complicating something so simple, Yizaha explained that this was not the issue. He said that he learned martial arts to fight real enemies, not just to compete in a race. Moreover, he had only trained for 3 years. It would be practically impossible to defeat either of them. Both were shocked upon hearing this and asked how it could be only 3 years. Yizaha thought that, in truth, he was afraid they would not believe him, since in that life he had trained for even less time. Even so, he maintained the version of 3 years. The Demonic Knight stated that this was impossible and asked who his master was. Yizaha replied that he had no master at all. The Indomitable One was even even more surprised and asked if he had trained alone, without a master, for 3 years. Yizaha said that this did not matter. What mattered was that both of them were far more skilled than he was in mobility arts. He then asked why he would compete knowing he would lose. The knight grew impatient and asked why Yizaha always cut his sentences in half. Yizaha knew that this man was known as the most impatient person in Jianghu, even before meeting him in person. The knight told him to continue already. Yizaha only said that mobility arts were very charming. The knight grew irritated and demanded that he finish the sentence. The indomitable one intervened, telling the other to shut up and listen, saying that if he waited a little, Yizaha would eventually speak. Then Yizaha explained that there was a kind of madness within him. This caught the attention of both. He said that he had learned martial arts that did not harmonize well with each other, and that, because of that, his way of thinking and acting could seem unpredictable. People called this an imbalance between extreme yin and yang energies. The indomitable one asked if he truly possessed both energies. Yizaha replied that the one who told him this was Moyong, a practitioner of traditional medicine and also his sworn brother. According to him, Yi's body was probably the definitive form of yin and yang. The indomitable one was deeply impressed. The demonic knight commented that this was truly surprising, a genuine gift from the heavens. That explained how Yizaha could master such high-level arts after training for only 3 years. Yizaha considered that a good sign. They were discussing him, intrigued, and he had wrapped himself in a veil of mystery. Yizaha said that they would meet again soon. Before leaving, the knight asked him to wait and asked which group he belonged to. Yizaha merely stared at him with a small chuckle. When he finally answered, he said that he was the leader of the Howl clan, but he did not finish the sentence properly. Midway through, he realized that he was so busy trying to get away from there that he completely messed up the order of his words. In any case, he was certain of one thing. From that moment on, those two would do everything they could to look for him. Thinking about that, Yizaha did not waste any time and left as quickly as possible, determined to stay far away from those two lunatics. Meanwhile, Dr. Moyong was exhausted and clearly troubled as he stared at the open book in front of him. The fatigue did not come only from his body, but mainly from his mind. He recalled a previous conversation he had with the Knight of Swift Corpses, who had shown curiosity about who the greatest genius was, himself or the leader of the Howl clan. When Yizaha, the clan leader, appeared, Dr. Moyong received him with respect and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, adding that he had heard Yizaha had been extremely busy. Yizaha confirmed this, explaining that he had needed to deal with the Supreme Sword, and mentioned that he had also heard Moyong had visited the Black Rabbit Society several times in search of something. He then observed Moyong's tired appearance and asked what the reason was. Dr. Moyong explained that he had been practicing many martial arts recently. However, Yizaha, who had spent his entire life training, realized that this was not simple physical exhaustion. To him, Moyong looked mentally drained, as if something serious had happened. Because of that, he asked the doctor to tell him the truth. After hesitating, Dr. Moyong admitted that he had obtained the ice arts. Yizaha's reaction was calm, as if this were not a surprise at all. Noticing this, Moyong asked if he was truly not surprised. Yizaha confirmed that he was not and asked him to continue. Dr. Moyong explained that he had naturally thought of handing the manual over to Yizaha, since Yizaha possessed the ultimate yin and yang body. Before doing so, he decided to carefully analyze its contents. Although the manual seemed fascinating at first glance, it resembled a medical book far more than a common martial manual. As he read it, he tried to identify whether there was anything harmful within it. Over time, he realized that the book was not exactly a secret manual, but rather a diary. In it, the author stated that in order to elevate the ice arts to a higher level, it was recommended to use a yin absorption method known as the yin stealing technique. This was a non-orthodox martial art that involved directly stealing the target's energy, inevitably leading to their death. It was a technique that required constant killing to grow stronger, and the very creator of the ice arts had completed their cultivation using this method. When Yizaha asked whether Moyong found this cruel, the doctor admitted that he did. Not only cruel, but inhuman. The diary described the creator as someone incapable of feeling compassion or guilt. Even without explicit numbers, it was impossible to imagine how many people had been killed. Reading this, Dr. Moyong had fallen into a deep state of depression. Yi concluded that it was clearly a demonic art and asked whether it had been that man of the demonic path who had delivered the book. Surprised, Moyong asked how he knew and requested that he keep it a secret. Yizaha replied that if he found this surprising, then he was underestimating the knight far too much, who was also known as the archivist of the demonic path. For someone like that, obtaining ancient knowledge of the ice arts would not be difficult. Even so, Yizaha found it hard to understand Moyong, a grown man, an experienced physician, being deeply shaken simply by reading a book. Dr. Moyong explained that he was not merely sad but furious. He had dedicated his life to saving people. And the more he read about someone who killed without hesitation, the more his anger and insomnia grew. He even began to question the meaning of all the medical techniques he had learned. In his most extreme thoughts, he had even wished that if the author of the diary were still alive, he himself would kill them. Yi reflected that if he had not stopped that tragic future of Moyong, the venomous demon would likely have created a similar technique. He then asked to examine the book. As he flipped through it, he realized that it was an excessively detailed diary. The ice arts were only a part of the yin arts, which were divided into cold arts and ice arts. The text was filled with metaphors that were difficult to understand, but after reading a bit more, Yizaha reached an unexpected conclusion. He realized that this ice art had been created by a woman. Dr. Moyong found this strange, since there was no direct mention of that in the book. Even so, Yizaha was certain. Terms such as shadow, lunar, and heartless appeared repeatedly. To him, they symbolized a shadow of the moon devoid of compassion, a woman who had emptied herself emotionally after losing her love. Yi explained that men deal with loss by drinking under the moon. But the coldness described in the diary was not something masculine. That martial art could only have been created by a woman driven by vengeance against a man of the orthodox faction. Most likely someone powerful, respected, and impossible to defeat by normal means. A hero, perhaps even the leader of a great alliance. In Yizaha's view, this woman must have been extremely beautiful and talented. She approached this man, fell in love, and believed she would live by his side forever. When she was abandoned for another woman, she began seeking a way to erase all happy memories. The hypocrite had deeply underestimated her. The diary's writing was calm, elegant, and precise, reinforcing the image of someone who had turned her pain into absolute coldness. Hearing this, Dr. Moyong agreed. Now that he reflected on it more carefully, everything truly did seem elegant and calculated. Even so, Yizaha stated that he did not need to learn anything about absorbing the yin of others, as there were other ways to make this technique powerful. However, he added that if the book affected the doctor so deeply, perhaps it would be better to burn it. Dr. Moyong replied that there was no need. He had no intention of reading it again. Finally, Yizaha commented that the world was full of actions and choices that even intelligent people were incapable of understanding. That was why Yizaha was going around eliminating different villains. He was sharpening every hook he possessed to drag them straight to hell. Those who absorbed the yin of others and saw human lives as nothing more than some kind of elixir would, without exception, be taken by him into the depths. He made it clear that the killing was his responsibility. Dr. Moyong needed to recover, as he was not in a condition to work at that moment. Moyong agreed with the decision of the clan leader. Back at the Dark Rabbit Society, Yizaha returned to cultivation, growing stronger and stronger beneath the plum tree leaves. Now he could use fire energy in one hand and ice energy in the other. The golden turtle technique used extreme yang and was seen as the sun. The heartless lunar shadow used extreme yin and was seen as the moon. By using both arts, one in each hand, the name that came to his mind was sun and moon art. He liked the idea. If he completed this art, he could call it the sacred sun and moon art. However, if he did not use the techniques separately, but at the same time, something different could be born. When the sun and the moon coexist in the sky, a purple light appears. From that, another martial art could emerge. Naturally, it would have a different name, perhaps Violet Dawn. Because he had been given another chance to live, Yizaha began to nurture great aspirations. He would devote himself to training, live a long life, raise disciples, expand the clan's territory, and create a lineage of noble warriors. He would remain in the land of Django to eliminate evil people and send them to hell. Meanwhile, his disciple would climb to the highest places where everything was brighter, inspiring countless knights. That was his role. 1 week later, while cultivating again, Yizaha was interrupted by Sungtae, who brought a letter. He said he had no idea who had sent it and had only received the order to deliver it. The contents were simple and direct. Myogi Mountain, Brilliant Jade Manor. On the first day of the next month, an unofficial duel would take place. There would be observers from both sides, but one position was still open. The author of the letter asked Yizaha to take that spot and allow his useless disciple to act as an observer. The sender continued by mentioning that this meeting could become a meaningful day in the midst of a tedious life. He said he was looking forward to seeing him at the Brilliant Jade Manor. The letter was signed as being from the swordsman of White Eagle City to the leader of the Howl clan. Yi immediately knew that the one who had sent the letter was the sword demon. When Sungtae asked about its contents, Yizaha replied that it was an invitation to Myogi Mountain. Sungtae asked whether he should accompany him, and Yizaha answered that they needed to depart immediately to arrive in time, but that he only needed to take a bath first. At that moment, Sungtae noticed something and asked whether there were women on Myogi Mountain. He received only a cold look from Yizaha and hurried to apologize. Yizaha spoke about maintaining peace in one's heart, comparing it to the flow of a river. Sungtae agreed, saying it was enough to remain calm like flowing water. He also commented that he was changing little by little and that, as the days passed, Yizaha looked more and more like a true clan leader, both in posture and presence. Before it went too far, Yizaha slapped him across the face and told him not to cross the line. Later, at Myoge Mountain, Yizaha appeared dressed in elegant clothes. Upon arrival, he encountered several guards from the Murim Alliance, who asked whether he had been invited. He answered yes and identified himself as the leader of the Howl clan. Because of that, he was received with respect. Even so, he had the feeling that the #1 public enemy of Murim was entering that place. As he was being guided inside, he thought that all of this had only happened because he had gone to White Eagle City and seen Mangyeon humiliate himself. Thanks to that, he had met the Sword Demon, and now he would have the chance to see him fight against the leader of the Murim Alliance so soon. When he arrived, Yizaha went straight to the Sword Demon, greeted him, and only partially acknowledged Mangyeon. Then he asked why the leader of the Murim Alliance had not yet appeared, even with the guests already present, questioning the lack of manners. The two were stunned for a moment, but the Demon King ended up laughing. Mangyeon asked whether Yizaha had gone mad, saying that the Alliance leader was not his friend to be treated in such a way. Yizaha thought that man talked too much. In his past life, he had also been a public enemy of Murim, a perverted and hypocritical demon. Even so, Yizaha asked how the Sword Demon was doing. He replied that he was the same as always, and asked whether it had been inconvenient to summon him there. Yizaha answered that it had not, stating that even if he were in secluded training, he would break through the doors to witness this. He commented that he had heard the Sword Demon, Yegin, had been injured, and asked whether he had already recovered. The demon replied that the busiest person in Jianggu had taken the time to watch him fight, so he would accept the invitation even if he were missing an arm. Fighting while injured was part of his ability. More importantly, if Yizaha, the leader of the Howl clan, gained inspiration from watching the fight, he would already be satisfied, regardless of the outcome. Mangyeon became a little nervous when he realized that, and strangely, thought that he felt as if he were indebted to that man. Not long after, the leader of the Murim Alliance arrived, Lim Sobak. Young or not, he possessed the same rigid gaze from his past life. As he took his seat, he asked whether those two were the observers. Lim Sobak then asked if the man there was the second son of the Mong family. The man stood up and introduced himself as Mangyeon, a member of the Mong family, showing respect to the Alliance leader. At that moment, Yizaha realized that this was his real name. Lim Sobak commented that there were rumors saying Mangyeon was the strongest among the youths of White Eagle City. He confirmed it, but explained that this only applied within that city. The Alliance leader then turned his gaze to the other observer and concluded that he must be the leader of the Howl clan, Yizaha. He said it was a pleasure to meet him. Yizaha replied politely but added nothing more, which Madeo made some of the people around visibly tense due to the unexpected silence. Even so, Lim Sobak found it amusing. Next, he asked what kind of sect the Howl clan was. One of the guards explained that it functioned as a local martial academy. Soon after, Lim Sobak turned to the Sword Demon and asked how the duel would proceed. He questioned whether they would use real swords and commented that he had heard the Sword Demon had been beaten by the cult leader, advising him not to overexert himself. The Sword Demon replied that he preferred to fight with wooden swords. Lim Sobak agreed and ordered some to be brought. He added that if the demon lost, he would like him to join the alliance and teach children as an instructor. The demon immediately refused. The leader then warned that if he rejected the offer, he could not guarantee there would be another duel in the future. He then asked what the demon would want if he won. The demon replied that he wanted an elixir. Lim Sobak accepted the deal and promised to give him the best elixir he possessed, but remarked the location was too small and that they should fight in the outer courtyard. As they walked, Yizaha thought that he did not believe the Sword Demon was capable of defeating Lim Sobak, someone extremely powerful. He realized he was not the only one with this thought, as both the Sword Demon and Mangyeon seemed fully aware of it. Along the way, Lim Sobak asked why Yizaha had sighed. Yizaha replied that it seemed inevitable that the Sword Demon would lose. The leader commented that when someone cheers for the one who is going to lose, it is natural to sigh. Soon after, both were already prepared in the arena. Each received a wooden sword. Lim Sobak said they could take as much time as needed to prepare. The Sword Demon went to the other corner of the arena and took a deep breath. The atmosphere grew heavy. Even so, Lim Sobak commented that if there were any questions, he could ask them at that moment. The demon asked when Lim Sobak had surpassed the level of the wooden sword. Lim Sobak replied that it had not not been that long, about 5 years. He said that soon the Demon King would also reach that level and that there was no need to rush. He explained that mastering something too quickly was not always good. The demon questioned the meaning of learning slowly. The leader explained that the next level was a complicated journey and that advancing calmly helped to avoid a barrier called boredom. The Demon King smiled upon hearing this and said that he was already ready for combat. Both began to focus their internal energy. In the blink of an eye, the demon was already pressed up against Lim Sobak, striking his sword against his. With just one exchange, one of the swords broke. They continued clashing using internal energy. After a powerful strike, dust rose into the air. When the smoke settled, both were still standing. The demon was only slightly covered in dust. Even so, he declared that he had lost the fight. Lim Sobak handed his sword to a guard and said that it had been a great duel, but that there was no need to push himself so hard, even though he had done so. He then advised the demon to focus on recovery, as his injuries could worsen. When he returned, he mentioned that he had seen the demon leaving. The demon replied that it had been a good fight and took his leave. Yizaha thought that man was absurdly strong. As he analyzed the duel and watched the demon focus his energy, he reflected that he would still ask why that duel had happened so suddenly. Everything could have been different if the sword demon had used real swords. The Alliance leader had not used any of his most powerful techniques, while the demon had only used common demonic arts. If both had used their full abilities, the outcome would have been completely different. When the demon finally opened his eyes again, Mangyan apologized to him. The demon asked how he felt after seeing his master lose the duel. Mangyan replied that the Alliance leader's abilities were impressive, but that he did not understand why the demon had announced his defeat so quickly, even knowing he was facing Lim Sobak. The demon smiled and asked Yizaha whether that duel had been useful to him. Yizaha then revealed his doubt. When Lim Sobak swung his sword, the movement was simple, yet it seemed to contain several attacks. He had swung the sword only once, but the impact was equivalent to 5 consecutive strikes. Yi then asked if he knew that technique. The sword demon asked how many afterimages he had seen. Yizaha replied that he had seen exactly 6. Mangyan said that he had seen 4, but he was not very certain. The demon stated that both of them had done a good job observing it. That was the Squadron 6 sword technique. The Alliance leader had once been the captain of Battle Squadron 6. This meant he had been using that technique since the time he was only a captain. Because of that, the name of the technique was so simple. Mangyan asked whether Lim Sobak did not come from a renowned family or had not been a disciple of a great martial master. The demon replied that he had not. Lim Sobak had risen in life starting as an ordinary member of the Alliance. He became a captain, then a bodyguard to the captain, and finally the leader of the Alliance. When he was still just a common member, he participated in frequent duels with other members and experienced victories and defeats repeatedly. However, since becoming a captain, he had never lost a single duel. He had a unique personality. Because of that, he often sought out former opponents he had defeated and requested new duels. They all lost again. The Battle Squadron 6 that he led in his youth was massacred by the current demonic cult. He was the only survivor. The reason he named that technique Squadron 6 Sword was so that he would never forget those who died and the way they died. Even so, he fought against the sword demon, who had left the demonic cult and joined the Alliance. That was a great gesture of respect. That was why the demon accepted his defeat in the same way he had done that day. Yi thought that the Alliance leader also carried a tragic past. Even so, he asked why the sword demon had chosen to fight him precisely now. The demon replied that in Jiangguo, he was the only person capable of facing both the cult leader and the Alliance leader. Although he had invited Yizaha to observe the duel, that fight would also serve as a stepping stone for himself. He explained that he was thinking about the bigger picture. It was impossible to grow stronger by training alone. The Alliance leader understood the true meaning of that duel with wooden swords. Both of them knew that there were many other ways to fight while risking their lives. Even so, Lim Sobak chose only a sword duel, and he lost. That was the whole story. Mangyan felt a little disappointed. The sword demon commented that if he wanted to grow strong slowly and lose like him, he should keep harassing that woman like an idiot. However, he admitted that he still did not know how to completely block the Squadron 6 sword technique. Yi thought that man was truly incredible. The sword demon had gone there in order to learn about the path of the sword from the Alliance leader. Yizaha then explained that if he were to imitate the principles of the Squadron 6 sword technique, he would do something simple. He took out his dagger and imbued it with his 2 most powerful arts. He explained that although he did not know all the details, it seemed that the technique consisted of repeating the same simple movement 6 times, within an extremely short interval. Perhaps that technique had been created to increase the sword's destructive power while maintaining the same continuous motion. If a real sword had been used, the sword demon's weapon would still have been destroyed. Mangyan was surprised to realize that with such a quick analysis, Yi Zaha had practically understood how the technique worked. Even the sword demon was shocked. Yi continued, saying that he believed he knew how that technique had come into being. If the alliance leader had started as an ordinary member, that meant he did not come from a wealthy or powerful family. The cheap iron sword he used at that time probably broke repeatedly due to constant duels. He was not only poor, but also wielded a low-quality weapon. Perhaps that technique had been created precisely to prevent his sword from breaking. Perhaps it did not matter whether he used a rusty sword, a wooden sword, or a legendary blade forged by a great craftsman. The result would be the same. The attacks would remain powerful. Lim Sobek's sword technique was a strange phenomenon, born from the need to survive real battles, endure constant confrontations, and deal with a lack of resources. Upon hearing this analysis, the sword demon was extremely shocked by the accuracy of Yizaha's conclusions. Yizaha reflected and admitted that what had been said made sense. The situation was strange because that man's martial arts had grown stronger precisely because of the hardships he had faced in the past. He thought that both the sword demon and Mangyan came from wealthy families, people who had never truly lacked anything. Because of that, they would never understand this kind of reality. The poverty of a member of the Marine Alliance was very different from the poverty of a simple waiter. In the end, that victory belonged to him. That meant that man had been the poorest of them all. Yizaha realized this and soon thought that, in truth, there was nothing good about it. On the contrary, it was something bitter. Even so, Yizaha decided that they would drink that day. For him, tasting the bitterness of wine after a bitter defeat was something almost sacred. Mangyan complained about the rude way he spoke to his own master, saying that it was disrespectful. Yizaha asked Mangyan's age, which left him visibly nervous and without an answer. To change the subject, Mangyan suggested that drinking together that night would not be a bad idea. The sword demon remarked that he had heard Yizaha did not usually drink with men, and that the mere fact that Yizaha considered it an honor was already meaningful. This left Mangyan quite embarrassed. Not long after, the three of them were drinking together. Yizaha thought that it had been more than 50 days since the last time he had drunk. That was far too long. During the conversation, he asked the sword demon if he was staying at the White Eagle because the cult kept sending people after him. The answer was not exactly. No matter where he was, the cult would continue trying to kill him. The real problem was always being prepared to suffer great losses. Up to that point, those who had been sent were not enough. Curious, Mangyan asked who the most powerful enemy he had ever faced was, the alliance leader or the cult leader. The sword demon thought carefully before answering. Yizaha, for his part, was also genuinely curious, since even when he had been known as the Mad Demon, he had never fought either of them. From his point of view, the cult leader's internal energy was superior. In a direct duel, the cult leader would probably win. However, in a war, the alliance leader would choose to sacrifice his own life to kill the cult leader, causing both of them to die. A suicidal attack from someone at the same level as the alliance leader would be extremely difficult to avoid. Even so, both of them had countless subordinates, which made a direct confrontation between them unlikely. Next, Yizaha asked whether the sword demon had also learned demonic arts. He explained that everyone who trained in the cult from a young age began with that type of martial art. The principle of energy circulation was different from the orthodox path, full of shortcuts used to accumulate demonic energy quickly. The problem was that after about 23 years of training, the practitioner would inevitably face energy deviation. That was the price of shortcuts, something impossible to avoid. Mangyan thought that 23 years was far too early, but the sword demon explained that this was precisely why the cult lived in constant internal conflict. Before their bodies collapsed, ordinary members usually died on missions or in internal struggles. Life expectancy there was extremely low. The ideas of those in power were cold and merciless. The lives of the members had no value at all, being seen as disposable and easily replaced. The sword demon poured another drink, and Yizaha did the same. He thought about how impressive that man's view of the cult leader was. To him, humans were not people, but merely pawns. Noticing Yizaha's smile, the sword demon asked the reason. Yizaha explained that his impressions were very similar to his own. He then reflected that the alliance was different only for now. Every organization eventually followed the ideals of its leader. The alliance could easily become just like the cult, just as the cult could, in theory, become like the alliance. Yizaha asked whether the sword demon had faced difficulties in that recent duel. The answer was direct. He would only be defeated when he was dead. Not even the cult leader could kill him easily. Finally, the sword demon remarked that Yizaha seemed different and asked whether he had learned a new martial art. Yizaha was surprised by how easily this had been noticed. The explanation was that although the change was subtle, someone experienced could feel it. He stated that that Yizaha was advancing along the correct path. The sword demon also explained that even if the cult leader died, the cult would not disappear overnight, because many ancient families supported its structure. For that reason, it would be necessary to create an honest leader for the cult, even if that meant eliminating all the current executives. In the future, it could be Mangyan or anyone else. To him, that was the only possible path. In any case, the current leader had to die. Mangyan made it clear that he did not want to become the leader of the cult. To him, anyone who occupied that position had to be completely insane. The teachings of the cult meant the entire world to its followers, but Mangyan, despite acknowledging that he was eccentric, did not want to accept that kind of doctrine. He had no desire to embrace ideas that distorted. The sword demon laughed at this attitude and explained that this was precisely what defined the demonic cult. Its members could not be persuaded by words or reason. They needed to be pressured into submission and ruled by brute force. In the case of fanatics, there was no room for debate about teachings. The only solution was to eliminate them and purge them completely. He said that he had already told this to the sect leader and that it should be kept in mind. A part of that world had gone mad a long time ago. After that, Yizaha stated that he had a favor to ask. Even without knowing who the sword demon's next opponent would be, he asked to be invited again to watch the fights. The sword demon did not make any immediate promises. He said that he would be training for quite some time, but that yes, he would invite him again. After that long drinking session and an encounter he considered valuable, Yizaha parted ways with the other two. He walked to a lake near the forest and began to appreciate the scenery. It was at that moment that he realized he was surrounded by countless enemies. He questioned who dared to disturb his moment of tranquility in front of that view. He admitted that they looked like assassins, but extremely pathetic ones. He thought that the dream of every oppressed person was to become the oppressor. One of the assassins even pulled out a small piece of paper to confirm whether the target was really Yizaha. He answered impatiently that yes, it was him, and that there was no need to check. The assassins hesitated for a few moments. Then Yizaha turned to the closest one and launched a concentrated sphere of fire mixed with internal energy, which pierced straight through the enemy's head. He then asked why the leader had not shown up yet. Among the mediocre assassins, an old man supported by a cane appeared. He demanded that Yizaha gather all the money he possessed if he wanted to leave that place alive. Yizaha thought the old man had to be insane for not knowing how to negotiate and asked where such confidence came from. The old man ordered a hunter to kill him immediately. The man advanced, throwing several kunai, all of which Yizaha easily dodged. When he tried to attack with his sword, all Yizaha did was draw his own blade and split the man in half. Then he called for the next one. The old man then summoned the woodcutter and told him to be careful. The woodcutter charged forward, wielding his axe, but showed no care at all. He attacked wildly, leaving countless openings. Yizaha evaded with ease and cut him in half vertically. Yizaha asked whether it was still not clear that facing him one by one made no sense at all. Irritated, the old man ordered everyone to attack at once, no matter how. Yizaha had to die there. And at that moment, Yizaha even called two enemies at the same time and noticed the huge difference between them. He warned again that if they did not all attack together, they would die just the same. The stubborn old man only told Yizaha to shut up. When two swordsmen rushed forward, Yizaha evaded and activated the Path of Flames. He unleashed an arcing strike so wide that it hit not only those on the battlefield, but also everyone behind them. Only one person managed to foresee the attack and block it, emerging unharmed. Yizaha stated that this man could only be the one responsible for all of this. The tense silence confirmed that he was right. The enemy insulted him, but Yizaha was already right next to him, ready to slit his throat. He thought that, in that situation, the one ambushing the assassins was himself. The enemy managed to block at the last instant, gripping Yizaha's sword with his bare palms, completely nervous. He shouted for the others to attack. Everyone charged with weapons drawn. That was when Yizaha decided to test his new technique. With his hand imbued with ice arts, he touched the enemy's skin, freezing his hand stuck to the sword. Then he struck the pressure points on his neck, noting that the leader of the Howl sect hid his true abilities well. After leaving him completely frozen, Yizaha decided to test his new art even further, ironically asking him to keep holding the sword for a little longer. The enemies did not expect the freezing advance that followed. Wherever Yizaha passed, icy air accompanied him, freezing everything around. The last one to face him was the old man, who managed to block the first strike using his internal energy. Even so, he was knocked down, beaten, slammed to the ground, and finally captured by the great absorption technique. Before receiving a direct freezing blow to the stomach, everything came to an end. Everyone was still alive, but completely frozen and overwhelmed by fear. Yizaha stated that he would use all of them to test the new ice art what he had learned. He said it would hurt a little, but since they were assassins, they had no right to complain. The group stood frozen, unable to react. At that moment, Yizaha felt a sudden surge of fury. To him, if they wanted to fight, they all should have attacked together and fought to the end. The old man, however, had treated his subordinates as mere pawns. Because of that, Yizaha started with him. The old man was beheaded first and did not die immediately since he was still frozen, which made him suffer for some time longer. The second one, who appeared to be stronger, had his sword torn from his frozen hands and was cut from the stomach up to the chest. Yizaha then turned to the weaker ones still left on the field and made it clear that he would not kill them quickly. He said that one of them would still reveal where they had all come from. He was irritated at having his moment of tranquility interrupted, since he only wanted to appreciate the lake under the moonlight. One of the men was already crying in despair. Yizaha mocked the crying, finding it all pathetic. Then he calmly explained what they would do that night. All of them would be struck repeatedly by his ice arts until dawn. After that, he would interrogate each one using simulated drowning. He also intended to light a bonfire, roast a goose, and eat in peace. He said that if anyone wanted to die quickly, it would be better to speak up at that moment. Later, Yizaha was indeed eating calmly. By the edge of the lake, he commented that the meat was a bit bland, but still edible. The woodcutter had died, as had the hunter, the scholar, and the man with the scythe, who had frozen to death. The old man also died, as did the farmer. About 5 were left alive. When the man with the scythe opened his eyes, Yizaha corrected the count, realizing there were still 6. He warned that none of them could sleep. If they slept, when they woke up, the king of hell would ask how they had gotten there, and they would not know how to answer. If they truly reached hell, it would be enough to say they had come because of Yizaha, since the king of hell was already overloaded because of him. Yizaha thought everyone would be more interesting if they talked, and he asked who he was speaking to at that moment. He approached a mustached man and explained that he did not hate him for being an assassin, nor for being ugly. He hated stupid assassins. He told him to use his brain and reflect on why he was alive, why he had been born, and why someone like him had made those choices. Since there was no response, as the man was frozen, Yizaha continued, saying that although he was also an assassin, he thought differently. He explained that he had only killed people who exploited the weak, stole money, abused bodies, charged protection fees, and turned people into slaves with twisted justifications. He had not become an assassin because someone ordered him to. To him, a true assassin kills only those who deserve to die, not because he received orders. After that, Yizaha returned to the bonfire and said he had one more thing to add. He asked if they knew that he had once been a waiter. He said he would tell his life story because they would never find it out, no matter how much they tried to investigate him. He explained that he had named his sect the Howl clan for a reason. It represented the lower class of society. There was no difference between them. Yizaha then offered liquor and asked if anyone wanted a sip. No one answered. He made it clear that he was not doing this to obtain information about a base or to find out who their leader was. He only wanted to know if they wanted some Kang liquor. One of the men asked for a sip with great difficulty. Yizaha approached and poured the drink directly into his mouth, acknowledging the effort he had made to manage to speak. He said that there were still 4 who had not drunk and commented that maybe it would be better for them to die quickly. Another man begged for a sip. Yizaha asked why he was speaking that way, remarking that he had spent a long time talking to himself. The man asked him to spare his life. Yizaha asked if he would drink, and showing a bit of compassion since they were all swordsmen, placed a little liquor in his mouth. Then Yizaha stared at the frozen man with the scythe and asked if he was not going to drink as well. Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed him by the cloak and threw him into the lake, stating that now there were only 5 left. He said that from that moment on, they should all think very carefully, because he intended to spare only one person, someone he judged it possible to have a conversation with. Finally, Yizaha sat down in front of the frozen assassins and said that he wanted to see who would win that competition. Then he stopped and began to cultivate. He stated that a man who became a little stronger every day, day after day, would eventually surpass anyone. Even if he was a bit weaker than their leader at that moment, he knew that the next day he would be stronger. Yizaha took a deep breath and explained that he knew the reason for all of this, but that he would not tell it. He remained still for a long time in complete silence. The atmosphere grew heavy until one of the assassins reported that the fisherman and the vendor had already died. Then he asked what they should do now and said that it would be best to tell everything to that man at once. Another assassin replied that he also knew nothing. He said that the one who seemed to know more was the ugly one. The mustached ugly man said that he would talk, as long as sword number 6 and the barbarian agreed. Sword number 6 said that if the ugly man wanted to talk, he agreed completely. The barbarian also agreed. The ugly man asked if the leader of the Howl clan was listening. He said that they could tell everything. Even so, he admitted that it might not be enough, since they did not know everything. Yizaha slowly opened his eyes and asked if they were finally ready to talk. One of them said that since he was going to die anyway, he would talk to pay for the liquor he had received. Instead of killing him, Yizaha grabbed the ugly man and brought him closer to the bonfire to thaw him. Then he did the same with the others. When they all regained their senses, Yizaha ordered them to speak. The ugly man explained that he had heard the name Swift Tornadoes many times, but did not know where he had first heard it. Yizaha asked why he believed that Swift Tornado represented a group. The ugly man explained that there was a man who managed all of them and who called himself Swift Tornado. It was from him that they learned how to be assassins. Normally, they spread out across different places, but gathered whenever they were summoned. They received information about targets and made plans together with old Seok, who had died not long ago, while passing on information. They did not have a fixed base. The leader was the center of everything. Yizaha thanked them by pouring more liquor into each of their mouths and said that they had done very well trying to survive. The ugly man added that, to be honest, even they sometimes could not find the leader. He then asked how Yizaha intended to find him. Yizaha replied that things in the world almost never happened the way people wanted. He said that he would not look for him directly. The assassins would continue trying to kill him, and life would go on. The ugly man agreed, saying that they had already suffered many losses. Yizaha explained that finding someone determined to hide was simple. It was enough to kill any assassin sent after him, just as he had done that night. He added that he slept better on nights when no one was sent. Suddenly, Yizaha moved past all of them, sealing their pressure points. They all remained seated near the bonfire, unable to move. Yizaha commented that it was quite warm there. He said that life was like a bonfire, offering small things that bring happiness, but also moments of cold, hunger, and pain, like that one. He explained that this pain was almost always caused by another person. Most people in the world already suffered even without incidents, but men like them turned their own lives into hell. They continued warming themselves even while paralyzed. One of them commented that the bonfire really was hot. The barbarian said that everything felt futile, that nothing came to mind even after everything that had happened. Another asked how that was possible since he was always thinking about something. The barbarian replied that he was thinking about food because he could only be happy when eating. Yizaha said that he really did look like a glutton. Then Yizaha took a piece of dried meat from his bag and handed it to him. Another assassin began to speak and said that once they had attacked a place called Buyang Manor, almost all the assassins who worked with the Swift Tornado were there. Everyone was nervous because there seemed to be an extremely skilled master at the location. The Swift Tornado appeared in person to lead the group, accompanied by a mysterious man. The Swift Tornado called that man only once. The name was Senior Frost. Yizaha asked if it was Frost the Invincible. With that, he concluded that there was certainly a great master involved. It seemed that he was part of an elite group of assassins. This meant that Yizaha would at least need to capture the Swift Tornado and interrogate him to find out where his base was located. Finally, Yizaha asked whether such a well-organized group of assassins truly existed. He concluded that the world of assassins was completely different from the streets, with its own hierarchy and internal rules, even when conflicts arose among them. All of that always ended in a great deal of bloodshed. Among all the assassins involved, the only one Yizaha truly recognized was the Assassin King. To discover which group the Swift Tornado belonged to, the simplest path would be to find the Assassin King and question him directly. However, he did not need to worry about that. If left alone, the Assassin King would eventually be killed by the Mad Monk. Even so, someone asked what problem was troubling Yizaha at that moment. Yizaha seemed to be reflecting deeply. He spoke about the existence of a beautiful place known as Flower Stream and asked if anyone there had ever heard of it. Everyone denied it, saying they had never heard that name before. Yizaha then explained that after the assassins turned that place into a base, the name was changed to Death Stream. Originally, peony petals constantly fell over the water, creating an extremely beautiful scene. Over time, that scenery changed completely. Instead of flowers, corpses began to float along the stream. Death Stream became a rotten and ugly place. In the past, peonies were known as the Queen of Flowers, and on certain occasions, the assassin who came from that place came to be called the King of Assassins. Yizaha looked at everyone attentively and explained that if the Swift Tornado truly came from Deathstream, it meant that he had become too deeply involved with something extremely dangerous. To avoid greater trouble, it would be better to prepare to search for that base. After all, no one should provoke the Assassin King without necessity. He observed how everyone there had undergone a very well-executed brainwashing. That was the only organization Yizaha believed was capable of completely controlling thoughts, actions, and even the way someone spoke. Because of that, he concluded that there was a high chance that both the Swift Tornado and Frost originated from Deathstream. Yizaha asked what they thought about this. Everyone fell silent, reflecting. He then insisted that they think carefully before answering, starting with the fisherman. The man stated that he believed they really did come from Deathstream. Yizaha immediately questioned how he could claim that if he had said earlier that he did not know the place. Then he asked whether he had enjoyed the liquor. Right after that, he struck him again with another ice art. The fisherman replied that the liquor was excellent. Yizaha seemed satisfied with the answer, and then turned to sword number 6. Sword number 6 commented that Yizaha was exceptionally perceptive. Yizaha, also known as the leader of the Howl sect, asked whether that meant the man believed his guess was correct or not. Silence was the only response. Because of that, sword number 6 was struck on the chin by another ice art. After that, Yizaha approached the ugly one and asked what he thought of all this. The man simply said to kill him already. Yizaha replied that Deathstream was something difficult even for him to deal with, and that the ugly one should have said this from the beginning. Even so, the ugly one stated that people did not change so easily. Yizaha then asked whether someone should not change after receiving an act of kindness. The ugly one replied that it had not been kindness at all, but only a fight, a massacre. Yizaha smiled, stating that the world had failed to understand him. Then he used the great absorption technique on the ugly one, killing him. After that, Yizaha told the barbarian that he would give him a whole pig later and asked whether he intended to do the same as the others. The barbarian stated that he knew nothing about Deathstream and only knew the Swift Tornado. He also asked why Yizaha had killed the others so suddenly. Yizaha replied that he truly was incredible, an exceptional assassin, and asked him to say his last words. The barbarian's final words were that the dried meat was delicious. Immediately afterward, as he lunged forward, he was massacred by a single palm strike to the forehead, dying instantly. After all of that, Yizaha once again admired the lake and remarked that the moon was exceptionally beautiful that night, although it no longer served any purpose. Later, Yizaha was already back in White Eagle City, eating a delicious bowl of noodles. He realized that he had not returned to the Howl sect. There was a strong chance that the next assassin to come after him would be Swift Tornado himself. If a confrontation happened inside the sect, innocent lives could be put in danger. After finishing the noodles, Yizaha thought that going to the Non-Ming Association would also end up causing trouble. He was not the type to hide. It was then that he found Mangyeon blocking his path. Yizaha immediately drew his attention. Mangyeon asked what he was doing there. Yizaha replied provocatively, calling him the coward of White Eagle City, which made Mangyeon approach at once. He asked if Yizaha wanted to die and demanded silence, asking again what he was doing there. Yizaha explained that he had originally planned to return to the sect, but assassins had followed him. After killing all of them, he ended up remembering the noodles from that restaurant, which were truly very good. The waiter proudly confirmed the quality of the dish. Mangyeon showed indifference and said that Yizaha should just eat in silence, asking why there was so much trouble. Yizaha replied by asking whether he still did not know what kind of person he was, and explained that whenever someone asked him to act as if they did not know each other, he always did the exact opposite. Mangyeon eventually gave in, saying that it was fine. He commented that Yizaha should enjoy his fights with assassins or simply die, doing whatever he wanted. Yizaha, however, told him to sit down. Even while cursing at Yizaha, Mangyeon ultimately obeyed and sat down again. Yizaha warned him not to be arrogant. He explained that if he truly became annoyed, he could very well establish a branch of the Howl sect in that city. Until that branch stabilized, he would drink there every day. If he saw Mangyeon causing trouble or harassing women, he would report him directly to the Sword Demon or the Alliance leader. He then asked whether it would still be fun after that. Next, Yizaha made it clear that Mangyeon should not provoke him. A man capable of creating a branch just to make someone's life miserable was exactly the kind of person he was. There was no doubt about it. Mangyeon then asked what Yizaha truly wanted, calling him annoying. Yizaha replied that his attitude was better now and asked only to drink a little. Soon after, he explained that the assassins who had been pursuing him likely came from Deathstream. Mangyeon suggested that he gather those subordinates he liked so much and attack the place. He said that if 500 people dirtied the stream, they would be left without drinking water. Yizaha looked at him in disbelief and asked if there was something wrong with his head. He complained about the absurd idea and asked if that was how he usually spoke when trying to approach women. After that, Yizaha calmly explained that Deathstream produced, from time to time, a true assassin king, someone extremely skilled. If he led the Howl sect to attack that place head-on, many of his subordinates would die unnecessarily. Mangyeon replied that it was fine, but asked what that had to do with him. Yizaha explained that there was no one among his subordinates stronger than Mangyeon. He agreed, saying that it was obvious. He also stated that there was no one stronger than him in White Eagle City, except of course his own master. Yizaha then asked what he thought of assassins. Mangyeon replied that they were idiots, and that if he encountered any he would kill them without thinking twice. Yizaha said said that was great, and stated that in that case, it was decided. The two of them would destroy Deathstream together. Mangyan questioned why Yizaha was making that decision on his own, and why he would have to go to a place that produced the Assassin King. Even while acknowledging his own strength, he wanted to know the real reason. Yizaha then promised to give him an elixir. Mangyan argued back, saying that Yizaha did not even know what kind of elixir someone who trained ice arts should consume. Yizaha replied that he would tell him where the lunar flower was. That left Mangyan visibly shocked. He asked if Yizaha truly knew. Yizaha answered yes. After all, he was the leader of the house sect. He explained that most people would not even know what the lunar flower was, but someone who trained ice arts understood its value very well. After reaching a certain level, every practitioner encountered a barrier in their training. By consuming that elixir at that specific moment, it was possible to forcibly increase internal energy, use the final technique more smoothly, and naturally advance to the next level. Yizaha knew very well that Mangyan also wanted to live up to the expectations of the sword demon. He asked whether his goal was not precisely to obtain the flower, so he could fully focus on his training, just as his master wished. The choice was in his hands. Mangyan replied that he would accept as long as he could consume the lunar flower, circulate his energy, and absorb everything before heading to Deathstream. There was no other way. He needed to consume the flower first. Yizaha smiled faintly, making it clear that the deal was settled. It was then explained that if the 10,000-year ginseng was considered the king of elixirs for ice arts, the lunar flower could be seen as something even above a king. It was the best of all known elixirs. The lunar flower was so rare that even the twin sword demons had tried to obtain it. Its location had been marked on an ancient treasure map. The reason Yizaha had never gone after the lunar flower, despite knowing its location, was simple. The effectiveness of the elixir would be reduced because he had not yet reached the ideal stage to consume it. Even so, he made it clear to Mangyan that they would do it. In exchange, they would have to inform the sword demon exactly what they were doing and where they were going. Yizaha asked him to think carefully. That was an opportunity capable of changing his life. At that moment, the sword demon himself approached, asking what Yizaha had just said and whether it was true. Yizaha replied that he did not know how much he had heard, but yes, everything was true. The sword demon then told Mangyan that they could go. Confused, Mangyan asked where to. The sword demon answered directly that they were going to get the flower. Mangyan asked why he was suddenly going along as well, and whether he also needed it. The sword demon replied that he did not. He was the master, after all, and sighed in clear disappointment. Later, the three of them were together, and Yizaha noticed that the sword demon was now carrying a new sword. That was not the sword he had used when he faced the Alliance leader. The sword demon explained that the weapon was known as his ancestor's radiant sword. Although he did not use it often, there were specific moments when he needed to bring it with him, like this one. Yizaha asked if he could take a look. Mangyan became a little nervous, but the sword demon allowed it. When Yizaha held the sword, he immediately asked why it was so heavy. The sword demon replied that he did not know the exact reason, only that it was indeed heavier than an ordinary sword. Yizaha drew the blade and realized that it was a sword forged by a great craftsman. It was perfect. However, beyond the physical weight, he felt something else. There was a dark weight pressing down on his body, something that did not come from the sword's material. Yizaha asked what exactly that was. The sword demon explained that it was not a hallucination. He said that Yizaha had handled the sound of the sword very well, since many people fainted the moment they drew it from its sheath. The sword could invade the nightmares of those who touched it and exert a suffocating pressure on the mind. When Yizaha returned the sword, he thanked him for the opportunity and commented that, in any case, it was an incredible weapon. It was very rare to encounter someone as impressive as the sword demon. That blade reminded him of the legendary demonic swords, which were almost never seen, whether they were demonic swords or evil spirit swords. Yizaha recalled that the sword demon had faced the Alliance Master using only a wooden sword. He acknowledged that he was an extremely powerful man. Yizaha knew that if that demon-possessed sword had been used in the fight, it would not have been strange for the battle to last for nights and days without end. The sword demon thanked him for those words and remarked that it seemed Yizaha truly understood how he felt. Mangyan also said that he understood, calling him master. Later, the three of them were already at Daejok Mountain. Yizaha explained that the lunar flower was not actually there, but beyond those mountains. The sword demon asked if it was located in the Red Plains. Yizaha asked whether he knew that place, and even Mangyan showed concern. The sword demon explained that it was a place where martial masters often went to fight, a unique place known as the stage of final battles. It was said that an entire mountain had been reduced to a plain after clashes between great masters. Without waiting any longer, Yizaha moved ahead, running down through the forest. The sword demon noticed that they were heading toward the highest peak and asked whether that place had a specific name. Yizaha replied that, as far as he knew, it was called the Lonely Peak of the Red Plains. or something similar. The sword demon confirmed it, saying that it had been the destination of many masters in the past. Yizaha explained that they needed to climb as fast as possible to make the rest of the journey easier. He said they should move at full speed and provoked Mangyeon, telling him to do his best. Mangyeon replied by telling him to shut up. Yizaha reached the mountain wall and began climbing straight up as if it were nothing. The sword demon was not far behind either. Mangyeon, however, suffered greatly. He even used ice arts to try to climb, but it was still extremely difficult for him. Yizaha thought that Mangyeon had climbed all that way just to consume the elixir, and that, even so, he looked pathetic. When he finally reached the top, panting, the sword demon commented that he should be skilled enough for that and asked why he was having so much difficulty. He reminded him that Mangyeon spent a lot of time drinking and said that he needed to set aside more time to train his movement arts. Mangyeon replied that it was the first time he had climbed a peak like that. Yizaha mocked him, saying that what he did best was wet himself in fear. When the sword demon turned around, he saw a garden of lunar flowers before him. Mangyeon stated that they truly existed. He explained that they had to cut the flower with a sword, place it on the blade, and consume it while the liquid was still dripping. He said that this was something serious. He warned that if they touched the flower with their hands, the effect would be reduced. He also made it clear that they should not be greedy. They would consume it together at the same time, following the correct steps. Mangyeon asked whether his master would not consume the flower as well. The sword demon replied that it would be foolish, since it made no sense to desire something that did not belong to him. He then ordered them to consume the flower immediately. The two of them began circulating their energy. They prepared themselves, drew their swords, and cut the flowers. Then they brought them to their mouths while they were still dripping. Mangyeon broke into a wide smile, as if he were enjoying a great feast. The sword demon said that he would stand guard for the two of them, and told them to begin circulating their energy without delay. Yizaha needed to absorb the energy of the lunar flower before it was too late. When he and Mangyeon focused, the sword demon merely observed them for a long time, without interfering. Yizaha quickly consumed the flower's energy thanks to his celestial pearl, which made the process much faster than normal. When he opened his eyes, Yizaha noticed something strange. He did not need to circulate his energy to absorb it, because it was already being naturally integrated into his body. The sword demon, however, had no way of knowing this. Yizaha thought that the sword demon showed no surprise, even without noticing the start of the energy circulation. Suddenly, sounds came from the forest, indicating that someone was approaching quickly. Even so, the master told Mangyeon not to worry and to continue cultivating. The sword demon remained on alert at the mountain peak. Shortly after, a woman appeared before them. Yizaha did not recognize her. She was not one of the three disasters, but it was clear that she was a powerful martial master. She looked around and remarked that the lunar flowers had withered. Showing shock, she questioned whether the left counselor was practicing theft so openly. The sword demon asked whether she had been the one who planted the flowers, and apologized for what had happened, commenting that at the very least a sign should have been placed there. Hearing this, Yizaha realized that the two of them knew each other and concluded that she must be part of the demonic cult. The sword demon explained that he had already left the cult and that there was no reason to call him left counselor anymore, since his departure had happened after a fight with the leader. The woman showed surprise and wanted to know the reason for the conflict. He replied that he had opposed the leader's insistence on creating the celestial jade. Hearing this, Yizaha became even more alert, wondering whether the celestial jade she mentioned was the same one inside him. He had not expected that subject to come up there. The woman commented that the cult leader must finally have gone mad, saying that such a decision suited him well. Yizaha found it strange how casually she referred to the cult leader. She continued, saying that it was hard to believe the sword demon had survived after fighting him, and that his rate of progress was far too fast to keep up with. Even so, she asked whether he had spared the leader because of the friendship between them. The sword demon replied that the cult leader did not possess that kind of emotion, and warned that she should also be careful. The woman returned to the matter of the lunar flowers and demanded an explanation for why all of them had withered. In response, Yizaha asked what she had expected, explaining that lunar flowers bloomed on their own. He added that if she truly wanted to consume them, she should have been faster, and asked why she was blaming others for failing to act in time. Even the sword demon widened his eyes upon hearing that. The woman flared up and questioned what kind of nonsense that was, asking who Yizaha was. The sword demon said that she should ask him directly. Yizaha thought that if he said he was the leader of the house sect, she might vent her anger on his subordinates. For that reason, he merely stated that not long ago, he had been someone who cleaned tables and cooked noodles at an inn. For Yizaha, that was enough. That was his identity. The woman then asked whether the person cultivating energy there was someone special. The sword demon explained that it was his disciple. She asked whether he had inherited the illumination sword technique, but the demon replied that he had not yet. She admitted that this was a relief, and commented that, in that case, they would be even if she took one of them with her. The sword demon explained to the palace master that this would be difficult, since he still had much to teach his disciple and needed to keep him by his side. He also added that the other man was not someone who would follow her merely to serve. The woman demanded an explanation, and the demon replied that Yizaha had already distinguished himself as a leader in his own right. Even so, he acknowledged that her lunar flowers had been consumed and stated that even if he had to travel throughout Jianghu, he would find something precious to offer her palace as compensation. The woman let out a loud laugh and commented that it had been a very long time since someone last gave her orders. She began to take offense, seeming to have forgotten who she was, simply because she had confronted her senior. The sword demon replied that, in fact, it seemed that she had forgotten who he was. The tension rose, and the two of them were already prepared to fight. Yizaha thought that even though they were seniors of the dark faction, they still tried to act in a civilized manner. Even so, he did not understand why they did not fight immediately, because he truly wanted to see it happen. Before the confrontation, the sword demon told Yizaha that he would entrust his disciple to him. Then the two old figures leaped from the cliff and began their battle. Yizaha thought that the world was indeed full of surprises, and that it was strange to be protecting someone who had killed him in his past life. Not long after, he felt the impact of the first strike of the fight, and the forest began to be destroyed as a consequence. Yizaha thought that Mangyeon might fall into an energy deviation like that, but he stated with conviction that his master would not lose that battle. Yizaha told Mangyeon to focus on cultivation. Not even the leader of the demonic cult had managed to kill him, so it would not be just anyone who could do it. If he did not want to lose control of his energy while circulating it, he needed to truly concentrate. With that, Mangyeon took a deep breath and fully refocused on cultivation. Shortly after, Yizaha felt another presence approaching and wondered who it would be this time. He soon realized it was another woman climbing up to the mountain peak. She questioned whether they had consumed the lunar flowers. Yizaha, completely unconcerned, reacted with disdain and made it clear that he had never attacked someone without martial training. Even so, he stated that he had already defeated women who practiced martial arts and concluded that she was probably a disciple of the palace mistress. He made it clear that if she did not want to end up seriously injured, she should stop that attitude and be careful about what she was doing. At that very moment, the woman charged at Yizaha, releasing a strike of internal energy. Yizaha blocked it easily and threw her away without showing any effort. She admitted that he was very skilled for someone so young and tried to understand how he had done that. Yizaha showed no interest in explaining. The woman insisted and used repeated palm strikes again. Yizaha realized that in this way, Mangyeon could end up falling into an energy deviation once more. Losing his patience, Yizaha advanced and landed a direct blow to her abdomen. Then he paralyzed her pressure points using an ice art. Right after that, he delivered a powerful flick using the indomitable art, hitting the woman directly on the forehead. The impact was so strong that she fainted and fell to the ground without any resistance. Yizaha turned his attention back to Mangyeon and reinforced that he should remain focused without getting distracted. Moments later, the woman got up with difficulty and quickly moved away from Yizaha, carrying a large swelling on her head that looked like a horn. Yizaha simply stared at her, making it clear that she should know her place. At that moment, Mangyeon finally managed to stabilize his energy and advance in cultivation. He performed some strange movements, which made Yizaha wonder what exactly he was doing, since he could simply remain still. When Mangyeon opened his eyes, he noticed the presence of the woman in front of him, still with the large swelling on her head. Mangyeon commented that it was not right to hit women, and stood up, apologizing to the woman. Yizaha thought that he was just trying to appear polite in front of her, even in such an absurd situation. The woman, however, told Mangyeon to stay out of it. She then cracked her neck and arms and drew a whip, showing total hostility. Next, she made it clear that she intended to face Yizaha again. Mangyeon tried to warn her, explaining that Yizaha was not an ordinary person, and that this was for her own good. Yizaha in turn found Mangyeon's attitude unbelievable. He observed that she seemed to have been born with a silver spoon and that taking a beating like that could be a new experience for her. Even so, he stated that he was being benevolent. The woman attacked with the whip, but the strike was weak. Yizaha grabbed the whip, set it on fire, and pulled her toward the flames. She tried to block the next internal energy palm strike, but Yizaha kept a calm smile on his face. Suddenly, the woman activated a red power, and even her pupils changed color. That was clearly a demonic technique. Mangyan recognized the technique as belonging to the Bloody Night Palace and warned Yizaha that he could not kill her, as seriously injuring her could start a war. Yizaha said that he would handle the situation. Instead of using fire again, he used an ice art, completely freezing the whip. The pressure was so intense that the woman was forced beyond her limit, causing blood to flow from her nose as she struggled to remain standing. Mangyan stated that this would not work, but Yizaha completely ignored him. He offensively provoked the young woman, saying that she looked like her nose was full of mucus and asking if she was picking her nose. Then he suggested that she clean only her nose and that they continue afterward, which made the young woman lose control and tell him to shut up. Yizaha responded with even more contempt, stating that he was not like her subordinates, always ready to obey any order. He pulled the whip again, forcing the young woman to fall to her knees and asked if she would surrender. Faced with her immediate refusal, Yizaha simply threw her off the cliff without any hesitation. Mangyan shouted that he was crazy, while the young woman's scream echoed through the air and faded as she fell. Yizaha then commented coldly, asking whether the palace mistress had managed to see what happened, mentioning that one of her disciples had just fallen off the cliff and asking if she intended to retrieve her. Before any other reaction was possible, Mangyan ran forward and threw himself off the cliff, as if diving into a pool, trying to rescue the young woman. Yizaha merely watched and commented that that guy truly had no sense. At that moment, the sword demon returned, and the palace mistress managed to save her disciple. Mangyan came back empty-handed, while Yizaha commented sarcastically that it looked nice to see everyone gathered there and suggested that if they were not going to kill each other, they should take it easy. Irritated, Mangyan openly cursed at him. The palace mistress explained that the sword demon had deliberately left an opening so that she could save her disciple, and stated that because of that, she would forget about the matter of the lunar flowers, since they were even. The sword demon agreed, saying that it sounded like a good idea, but the mistress then asked who the man beside him was. The sword demon explained that he was a leader of a group known as the Howl sect, and that there was no need to kill him, as everything was already resolved. He added that Yizaha was also an enemy of the cult leader, and therefore the enemy of an enemy could be considered an ally. In addition, given his personality, it was unlikely that he had been the first to attack. The palace mistress then asked her disciple whether she had been the one to attack first. With blood on her nose, the young woman admitted that she had and added that the man had flicked her on the forehead. Asked whether she had attacked because of that, she confirmed it. The mistress sighed, saying that her disciple was very immature, and that because she had never left Jianghu, she did not understand how the world truly worked. For that reason, she apologized for what had happened. Next, the palace mistress asked the leader of the Howl sect to step forward, and explaining that she would not kill him, only compensate for the flick and then leave. However, the sword demon suggested ending it there, stating that Yizaha would be of great help when they dealt with the cult leader and that there was no need for excessive caution. According to him, it was a fact that Yizaha had gone easy on the disciple, and that when he fought against his own disciple, the situation had been so terrifying that the man had literally soiled his pants. Confused, Mangyan asked his master why he was saying that, and both the palace mistress and the disciple looked at him with disgust. The sword demon asked whether he had lied at any point. Yizaha confirmed that he was right, and openly stated that it had indeed been him who fought against the sword demon's disciple, leaving him so terrified that he ended up soiling his pants. Silence took over the place as everyone stared at the poor man. Trying to fix the situation, Mangyan approached the young lady and explained that it was all a big misunderstanding. According to him, the man had not soiled himself because of the beating, but because he had been poisoned. The explanation, however, did nothing to reduce her disgust. The sword demon merely sighed and asked Yizaha to introduce himself properly. Yizaha took a step forward and introduced himself as Yizaha, leader of the Howl sect. The master replied that he did not need his introduction, while Mangyan introduced himself as Mangyan of the Mang family. The master commented that chivalry still seemed to exist within the white faction, and stated that one day he would offer support to compensate for all the help received that day. Mangyan replied that there was no need, as he had only done what needed to be done, and the master concluded that they were even. Meanwhile, Yizaha kept staring at the man who had soiled his pants, with a provocative smile on his face, making it clear that he did not intend to forget that anytime soon. Mangyan asked what Yizaha was laughing at, and Yizaha replied provocatively, saying that he would only start caring about manners again if the man soiled his pants once more. At that moment, the sword demon introduced the woman before them as Ao Soryang, the mistress of the Bloody Night Palace. He explained that in her youth, her husband had been assassinated by the cult leader. Ao Soryang asked that unnecessary memories of the past not be brought up. The sword demon commented that he had also been a close friend of her husband, but stated that he had never seen that young woman before. more. The young woman then introduced herself to the sword demon as Gyo Young, and he reacted with surprise, saying that she had grown so much that he could not recognize her. Mangyeon, upon hearing the name, commented that it suited her face as well as her beauty. Next, Ao Soryong directly asked what the sword demon intended to do regarding the cult leader. He explained that he believed a clash between the alliance leader and the cult leader was inevitable. His intention was to observe whether only the two main groups would come into conflict, because if other groups under their control became involved, the alliance would be at a great disadvantage. For that reason, he intended to help. Ao Soryong replied that she was also in a position where she needed the cult leader to be killed, but that she could not directly help the alliance. The sword demon disagreed, stating that she should not think that way, because if the alliance lost, it would not matter whether it was the Bloody Night Palace or the Taoists hidden in the mountains. The cult leader would end up massacring everyone. Ao Soryong said that she would think about it later and commented that it had been a very long time since they last saw each other. Because of that, she suggested that they eat something together. Sometime later, everyone was already walking back towards civilization. Along the way, Yi Zaha approached Ao Soryong and explained that she was trying to kill the assassins of Deathstream, asking for her help. The request sounded sudden to everyone, and Ao Soryong asked whether he was truly crazy. The sword demon replied that, honestly, he had no idea whether there was anything inside his head. Mangyeon agreed, saying that Ao Soryong was right, and pointed out that Yi Zaha had thrown her disciple off the cliff without hesitation, which proved that he was completely out of his mind. Ao Soryong then asked why they were traveling with someone like that. Mangyeon admitted that he also did not know, and that it was indeed a good question. Yi Zaha commented that, in fact, he thought he was the most normal person there, and said that he had no idea what they were talking about. Annoyed, Mangyeon told him to shut up. Yi Zaha looked at the sword demon, who averted his gaze, while Ao Soryong asked what Yi Zaha would gain by helping Gyo Young. Yi Zaha replied that, although for different reasons, he also held resentment toward the cult leader and asked what else she thought he should gain. Ao Soryong retorted, saying that this was nonsense. Then Yi Zaha explained that everyone there was weaker than the cult leader, which was a fact, and that trying to take revenge using only martial arts was arrogance. According to Yi Zaha, all that remained was to continue fighting through one's own way of life. He stated that the cult leader viewed the weak as insects, but that he had created a sect that stood beside them. He said that he would kill the assassins, cleanse the dark faction, and do exactly what the cult leader had never done, winning in that way. He added that this would make those who supported the cult leader look ridiculous in Django, and that if they wanted revenge or to hate someone, they would have to do it the right way. He then asked Ao Soryong if she understood what he meant. She replied that she obviously understood nothing, and that it sounded like pure madness. Yi Zaha thought that, as she had said, he really was speaking nonsense at that moment. Even so, he moved on and said that they could already depart. No one had understood anything he said, and the general conclusion was that he was truly crazy, living up to the nickname of Mad Demon. Later, at the Lunar Water Establishment, everyone was seated while being served food and drink. Ao Soryong explained that the place had been built with investments from the palace, and said that everyone could make themselves comfortable. Gyo Young was still resentful toward Yi Zaha, casting hostile looks in his direction, while Mangyeon openly stared at the waitress's cleavage. The sword demon asked, with some embarrassment, for Mangyeon to behave himself, explaining that he fell in love very easily, and that it was awkward to see him staring so blatantly at a woman's body. He commented that he even felt bad for having to complain about this in the middle of a meeting like that. Mangyeon, not understanding the weight of the situation, asked his master whether that was some kind of illness, since he simply could not control himself. Yi Zaha immediately replied yes, stating that it was a disease that made him soil himself, and told him to stop staring, warning that if he kept it up, he would soil himself again. Ao Soryong interrupted, saying that they were eating and that he should stop talking crap. Mangyeon told Yi Zaha to shut up, but the sword demon commented to Ao Soryong that she had always liked judging people by their appearance, and asked what she thought of him. Ao Soryong looked at Mangyeon and stated that he really did look like a pervert. She then asked why the old man had not done anything before he became like that. The sword demon explained that he had already been like that when he was accepted as a disciple, saying it was a factory defect. Ao Soryong commented that people like him would be consumed by lust without realizing it, and would end up living as someone hunted and despised. Even if he spent his whole life running away, that illness would not be cured because it was not only of the body but also of the heart, and it would only disappear when he died. Yi Zaha thought that she was really good at reading people. Soon after, Ao Soryong told her disciple that Mangyeon was at the top of the list of men who should never date, making making it clear that this was not a compliment. Mangyan became visibly nervous upon hearing that. She continued explaining that perhaps today he would fall in love, but the next day he would argue, try to dominate her, go to a brothel that same night, and the following morning, on the way home, flirt with any woman he found on the street. For her, there was no cure because he simply did not want to be cured. Yizaha clapped his hands and commented that her reading had been perfect, saying that she was excellent at it. Gyo-young then asked what kind of man she should date. Ao Sor-young replied that the one there was not the right type either, explaining that although Mangyan was at the top of the list, Yizaha occupied second place. Yizaha asked the reason for that, and Ao Sor-young explained that it was enough to observe his expression and his eyes to see that there was no intention of building a family. She said that men like him were usually ready to kill or die at any moment. Yizaha replied that he also knew how to read a bit of physiognomy and stated that, based on hers, Ao Sor-young did not have many days of life left. At that moment, the sword demon spat something out of his mouth. Mangyan spat on the ground, and Gyo-young looked at Yizaha in horror. Ao Sor-young said that she had never heard such an unpleasant joke. The sword demon commented that sometimes it was not just nonsense, because Yizaha was also intelligent. She replied that it was fine, and that she would listen to him only out of respect for the sword demon. While they ate, Yizaha commented that after fighting the sword demon, he admitted that Ao Sor-young was truly skilled. He said that she seemed to live in isolation by not accepting outsiders, but questioned whether she really believed that the cult leader would not be able to find her just because she was hiding. According to Yizaha, it would be enough for the cult leader to give an order for his subordinates to eventually find her. It might take time, but they would find her. In the end, everyone there would die, and all that would remain of the palace would be ashes. Ao Sor-young replied that they were not weak, but Yizaha stated that the cult leader was stronger. She asked what he was trying to say, and Yizaha explained that the name Bloody Night Palace should mean a night filled with blood, something anyone would associate with a demonic faction. The sword demon then explained that Bloody Night was the nickname of the palace master's grandfather. Yizaha was left speechless for a moment, but commented that even so, he found it ridiculous to use the grandfather's nickname as the name of the group and suggested that she should change it. Finally, Yizaha stated that the cult was clearly stronger and asked Ao Sor-young how she intended to take revenge on her own, making it clear that in his view, she did not fully understand the reality she lived in. From what he could see, the sword demon also preferred to act alone. If he had decided to visit the Bloody Night Palace, then he should be received as someone important. If rumors spread that the sword demon was visiting the palace, the cult leader would certainly not be pleased. Little by little, the pieces began to fall into place. People who irritated the cult leader were interacting with one another. Because of that, he would end up discovering that the second son of the Feng Yun family was also involved, in addition to the leader of the Howl sect, an unknown sect leader who was clearly plotting something. Faced with this situation, the cult leader would truly need more reasons to act against Ao Sor-young. When silence settled in, Yizaha commented to Ao Sor-young that surviving was not an easy task. To stay alive, a person had to do whatever was necessary. He said that if he were in her place, he would start by grabbing onto the sword demon's pants. Because of that, Yizaha stated that he expected her to be more active in helping them when they attacked the assassins of Deathstream. The sword demon observed that this had been sudden once again. Ao Sor-young replied that she more or less understood what he meant, but that she still felt wary, as she had never met anyone as arrogant as him. At that moment, Yizaha looked at Gyo-young and asked why she was staring so much. The servant returned to the table, and everyone ended up looking at Mangyan, who tried to restrain himself, taking deep breaths until he began to break out in a cold sweat. Yizaha commented that it was not that difficult. Gyo-young observed that he really was crazy about women, to which Mangyan replied that it was better to avoid that kind of comment around him. Even so, she showed disgust. Ao Sor-young asked Gyo-young not to look at him, saying that such a disease could be contagious. Then she asked everyone to stand up and suggested inviting them for tea at the main palace. At that moment, Yizaha remembered something important. Thanks to his regression, he had discovered certain secrets. Although he had a general sense of the future of others, he could not see his own destiny. What would emerge from the mad demon was still an unknown, and that was the true homework of his regression. Already at the main palace of Bloody Night, the chief counselor showed great joy upon seeing the former left counselor. The sword demon commented that it had been a very long time since they last saw each other. The chief counselor asked him to sit. Later, when the table was prepared, Ao Sor-young personally served the tea. The chief counselor commented that he was very happy to see him again, especially before dying. The sword demon, however, replied that he was no longer the left counselor. The chief counselor clearly did not know that. He commented that the number of people capable of directly advising the cult leader was decreasing, which he found concerning. Then he asked who those young people were. Gyo-young introduced Mangyan of the Feng Yun family, disciple of the sword demon, and Yizaha, leader of the Howl sect. The chief counselor introduced himself as Heo Gyeom, and both returned the greeting with respect. Then Eo Soryong began the main topic, explaining that the leader of the house sect intended to attack a group of assassins known as Deathstream and needed the help of the palace. Heo Gyeom took a book out from within his robe, saying that he remembered that group and asked how much Yizaha knew about them. Yizaha replied that he did not know much, only that they kept sending assassins after him and that he had discovered their existence while being chased. Heo Gyeom commented that he was very young to already have assassins on his trail and that he must always be worried and busy. Yizaha replied that things had simply taken that turn after he fought in a few places. Meanwhile, Yizaha observed Heo Gyeom in silence. He realized that the old man had lost his martial arts, yet he did not seem weak. On the contrary, Yizaha felt a deep sense of respect coming from him. His aura was not the result of age alone. Even though he looked like a frail elder, he had once been strong enough to treat the world as his own playground. In the end, Heo Gyeom turned to Mangyeon and asked if he could offer his hand, as he wished to perform a brief reading of his body. The sword demon nodded in agreement, and Mangyeon extended his hand without hesitation. Heo Gyeom asked whether Mangyeon was a survivor of the Jade Flower Palace. Mangyeon confirmed this respectfully, saying that his mother had belonged to the Jade Flower Palace. The advisor remarked that he had grown up very well, and stated that, although he had heard about survivors from that palace, this was the first time he had seen one in person. He added that he was pleased to know that those impressive martial arts had not been lost, and that Mangyeon must have suffered greatly during his training. Mangyeon replied that this was true before he met his master, but after that, everything had changed. He explained that he had been well guided, and that everything had worked out. The sword demon confirmed that Mangyeon was indeed his disciple. Heo Gyeom showed surprise upon hearing this, commenting that he had not expected him to take a disciple. He added that once the ice arts of the Jade Flower Palace were fully mastered, that boy would become someone impressive, but he advised that the sword technique of enlightenment should not be taught to him. The sword demon replied that he had no intention of doing so. When the elder's eyes met Yizaha's, Heo Gyeom commented that although it might seem offensive, he was someone who could not restrain his own curiosity. Yizaha then asked if he could also take a look at his body, explaining that he too was curious to receive his advice. When Yizaha offered his hand and wrist, Heo Gyeom felt something terrifying within him. A genuine fear took hold of him for a brief moment. He took a deep breath and asked whether Yizaha was also a disciple of the former left advisor. The sword demon replied that he was not. This made the elder visibly uneasy, but the sword demon added that Yizaha was not a bad person and that there was no need for such caution. He stated that he would remain there listening to everything. Heo Gyeom then asked whether Yizaha was a disciple of one of the three disasters. Yizaha denied it once again. The elder commented that he was very young, yet possessed an impressive amount of energy, both yin and yang, something that deeply surprised him. He added that the same applied to the martial arts learned by the cult leader, which made everyone at the table feel slightly tense. He continued by saying that, for a brief moment, he had thought that Yizaha was a disciple raised directly by the cult leader and sent there. However, if he had learned all of that on his own, then he was someone worthy of respect. Yizaha thought that the elder had probably sensed the celestial pearl within him. Heo Gyeom commented that he had never heard of the house sect and asked whether Yizaha had created it himself. Upon hearing the confirmation, he was impressed that someone so young had founded a sect on his own. Yizaha explained that he had done so to allow people of the working class to live in peace. The advisor stated that this was the craziest justification he had ever heard for creating a sect. Gyo Young asked what was crazy about it. Heo Gyeom replied that the working class had always been oppressed and that creating a sect with that purpose meant fighting for an entire lifetime. He added that he had witnessed countless rises and falls of martial groups, but never anything like that. Yizaha replied that he was not wrong. The elder then apologized to Eo Soryong if he had crossed any line by saying that, but stated that he hoped she would actively help against the death stream. Then he turned back to Yizaha and commented that he was already old. Yizaha replied casually that this was obvious. Heo Gyeom, however, explained that when the time of his death came, he wished for Yizaha to help the Bloody Night Palace. Yizaha reacted with surprise, and everyone at the table felt the same shock, as it had come out of nowhere. Eo Soryong asked what he meant by that, and why he was asking for help specifically from Yizaha. Heo Gyeom explained that when he died, the cult leader would certainly turn his eyes toward that place. He said that one thing was certain about the cult leader. He never forgot those who owed him a debt, especially when it involved life and death. For that reason, Heo Gyeom stated that he still remained in that palace. Eo Soryong asked whether something had happened between him and the cult leader. The elder confirmed it and revealed that long ago, when the cult leader was still young, he had saved his life. At that time, he was not yet the leader. Even so, he turned to Yizaha once more and explained that someone needed to extend a hand so that there would be people willing to abandon the paths of the demon. He also clarified that after that palace separated from the cult, they never again attacked the weak or people who had not learned martial arts. Yizaha made it clear that he did not know exactly what they expected from him, but stated that he could not help the Bloody Knight Palace as long as they continued to be a demonic force. In response, the advisor asked whether his decision would change if the palace became a group that did not mistreat, did not kill, and did not extort the hard-earned money of the weak. He asked for help so that they could become that kind of group and assured him that the palace master would listen to everything Yizaha said. For that reason, he stated that he would continue to insist on this matter as long as he lived. Yizaha thought that promises made by someone who spoke so much could weigh heavily on the heart, but even so, he accepted. He made it clear that he was not interested in the palace's fighting power. What truly mattered was that they stopped persecuting people who had not even learned martial arts. If that condition was met, accepting how would not be a problem. The advisor thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Then he called one of his subordinates, Yang Myung, and asked him to bring the 10th book from the 6th row of the 3rd shelf. He explained to Yizaha that there were very few martial arts capable of creating harmony between yin and yang, but that he had written an entire book on how to combine those two energies. The work contained all the research he had personally accumulated throughout all the battles of his life. He handed the book to Yizaha and asked him to examine it carefully. In addition, he informed him that when Yizaha attacked the death stream, Yang Myung could be useful and that he could take him along. At the very least, he had been trained to the point of not becoming a burden. Yizaha thought that a disciple of the elder Hyeogyam would certainly not be weak. After that, the advisor withdrew to rest. Everyone wished him a good rest, but Yizaha asked for a moment. He wanted to accompany him back to his quarters. The two walked together through the outer courtyard, and Yizaha told part of his story. He explained that his grandfather had worked his entire life at an inn until his death. He also commented that the advisor had survived for a long time within the demonic cult and had certainly seen countless strange things and crazed people. The advisor confirmed this, saying that there were many internal conflicts within the cult and all kinds of demons. Yizaha carefully asked how he had lost his martial arts. The advisor explained that there was a period when he believed himself to be too strong and ended up becoming arrogant. He crossed paths with a famous man of that era and lost all his power. Over time, that man became one of the 3 martial disasters. He commented that he had been very audacious when young, and that more than 50 years had passed since that incident. Yizaha reflected that if his grandfather were still alive and saw who he had become, he would be extremely surprised. Before, he could not even prepare a decent bowl of noodles and was only good for wiping tables. Now, he was walking through Janggu, defeating martial artists without pause. He could not imagine how shocked the old man would be. Even if Yizaha had taken over the inn and followed the same path in life, his grandfather would still worry about him. Seeing him wandering through Janggu the way he did now would be even more concerning. The advisor asked whether Yizaha regretted entering Janggu. He replied that he liked where he was at that moment. The elder commented that he had been the same way, and that if there were a Janggu in the afterlife, he would choose to live there without hesitation. Yizaha agreed with that thought. The elder explained that it had taken him more than 100 years to understand the world and human stories, including his own. Yizaha asked when he believed he had begun to walk the wrong path. The elder replied that honestly he did not know. Perhaps he had been on that path from the very beginning. He had always believed that as he grew up, he would end up beating drunken and annoying customers. Then he returned the question to Yizaha. The advisor said that he had spent his entire life training and fighting, without time to look back. Only when he lost his martial arts, which were the foundation of everything, was he able to see the world in a different way. There was a period when he believed that martial arts were everything. Only after losing them did he realize that they were not. It was at that moment that he understood the cult leader had to be killed. He was already very old at that time, and for an instant he even forgot that he had lost his martial arts. Yizaha commented that it would have been great to face him at his peak. The advisor acknowledged that it was hard to deny the limitations imposed by the current state of his body, and that this forced him to think differently. When they reached the quarters, he asked them to sit together and commented that he had taught those principles to his disciple, Yang Myung. The elder hoped that Yang Myung would also remember his teachings. He always said that when one encountered someone far more capable, one should accept them as a master without hesitation. If one encountered someone less capable, one should leave them behind without regret. However, if exceptional people appeared whom one could not tolerate, one should do everything possible to become friends with them first. A friend capable of sharing profound things was like a blade appearing out of nowhere, something difficult even for a master to avoid. Yizaha commented that this was the true logic of a cruel assassin. The advisor agreed, stating that it was exactly so. Myung had been the last assassin he trained. He had accepted him while keeping the cult leader in mind, because his struggle against him was not yet over. The advisor also explained to Yizaha that the death stream was controlled by the 7th instructor who had betrayed the cult along with his disciples. Now, all of them worked as independent assassins. He admitted that he should have dealt with them back then. Yizaha observed that apparently they had managed to rise again. The elder then earnestly asked Yizaha to come back to visit him before his death. Yizaha held the elder's hand with care and said that he was a real man. He wished him a long life and assured him that he would return to visit. The elder replied that it would be a wonderful visit. The next morning, they were already on their way to the death stream. Throughout the entire journey, Yizaha read and reread the book the elder had given him. After 10 readings, he only understood what was written in a superficial way. By the 30th reading, he began to gain a sense of how the elder had felt on the days when he wrote those words. Around the 40th reading, he began to disagree with some points while agreeing with others. After more than 70 rereadings, they finally arrived at their destination. The death stream was covered in thick fog, making it impossible to see even a hand's breadth ahead. The sword demon commented that Yizaha had spent too much time reading that book. Yizaha replied that he always found something new to reflect on, and that he had spent the entire journey reading and meditating. Then he returned the book to Myung, saying that it had been a great read. Before leaving, Yizaha thanked the cart driver and suggested that it would be better for him to return. Since the road was dangerous, he handed him a large coin and told him to use it to drink a little when he got back. The driver tried to refuse, but Yizaha insisted that he accept the gold nyang. The man thanked him deeply. They then headed straight for the death stream. Despite its seemingly pleasant name, the place was suffocating, filled with dense fog. Myung commented that entering there was difficult precisely because of that. Agreeing, Yizaha decided to take a different approach. He shouted insults toward the fog, making his voice echo for several seconds. Mangyan asked what he was doing. Yizaha explained that since they did not know where the enemies were hiding, it was better to announce their arrival. There was no way to ambush people of that level. The assassins dominated that territory, and he had come to kill them anyway. The sword demon agreed. Yizaha then asked Mangyan to sing something. Confused, he asked what Yizaha was talking about. Myung intervened, saying that he could not sing, but that he had something to declare about the death stream. Yizaha allowed it, encouraging him to speak. Myung made his declaration in a loud voice, echoing through the fog. Yizaha even clapped, stating that he loved declarations of war and that it had been a spectacular presentation. He commented that the young man was very eloquent. Myung thanked him, and when asked, replied that he was 20 years old. Yizaha commented that this age was similar to that of the so-called diarrhea brat. Mangyan replied that he was older and should be treated with respect. Myung responded bluntly, saying that he did not need that. Mangyan simply accepted it and said that it did not matter. Then Yizaha asked Mangyan to also introduce himself to the so-called diarrhea brat. He introduced himself as Mang Yun from White Eagle City, belonging to the Mang Feng Yun family. As he spoke, he thought that the situation would not be as simple as he had imagined. Even so, he declared that he would be the man to reach the peak of the ice arts. He stated that he could make any woman fall in love if he wanted, and that he had the power to love one woman today and another tomorrow. When that shout echoed through the fog, Yizaha commented that he was nothing more than a miserable pervert. Even the sword demon showed disappointment. After they went deeper into the fog, movement became much more difficult. The sword demon suggested that Yizaha should also introduce himself, showing curiosity about how he would do it. Yizaha climbed onto a nearby rock and introduced himself in a simple way, saying only that he was the leader of the Howl sect. That was his entire introduction. Even though it was brief, his voice echoed far louder than the others. Next, Yizaha said that he would like to hear the sword demon's introduction. He simply drew his weapon, releasing the power of pure death. The aura was overwhelming, heavy, and repulsive. He introduced himself only as the sword demon. He did not shout, but his presence was the most intense of all. Soon after, a voice emerged from the fog, questioning why the left advisor had come to that place. The sword demon replied that this was the place of death, and that he wanted to see, together with those assassins who was closest to it. He sat down on the ground, and everyone else sat around him, forming a circle. The sword demon warned everyone to be careful of incoming attacks. Yizaha closed his eyes for a moment. When the kunai began to approach, the sword demon deflected all of them with his blade. Mang Yun used palm strikes to divert the hidden weapons. Myung did not take any defensive stance. Against Yizaha, the assassins hurled a massive boulder. Yizaha shattered the stone with a palm strike, stick, breaking it into many fragments. Soon after, more kunai were thrown, but he deflected them with another burst of internal energy. He realized that this was the first time they had caused him any real difficulty. A gloomy voice then welcomed the leader of the House sect, saying that all he needed to do now was die. Even so, Izaha replied that it was a pleasure to meet them, and commented that he was still the man who brought them trouble. Then he unleashed a sword strike that hit one of the enemies, making his body explode in blood. Izaha commented that he had cut something and asked whether it had been an arm, requesting an answer from the voice in the fog. The area fell silent, and Izaha sat down again. Then the sound of a bell began to echo. Izaha commented that he was surprised that a martial master was so skilled at playing a bell. Soon after, he said that he could no longer stand it, as it was boring and even made him sleepy. He wondered whether the bell possessed some kind of hypnosis and tried to speak to Mangyeon, but realized that no one could hear each other because of the sound. Meanwhile, Izaha continued dodging hidden weapons. He realized that the sound was connected to a demonic art, controlling the range of the bell so that only he could hear it. This affected his sense of direction, but even so, he avoided every attack. Still, he realized that he could end up injuring his own allies if he made a mistake. Then Izaha stomped hard on the ground, releasing an explosion of energy that shattered the layer of silence around him. The nearby assassins went into shock. Izaha noticed that even their eyes had turned white, finding it strange. Then he attacked with violence, severing heads, arms, and legs. The last assassin who tried to flee was pulled back by the claw of the Great Absorption technique and had his neck pierced. Izaha let out a brief laugh, satisfied with the trick, which had been executed well. He genuinely enjoyed it. The sword demon, despite also being affected by the bell, slashed around himself, eliminating assassins without even seeing them. Mangyeon asked whether his master was still hearing the sound. At that moment, the bell finally stopped. Everything indicated that the one producing the sound had died. The sword demon stated that they still could not confirm whether all enemies had been eliminated and told them to remain on guard. Izaha continued staring into the fog until he noticed something slowly approaching. He warned everyone to be careful, explaining that there was poison mixed into the fog. Focusing himself, Izaha released a palm strike combined with internal energy, blowing the fog away. In doing so, he removed both the poison and the curtain blocking his and his allies' vision. At that moment, Mangyeon asked where Yeongmyeong was. Yeongmyeong appeared shortly after, revealing that he had disguised himself among the assassins' bodies using their white clothes. He commented that he had just changed outfits and had tried to approach the main camp, but failed. Not long after, all the enemy assassins had already been killed. The sword demon asked them to wait a little longer, explaining that they needed time to fully recover their hearing. He reinforced the warning to be careful with the poison and not to touch the corpses, as they could still release more poison or even explode. Yeongmyeong pointed in a specific direction and said that some had fled that way, but that there was a strong chance it was another trap. Izaha replied that they would reach them soon enough. When he looked more closely, he noticed that the survivors had already changed their clothes for black cloaks. The sword demon asked what the next step would be. Izaha explained that it would be foolish to continue fighting on that terrain while they were at a disadvantage. Instead, he suggested burning everything. Yeongmyeong asked whether he intended to start a fire, and Izaha confirmed it. He explained that he already controlled the mountain and that no ordinary person could survive there. There was no need to fall into traps while trying to chase them. Mangyeon agreed, saying it was a good idea, since he and Izaha mastered ice arts and could create an escape route even amid the flames. The sword demon agreed and said they would burn everything. At that moment, the voice from the fog asked them not to overdo it. Izaha responded aggressively, telling the voice to shut up. He said that he had not been able to sleep for several nights because of them. When the voice tried to speak again, Izaha once more told it to shut its mouth, saying that everyone there would die that day for the crime of disturbing his sleep. He called them cowards who did not even know how to fight head-on and only relied on poison, explosions, and fog. Mangyeon commented that Izaha's temperament was truly different. Meanwhile, Yeongmyeong was already lighting the fuse to set the forest on fire. Mangyeon remarked that perhaps he was the only normal one there. Izaha replied that the only thing they knew how to do was go to the bathroom and hold their breath. He asked whether Yeongmyeong did not agree. Yeongmyeong replied that, indeed, patience was the greatest virtue of an assassin. Izaha then commented that, in that case, assassin ranks should be decided based on who could hold their breath the longest in the bathroom. The worse the smell, the closer someone would be to becoming the king of assassins. That was when Izaha realized something. If they were talking about unbearable stench, no one could defeat Mangyeon. There had been a time when he was completely covered in filth, which would automatically make him the king of assassins. Mangyeon told Izaha to shut up and asked whether he was trying to provoke the enemy, telling him to save that kind of thing for themselves. Yizaha replied that life was just like that, and that sometimes a person was simply at their lowest. Myung asked whether that was true, whether Mangyeon had really been covered like that. Mangyeon told him not to ask that. Myung replied that he was just curious. Soon after, they set the forest on fire. Yizaha commented that after starting the blaze, he felt the urge to urinate. Mangyeon merely reacted, clearly exasperated with him. Yizaha said that all their enemies would regret provoking him, and that when death began to draw near, they would think it would have been better to stay hidden in a bathroom. The sword demon heard this and approached, saying that Yizaha was doing an excellent job. He commented that if it were him, he would not have been able to hold back and would have already fallen for the provocations. He added that he had never heard the word filth mentioned so many times in a single day, and that this was the first time he had experienced a battle like this. Yizaha replied that this was a great confession coming from the sword demon, and declared that the day would be a true festival of filth and urine. Now it remained to be seen who would emerge victorious. Mangyeon commented that whenever Yizaha opened his mouth, only nonsense came out. Yizaha agreed, saying that he was exactly that kind of person. As the fire spread even further, Yizaha felt satisfied. He was no longer paralyzed even in the face of such intense flames. As he grew stronger with each passing day, he overcame his own weaknesses. Myung commented that perhaps they should apologize to the mountain spirits. Yizaha replied not to worry, and said that they could build a temple there later. Myung then asked whether Yizaha was very rich. Yizaha replied that wealth was simple, and that one only needed to take it from others when necessary. Soon after, many traps began to activate automatically because of the flames. Darts started firing back and forth, while nets fell from above. The sword demon asked whether Myung could identify where the traps were coming from. He replied that he could, to a certain extent. The sword demon then said that he would advance from the front, spreading even more fire as he approached the traps. Mangyeon and Yizaha, as the leader of the house sect, would advance from left to right, controlling the flames that spread too far. They would follow the exact path of the traps because in practice, the traps would end up guiding them all to the enemies. Myung moved ahead, and the group followed the plan without hesitation. They leaped over a huge pit filled with spikes at the bottom and continued advancing. Sometime later, they reached a dead end, blocked by a massive stone wall. The sword demon commented that this was probably the enemy base, since it made no sense to set up a formation of traps in a place with nothing to protect. Mangyeon commented that in that case, they would need some device to open the passage. Yizaha, however, spoke out loud, saying that it was already time for the assassins to receive their guests. For a moment, everyone thought he was acting recklessly. Even so, it worked. The assassins truly opened the passage and allowed them to enter. The sword demon noticed a familiar voice among them. The group entered without fear of traps, but Yizaha commented that he had the feeling they were entering a true rabbit hole. Myung questioned whether that kind of feeling really existed. Yizaha asked whether he had ever entered a rabbit hole before. When he replied that he had not, Yizaha simply told him to be quiet, saying that the situation was very similar. Mangyeon questioned since when rabbit holes had become so large. Yizaha repeated the question, and upon hearing again that he had never entered one, told him to be quiet. Ahead of them, an enormous wall appeared that resembled a giant anthill, filled with tunnels and holes. Inside each of those openings, assassins lay in wait. The one who seemed to be the leader asked what the left advisor was doing in a miserable place like that. The sword demon replied that there was a traitor of the cult there. Other assassin elders stated that he himself had also become a traitor. The sword demon explained that some of them were former candidates for the cult's succession, survivors of the succession battle. However, he made it clear that the old man standing higher up was someone he did not know. Yizaha then directly asked the crooked-eyed old man whether he was the seventh instructor. The man did not seem to be more than 100 years old and remained silent for a moment. Then he stated that the sword demon had also become a traitor to the cult, which meant that they should not be enemies. He asked why the demon was straying from his path to confront them. The demon replied that such a question should have been asked politely from the beginning. The old man then suggested a simple solution. They only needed to kill the leader of the house sect, and the problem would be solved. In return, they could provide enough resources for the demon to build his own army. According to the reports, Yizaha and the sword demon did not have any formal agreement. The demon rejected the proposal immediately and said that the man should speak with Yizaha, not with him. Even so, the old man turned to the two disciples and asked whether they had any interest in the offer. Myung simply stared at him in silence. Mangyeon, on the other hand, said that he did not need money. He asked whether there were beautiful women involved, and, if so, said that he wanted to see their faces first. The reaction was immediate. Yizaha angrily told him to shut up. The assassin elders did not like that attitude at all, and the atmosphere became even more tense.